Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Ash breathed a deep, long puff of air as he gazed at the entrance of Professor Oak's lab. His heart raced at the rate of knots, his stomach tingling in anticipation. Today was the day. Today he would get his trainer's license, allowing him to travel around, catching and battling with Pokemon. The day that he'd looked forward to his entire life had finally come. He'd turned 13 not long back, and he'd have done anything to start his Pokemon journey as soon as he did. After all, it was at that age that one qualified to get a trainer's license. He'd been so anxious the night before that he found it difficult to sleep a wink. And even after he did, he tried numerous methods which he'd never even thought of before, even going as far as counting Mareep. He was awake well before dawn. Long before today, Ash had decided on his starter. Bulbasaur was amazing and its evolved form, Venusaur, was a sturdy battler. It was a popular choice amongst starting trainers. Squirtle turned into a tank that could shatter the defenses of most Pokemon with ease, Blastoise. Yet Ash wished for neither of those as his very first Pokemon. His starter had to be a Charmander. How he'd dreamed of owning a ferocious Charizard for as long as he understood even the tiniest fundamentals of Pokemon battles. Each time he watched a Charizard in action on TV, adrenaline pumped through him. He awed at the power a Charizard could display with ease. One day, he assured himself every time, one day, he'd have his own and conquer battles the world over with his very own Charizard. After what felt like an eternity, Ash strode forward. He wore a red jacket and dark blue jeans and sported a red hat to top it off. Restraining the urge to barge into the two-story lab, Ash rang the bell. Seconds passed with no answer, his breathing hitched to a crawl. Heat rushed across his neck as his heart hammered in his chest, for he'd waited his entire childhood for this moment, dreaming of the day he'd take the first steps of his journey. Everything was within reach, and the moments of silence that followed left him breathless. A few arduous seconds later, the door opened and a young woman dressed like a researcher greeted Ash. "Oh, Ash," she smiled at him and Ash returned it with frantic vigor. "Good morning." "Good morning, Miss Cecile." Cecile glanced at her watch and arched an eyebrow. "You sure are early today. Couldn't wait to get your starter." Ash scratched his forehead but kept the grin. "Would you believe me if I said no? Gotten quite sharp, have we now?" Cecile leaned forward and pinched Ash's cheeks playfully. He grimaced through his smile, feeling the urge to shove her hand, but knew she was just playing around with him, so resisted it. She was one of Professor Oak's assistants and he'd known her for years. "Come on inside," she chimed as she finally let go of Ash's cheek. Ash rubbed the spot where she'd pinched him, a little too harsh for his liking, but the slight pain vanished hearing her next words. "The professor's already here. He's got the starters ready too." Cecile motioned for him to follow as she turned around. Again, Ash fought the temptation to leap through the lab, and quietly trailed after her. Soon, he stood at the door of the main hall of the lab. "There's the professor," Cecile beamed, tapping him on the head. She had a habit of messing his already messy hair up, but he had his new hat to thank for being saved from that this time. "Best of luck, Ash." "Thanks, Cecile." Ash boomed as the young researcher waved at him before disappearing into a nearby room. Ash walked inside the room, feeling his stomach do things that he could hardly describe, and greeted the white-haired Pokemon researcher. "Good morning, Professor." Professor Oak appeared so preoccupied with taking notes while gazing into one of the many machines that the lab housed that he hadn't noticed Ash. The words snapped him though, as he turned around and his lips curled up. "Good morning, Ash, my boy," he said, placing the notepad on the desk and walking towards Ash. "Are you ready to get your first Pokemon?" "You bet I am," he grinned and the professor returned it. "I can't believe you kids are already at that age." Professor Oak's eyes narrowed, glittering as if lost in cherished memories from a distant past. "Time flies these days." A dominating presence entered the room, walking behind Professor Oak. Ash's grin turned to awe as he watched the man walk closer. Goosebumps unsheathed from his skin and chills ran down his spine, his breath stolen by the sheer magnificence of the figure that the man was. What was he doing here? Ash's heart raced even faster than it already did. What perfect timing, Ash. The man smirked as he strode forward, each step making his presence even more dominant. He settled barely a few steps from Ash, but towered over him in more ways than one. Lance. Ash mumbled in disbelief. His shoulders stiffened. He didn't expect the champion himself to be present on the day he was supposed to receive his first Pokémon. As the sole leader of the Elite Four of Kanto and Johto, Lance was a man of the highest stature. Ash had known Lance, he'd known the champion for a few years now. He recalled just how excited he'd felt when he'd talked to Lance for the first time. His nerves had almost gotten the better of him at that point, and it had taken him a while to comprehend that he was actually meeting one of his idols. "It's been a while, Ash," the man with red hair said, snapping Ash out of his stupor. The gentle breeze from a nearby window fluttered Lance's cape magnificently behind his back, and Ash found himself awed by everything about him. Ash thought capes to be nothing more than adornments for children, anyone who wore them asked to be laughed at, but with Lance, everything was worth idolizing. "I was just waiting for you to arrive." Ash's eyes widened even more, if that was at all possible. Was this real? The champion himself was waiting for him. What was the reason? Ash's thoughts wildly marauded into millions of questions that he couldn't find answers for. He'd demand those answers if he could. Ash shook his head and snapped himself out of his stupor, as difficult as it was. "Waiting for me?" The champion grinned at him, a fiery gaze honing into Ash's amber eyes. "The professor told me that you were going to choose a Charmander as your first Pokémon." Ash nodded, at which Lance stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder. Ash almost shivered at the contact but hid the feeling well. "I am sorry, Ash." Ash frowned at the apologetic tone, Lance's hand gripping his shoulder more firmly. "I was supposed to provide the Charmander to Professor Oak today, but sadly." At what Lance was apparently pointing at, Ash's jaw slackened. His eyes stalked and his body shuddered. Silence invaded the room for the next few moments before he eventually gathered the courage to ask if what he thought was true. He violently shoved the thoughts out of his mind, unwilling to believe it. "Do you?" He faltered and could no longer stop himself from shivering. "Do you mean that there's no Charmander for me?" Ash's gaze remained fixated at Lance, practically demanding a reply. His arms hurled themselves wide, and his insides screamed for the champion to deny his claims. However, that reply never came. Lance shook his head, his grim eyes unmoving from Ash's gaze. Ash couldn't believe it. Lance had ruined his perfect day. His Charmander, the one which he had planned to conquer the world with, was not here. His shoulders stiffened at first, then slumped in defeat as his gaze disappointingly moved from Lance to the floor. He hadn't expected this to happen in his worst nightmares. Why couldn't this be one? He'd just wake up and realize that he's still in his bed and he's going to start his journey today, right? Then, he'd get his Charmander from Professor Oak. Exactly as planned. But that wasn't the case. No matter what he tried to tell himself, he knew this wasn't a nightmare. This was reality. A truly brutal one. Eventually, Ash calmed himself. His breathing normalized, his racing heart pulling back speed. However, this wasn't because he'd come to terms with what had happened. He was devastated. As Lance placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, Ash glanced back at him with eyes as dead as a fish. Lance's expression changed. Ash had seen this expression before, he'd seen the champion wear the same intense, blazing look in his most fierce battles. Lance removed a pokeball from his pocket. "I am sorry, Ash," he spoke in a low voice, his own disappointment seeped through his apology. "I couldn't get you a Charmander, but I have another Pokémon that you might like." Ash looked at him absent-mindedly. He didn't nod, didn't move his body in the least. He considered Bulbasaur and Squirtle to be great Pokémon. But the one he wanted was a Charmander, the Pokémon which would turn into a terrifying dragon. Nothing but a Charmander would do for him. Lance narrowed his eyes at the lack of response. It's a Pokemon that is just as good as a Charmander, his words brought Ash no relief. Eventually, Ash picked up his shoulders and faced Lance, although he still sulked, his heart barren as an empty shell. The Pokemon that I have here is a Dratini. At the mention of the name of the Pokemon, Ash's lifeless face lit back to life. He gasped audibly, blinking several times. Had he heard right? A Dratini, he hollered. His heart raced again and his blood pumped so hard that he felt it could gush out at any moment. Instead of a Charmander, he had the choice of getting a Dratini. A Dratini that would turn into a Dragonite, the Pokemon considered to be Lance's strongest. His mind could hardly control itself as it veered into the various possibilities that opened themselves if he was to have a Dragonite. A Dratini wasn't a Charmander, but a Dragonite was just as awesome as a Charizard. Dragonite were considered to be almost mythical, such was the rarity of their sightings, especially in the wild. Ash wouldn't have dreamed that he could get one. Not as his starter anyway. If owning an intimidating Charizard was his wish, owning a majestic Dragonite was something that had never crossed his wildest dreams. I want the Dratini. Ash declared, excitement in his voice. He pumped his arms with clenched fists, almost lunging at Lance. His spirits flew higher than ever before as he awaited Lance's response with breathless zest. Then that's what you'll get, Lance grinned and raised the Pokeball in his hand. The red light from the Pokeball shone through, and on the table materialized a blue serpentine Pokemon. The Dratini roared its arrival, its gaze observing its surroundings before its eyes settled on Ash, its glare as piercing as sharp glass. That really is a Dratini. Ash exclaimed. This was real. Yes, that's now your Dratini, Lance chuckled. Ash's cheeks flushed when realization dawned that he'd been too obvious with his little show of excitement. Lance glanced at the Dratini briefly, then frowned. But that Dratini is somewhat different to a normal one, he warned with a stern gaze. Different? Ash asked, a brow ped. What do you mean? As you probably know, Dratini are generally very calm Pokemon, the Dragon Master said solemnly. But this Dratini is very aggressive. Just as Lance had finished speaking, Dratini launched a greenish-blue breath of draconic energy. The dragon breath whizzed past Ash by mere centimeters, the accompanying current brushing Ash's hair, a frightening shiver driving down his entire being. It vehemently pelted into one of the machines in the room, and Ash didn't need to look at the poor machine to know what had happened, but he still did. To say the Dratini's reckless attack destroyed it would have been an understatement. The round machine, whose functions Ash had no clue about, cackled with electricity, and a hole gaped where the dragon breath had struck. Hey! Professor Oak, who'd been listening to the conversation between Ash and Lance until then, roared. What are you doing letting it out in my lab like this, Lance? His raised eyebrows and stomp on the floor was enough to show his anger. Ash rarely saw the professor agitated at anything, and this was one of the rare times it had happened. The man loved his lab though, so this shouldn't have been a surprise. Lance sported a sheepish smirk as he sighed. He tapped the Dratini on its head with the Pokeball. You see Ash, he turned back to Ash and offered him the Pokeball. This is the kind of trouble this Dratini can cause. Do you still want it? From the corner of his eye, Ash even saw the professor dismiss his rage and look at him. Not to mention, Lance's eyes glittered as he grinned, which Ash returned. Were they possibly thinking that he wouldn't accept this Dratini after he'd seen its unruly nature? Not a chance. Ash wanted this Dratini. Now more than ever. Once he'd seen what it could do, its power was obvious and it chilled Ash down to the very core. That's one heck of a Pokemon. I definitely want it. A Dragonite, he remarked in his head. That was the Pokemon he wanted now. Lance was all too eager, and happy, to hand Dratini's Pokeball to Ash. I am looking forward to what you can do with this Dratini. Ash grasped his starter's Pokeball. I'll do my best, he grinned. He hadn't realized this until now, but he'd been calm once he'd seen Dratini. Excited, yes, but controlled. Thanks. Lance nodded as he tapped Ash's shoulder again. Ash waited for the champion to move his hand before he turned to look at Professor Oak. My Pokédex, Professor. Patience was becoming increasingly difficult for Ash to muster. He could barely wait to take his first steps as a licensed Pokémon trainer. The professor glanced at the destroyed machine inside. Soon enough though, he wore a warm smile again. He opened a drawer and removed a flat, red-colored device alongside several Pokeballs and placed them on the desk. Here's your Pokédex. Not only will it provide you with information on Pokémon, but it will also give you detailed information about the Pokémon you've captured, like the moves they know and what their ability is. It also acts as your trainer identification, he explained as Ash took the Pokédex and examined it for a second. This was all standard information that he already knew, partly due to the professor having drilled them into his head. This was probably standard protocol before giving them to new trainers. When Ash nodded, Oak continued. And here are some Pokeballs. Without another thought, Ash grabbed the shrunken Pokeballs from the desk after he'd kept his Pokédex in his pocket. Thanks for these. He gripped the belt of his backpack before turning to Lance. I won't disappoint you, Lance. I will train Dratini well. I am sure you will, Lance beamed. I believe in you, Ash. Unsure of the truth those words held but happy enough to soak in the praise, Ash smirked at him. He had gotten the tiniest bit more comfortable in Lance's presence. Ash waved to the champion and then at the professor before walking off the room and towards the exit of Professor Oak's lab. Bye, Professor. Aren't you going to wait for your friends? Professor Oak's eyebrows tilted. They'll be here soon. Ash shook his head with a smile. I already met everyone yesterday, his face saddened a touch briefly. He desperately wanted to be with his friends, but that would make it even harder for him to say goodbye. Sadness would overwhelm him, and that emotion had no room before his long-awaited journey. He knew his friends would meet him someday. I'm sure I'll come across them soon, anyway, he said, boasting a grin. He absolutely hoped it would happen. Professor Oak shrugged but smiled soon enough. If that's what you want. Take care, Ash. A trainer's journey can be difficult at times, but don't let it affect you. Ash was glad to know that the professor seemed so worried about him, but he'd rather not trouble the Oak. I will, Professor, he declared confidently, and Professor Oak nodded. He turned to look at Lance. Bye, Lance. Good luck, Ash, Lance smiled. I'm eager to see how far you'll come the next time we meet. The burden of those words weighed heavily on Ash's shoulders. His body tingled for a moment, then calmed itself. He waved at the champion and turned around. He felt better with each stride through the hallway and eventually, outside the lab. He was finally a Pokémon trainer. The calm breeze of Pallet Town gently caressed Ash's face, his shirt fluttering as he stood on the edge of the town he called home. He gazed at the board which pointed forward and read Route 1 for more than a few minutes. The path that connected Pallet Town to Viridian City, which wasn't that far away, had plenty of wild Pokémon, especially numerous in those that would be perfect for a new trainer. He'd been through the road more times than he could count, and the Pidgey, Spearow, Rattata, Mankey amongst other Pokémon were a common sight. Excitement surged through his bones at the mere thought of fighting and catching Pokémon with his Dratini. Ash winced when images of his home filled his thoughts. He desperately wanted to head home and hug his mother one last time before he left, but he understood the importance of self-control. No matter how much he wanted to, he couldn't let memories of home distract him. He turned to gaze at his hometown one last time before he began his trek towards Viridian. The floral aroma intoxicated him, and he lazed in the sweet familiar scent of the flowers, trees, and meadows. He allowed his eyes to drowse in slow, easy flaps. The morning jogs, the evening strolls, the picnics that he so often had with his friends, Ash would miss those. But the lingering familiarities of home paled to his exuberance which conquered it. And just like that, Ash Ketchum had begun his journey to be the best with his Pokemon. He'd begun his journey to fulfill his lifelong dream. He'd begun his journey to become a Pokemon master. Ash took a bite of the sandwich his mom packed for him as he slumped against a tall dark brown oak tree. He glanced around, the long dirt road his only companion in sight for miles, and sighed. He'd done that a lot today. After beginning his journey with more excitement than he could handle, he began to grow tired. Sleep allured him like a siren. The occasional Spearow, Pidgey or Rattata aside, he'd hardly encountered any noteworthy Pokemon that interested him. He'd walked for no more than a few hours and taken a break once his body began to tire under the scorching summer heat. He gazed at the only Pokeball clipped on his Pokeball belt intently. He hadn't let Dratini out yet. Its fearsome display in Professor Oak's lab had Ash wary before letting out the fierce dragon. If Dratini didn't hold back in the presence of a dragon master such as Lance, he barely stood a chance of controlling it. However, he'd made up his mind to get to know his starter. He wanted to do it right now. He brushed off all the hesitation that clouded him and raised the Pokeball. In a flash of bright scarlet energy, his Dratini materialized in front of him. Its intense glare made Ash flinch. Taming this one wasn't going to be easy. Dratini took a quick look around its surroundings, its fiery gaze scanning almost every inch of the land and the trees around them, and once it had made sure that nothing around was of interest, it curled its long frame, resting its head on top. Its form seemed relaxed. It hadn't given Ash a moment of its attention apart from an initial glance that hardly lasted a second. Well, at least it was calmer than last time. Ash didn't dare disturb the dragon. Not right now anyway. However, this was a great chance for him to get information about his Dratini. He quickly removed his Pokédex from his pocket and scanned Dratini. The Pokédex instantly began to speak. Dratini, the dragon Pokemon. Dratini sheds its skin as it grows, often doing so while hidden behind large powerful waterfalls. This Dratini is male. Its ability is Shed Skin. Its moves are Dragon Breath, Wrap, Aqua Jet, Leer and Shock Wave. Dratini's moveset had Ash impressed. He couldn't resist a wild grin at the prospect of his starter already knowing moves such as Shock Wave and Aqua Jet. Dragon Breath aside, those two moves provided substantial type coverage which would allow Ash to form a multitude of strategies focused around them. In simpler battles, those moves would do more damage to Pokemon which Dragon-type moves weren't effective against. While Ash stared at his Dratini with feverish elation, its eyes snapped open and a cold glare pierced through Ash. Ash's grin plummeted into a wince at what was to come. "Don't!" Ash cried as draconic energy collected inside Dratini's mouth. "DMN it! Not now!" He screamed, frantically shielding his face as his mind turned bereft of any ideas to resolve the predicament. Dragon Breath wasn't something Ash could simply take head-on. Its raw power had been enough to decimate that machine in Professor Oak's lab, and he feared for himself even more when the images of the scene blistered through his head. However, as he braced himself, the Dragon Breath simply passed by him, in not too dissimilar a way that it had in the lab. In fact, he'd barely felt the air current. Ash steadily opened his eyes and looked through the opening between his fingers. Dratini appeared to have calmed himself down, as he'd gone back to rest. He frowned, then turned around to find an injured Rattata quivering in pain. He grimaced at the sight, but the faintest thread of satisfaction brushed his heart. Dratini had simply tried to keep the rat away from him. But that feeling was fleeting, and he didn't waste a mere moment before he swiftly pulled out a potion from his backpack and sprayed it around the wounded Rattata. He winced at the cry from Rattata. He didn't enjoy Pokemon in pain even if they weren't his. He picked it up carefully and placed it gently against the tree, his features brightening when Rattata's eyes squinted open. He sighed in relief of not just the Rattata being okay, but also at the fact that Dratini hadn't already started to hate him. He'd feared that might have been the case when Dratini had launched his Dragon Breath. "You'll be as good as new in a while," he mumbled before he turned towards his starter. "Hey Dratini," he called softly, stepping closer to the dragon, careful enough to not startle the beast. You shouldn't just attack any Pokemon like that. Doubt still lingered in his mind, but he fought past them and eventually brought himself to pet the little dragon on the head. And, to his pleasant surprise, Dratini didn't retort. His eyes opened, which made Ash uneasy for a moment, but his gaze wasn't as deadly as before. As Ash caressed the skin on his head more and more comfortably, Dratini shrieked the faintest of coos, apparently enjoying the feeling. However, as soon as Ash chuckled, Dratini shut his eyes viciously and his head whirled the other way. He shoved Ash's hand away with his tail and the lash hurt more than a little. Was the little mighty dragon just trying to act tough? Ash snickered at the thought. Maybe, getting to know Dratini wouldn't be as challenging as he'd imagined. The rest of the day had gone by without incident. He'd come across a few starting trainers but had restrained the urge to challenge them. As the sky turned a resplendent shade of orange, bringing with it many caws and hoots of Pokemon returning to their nests, a clash of distant shadows snatched Ash's attention. He jogged in its direction and in his view came an orange-haired girl standing against a young boy. Neither of them looked any older than him. He recognized the girl's victorious starfish-like Pokemon as a Stereo while the fainted Pokemon on the boy's side was a Mankey. Ash strode towards them and by the time he arrived, the boy had already left. "Hey there," he called, getting the girl's attention. "Want a battle?" He hadn't come across anyone with a Stereo yet so he looked forward to a battle with the water type. It might prove to be a decent opponent for Dratini's first bout. The orange-haired girl observed Ash for a moment before she raised her Pokeball. "Sure," she grinned. "But I warn you, I am strong. You'll just be heading to the Pokemon Center like that boy just now did." Ash rolled his eyes and smirked a moment later. "We'll see about that, won't we?" This girl didn't have any idea what she was up against. Ash's excitement surged as he raised his Pokeball in front of him and so did the girl. The Pokemon that came out of the girl's Pokeball was the one she'd used in her earlier match, a Stereo. In the flash of light, Dratini materialized on the ground. He shrieked at Stereo dangerously and looked away immediately, unimpressed. He screeched a few more times. It almost seemed as if he was warning the water type, not to mess with him or the consequences would be deadly. That wasn't too difficult to conclude. Not for Ash anyway. Ash raised an eyebrow snidely. "Still think you'd beat me that easily?" The girl's jaw dropped. "You have a Dratini," she exclaimed. She probably didn't expect a trainer on Route 1 to own a Dratini. So many experienced trainers searched for one but not many succeeded. "How did you get that?" "He's my starter," Ash stated confidently, his grin widening by the second. "Shall we begin?" She blinked a few more times before she shook herself out of her stupor. She nodded and gave an order. "Misty calls water gun." "What calls?" Ash frowned at the unusual order by the girl but soon rolled his eyes. "Shock wave." While Dratini laid on the ground without a care in the world, Stereo pointed its topmost limb at the serpent, and out of it, a stream of water rippled at Dratini. The dragon opened his eyes once he sensed the attack and slid to the left as the water gun slipped past him without posing a threat. "DMN." Ash cursed as he slapped his forehead. He'd been afraid of this. He had a bad feeling that Dratini might ignore his orders in a battle. "So, you can't control it, huh?" Misty sniggered cockily. She grinned as her left hand settled on her hips. "Now Psywave. Dodge and use Shock Wave, Dratini," Ash said, more in hope than anything. Light blue wisps of energy weaved and outlined Stereo's body. The sheen soaked from its limbs down to its red core. Gentle pulses from the core almost allured Ash into feeling okay, but he bit his lip, bracing himself in the eye before the storm. The orb flashed brighter and fired pulsing rings of Arctic psychic energy towards Dratini. The Psywave smashed into Dratini, who hadn't even tried to evade the move, taking it head-on instead. Blemishes flourished across his blue skin, but he didn't flinch. His glare viciously burned with rage as it fixed on Stereo. Ash grimaced and pursed his lips. Ignoring his orders was one thing, but Ash's dismay was more because Dratini was hit and injured. Dratini could make quick work of Misty's stereo if he wanted to. It was distinctly evident from its water gun which lacked both power and accuracy that stereo wasn't a threat to him. But if Dratini refused to attack, the damage would eventually lead to his defeat. Just as Ash was about to recall his Pokémon, blue sparks of electricity cackled around the bump on Dratini's head. A moment later, a wave of concentrated electricity bolted at stereo, cackling around the water type as it pitifully shivered and cried anguishingly. Its orb dimmed to a low flicker for a few moments before it stopped and stereo slumped on the ground. But Dratini wasn't done. His foe had all but fallen, yet he charged another shock wave and sent stereo crashing back into the stream of water nearby, its silenced cries banging deep into Ash's eardrums. The second attack had been even deadlier than the first. Stereo! Misty cried, rushing into the river and taking her fainted Pokémon in her arms. Ash scowled at the many burns and bruises on the stereo, his arms extending but his lips failing him as he tried to mouth words of apology. He could only watch as the distraught girl tapped stereo with its Pokeball and glared daggers at Ash, her eyes bloodshot. You should be ashamed. Going around with a Pokémon you can't even control. You're a pathetic excuse for a trainer. Ash didn't find the words to respond to her claims. He wanted to apologize but he didn't like being insulted. As his thoughts drifted, searching for words to speak, Misty whistled off on her bicycle before he had the time to speak. Ash blinked. His teeth sunk callously deep into his lips, drawing a drop of blood that he absent-mindedly liked. She wasn't wrong. He couldn't go around with a Pokémon he didn't have control of. That was his failure as a trainer. He recalled Dratini into his Pokeball and gazed at it. He had a long way to go before he could become a Pokémon master. Night had come and went, and Ash had a lot on his mind. His mood hadn't been the brightest since the battle with Misty. He'd thought that Dratini was a troublemaker but would obey him in battles, but he now understood how naive he'd been. It wouldn't be that easy to conquer a Pokémon even Lance called difficult to handle. That night, he'd eaten the last of the homemade food that his mom had packed for him, and fed Dratini the Pokémon food he'd brought. He had to admit that Dratini's eating habits weren't one he'd associate with a headstrong Pokémon like him. His attempts at talking to Dratini that night had been in vain. The dragon showed interest in him at times but would rebel when Ash tried to get more comfortable. Although, in that time, Ash had noticed that Dratini seemed interested the moment he brought up anything regarding Pokémon battles. A new dawn refreshed Ash's spirits. Ash had already eaten his breakfast in a small cafe on the way and he'd let out Dratini again. He poured some Pokémon food in his bowl and placed the bowl in front of Dratini. There you go, he smiled warmly. Eat up, Dratini. Even though the events of last evening frustrated him, Ash couldn't help but delight when he looked at Dratini. Dratini didn't need another invitation as he dug into his meal. He didn't devour the food, instead opting to eat nice and slow. But Ash could tell that he was enjoying it as he chewed on one chunk after another. He grunted when the bowl had emptied. Dratini was a fond eater. You want more? Ash asked in amusement. Upon receiving a slightly hesitant nod from the Pokémon, he chuckled and poured some more food into the bowl. Dratini finished off the last of the chunks with a satisfied squeal. Ash couldn't help but smile easily at that. A few hours later, Ash stood against a brown-haired trainer, and in front of him was his Dratini. The Pokémon he faced was a small brown avian Pokémon with red wings. Both Dratini and Spearow stared at each other aggressively, none of them breaking their gaze. Spearow, Fury Attack! The boy yelled. His Spearow obeyed as it flapped its wings and rushed towards Dratini, its crooked beak glowing in a silver hue. Let it come to you, Dratini, Ash instructed, carefully eyeing Spearow. Now, use Wrap. Ash's command came right before Spearow hit Dratini with its beak. But it could only do it once as Dratini had the flying type in his grasp, his long body wrapped firmly around it. Spearow struggled to get out but eventually cried as Dratini tightened his grip even further. Ash clenched his fists, overjoyed as his lips slipped into a mad grin. Finally, Dratini had done something he'd told him to. However, he realized that he could celebrate later. "Shock wave," he ordered. "Break out of it." Its trainer cried in fear, eyes widened as he realized the danger of the electric attack. Blue jolts of electricity concentrated around Dratini, and Spearow shrieked helplessly at the mercy of the shock. Its wings jostled against Dratini, but to no avail, the dragon finally letting go of its foe once its struggle had ended. "Return, Spearow," the boy recalled his fallen flying type. He stepped forward and offered a handshake to Ash. "You've got an amazing Pokémon, dude." Accepting the handshake, Ash grinned. "That's true." As the boy left, he bent down and petted Dratini for a well-earned victory. Although, Dratini wasn't amused as he instantly glanced away, slapping Ash's hand aside and slithering under the shadow of a nearby tree. Ash chuckled wryly. "I guess we'll have to take it slow." Ash fought a few trainers on the way, and he couldn't express the joy he'd felt when he won Pokémon battles with Dratini. To his pleasant surprise, Dratini had caused little ruckus since the battle with Misty. Dratini hadn't obeyed all of his orders, but Ash was happy enough with the ones he had. He reminded himself that would change with time. So far, he was well on track. Viridian City was as large and overwhelming as he remembered. Tall skyscrapers sprawled across the landscape like mountains, burying the more old and cultural structures. Pudgy and greasy scents glutted his nostrils. He never felt further away from home. It wasn't oppressive, but he preferred air fresh. The city was a dream for many a country people. The facilities and opportunities it provided made it one of the biggest cities in the region of Kanto, but he couldn't care less for it. More than a week had passed since Ash had started his journey, and he'd had no major stops in between. He hadn't caught a single Pokémon in that time, but he didn't mind. He'd fought enough trainers on the way to make the time worthwhile. Numerous battles and victories later, he believed he'd had a substantial learning curve and gotten closer to Dratini, if only a little. He genuinely thought that he'd found it easier to communicate with Dratini after each passing day, after each battle. He'd begun to listen to Ash more and more, and although the odd uncalled attack and bouts of disobedience still occurred, it was getting better. Over the past few days, Ash had been pensive about a name for Dratini. He'd pondered over one for his Charmander before getting his starter, but it wasn't fated for him to get the fire type. Draco, Draken, Drake. Those names sounded a bit too common. There was one name that he thought would suit Dratini's personality perfectly though. And it sounded cool. Kaiser. He'd ask if the name struck Dratini's fancy later, although he wasn't sure how the little proud dragon would take to being named. A sigh escaped Ash as the Pokémon Center came into view. The two-story building which operated as a hospital for Pokémon also acted as a lodge for traveling trainers. Provisions such as battling and training grounds for Pokémon were a welcome addition. It was a trainer's hub, and major cities like Viridian housed multiple of these in different parts of the city. On the way, Ash had come across the police station right after he'd entered the city. A quick identification check through his Pokédex was all it took for the local officer Jenny to allow him entry. The city bustled with vehicles honking, chattering people and Pokémon, but, thankfully, it was much quieter around the Pokémon Center. Ash entered the building to find several people, some trying to get their Pokémon healed while others got their Pokémon back from the nursing counters. The restaurant to his left housed more than a few people as some chatted with other trainers, some with their Pokémon, and a few preferred to eat their meals alone in peace. Ash walked to one of the two counters in the Pokémon Center, each minded by a Nurse Joy and a Chansey. It was a culture around the world that most Pokémon centers followed. They were managed by at least one Nurse Joy, amongst other doctors and nurses. The most common feature amongst the female Joys was their beautiful hair, which always had some shade of pink. Ash reached the counter. "Good evening, Nurse Joy," he greeted politely. "Good evening," she chimed back merrily. "How may I help you?" Ash returned her smile. "Do you mind healing my Pokémon?" he asked, placing Dratini's Pokeball on the counter. Dratini probably needed little treatment since Ash had used potions on any minor injuries that he'd suffered in his battles, and there weren't a lot. But he still thought it better to get a quick check just in case. Quick checkups in Pokemon centers barely took a few minutes and were enough to heal Pokemon completely, unless the damage was more severe. Nurse Joy nodded and called for a pink ovoid Pokemon, a Chansey, who took Dratini's Pokeball, which Joy had placed in a tray, and merrily skipped to the treatment room behind them. Its jovial squeals brought a smile to Ash's face. Chansey enjoyed healing Pokemon from what he'd learned about them, and this one seemed to be no exception. A couple of minutes later, the same Chansey brought the Pokeball and handed it over to the pink-haired nurse, who thanked the Pokemon for the help. "Here you go," Joy said, keeping the Pokeball on the counter. "Your Pokemon's all healed up." "Thanks, Nurse Joy." Ash flashed a smile to the pretty woman as he accepted the Pokeball. The next afternoon, Ash found himself headed to the battling arena behind the Pokemon Center. He'd decided to take a day of rest in the city before he made off for Viridian Forest. The daunting nature of the forest that spawned the area between Viridian and Pewter was common knowledge. Some of the stories that did the rounds in the Pokemon Center startled him: trainers getting lost inside for days, weeks or months, swarms of beedrill and other venomous bugs victimizing ignorant starting trainers who dared to enter the perilous woodland and invade their dwellings. Amongst other gossip made him shudder to think what it would have in store for him. If Ash were to walk through the forest straight, it would take him close to 2 weeks to reach the end. And then, there was Route 2, which was a short road connecting the outskirts of Viridian Forest to Pewter City. The trip would be long enough, so he decided not to rush. Ash knew that there was a Pokemon gym in Viridian City itself. But he also knew that it required trainers to have at least 7 gym badges before being qualified to challenge it. Most gyms in the Kanto region didn't have the restriction of having a certain number of badges, but some did. And Viridian Gym was famed for its difficulty. Barely any challengers had won a gym badge from it in years. And even then, those badges were won because the gym leader was away and the gym was being cared for by gym trainers. Ash felt an odd excitement at the prospect of attempting such a difficult challenge when he was stronger. He would surely return. Cries of a Pokemon battle brought a spring in Ash's strides. He grinned as he reached the battlefield and saw a Charmander pitted against a small tadpole Pokemon, Poliwag. The battle was at its conclusion as the Poliwag had many wounds throughout its body. Charmander fared better with only a few minor injuries. A light blast of orange flames from the Charmander effectively ended the battle in its victory. However, at what met his gaze right after that, Ash frowned. The Charmander's trainer, purple-haired and dressed in a brown jacket, kicked the little lizard Pokemon disdainfully. Ash's eyes bulged at the sight, his fingers scrunched into cannons and his nostrils flared. He grimaced, unable to believe the brutality with which the trainer pumped his foot into Charmander's gut again. The poor Charmander didn't even try to retaliate. It cried at the pain, but its distraught gaze remained silently fixed on the floor. "You weakling!" Charmander's trainer grunted loudly, his teeth gritting as he shot a dirty look at Charmander. "You took so long to win against that joke of a Pokemon." Charmander grimaced, shrieked and braced itself for another one of its trainer's vicious kicks. But Ash charged towards the loathsome trainer and slammed his hand into the boy's chest, driving him towards the wall. Driven by rage at the sight of violence against creatures he so dearly loved, Ash held the boy by the scruff of his neck against the wall. "What did you think you were doing?" Ash scowled, his voice coarse. Pokemon were to be caught and befriended, not abused like this junkie was just doing. Fools like you don't deserve to be trainers. Don't you have any shame treating a Pokemon like that? That's my Pokemon. I can do what I want with it. Charmander's trainer snarled, knocking Ash's hands off of him, forcing Ash to let go of his collar. He straightened himself up, adjusting his shirt. "Who are you to teach me how I should use my Pokemon, anyway? You think you can get away with this?" Ash glared at him. He could feel the blood rising in his eyes, surging to his brain. "It's a crime to abuse Pokemon. Why don't we teach this kid a lesson, Damien?" came another amused voice from behind Ash. Ash turned around but his scowl didn't lighten. He glared down at the new guy with the same disdain as he'd looked at Charmander's trainer, now identified as Damien. If Ash were to fight these guys with his sole Pokemon, he'd be at a disadvantage in numbers. But the challenge didn't bother him, the one-on-one battles had been far too easy for Dratini anyway. Ash narrowed his eyes and unclipped the only Pokeball on his belt. "Let's see who teaches who," he smirked. "Humph." Damien snorted smugly. "He thinks he can beat us in a Pokemon battle." He grinned, his eyes glinting evilly. "Let's kick this kid's butt." The other trainer smirked as he removed a Pokeball from his pocket. Ash rolled his eyes at their ignorance. They had no idea what they were getting themselves into. When his Dratini materialized, Damien and his friend's jaws stooped, and Ash was sure that they'd have plummeted to the floor had it been physically possible. They gasped, then grit their teeth. Ash savored every moment of their frustration, before calling out their Pokemon. Damien had chosen a purple bat-like Pokemon who bared its sharp fangs while the other boy's Pokemon was a gray-colored humanoid with bulging muscles. Dratini, Ash got his starter's attention. These guys treat their Pokemon like tools. Let's teach them a lesson. Dratini sent a confused glare Ash's way, but his confusion vanished when he laid eyes on the battered Charmander. He snarled at his foes, his eyes dangerously sparkling with almost as much rage as Ash. "Golbat, wing attack!" Damien shouted with intensified rage. He probably wasn't too fond of someone else telling him to change his filthy ways. "Use Karate Chop, Mach-Hop," the other boy ordered. "Make use of your speed to dodge and then use Shock Wave on Golbat," Ash commanded, considering his opponent's Pokemon. His best bet was to get rid of one of the two Pokemon first, regardless of the fact that Dratini might have been strong enough to take them both on at once. Muscular power concentrated in Machop's fists as its muscles swelled and it dashed forward. On its side, Golbat's wings gained an almost transparent glow and both of them dangerously dashed at Dratini. The dragon though, showed sublime agility to slide away from Mach-Hop, its fists meeting thin air as it growled back towards Dratini. Golbat, however, proved faster than Ash and Dratini had imagined, as it swung its wings at the dragon. Dratini leapt up evading the first of the swings but a second one landed a hit and sent him crashing on the ground, sweeping backwards. Golbat hissed victoriously, but it didn't realize that it was only fueling Dratini's rage. "Ha!" Damien laughed sinisterly. "That's what you get for being so full of yourself." He was thrilled to get an early strike. Wing attack again. Dratini had already begun charging bluish thunder on top of his head and he let the electricity rip through the atmosphere, crackling and thundering its way towards Golbat. Golbat barely had a millisecond to process the words of its trainer before the shock wave had it screeching. Its jolted, quivering form floated in the air, then fell on the ground like a feather. Mach-Hop had swung its fists and missed Dratini again. It angrily growled at Dratini who was all too happy to roar back even louder. "Use Karate Chop again, Mach-Hop," the other boy yelled. "Hit that snake this time." Ash took a moment to observe Golbat, and deduced it could no longer fight. If it tried to, it wouldn't pose a threat. "Let's use Dragon Breath." Machop's Encore yielded similar results to its previous attempts, but its eyes widened in horror when Dratini spat flames of dragon energy. The fire cracked and hissed like a whip as it flew through the air, striking it in the gut. Burn marks charred into the Pokemon's body. "Now, Aqua Jet," Ash said, a ghost of a smile playing on his face. Dratini summoned a gush of pulsing water. The water weaved like a needle to a thread around his body as he roared and dashed at his foe with super speed. Ash's eyes failed to follow the move and he only saw an anguishing Mach-Hop crash against the wall when Dratini's Aqua Jet made contact. "What?" Damien cried in disbelief, his jaw wide open. He gritted his teeth in exasperation before he noticed the glare that was aimed at him from the Pokemon that had just destroyed his Golbat. DMN. He recalled Golbat and his friend did the same to his Mach-Hop, then threw a Pokeball toward the wall from his pocket, which crashed and broke in two. He turned his frustrated stare at Charmander to his right, who'd been observing the battle with reticent curiosity. "I don't need you anymore, Charmander. You're useless," he yelled before he hastily rushed out through the door, followed by his friend. Ash's glare softened moments after the thugs had left and he felt a triumphant smile creep in. It had been more than a simple victory in a Pokémon fight, it was one for a Pokémon. He stepped towards the Charmander who appeared shocked as it gazed at Ash with glittering eyes. Dejection soon took over as its face fell into a saddened look, its tail languidly drooping on the floor as the flames on it dimmed ever so slightly but enough for Ash to notice. Its injuries weren't severe but Ash winced at the sight of sizzling blood creeping from the bruises laid on it by the kicks and stamps from its former trainer rather. Rage filled Ash's blood again. Such atrocity against Pokémon was unfathomable and unacceptable. Despite the growing temptation to find and beat Damien a million times harder than it had done to Charmander, Ash composed himself. Carefully, Ash squatted to Charmander's level and stroked its head, the fire-type plodding its gaze to him. Ash smiled warmly at Charmander, whose face brightened as if it had seen a hero. He gently picked up Charmander, it struggled, trying to claw its way out, then lurching its tail, but a few strokes on its head calmed it down. Ash still smiled at Charmander warmly and it finally gave in, coiling its body in Ash's embrace, its skin somewhat scorching for a moment but the heat died down soon enough. "Don't worry, Charmander," he whispered as gently as he could. "Nothing like that will ever happen to you again." Charmander had gone through enough. A minute later, Ash had reached the healing counter. "Nurse Joy," he called out. "Can you treat this Charmander, please?" Smiling with as much calm as she always did, Joy nodded. "Of course. Can you please recall it in its Pokeball?" she requested. Ash grimaced, eyes squinting when he felt Charmander almost tremble at the mention of a Pokeball. "You see Nurse Joy," his gaze dipped at the Charmander as he reached to pet it. Its tail perked up slightly at the gesture. "This Charmander is not mine. Its trainer left it after a battle." Nurse Joy caught Ash's drift and called for Chansey immediately, who carried Charmander inside in a wheeled stretcher. It seemed afraid as it was being taken away, its eyes pleading to Ash, but Ash's smile assured it that it'd be okay. "What's the Charmander story?" Nurse Joy asked, leaning on the desk. "That didn't look like a wild Charmander. It was being abused by its trainer," Ash began, fists clenching reflexively at the mere thought of Damien and his ways. He dearly wanted to squash the image of the Charmander's sufferings out of his mind. "When I confronted him about it, and told him to not do that, we had a battle and then," he sighed, taking a deep breath. "That guy threw Charmander's Pokeball, saying it wasn't needed anymore." "How terrible," Joy mumbled. "But these things happen from time to time. There are trainers who take out their own shortcomings on their Pokémon." Ash glanced at her and saw a dark shadow hover over her face. "I see," logic failed him when he thought about the matter. He couldn't comprehend the reasons for trainers to act that way. But he couldn't deny that there must be others out there who did the same. He shuddered when he imagined and questioned if there were trainers even worse than Damien, Pokémon in even more pain than Charmander. Not a word was uttered by either Joy or Ash until Chansey brought Charmander out again. Its physical condition appeared great, but its mental state might not be the same. Its eyes bore sadness, making Ash's stomach sink. The poor Pokémon probably had no clue what to do next. "Hey Charmander, how are you feeling now?" Ash asked in a low, comforting tone as he bent down. The Charmander's head rose and it grunted to say it was okay. In the few minutes that Charmander was being treated, Ash had deeply thought about asking Charmander to join him. He would love to have a Pokémon he so desperately desired and yearned for not more than a few days back. But even more than that, Ash wanted the Charmander to be happy. If it decided that would be with him, great. If not, then Ash wouldn't be upset. Maybe leaving the Charmander with Nurse Joy would be a better idea. She could try to find a shelter for it, or better yet, keep it with her if she wanted. The different scenarios ceased playing in Ash's head as he petted the fire type gently. "Charmander, if you want, you can come with me on my journey." He fervently awaited Charmander's response. To Ash's joy, Charmander's face perked up and it howled excitedly, jumping on the desk as a smile played on its face. "Really?" Ash asked, his chest felt light at the prospect of having a Charmander. It nodded furiously as its tail swung, making Nurse Joy retreat from the desk, the flame-tipped tail wagging closer to her, though she grinned, and it leapt into Ash's arms. Charmander's excitement died down a few moments later and Ash placed it on the counter again. He drew an empty Pokeball from his pocket and gulped. He was about to catch his first Pokemon. Not in a way he'd imagined it. He'd thought he'd have a long, close fight alongside his starter and after a tense battle, he'd have his first capture. But he didn't mind this. He never imagined that his first two Pokemon would be Dratini and Charmander. Well, he'd thought it would be one of those, then another but not both. He tapped Charmander softly with the Pokeball and it was SCKED inside in a brilliant flash of crimson light. Ash watched with bated breath as the Pokeball rattled a few times before it finally settled and ceased movement. He blinked, then felt his eyes twinkle with flare and his heart thumped so hard that it might have left marks on his ribs. Then, it sunk in that this was reality. His lips curled from ear to ear. The Pokemon that his fortunes had denied him of was now his. His dream of getting a Charizard could be now fulfilled. Lucky way to catch a Pokemon, isn't it? He gasped out. Nurse Joy shook her head. That wasn't all luck, she grinned. I can certainly say that much. The sign pointing towards Viridian Forest stood in front of Ash. This was going to be quite an adventure. He'd just walked past the final checkpoint between Viridian City and the forest, which was also a place for trainers going to and fro, to rest. He stood ever so close to entering the woods that he'd heard so much about. Finally, Ash began the trek. He'd barely walked for a quarter of an hour before the woods became so numerous and gigantic that it blocked almost all of the sun's rays from stealing a peek into the forest. The trees around him varied in size. He couldn't see the tip of the tallest yet the shortest seemed to be just as high if he looked. He swore they didn't seem nearly as tall when he'd been on the outskirts. He felt tiny beneath them, insignificant as if his existence didn't matter. The feeling only grew when he ambled a few more steps in the forest that led so many adrift. The ground concealed itself by lush green grass or moss or leaves or petals or wildflowers. A creaking of a dry leaf under his foot seemed like the only sound he'd heard after an eternity of silence. But after that, it felt as if his hearing had transcended human levels and crept into the perceptive realm of bats under the shelter of a murky cave. Buzzes and squeaks of Pokemon he couldn't distinguish penetrated his eardrums and he felt lost amidst the barrage of noises that had his head swirl, then strain, then ache. Rustles accompanied the squeaks as a few dense, emerald-green bushes spread around the giant trees when he walked further, swishing and jiggling every so often to indicate the presence of hidden beings. Assurance that these were simply bug-type Pokemon and nothing else brought him calm for hardly a minute before another clattering of leaves or twigs would leave him in a cold sweat. This was Viridian Forest. The gossip paled in comparison to the reality of the place. Regardless, he continued walking down the endless dirt road until dusk slowly came and wrapped around the trees loosely. He sighed, exhaustion gradually creeping up on him. Ash laid on the cool, hard ground, his gaze captivated by the beautiful orange glow of the sinking sun, arms reposefully stretched wide, his fingers toying with the blades of grass every few seconds. There weren't many clearings, devoid of those thick trees that crowded Viridian Forest, and he wanted to enjoy what little time he'd get in the setting. His first day in Viridian Forest had been uncannily and unexpectedly uneventful, after the initial hours of excruciating unease. He wouldn't say he'd gotten used to the nature of it, he didn't think he would ever get used to it if he spent his entire life here. The odd battle with trainers, mostly bug-type specialists who seemed to have spent far longer in the forest than him, had allowed him to fight off the anxiety though. So he felt much better now, much more relaxed. He'd used the map in his Pokédex to progress through the woods, following it as closely as he could. He shivered at the thought of being lost. Dratini and Charmander, whom Ash had let out of their ball a few minutes back, gazed at the lovely, relaxing scene beside him. They looked calm and content, especially Charmander. Ash had worried if the little lizard would come out of its shell after the cruelty it had endured. But his fears were unfounded. Contrarily, Charmander seemed to have had a calming effect on Dratini. The dragon hadn't misbehaved as much in its company and they seemed to be getting along, in whatever little time they'd spent together. He'd let them watch each other's battles, so it could have been the reason. He was pleasantly surprised by the skill Charmander had shown. It was a fine battler and its latent potential had Ash's heart tremble in excitement. Damien must have been an even bigger fool than Ash had initially thought to not have even scratched the surface of Charmander's potential. Dratini, Charmander, Ash said, his face turned to look at his Pokémon, who both looked back at him. His gaze returned to the sky again. Someday, when you're all grown up and can fly, I want you two to take me up there. He pointed to the darkened clouds above, but he thought he could see well beyond them. I want us to touch the clouds together. They remained quiet for a few moments and Ash heard their perplexed cries, then watched their heads tilt. They glanced at the sky, puzzled. But their eyes gleamed with allure almost in unison, shining under the sunset as if they were a pair of green and violet orbs. Charmander and Dratini shared a quick glance and determination replaced temptation in their eyes. Ash chuckled at the thought that they must have been trying to think of a way to grow wings. But they both could do it. Dratini and Charmander glared at Ash and hissed and barked, tails throbbing and fists clenched in case of Charmander. The two were determined to see this through and Ash couldn't be happier to have them by his side. Maybe this was a good time to bring up the topic of names. Hey Dratini, he called out, his eyes peering into the dragons. He couldn't deny that he felt the tiniest bit nervous about this. But he had Dratini's attention. I've thought of a name for you. Dratini whirred, feverishly slithering a few feet closer to Ash. He hissed again, sparkling blue eyes gaping into Ash's. Ash chuckled at the excited response by Dratini. This was going better than he'd hoped. Much better. Kaiser. Dratini's face tilted, his gaze still fixed on his trainer. His long, blue tail quivered, rasping the lush blades of grass. Ash's features lit up at the coo that Kaiser uttered. He yanked his face away when he saw Ash grinning at him. Ah, the little devil was embarrassed. He appeared to like the name though. From now on, you're Kaiser, Ash cheered. It means emperor and I think it suits you perfectly. Once he'd fed those words to his brain, Kaiser sheepishly glided away. He appeared to enjoy the grandeur of the name. Ash shook his head at the antics of his starter and then turned his attention to his second Pokémon. Charmander happily swung its tail around and shrieked at him, a few tiny embers wisping in the air before fading. Ash's bright smile turned into a rampant grin. He didn't even have to ask if Charmander wanted a name, he could tell by his friend's reaction that it craved for one. He'd had a quick scan for Charmander with his Pokédex while he was in the Pokémon Center and it had told him that the fire type was male. That was perfect since Ash had thought of names for his Charmander, the one that he'd expected to get from Professor Oak, believing it would be a boy. Not that he had any way of knowing that. He'd mulled over it for days before he began his journey and he'd eventually settled on one. Would you like to be called Ignis? Ash asked, his gaze meeting Charmander's, who instantly bobbed his head up and down. It probably didn't even matter to Charmander what name it was. He seemed exuberant just to have one. His tail still wagged around as he growled in delight and leapt into Ash's arms. The sudden hug had taken Ash by surprise, but he let his newest Pokémon lick him to his heart's content. You like the name, don't you? Ash managed between laughs as Ignis continued to tickle his face raptly. Later, Ash had let his Pokémon spend the night outside. It served the purpose of them protecting him from threats that the wild dwellers of the forest would obviously pose to him, and it would also let them get to know each other better. The special Pokémon food that he'd bought in Viridian City for dragon and fire types came in handy as the two seemed to have enjoyed it more than normal. And they continued to savor the food, gulping it down bite by bite as their breakfast. Ash had finished his own far too quickly in comparison. But he found something worth doing in the meantime. He drew his Pokédex from his bag and scanned Ignis. Charmander, the lizard Pokémon. When the tip of Charmander's tail burns brightly, that indicates it's in good health. It said in its mechanical voice, which caught Ignis as well as Kaiser's attention as they ate. This Charmander is male. Its ability is Blaze. Its moves are Ember, Scratch, Growl and Metal Claw. Ash mused as he pressed a button on the Pokédex, then another, and read the moves that Ignis could learn. Dragon Rage. Ash read the text accompanying the name, considering it as a potential move worth learning. The move would add a counter for Ignis against water types since his other moves wouldn't have much effect on them. Kaiser could also easily learn the move, although it would be more of a variant of his dragon power which he already used in the form of Dragon Breath. Dragon Rage it was. A move worth investing in. A few more hours passed, a few more battles, and some wild Caterpie and Weedle on the way, the bug types escaping at his first sight. Not that Ash had tried to catch them. Kaiser and Ignis had stayed outside after their last battle and walked with him, chatting to one another. What Ash would give to understand their talk and share in their titters. Just then, Ash heard a few chirps from up above. He glanced towards the sky and caught a glimpse of a small, plump avian who sailed through the trees, meticulously piloting through the gaps in between. The cries surrounding it belonged to two Spearow who chased the Pidgey in rage, their wings flopping errantly amidst their ragged movements. The chase continued and Ash sprinted to follow the action. Pidgey turned its tiny head back, chirped and then pulled its wings wide while spinning back. It flew with grace, speed and power as its silver-tainted wings crashed into the hounding Spearow one after another. The two refused to back away and dashed at Pidgey, but it fought them off, first with another wing attack, then speeding through them in a show of impressive speed that left the Spearow gawking their heads in search of their prey. Pidgey slammed one Spearow with another wing attack, but the second's eyes glinted as its beak gashed into Pidgey's feathery gut. They cawed, almost akin to a victorious and mocking laugh, then swept through the air in pursuit of the descending Pidgey who had little control over its body. That all changed a moment later though, as a rainbow sheen, pretty as the phenomenon itself, engulfed Pidgey. Its body grew in proportions, starting from its wings that spread into a curl and its tail gained feathers. Its head and body changed shape, a beautiful mane emerging from its tufts. The newly evolved Pidgeotto chirped resoundingly and its glare honed in on its pursuers. Showing speed greater than its previous exploits, Pidgeotto gushed towards the Spearow whose earlier haughtiness had vanished just as they probably hoped they would. Before they could make their escape, Pidgeotto blindingly closed the distance with quick attack and slashed one wing on each of the Spearow. The two wild birds knew better than to stay and fled into the darkness of the trees much faster than they'd arrived. The calm nature of a Pidgeotto stopped the avian from giving chase as it floated in the air with nothing but a chirp. Wow! That was great! Ash exclaimed, amazed by the display of speed by the flying type. Equally enthralling was the evolution he'd just witnessed. Kaiser, let's catch that Pidgeotto, shock wave. Kaiser never shied away from a battle. He charged electricity in mere moments and launched it at Pidgeotto who'd just noticed them. It shrieked in agony as the super-effective move jolted its feathers, sparkling its wings. The attack had its feathers scrambled and surging and shook its being. It recovered faster than Ash had anticipated, and it descended once its eyes fixed on Kaiser, disappearing from Ash's vision for a moment, only a few visible trails to follow, then appearing right on top of Kaiser as it slammed itself on the dragon. Its quick attack is so much faster now, Ash noted. Kaiser grimaced from the impact of the move, but that would hardly be enough to keep him down. Ash wanted this bird even more now. Aqua Jet. Kaiser's speed was on full display as he summoned water around himself and then flung himself at Pidgeotto, who'd hung low to the ground. It tried to fight him off with a gash of its wings, but Kaiser had already jutted back to the ground by then. He snarled triumphantly at the bird and it didn't shy away from returning a defiant cry. Now Dragon Breath! Ash commanded. A stream of draconic energy poured at Pidgeotto, but it glided through the air with impressive maneuverability, wings outstretched and body floating as if it weighed nothing. It charged at Kaiser with a combination of quick attack, then wing attack and lashed its powered wings into the dragon. Ash grinned. It was rare to see wild Pokémon show such brilliant mastery of their moveset. Kaiser shrieked but stood strong even as Pidgeotto soared back into the air. He launched another dragon breath and Pidgeotto retreated further up into the clear skies that were so rare in the forest. Ash feared the Pidgeotto might try to run, although it didn't seem like it wanted to, and he'd have no way to chase it if it did. He needed to lure it closer to the surface. Kaiser, use Leer. Try to provoke it to come at you, Ash said after a long, thoughtful moment. Kaiser shot a puzzled glance at Ash, but didn't disobey. He snarled, his eyes glinting as he took a measure of his foe, mockingly challenging it to try and make a move. It worked. Pidgeotto took the bait and dashed at Kaiser, descending sharply with its glorious wings outstretched, currents of air sizzling in its trail. Now use Wrap, then Shock Wave. Ash roared. Just as the provoked Pidgeotto shoved him back with its wings, Kaiser held steady and coiled its flexible, long body around it. Ravaged cries of a desperate bird swept across the area, shaking the air in its wake as Pidgeotto flailed its body helplessly in the constraints of Kaiser. If it were visible, Ash was sure he'd have seen Kaiser smirk. The Dratini let sparks loose and Pidgeotto cried agonizingly. Ash grimaced at the pain that the bird went through, but Kaiser's vice-like grip remained until he was sure he'd won. Ash readied a Pokeball and as soon as Pidgeotto was set free, bruised, beaten and burned, he lunged the Pokeball at it. His eyes twitched and sweat pooled down his forehead as its body vanished into the ball and it shook. Ash's heart hammered in his chest. The Pokeball wiggled back and forth, until, finally, it stopped. Ash walked towards his second capture and his grin couldn't have spread any further if he tried as he picked up Pidgeotto's Pokeball. Ignis and Kaiser joined him, the former merrily jumping around as he gazed eagerly at the Pokeball in Ash's hand. We now have another friend, Ash grinned as he glanced at Ignis, then at Kaiser. Good job, Kaiser, Ignis leapt again, then stepped towards Kaiser and praised him some more. Ash's starter flushed at the cheers from his friend. The two continued to communicate with shrieks, then squealed in delight. Ash wasn't sure why, but he was happy nonetheless. A quick look at his watch told Ash that it would be a good time to take a break. The group walked a little more and soon found the shades of a large, dense tree, one that didn't creep the soul out of Ash, to dwell under for a while. Ash let his first two Pokémon eat their lunch but decided to have his own meal later. He rummaged his backpack and withdrew a potion, then let Pidgeotto's Pokeball open. The avian manifested, and Ash couldn't resist a wince at the wounds on its body. The last shock wave from point-blank range had taken its toll. This might sting a bit, he quickly yet carefully sprayed the potion on the more obvious and harsh wounds first, then moved on to the lighter ones. The Pokémon cried as the spray plunged into its feather and then inside the flesh, and even Ignis and Kaiser had abandoned their food and came to it when they'd heard its cries. You'll be good to go in a while, Ash smiled tenderly and stroked the soft, feathery head of his Pidgeotto. The newly captured Pokémon gazed at its trainer, then spared a glance for Ignis and Kaiser who both looked at it with rampant curiosity. Ignis was the first to cry out a few words, then Kaiser shrieked a few times himself. It wasn't difficult to see that Ignis had affected Kaiser positively, even making it more friendly. Their friendship had blossomed swiftly. Pidgeotto's face brightened after a minute or two, the effects of the potion visible on her body as the few drops of blood that dripped earlier ceased. A few minutes later, Ash poured some Pokémon food in a bowl and placed it in front of Pidgeotto. Eat it, Pidgeotto. It'll make you feel better. At first, Pidgeotto seemed hesitant but brought itself to steadily clam a piece of its meal. That was all it took for it to decide the food was to its liking and eat it vigorously. It must have been a different taste for the bird, much more packed in nutrients than the vegetation found in the wilderness. While it ate, Ash pointed his Pokédex at it. Pidgeotto, the bird Pokémon and the evolved form of Pidgey. It is armed with sharp claws and dives from the sky to capture its prey. Unlike the more gentle Pidgey, Pidgeotto can be dangerous. It can carry its prey to its nest over 60 miles away. This Pidgeotto is female. Its ability is Keen Eye. Its moves are Gust, Sand Attack, Quick Attack, Whirlwind and Wing Attack. That's a pretty good moveset. Ash complimented and petted his newest Pokémon once again. Pidgeotto chirped a gentle cry as she mouthed more of the food. He caressed her soft as wool feathers. The next 2 days went by without any unwanted incident. Ash progressed further and further into the forest, following the track in the forest with an eye on his position on the map in his Pokédex. His Pokémon had kept him company for most of that time, sparring a few times against trainers on their way. The trees had thinned evenly where he walked and he had more than a bit of sunshine to bathe in. Suddenly, a few rustles altered him. His senses sharpened as the sound got louder and closer. Footsteps, he concluded. From the corner of his eye, he saw a figure to his left. And behind it, was another figure which filled Ash's curiosity. His eyes widened when he caught sight of the chaser. The first shadow ran by him in almost a blur while the second one slowed down, but it didn't relent in its chase. Ash scampered through the woods, ignoring the buzzes of the bugs that resulted, and a minute or two later, he caught up to them. "Wait, Leaf," he called out. The one giving chase, a girl his age, caramel-haired and sporting a round hat, shorter than a floppy yet bigger than a fedora, stopped in her tracks and promptly spun around. "Ash," she smiled brightly after a brief moment of surprise, her shoulders hunching as she eventually leaned on her knees. Ash jogged a few more steps and caught up to her. He shook his head as he watched her chest rise and fall, heavy, sagged breaths that graced his ears. He beamed at her. "You're already in Viridian Forest, huh?" Ash felt the growing need to pant, as his hands soon fell on his knees. That was quite a chase. Leaf let her body lazily collapse on the ground, uncaring about the dirt and soil beneath. "You think I'm some kind of a slowpoke in the form of a girl," she held out her tongue playfully and Ash couldn't help but chuckle at her humor, dry as it was. One of his oldest and closest friends, Leaf was one of the trainers who was supposed to start her journey on the same day he had. Of course, Ash hadn't waited until the other trainers arrived, and his lack of patience was to thank for that. Not that it would have mattered. To be honest though, if there was one friend that he'd have wanted to meet before he left, it would be Leaf. "No," Ash replied to her after the longest time. He let himself fall on the ground beside her, still taking a few shallow breaths. "I'm just surprised you made it as far as I did." "So you did think that?" Leaf snorted, pouting then looking the other way in exasperation. Ash was sure she'd forced that. "You didn't even wait for us that day," her voice lost its vigor over those words. "Not even me. There was no defense against that. He really shouldn't have left like that, but he couldn't help it." "Yeah, that was stupid of me," he said softly. "I'm sorry about that. By the way," Leaf finally turned to face him again. Her face lighting up about whatever she'd just remembered. "Professor Oak said that you started with a really amazing Pokémon that isn't one of the starters." Her eyes twinkled with nothing but curiosity. "What's that Pokémon?" "Yeah, I sure did," Ash grinned. "My starter is a Dratini," he boasted, swelling with pride. Leaf's eyes bulged. "That's amazing," she gasped. Ash shot her a half-smile as she took a few moments to calm her breathing. "Anyway, I sure am glad to meet you here. You're like my hero now, you know." Ash's eyebrow curved. "Hero? Why is that? I didn't do anything to save you." Leaf laid herself flat on the ground, her hands pillowing her flowing brown hair as her hat tumbled a couple feet away. "You totally did," she pointed out. Ash's eyes followed her hat rolling on the ground, a short burst of wind threatening to blow it away with the fallen leaves, but he snatched it before it could. Leaf didn't seem to care as she lost her gaze in the sky. "I thought I would be lost here forever." But I am so lucky to have met you. He joined her on the ground, handing the hat to her which she grabbed absent-mindedly. What were you after? Which Pokemon was it? Ash asked. Its speed was great for a Pokemon that seemed only slightly shorter than Ash himself, from what he could derive from its shadow, at least. It was a Scyther, she confirmed. Ash's eyebrows almost touched his temples at the mention of Scyther. They weren't the most common Pokemon going around. I guess you could say this was my lucky day. I came across a Scyther and as I was trying to catch it, I found you. She giggled happily as she too, laid her entire body on the ground. I hope I could just teleport out to Pewter City though, her face squished. Ash would have been surprised had she liked Viridian Forest. He was already tired of it and Leaf had probably been scared to death by the bugs. She was fairly comfortable with most bug-type Pokemon but Viridian Forest had a way to drive people out of their comfort zones. I wouldn't mind that, Ash smiled, then frowned. You haven't tried to take any shortcuts, have you? I should have met you much earlier if you've been following the main trail. I have, Leaf admitted, grinning as if proud of herself. I did find a shortcut, didn't I? She pumped her fist in the air and let out a series of giggles. You're an idiot, you know that. Ash's tone had a hint of sarcasm, but it wasn't devoid of truth. She could have easily found herself strayed in the wilderness, lost amidst the bugs and trees that weren't the most welcoming. He groaned as he sat back up. This girl never ceased to be adventurous. There's some time before sunset. We can still make some progress. Leaf rose up instantly in alarm. I am coming with you. Ash peered at her doubtfully. You'll slow me down so no thanks, he denied. A frolicking smirk hinged on the corners of his mouth, but he held it down. As he began to walk, Leaf grasped his wrist from behind, hauling him towards herself with all her force as she used him as support to rise. Do you really think I'll let you go? She pouted, then skipped in front of Ash. What if I die here? She tittered again, clutching his palm with both her hands. She knew him too well to not know Ash was joking. All right, Ash groaned, scratching his ear. But if you slow me down, I'll just leave you here. This meeting refreshed Ash's spirits. Not that he was down, but he always enjoyed his time with Leaf. Not everyone was here and it would have been a lot more fun if Gary was present. Or maybe not. He rolled his eyes as images of Gary flashed in his mind, particularly those of him acting cocky. And if I die in this forest because of that, I'll haunt you forever, Leaf giggled before she danced the next few steps. Oh boy. This could be fun but tiring. Ash watched as his Pokemon formed dark blue orbs of energy in their mouths, one of them being larger than the other. His training to teach Ignis and Kaiser Dragon Rage had gotten underway a few days back and they had made considerable progress since. Both of them could now summon the draconic energy required for the attack and would probably manage to execute the move well enough more times than not at this point. However, Ash believed that it would be best for them to concentrate on one thing at a time, charging up power for the move, before they tried to complete the attack. And that worked. Their training to just collect the energy for Dragon Rage instead of attempting to learn the attack completely made them adept at what they did. It would also help when they tried to learn a Dragon-type attack in the future. Both of them would exactly know how to focus and get the required amount of power if they practiced it long enough. He'd already figured that it wouldn't be a big deal for them to just fire off the attack. That would be similar to how Kaiser fired Dragon Breath and Ignis used Ember. He smiled happily as his Pokemon formed the orb again after letting go of the earlier one. Kaiser, being a dragon type and naturally knowing how to get that sort of energy of course had the edge as his Dragon Rage was somewhat bigger than the ball Ignis managed to form. However, Ignis wasn't far behind. Ash was surprised that he even managed to get that much dragon-type power so quick. Ignis, being a Charmander, did have dragon traits but it wasn't technically a pure dragon like Kaiser. Soon, he glanced at one of the trees where his Pidgeotto was perched up on. She too had been training and Ash had realized that she loved it. She didn't like to fall behind to her teammates and gave her all each time she trained. Ash had decided to just let her strengthen her current moves before he taught her another. Although he'd kept his eye on two moves that he wanted her to learn in the near future, Twister and Steel Wing. Those two moves would give her coverage against rock types that she needed, just in case she was pitted against one and didn't have a choice but to fight. The training his Pokémon had gotten and the experience he'd gained from fighting off multiple Beedrill throughout as well as battling trainers throughout their journey was something that would definitely help them. Most of the trainers he got to battle were ones which specialized in bug types and some who even lived in the forest. But he'd had his fair share of battles with trainers like himself and he'd gotten a chance to let all of his Pokémon participate and get a taste of what it would be like in their future battles, which were sure to be tougher than these. "Hey! Pidgeotto," Ash called out, raising a hand towards his Pidgeotto. The flying type chirped and flew towards Ash, the flaps of her wings causing a weak twister of dirt and grass as she landed in front of her trainer. "Would you like a name?" Ash received a chirp in response, the bird hoisting her wings. "I guess that means yes." Ash pet an eyebrow and grinned. Upon receiving another merry coo from Pidgeotto, Ash let out a laugh. "I've been thinking of one for you. How do you like Ava?" The Pidgeotto tilted her head for a thoughtful moment before letting out another chirp along with a nod of her petite head. "Ava it is then." Ash cheered and reached out a hand to pet Ava. She closed her eyes and basked in the love from her friend. "Ash," came a sweet call from Leaf, catching Ash's attention. "Wanna have some stew I made?" Ash nodded and smiled at his companion who joined him for his trip through Viridian Forest. "Hey guys," he shouted towards his Ignis and Kaiser, who looked at him. "Let's take a break." As told, Ava flew gracefully while Kaiser and Ignis ran behind their trainer who'd started walking towards their campsite. "Hey there Petal, Poliwag." Ash waved to the two Pokémon of Leafs who cried in response to him. They were quite the friendly Pokémon he'd gotten to know after the time Leaf and he had spent traveling through the forest. Leaf had only named her starter, a Bulbasaur, Petal. Ash had to admit that the name suited Leaf's partner. It wasn't long before Ash and Leaf had their lunch while the Pokémon were all fed along with them. Over these past few days that they'd spent together, Kaiser and Ignis had gotten pretty close. Kaiser had started to get out of his shell and he didn't just attack anyone who he didn't like. Although, the occasional dragon breath when he was agitated didn't vanish, he had taken quite well to the group. And the best thing was that he seemed to be enjoying it. Ash took a look at the Viridian Forest map and mused. "We'll be exiting the forest pretty soon." Overjoyed at his last statement, Leaf, who sat next to him on the ground crawled closer and glanced into the map herself. "We're here," she pointed her finger to one of the points on the map and looked up at Ash. He nodded. "Yeah. I see that your map reading skills have improved." He let out a chuckle at the pout that his brown-haired friend showed. When they'd started, she hardly could tell where they were but she had definitely improved. "So," Leaf began as she sat back straight. "How long will it take for us to reach Pewter City?" Ash looked up at the sky as he thought about the answer. "I think we should be able to leave Viridian Forest by tomorrow and then." He paused as he wondered how long it could take for them to travel through Route 2, the path between Viridian Forest and Pewter City. "Maybe it'll take us another 2 days from there to get to Pewter City. I am not sure about the time it would take us to cross Route 2. He admitted with a wry smile. Leaf slumped her shoulders. "That long?" she groaned. They had been in this forest for over a week and it had definitely tired her out. "Don't complain so much," Ash warned as he hit a titter behind his stare. "If you ever say you're too tired and stall me, I'll simply leave you behind." "You wouldn't." Leaf rolled her eyes before giggling. She knew this boy better than most and she had full faith that he would never leave her in a situation where she could find herself in danger. She knew how caring Ash could be, she'd experienced his kindness throughout the days they'd been friends which was for as long as she could remember. The group had just finished their lunch, their stomachs full as they all snugly rested on the grass. The Pokémon too, appeared to be having a rest as they sat under the warm sun, enjoying their time. "Hey look, that's a Dratini." A voice shouted from one of the directions. The sound was loud enough that it had grabbed everyone's attention. Ash and Leaf turned towards where the cry came from and they found a man, a woman and a cat-like Pokemon with a golden coin on its head, approaching them. These guys appeared somewhat weird, the duo of Ash and Leaf noted. That was when Ash realized it. Are they Team Rocket? He frowned as he eyed their unusual clothes, which had one thing in common that would drag anyone's attention to it. There was a huge red-colored R painted on their vests. Team Rocket? Leaf cried in panic as soon as she heard Ash identify them. Are they really those guys? Their urgency was well justified. This was the same organization that had spread terror throughout Kanto and Johto in the past decade, and their work had simply grown. Rumors had it that they had been experimenting with various Pokemon amongst other things. They had managed to avoid the police so far, which just showed how efficient they were in what they did. These guys were bad news. That much was certain. Kaiser, Ignis, be ready. Ash alerted his two Pokemon. The grins on the faces of the two members of Team Rocket had him grow wary of them. He wasn't sure what they could throw his way, but he had to be ready. He was aware that they had started abducting Pokemon, especially the rare ones from trainers around the two regions. He had to be careful. Hey kid, the man with blue hair called as he came to a stop a few feet from Ash. Hand your Pokemon over to us. Ash didn't answer. He simply stared at them, fists clenched. This time the woman with crimson hair spoke, her tone stern and grave. If you won't give us to them, we'll simply have to take them away from you by force. She got out a Pokeball and challengingly held it forth. If you give us your Dratini, Charmander, and Bulbasaur, we'll let you keep the other two. Ash and Leaf's eyes almost popped out and their mouths became agape. The Meowth, a Pokemon, had just spoken. They couldn't believe what they heard, and only utter shock met them as that same cat Pokemon smirked at them. It spoke. Ash mumbled in disbelief. He'd heard that a few Pokemon could use telepathy to converse with people, but those were very high-level psychic Pokemon. Not just had this Meowth talked, but it had talked through its mouth. This wasn't even telepathy. That's absurd, he yelled. He still couldn't come to terms with the Meowth speaking. There was a few seconds of stalemate and absolute silence amongst them. Ash and Leaf's Pokemon growled at the three new figures who'd asked their trainers to surrender them. Kaiser hissed as he crawled forward while Ignis pointed his claws and snarled at them. In fury. Ava flapped her wings, showing that she was ready to take them on, while Petal and Poliwag too, stood in front of their trainer, ready for a battle. The purple-haired man flipped his hair and showed off the rose he held in his hand. I guess you leave us no choice, he spoke in a gentle voice before he grabbed a Pokeball from his pocket and raised it. Coughing, let's get this over with, he howled, almost in a bored tone. The woman with crimson hair and blue eyes shook her head. How disappointed I am. She murmured and raised her own Pokeball to release her Pokemon. Ash and Leaf watched with bathed breaths as the two Pokemon materialized on the ground. The one that emerged from the man's Pokeball was a purple, blob-like Pokemon that levitated in the air in front of its trainer. From the woman's ball came out a purple snake Pokemon that hissed and bared its fangs at the opposing Pokemon it saw. An Ekans and a Coughing, Leaf recognized the Pokemon but got ready to battle soon. Petal, are you ready? She inquired and received an answer with an earnest cry from her starter. The Pokemon that had materialized had Ash think about a quick strategy. If these guys were really the vicious Team Rocket that had evaded the police for so long, this could be a really tough battle for him. He inhaled and closed his eyes before snapping them open at once. He was ready. Kaiser, Dragon Breath on the Ekans, he ordered before giving off another command. Ignis, Ember at Coughing. Razor Leaf on them, Petal. Leaf cried. Let's show these pathetic twerps why you don't mess with Team Rocket. The pink-haired woman yelled as the look in her eyes changing into one filled with fire. Ekans, Poison Sting. Coughing, use Sludge on those weaklings Pokemon. The man ordered while the Meowth sneered and just watched the battle unfold. Draconic energy formed inside his mouth as Kaiser began to charge for Dragon Breath, and a few flames formed inside Ignis Maw. The greenish-blue energy from Kaiser headed at Ekans while the flames of Ignis were aimed at the coughing. The Ekans reared his head back to launch a flurry of purple stingers forward while coughing fired a dark blue stench of poison. The ember took out coughing sludge while the Dragon Breath annihilated the poison sting that were headed and then stung into Ekans, who gave out a cry. The blast that had formed due to the collision of sludge and ember too did damage to coughing, who was too close to the explosion. Just as the two Pokémon of Team Rocket thought they might get a breather, several sharp and pointy leaves revolved around Leaf's Bulbasaur and headed straight for them. They cut the two Pokémon like knives and left more bruises on them than they had already suffered. But those two poison types were far from done. They both glared at their opponent and shot the same attacks again. How did they recover so fast? Ash breathed out in shock. Both his Pokémon had been skewered by some of Ekin's poison sting while Petal took minor damage from sludge. Although, this first round had the Team Rocket members grit their teeth in rage. "You have done it now, kids," the woman cried angrily. "Bite that Dratini and get your revenge." The man, although calmer than the woman, was in no less anger. Coughing, poison gas all around them. Neither Ignis or Kaiser took long to recover after the poison sting. They braced themselves to fight back as Ekans crawled through the ground and covered the distance between itself and Kaiser while coughing bald and suddenly purple, poisonous smoke emerged from the holes in its body. Ash, though, remained confident in his Pokémon now that he had seen that his Pokémon were superior. "Blow that poison gas with gust," he ordered to Ava, and she did just that. The avian flapped her wings furiously, creating a vicious tornado of dust and grass that blew away all the poison gas that had been released from coughing back towards them. Kaiser didn't even need an order from his trainer to fight off the Ekans that headed towards him with an open jaw and sharp fangs dangerously pointed. The orb of blue energy formed in his mouth in almost no time before he fired off his Dragon Rage for the first time. The blue beam of draconian energy swept everything including the grass in its path before striking Ekans and leaving it in massive amount of injuries. "Use your Dragon Rage on coughing, Ignis." Ash shouted for what he intended to be the finishing blow in this encounter with Team Rocket. The same blue orb of dragon-type power that he practiced so many times formed in Ignis' mouth before he aimed it right at the coughing. The poison blob Pokémon had little time to react before the attack bathed him in burns and bruises. It collapsed on the ground and showed no signs of further movement. The Team Rocket member had been stunned. They thought that they could easily defeat this duo of kids and take their Pokémon away, but they had been proved wrong. They didn't even move for moments while their Pokémon lied on the ground unconsciously. "These kids are strong," the strange Meowth said, narrowing his eyes. The purple-haired man recalled his fainted Pokémon in its Pokeball before shooting off a glare in Ash's direction. "You've proved quite strong this time, but if we meet next time, it will be your doom." The woman too, let her Pokémon back in its Pokeball before she spat out furiously. "You DMN kids won't get away with this." After turning around to leave, she spoke one last time. "We are the Team Rocket trio of Jesse, James and Meowth. Remember those names because we will be the ones to annihilate you next time we meet." And with those words, the three simply strode off in the direction they came from. They were in a forest in a few seconds and everyone lost sight of the three. Relief ran through his body as Ash sighed. "What a pain," he groaned. "I wonder if they really were Team Rocket. They weren't even all that strong." Leaf nodded in agreement. "Yeah. But we did have a lot more Pokémon than them, so we had the advantage." Ash rolled his eyes as his forehead wrinkled. "Whatever, let's just get going." Team Rocket or not, he didn't care. As long as he was able to fend them off without much trouble, he didn't really care. Ash and Leaf had walked for another day into the forest, getting ever so closer to the exit. They had just had their meal and resumed their trek when Ash came across something that caught his interest. "What's that?" Ash shouted in alarm as he saw something just around the bushes. With a frown, Ash took quick steps towards the bush with a hand on one of his pokeballs. As the bush hustled again, he let Ignis emerge from his pokeball, who yelped before he saw Ash looking gravely towards the trees and bushes at the side of the road. Leaf followed after Ash, but an extended hand told her to stay still. Use Ember. Ash instructed his fire type and pointed towards the direction where he heard the noise. Flames burst out from Ignis' mouth and headed in the direction where Ash told him to fire it. But just before one of the trees was caught in the ember, an insectoid Pokemon with primarily green-colored body, scythes for its hands and thin yet strong wings flew and dispersed the fire with the help of its scythes. Although, Ignis' attack wasn't as weak as to not even cause damage to the Pokemon that fought it off, as made clear by the grimace and cry that left that Pokemon's mouth. A Scyther. Ash gasped in surprise. He hadn't come across one so far in their trip through Viridian Forest, and he had thought that he would never see one except for the one that Leaf chased after. A smirk appeared on Ash's face as he readied himself. Let's catch it, Ignis. There was a gleeful look on Ignis' face as well. Not only was the prospect of having this Scyther as a teammate was what that enthralled him, but a battle with a strong Pokemon like that was something he wanted to have. He growled at the Scyther, who fizzed back at him and dangerously pointed its scythes at him. He remained unfazed, though. He'd been through a lot to be scared of mere Pokemon now. Leaf's eyes almost bugged out at something she spotted. That's the same Scyther that I came across, she shouted, pointing her finger at the Scyther's leg. I can tell by the scar it has on its leg. And indeed, just as Leaf pointed out, there was a small yet deep scar on the Scyther's right leg. I hope you don't mind me catching it, he claimed, but Leaf didn't even bother to answer. Use Ember again, Ash ordered. Hot orange flames shot across from Ignis' mouth, and Scyther did what it had done just a while ago. It dispersed the flames but took damage from the super effective move. Suddenly, it flew across and almost disappeared, instantly appeared in front of Ignis and tackled it. That's quick attack. Ash gritted his teeth at the sight of Ignis taking some damage. Metal Claw while it's close. Ignis' claw glowed silver and became harder than steel. With the power that could break even boulders, he swiped the Scyther that was too close to dodge the attack. It flew to the other side before it wailed at the damage that it had taken on the abdomen. Ember again, Ash ordered sharply. He'd come up with a basic strategy to use range attacks when the Scyther was away while using physically damaging attacks when it was close. As Ignis fired another series of flames at the Mantis Pokemon, it used its speed and agility to fly up. Soon enough, its wings shone and became sharper as it descended at Ignis. The fire type managed to let out a few more flames right before the Scyther could hit it, but the Scyther fought through the pain to complete its wing attack. The last move had done considerable damage to the Charmander as well as Scyther. Both of those Pokemon had a few bruises and, in Scyther's case, burns on their bodies as they panted heavily, clearly on the edge of their strengths. However, only a grin crossed Ash's face. The sheer strength that this Scyther showed was something that Ash amazed. Even against a type disadvantage, it fought on equal terms with Ignis. It was a high-level bug type, Ash discerned. But it was now time to end this battle and have that Scyther for himself. Dragon Rage, he called before his eyes bogged out in surprise. Wait, Ignis. The draconic energy of the Dragon Rage had just began to form inside of Ignis' maw when he was called to stop, which he did. The cries of the Pokemon that had just appeared out of the area that the Scyther defended had made Ash to have another thought at what he was about to do. Emerging from the bushes were two small Scyther that rushed towards the Scyther that Ash was aiming to capture. Ash watched with a realization as Scyther hissed to the two small ones and shielded them by standing in front of them. Ash sighed in disappointment. I can't do that. That would be just cruel. He just now realized why the Scyther had decided to fight off the Ember instead of dodging it, which it was easily capable of. It was just protecting its children. Return Ignis, you did well. He raised Ignis' Pokeball, who was SCKED inside his ball in a flash of red light. Leaf walked and stood next to Ash while gazing at the three Scyther. Yeah. Those little ones won't survive without their mother. Ash was quick to get out a potion from his backpack and walk towards the scyther. Just as he approached the scyther, she stared at him and buzzed threateningly. She clearly wanted Ash to stay away, but the teenager knew better. In that injured state, she would have a hard time protecting its children, and even if he got a scratch or two in healing the Pokémon, he didn't mind. "Don't worry, Scyther," the amber-eyed boy assured the Pokémon with a calm smile. "I won't hurt you. This'll make you feel better." He slowly bent down and extended the hand in which he held the potion near Scyther. The two little ones hid themselves behind their mother and only peeked out when nothing came their way for a few moments. The scyther though didn't stop its fizzing, she wouldn't let anyone come near her or her kids. However, Ash collected the courage and slowly sprayed the potion over the wound that Ignis had given her with his metal claw. At the burning sensation that she felt, Scyther closed her eyes and wearily slashed the air with her scythes. Luckily for Ash, he was far enough to just be out of the range of the scythes. That had made his heartbeat rise. He was close to being slashed. As a few seconds passed, the scyther calmed down and her eyes suddenly opened. She looked at the injury where Ash had applied the medicine, and while the injury was still there, the pain had considerably lessened in a matter of seconds. She just gazed at Ash with wide open eyes, wondering what magic this strange boy had done. "See?" Ash said before he advanced a step and sprayed some of the healing potion at the burns that her scythe had. As the scyther just sat there without attacking him, he sprayed the potion at the remaining visible injuries as well. "You'll feel better soon. Just take it easy for the day." Next, Ash dug into his backpack and got some Pokémon food out of it. He steadily placed it in front of the three scyther. "That's some Pokémon food specially made for bug types. I am sure you'll like it." He'd bought some bug-type specialized food in Viridian Forest to feed the bug-type Pokémon he might have caught, but since that hadn't happened, he figured it would be better to let these guys have it. As he stepped back and rose up, the two little scyther had begun to sniff the Pokémon food that he placed, and in no time, they had taken a liking to it and began eating it. Their mother joined them soon enough, and she appeared to have liked it. Ash smiled gently and waved at the scyther, an act which was followed by Leaf before they continued on in their journey. Well, he might not have been able to catch the scyther, but at least he had a good battle. But he was really happy because of the fact that he was able to help a Pokémon, and considering that it was his own fault to fight that scyther in the first place, he felt as if it was his duty to set things right. Helping Pokémon was something he would never stop doing. Finally, they had reached the end. After long and tiring days of traveling through the deep forest which was Viridian, Ash and Leaf now finally breathed the outside air. The Viridian Forest had brought them many challenges, from trainers to Team Rocket, from Beedrill to the Scyther. But they had managed to fight off and complete their trip through the biggest forest in the region of Kanto. Now, they stood at a road which wasn't completely surrounded by gloomy trees and where there were a number of different Pokémon than a multitude for bug types. "We're finally outside." Leaf spoke in a relieved tone, eyes containing sheen that showed how amazing she felt outside. She looked at the sky and closed her eyes to get a feel of how life outside Viridian Forest would treat her. Ash smiled as he glanced at his excited friend. "We definitely are." He too was relieved to be outside. He had gotten to get a lot out of his journey through the daunting forest, but they had been in for so long that being outside felt awesome. The trees inside the Viridian Forest were just different. They were a habitat for bug-type Pokémon, and their silence did feel creepy at times. "Should we continue now?" Leaf asked curiously. It was evening, but there was still time till sunset, so her question was valid. Ash's reply was instant. "Yeah. We can still travel for another few hours. We have to make it quick so that we can reach Pewter City by tomorrow." A nod came from Leaf along with an agreeing smile. "Let's go then." She skipped a few steps, taking a lead on Ash, who simply shook his head at the girl's excitement. Another 2 days' journey and the duo had reached Pewter City, also known as the City of Boulders. Just a look at the city from here told them how different this was from any other city or town they had come across. Many of the houses they could see from the entrance were made up of rocks instead of the newly cemented ones. There were quite a number of cemented buildings that came into their sight as well, which was because of the recent development. Pewter City wasn't a fully boulder-made city that it was until a few years back, but there still remained some rocky houses which showed their culture. They were tired after their long trip and headed straight to the Pokemon Center. There, they had got their Pokemon healed up and then rented only one room. That was something which Ash at first wasn't too comfortable with, but then agreed to since they would have different beds. He wouldn't want to be stuck with Leaf and him sharing the same bed. Many things could happen and he didn't want to think about the different possibilities. The sight of the comfy beds brought glitter to their eyes as Ash and Leaf both jumped at the two beds in the room. The amazing feeling of resting on a bed like this had evaded them for too long now, and they wanted to get a good, long feel of it again. Especially Leaf. It wasn't that she hated her journey outside, but while sleeping, she preferred to sleep inside walls on a nice, warm bed. Finally, Leaf breathed out as she laid on the bed, her hands thrown wide on the bed in comfort. "This is just so much better, isn't it?" He shared the feeling. "Sleep will definitely be better here. Even better if I could use you as my hug pillow." The girl muttered lowly as she looked at the pillow beside her. The little whisper was caught by Ash, although he couldn't hear what she'd said. "Did you say something?" he asked, an eyebrow raised. Leaf rolled her eyes and replied plainly. "No. Not at all." The two comfily laid on the bed for a few minutes, letting some of their exhaustion disappear. They really loved to rest on the soft and cozy bed instead of their sleeping bags after some time. The bed was just so much more pleasant. So, Leaf began and broke the long silence that had shrouded the room. "Have you come up with a strategy for the gym battle?" Ash opened his eyes and gazed at the ceiling. "Pretty much." He turned his eyes to the girl on the bed beside his own. "What about you?" She didn't utter another word for a few more moments, just staring off in her train of thoughts. "I am not sure if I want to participate in the Pokemon League." Her reply was one that had Ash sit up from his lying position in an instant. "What do you mean?" His mouth was open in shock of what Leaf had just unveiled. He'd always thought that she wanted to become a Pokemon trainer, and this was something that he never thought he would be hearing from her. "Well, I was planning on becoming a trainer." Leaf turned to face Ash, still lying on the bed. "But after I began my journey and fought a few Pokemon battles, I realized that it wasn't something that I enjoyed as much as you or Gary or some of the others." She explained. "I did find battling to be fun at the start, but as I fought a few more trainers, I wasn't enjoying it as much. I don't know if I am passionate enough in battling." A few more seconds passed as Ash remained silent. He let the words that Leaf spoke sink in before he eventually nodded. "I guess I'll have to take you off my rival list then." He smiled at her. He respected her decision. Everyone didn't like to battle with their Pokemon as much as he did, and he knew that there were many other things she could do. "For Pokemon battles, yeah," the brunette said as she hugged one of the pillows. "Have you decided on what you're gonna do then?" he asked, clearly curious to what her choice would be, now that she'd decided against being a Pokemon trainer. "A Pokemon coordinator maybe?" "Maybe," she answered unsurely. "I am not really sure about it right now. I think I'll just take some time traveling and find something I love." "I sure hope you do." He winked at her in glee. "Or else you'll be left behind us." "Come on, Ash," Leaf giggled. "You know me better than that." "I guess I do." As Ash stood in front of two massive doors that led to a fully rock-made gym, he closed his eyes. He had done all the preparations that he thought he needed to do. He already knew about the type that Pewter Gym specialized in and had got the name of the gym leader from Nurse Joy. But most importantly, he had prepared his Pokemon to face rock-type Pokemon of the Pewter Gym. If there was one thing that his Pokemon were weak against at this point, it was rock types. He'd already decided on a strategy. Kaiser could use Aqua Jet, which would be his most lethal weapon in this fight, and Ignis Metal Claw would also be of great use. Those were the two Pokemon he'd decided to use against the gym leader, Brock. He couldn't even think of using Ava. She had no moves to counter her rock-type weakness. She didn't even have a move that would be normally damaging. Her normal and flying-type moves would do minimal damage and she wouldn't be able to help him much in this match. After a long thought about his strategy once again, Ash calmly opened his eyes and approached the rocky doors. As he pushed them open, he realized that they were surprisingly easy to push considering their size. As he stepped in, a simple battlefield came into his sight, but what had his eyes watching was a tan-skinned young man, probably a few years older than Ash, wearing a green vest sitting on Boulder at the other side of the field. As he made his way inside the gym followed by Leaf, the man who was probably the gym leader closed the book he had been reading and looked up. "Are you a challenger?" he asked, his face retaining the same expression. Ash nodded. "Yes, are you the gym leader?" The tanned man simply stood up from his position and walked forward. "I am Brock, the Pewter City gym leader. I am Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town and I challenge you to a Pokemon battle for the Boulder Badge." Ash called with confidence brimming in his tone. He'd done his research on his long-awaited first official gym battle and he was sure that the preparation he'd done would reap rewards. "I accept your challenge, Ash Ketchum," Brock said before he brought forth a Pokeball. "If you are here to watch the match," he shifted his gaze to Leaf who stood by Ash's side. "Then you should watch it from up there." Leaf obliged and walked to where Brock pointed and right then, a young boy, similar looking to Brock appeared and stood between the battlefield and the referee zone. This Pewter City gym match between Brock, the gym leader and Ash, the challenger will be a 2-on-2 battle. He voiced the rules and waited for Ash to give a nod of affirmation, which he did. Only the trainer will be allowed to substitute Pokemon. "Begin," he shouted as he raised the only flag in his hand. "Geodude, come forth for battle." Brock roared as his Pokeball snapped open and a gray-colored Pokemon with a boulder-like face and two hands materialized. The Pokemon shrieked as it looked down at Ash and waited for his opponent to be chosen. "A Geodude to start, huh?" Ash mumbled and unclipped one of his 3 Pokeballs from his belt. "You're up, Ignis." With his claws pointed at his opponent, Ignis took to the field and cried, "Ready for battle." "You're brave to use a fire-type against my Geodude," Brock said gravely. His voice contained no form of jest whatsoever. From just taking a look at the Geodude, Ash could tell that it had been raised well. This wasn't going to be an easy battle, not with Ignis being at the disadvantage that he was. Ash had to be careful here. He'd already realized that this gym match would be his toughest battle on his journey yet. "Ignis, Metal Claw," Ash commanded. He wasted no time to call for the move that he supposed would be the most effective from Ignis' arsenal against rock types. "Rock Throw," came Brock's own command. Ignis ran forward and just as he did, his claws became a little larger and shone with metallic energy. As he charged, Geodude jumped up and then smacked the ground with one of its fists. The ground shook before the rocks that had risen from it made their way towards Ignis. The fire type though was ready as he managed to fight off all the rocks with the help of his metal claw. However, that meant Geodude could retreat and he wouldn't have the time to strike his original target. "Now Magnitude," Brock called out loudly. Ash gritted his teeth at that move. This was something Ignis wouldn't be able to avoid. But he still had one move that could help him in this situation. Quickly use Dragon Rage on the ground. "You can't take damage from that move," he cried alarmingly. As a brown aura covered Geodude's body, Ignis formed a draconic blue orb of energy in his mouth. Right when Geodude slammed his entire body on the ground, Ignis did as he was told and fired the blue beam on the ground. The ground shook at the power of the magnitude and it caused Ash to almost lose his balance. But he stood his ground, just like Ignis had managed to avoid this super effective move. Ash grinned. "Awesome, Ignis." Brock was left speechless from the tactic Ash had pulled off to avoid magnitude. He couldn't believe that the Charmander was now flying by firing off his Dragon Rage on the ground, whose power had let for him to gain flight. He came back to his senses when Ignis jumped back onto the ground, but the magnitude had already stopped by then. That was quite skillful, I must say. Brock complimented with an ever so slight smile. But simply evading these attacks won't get you anywhere. Geodude use rock throw. What Brock just said was true and Ash knew that. Ignis' two attacks that would do the most damage to Geodude were Metal Claw and Dragon Rage. And for them to hit, he might have to let Ignis take a hit or two. Dragon Rage. Ash called, his mind completely driven by the battle he was in. Make sure it gets to Geodude. Like earlier, Geodude had already slammed its fist into the earth to cause some rocks to fly in front of it, which eventually headed for Ignis. But Ignis was ready. He fired off the dragon-type move in Geodude direction, and that meant that he couldn't avoid the incoming rocks. He cried off in pain of the rocks striking him on various spots, but Geodude also suffered considerable damage from his Dragon Rage. He'd worked hard on it and he wouldn't want his opponent to get away with only minor damage from that move. That's quite a strong Dragon Rage. Brock mused with a satisfied smile. He didn't come across trainers who would put up a good show using their fire types too often. It seems like we'll have to use it. Roll out. That move made Ash's eyes widen. He got himself back when the Geodude curled itself into a ball and began to roll fiercely towards Ignis. Fight it off with Metal Claw. When the rolling Geodude was close enough, Ignis slashed it with his steel-like claws. The Geodude though wasn't fazed much as it simply rolled back even after taking the damage. Ash narrowed his eyes when he realized that Brock would be continuing with the same move. And he knew that tactic. Rollout's power increased as the Pokémon using the move gained momentum, and the longer Geodude charged, the stronger the damage it would do. As the Geodude neared Ignis again, Ash shouted, "Metal Claw again!" And just like before, Ignis' silver claws slashed onto the Geodude who rolled. But the stronger move had pushed Ignis back even though his Metal Claw was successful. Ash gritted his teeth. This could get bad for him. Geodude had taken considerable damage from the Dragon Rage and the Metal Claw that Ignis hit it with, but it showed no signs of stopping its rollout. And the power of the move kept on increasing. Ignis could be in trouble. Dragon Rage now. Ash shouted, desperation evident in his tone. Right when Geodude closed in on him again, Ignis formed the blue orb of draconic energy in his mouth before he shot it off at Geodude, who was no more than 2 feet away. The Dragon Rage burned into it and almost stopped its rollout. Almost. The bolder Pokémon though, fought through the many bruises that it had suffered and kept on rolling and struck Ignis, whose eyes widened as he was struck right in the gut. The super effective move left Ignis let out a loud grunt while Geodude kept rolling and crashed into one of the walls of the gym. Ignis' eyes closed as he collapsed on the ground and showed no movement. He had fainted. But he had taken his foe with him. Geodude didn't seem like it would get up either. The boy acting as the referee glanced between the two Pokémon before he raised both his hands. Both Geodude and Charmander are unable to battle. With a sigh, Brock raised his Geodude's Pokeball and recalled the Pokémon. He mumbled some words of praise to his rock type before he smiled as he shifted his gaze to Ash again. I have to commend you, Ash. To have to take out my Geodude with a fire type like Charmander, you have trained your Pokémon well. Ash called Ignis back before he replied. Thanks. He unclipped his second's Pokeball and smirked at Brock. This next battle will be much quicker. Brock raised an eyebrow in amusement to Ash's confident comment. You seem pretty confident in your next Pokémon. Well, he is my starter and he doesn't have a weakness to rock types like Ignis did. Ash replied with a defiant expression on his face. As the referee threw his hands up, the energy beamed from both the sides of the field. The Pokémon that stood in front of either of the trainers resembled snakes. But the biggest difference could be seen in their size. One towered almost 30 feet from the ground, and while the other was a hardly 5 feet long. On Brock's side had materialized a Pokémon which had a body made of chains of rocks and a gray horn on its head. The Pokémon roared out before slamming its tail on the field, the debris rising from the ground. Well, this'll be good. Ash smirked as he eyed the massive Onix that Brock had chosen. His look changed to one of determination soon enough though. Kaiser, Dragon Breath. At first, Brock was quite amazed at the Pokémon Ash had chosen. A Dratini wasn't a Pokémon one laid eyes on every day, and he was definitely impressed by the Dratini that looked to be in the best shape it could be. Ash's call had brought him back to his senses as he yelled. Rock Thoru. A greenish-blue beam of draconic energy collected itself in Kaiser's mouth while Onix slammed its tail on the ground once again, this time with much more power, which was enough to cause the ground to shake. The rocks that rose from the ground were aimed to do damage to Kaiser, but he was sharp. Sharp enough to blow them all away with his dragon breath before firing another one. The back-to-back attacks had taken Onix by surprise and it couldn't move out of the way in time. The massive rock type bawled out at the first damage it suffered in the match. Brock was impressed yet again. This Dratini wasn't simply in good shape, it had a lot of power as well. To take advantage of the lead he'd gotten, Ash yelled to his Pokémon. Aqua Jet. Brock's eyes widened at the call of that move. At first he thought that it might be a bluff, but his fears came true when Kaiser's body became surrounded in a veil of water. Iron Tail to fight it off. Kaiser launched himself at Onix, body covered in blue water that swirled around at amazing speed and struck the huge Pokémon with the super effective move. The water spilled around the point of impact and caused massive amounts of damage to Brock's Onix, as signified by the cry of agony that it gave out. It wasn't going to give up so easily though, as its tail shone silver and metallic aura swirled around it. It fought the pain, slammed its iron tail down at Kaiser, crashing the dragon type on the ground. Kaiser, hang in there. Ash shouted out in concern for his starter. That iron tail had done a lot of damage to Kaiser, but he knew he needed to remain calm. He took a deep breath and then gave out another order. Dragon Rage right at it. Rock Tomb. Brock commanded, slipping into the intensity of the battle. The Pokémon on the field breathed heavily. They both had suffered some damage and they realized that the battle was on its last stage. As the commands from their trainers came, they both began to charge for their attacks. Kaiser formed the draconic blue ball in his mouth while Onix summoned several stones around its head that had gained a silver outline. At once, they let their attacks rip. Kaiser's Dragon Rage was the first to strike and send Onix tumbling on the ground. But Onix's Rom Tomb landed on its mark too, all the rocks crashing into Kaiser, who let out cries of pain as the flurry of rocks that smashed into his skin. Ash and Brock gritted their teeth. This has been one intense battle and much tougher than either of them previously imagined. Brock as well as Ash thought they would win this round much comfortably, without it ever coming to this point. However, they both smirked as they glanced at one another. No matter what, this had been one amazing battle and they both acknowledged that. Though, Ash knew that he had this in the bag. Let's finish this. Aqua Jet. A shaky Kaiser recovered himself and locked his eyes at his target before his body surrounded itself into a swirling jet of water. Onix had just gotten back a little bit, its eyes widened when Kaiser smashed into it with its Aqua Jet. The massive rock snake Pokémon roared one final time before it collapsed on the ground, its huge weight causing the entire ground to tremble. But that was the last thing Onix did. It had run out of energy as it laid on the gym floor unconscious and with no movement. Kaiser gave into his exhaustion and collapsed on the ground too, but he was still very much able to battle. He had won an amazing battle. The kid acting as the referee shook himself out of the shock of Brock's Onix being defeated when its opponent was not a water or grass type. Almost all of the victories that trainers got against Brock's Onix was because they had a huge type advantage against it. Onix is unable to battle. The winner of this round and the gym battle is the challenger. The tanned boy raised the only flag in his hand towards Ash and declared. You were awesome, Ash. Leaf ran from where she'd been told to watch and chimed, getting a grin in response from Ash. The victorious trainer though had taken his Dratini in his arms and began to pet him. That was amazing, Kaiser. he complimented with a gentle smile. The response from Kaiser was nothing but a hiss before he curled himself around and closed his eyes. Take a rest. With those words, Ash tapped Kaiser with his Pokeball and let his starter get a well-deserved rest in his Pokeball. On the other side of the field, Brock had rested his fallen Pokemon in its Pokeball as well. The gym leader walked across with a genuine smile on his face. You're a really good trainer, Ash. He commended the young man who he now stood in front of. Ash chuckled at the praise of the gym leader. Thanks, Brock. I thought I would have an easier time with my Dratini than I did. Your Pokemon are quite strong too. Brock nodded before he dug into his pocket and removed an octagonal gray-colored stone that shone. He held the stone-like gym badge forward. You've truly earned the Boulder Badge, Ash. With eyes glittering, Ash gladly accepted the Boulder Badge from Brock. He gazed at it in absolute joy. He'd earned his first official gym badge. He'd battled with his own Pokemon and thoroughly won against his opponent in a battle that had gotten to wire. The joy he felt was indescribable. The Pokemon that he had trained on his own, the Pokemon that he had caught had won him his first ever gym battle. This was a moment that he would cherish, and he was sure his Pokemon would too. Are you sure you'll be alright? Ash asked the brunette in front of him. He was concerned about Leaf and how she would do traveling alone. After the way she met him in the Viridian Forest, he was right to be worried. She could get herself into a load of trouble. Leaf had decided that she wanted to spend some more time in Pewter City, visiting the museum in the City of Boulders. That, she said, would also give her some time to think about what she needed to do. She thought that it would be best to have her goal in mind before she advanced any further. She wanted to know what she would want to do before she traveled through the region. Even though Ash was worried about her doing that, he agreed with her. There was no point in going around Kanto from city to city if she wasn't sure what she would like to be. It could be difficult for her to think about her goal while she traveled, and much easier if she stayed at one place. She would also have access to exploring a few things she could do. She'd already told him that she did have a few things in mind that she wanted to try out. Ideally, Ash would have liked for Leaf to be a trainer like him. He'd always thought that he, along with Gary and Leaf, would be able to compete against each other as Pokemon trainers. But that wasn't to be. Although he was happy that Leaf followed what her heart told her to instead of simply continuing as a Pokemon trainer like she had intended. When he thought if he might face a situation like that, he felt the chills. He didn't even want to think about him being anything but a Pokemon trainer. Unlike Leaf, he enjoyed training and battling alongside his Pokemon the most. That was his undying passion, and it had been since his early childhood. He'd always had a one-track mind about that matter. Yeah, Ash, Leaf nodded and grinned at Ash. It's nice to know that you are actually worried about me though. Well, he began, and took his gaze away from Leaf as his cheeks turned the slightest hue of red. I do care about you, somewhat. He was never good at these things. He would never come out and admit just how much he cared about his friends. He was the type to hide such feelings instead of showing them to everyone. Somewhat, huh? Leaf leaned forward, her hands on her hips. She couldn't help but giggle when Ash tried to avoid her stare though. It's good to hear that you do, at least. She muttered as she stood back straight, and her tone turned sweeter. What are you gonna do, then? Ash gave her a quizzical look. Are you gonna stay here in Pewter City or go back to Viridian? Putting a hand on her chin, Leaf thought about the question. I'll stay in Pewter City for a while, she smiled as she brought her gaze back to Ash. I am not too fond of traveling through Viridian Forest over and over again, you know. As expected, Ash chuckled and shook his head. There would barely be any girls he knew who would want to be in Viridian Forest more than they had to. It was bug-filled, and to his knowledge, most girls found them creepy. He could recall a few who wouldn't, but most of them would. I can't see you having the courage to do so. Instantly, Leaf pouted at the statement Ash made. What do you mean? She folded her arms and looked away. It's just that I don't feel like doing it, not that I am scared or anything. Ash furrowed an eyebrow, but soon, his expression neutralized. I guess so. You're going to challenge the Cerulean Gym next, right? She questioned curiously. She was aware that Cerulean City was the closest city, and since Ash told him that he was going to make his way through Empty Moon, Cerulean was the one that Ash would reach next. However, knowing Ash as well as she did, she couldn't quite be sure if he would go that way or simply go to another gym. She rolled her eyes when she realized that the chances of that happening were pretty low. Ash snapped her out of her train of thoughts with his answer. Yeah, that's the closest gym. Which other gym could I challenge before that? They had read about the gym around Kanto together, and Leaf knew that it was the next city, which made Ash wonder about the ridiculous question she'd asked. He clutched onto the strap of his backpack. Well, he started, turning around a little. I should be on my way now. Leaf's heart began beating faster at that moment. She didn't want to leave Ash now that they'd met in the Viridian Forest. But she understood that she didn't have a goal in mind, and she shouldn't be making Ash wait just because of her. She'd always known how important his journey was to Ash, and now traveling with him for a few days, she also learned how much training his Pokémon meant to him. She clasped her hands in front of her chest, her eyeballs growing. Take care, Ash, she whispered. Suddenly, she took her childhood friend by surprise when she embraced him, wrapping her hands around his shoulders and burying her face in his chest. Ash was taken aback by the abrupt hug that he received from Leaf. Soon enough though, he wrapped his own arms around the girl. You too, he said softly. He wasn't uneasy, but the grown BRST of Leaf against his chest was something that he'd never noticed before. Leaf had hugged him many times in the past, but this was the first in a while. The last time she did, they were much younger. They remained that way for a few more moments before Leaf eventually stood back straight. She moved a few strands of hair from her face and gazed at Ash in the eyes. I might actually miss you, you know. A smile made its way to her pretty face. Ash's lips parted for a moment or two, unable to find the right words to speak. I hope you don't, he smiled back wryly at her. We might not meet for a while now. Don't be so negative, Leaf giggled in her usual tone. I am sure we'll meet soon. A lack of goal hasn't done anything to your optimism, I see, Ash smirked before he let out a chuckle. You can't get anything without having the motivation, Leaf said, raising a finger in front of Ash, which she then used to poke his nose playfully. Ash took a step back, not letting Leaf do any more poking to his face. That's true, I guess. The raven-haired teenager turned around and glanced at Leaf from his shoulder one last time. Best of luck, Leaf, I hope you don't wander into dangerous situations like you usually do. I won't, I promise, Leaf giggled and waved at her best friend. She was sad that he was leaving, but she decided to push that feeling away and look forward to what life held for her. She had a lot to think about her goal, after all. Next time she saw Ash, she wanted him to be impressed. A few hours had already passed since Ash left Pewter City to continue his journey. His next destination was Empty Moon, and he currently strolled through the roads of Route 3, which was the route between Pewter City and Empty Moon. So far, his walk had been rather uneventful, only encountering a few wild Pokémon which he didn't bother to disturb. A look at his watch told him that he should be taking a break soon. He had covered some distance and he did feel somewhat tired due to walking in the heat as well as making his way up the slope. However, he decided to trek a little more before he did take a break. He reckoned that he could walk for an hour or so more before really feeling any exhaustion. Right then, Ash's eyes found something that caught his attention instantly. That Pokémon. Ash narrowed his eyes at the sight of a white Pokémon with green hair that resembled a bowl cut. He ran towards the injured Pokémon that had two flat red horns, a large one at the front and a smaller one at the back. There were many bruises all around the Pokémon's body and blood dripped through some of the cuts. He grimaced when he realized how deep some of the cuts were. The Pokémon that Ash held in his hand still breathed, but it was evident that it wasn't in good shape. He put all the thoughts and questions that his mind held about the Pokémon aside for the time being. This Pokémon needed immediate attention. The first thing he did was quickly got out 2 potions and wasted no time in spraying them on the wounds on the Pokémon's body. As he finished, he wondered about the question that had hovered in his head since the moment he laid eyes on the Pokémon. What's a Ralts doing here? He thought out loud about the psychic and fairy type native to the Hoenn region that lied in front of him. This was a Pokémon that wasn't found commonly in the Kanto region. The Ralts line of Pokémon found it much comfortable to live in regions like Hoenn and Sinnoh, the former being the region that resided these Pokémon the most. Although, it wasn't completely weird for them to be spotted in Kanto, it wasn't too common. The other question that troubled Ash was why the Ralts was in such a condition. He could discern that it had been attacked by some wild Pokémon, but this species typically stayed away from conflicts. Or so he'd learned. He glanced back at the Ralts and placed a hand on the Pokémon's head. It didn't have a fever as Ash initially thought it did. The wounds were still there, but he could tell that its breathing had become much better than what it was a few minutes ago before he applied the potions. The potions wouldn't be enough to completely heal the Pokémon though. It needed to be taken to the Pokémon Center. He frowned when he realized that the Empty Moon Pokémon Center was still far away. He'd have to do something else. He thought about it for a minute before he sighed, deciding to do what was best. He would have to take the Ralts to the Pewter City Pokémon Center. He didn't want to go back there and make it all the way here again, but he had no other choice. The injuries that the little Pokémon had suffered were far too severe to be expected to heal on their own. He wasn't the best at medicine either, so he had to do it. He would wait a little while to let the Ralts recover a little from its injuries, however. A few more minutes had gone by, but the Ralts still remained unconscious. The blood had stopped coming out of its body though, and it looked a little bit better than before. Ash nodded to himself as he stood up. He wore his backpack that was on the ground and bent down to pick up the Ralts. Just as he was about to pick it up though, he heard someone calling. "Tia!" The voice shouted. The same voice screamed for the same name again, and this time, it appeared that the one that the voice belonged to was coming in his direction. Ash narrowed his eyes, looking in the direction that the shout came from. And soon enough, he could see a person, a young woman, running towards where he stood. The woman appeared as if she had seen him as well as the Pokémon that lay beside him as she scurried towards them as fast as she could, her eyes wide. Ash simply watched the fair-skinned blonde woman sit next to Ralts. The woman appeared worried, he noted. After a few seconds, the woman who looked as if she was in her late teens or early 20s turned her gaze to him. "Thank you for taking care of Tia," she flashed him a grateful smile, although the expression of concern still remained dormant on her features. "You don't need to thank me," Ash said, taking a seat next to Ralts himself. He figured that the Ralts had been named Tia considering how the woman called it by that name. So, he furrowed his brow after he had a look at Ralts and looked up at the woman again. "Is this Ralts yours?" The woman instantly shook her head. "No," she denied. "Tia is not my Pokémon. Although it has been staying with me for about 2 months, she continued after Ash gave her a nod. "You see, I found Tia about 2 months ago. I was out picking some herbs when I stumbled across her in the forest. She was injured and she had bruises all over her body. In fact, she was in a similar condition as she is now." Ash wrinkled his forehead as he took what she said in his brain. In other words, the Ralts had a tendency to get into situations like this. That was completely different from what he'd read about the species. "So, you've been taking care of Ralts, I mean Tia, ever since then?" The Pokémon was probably female as well since the woman referred to it as her. The woman nodded. "That's about right." Just then, Tia grunted and shifted itself on the ground. Its eyes still remained closed, but it appeared as if it was waking up. Although, it seemed in pain. The woman looked at the feeling Pokémon and quickly picked up the Ralts from the ground. "We need to treat her wounds. You can come with me, if you want," the woman suggested before she stood up with Ralts in her arms. Ash thought about it for a moment before he nodded. He was quite interested in the Ralts and he wanted to hear more about her. This Ralts was completely different from how he thought they acted, so it was definitely worth spending some time on. Besides, he would have been thinking about the condition the Ralts was in if he went on his way without being assured of how the Pokémon's condition remained. Tia looked much better, Ash observed. She was breathing much easier now and a lot of her injuries had been healed. He took a sip of his coffee and looked at the woman that had just taken a seat in front of him. After Ash followed the woman along with Tia to her house, she informed him that she made Pokémon medicine using herbs. He was quite impressed by the collection of herbal plants that Tasha, the woman that came looking for Tia, had outside her house. He didn't know much about the different herbal plants, but the variety was evident even to someone who would be ignorant to such things. The way Tasha treated Tia with the medicine she made from fresh herbs was also something Ash found quite fascinating. The medicine also showed quick effects, healing most of Tia's major wounds very quickly. The psychic type waking up and feeling better was a sign of the successful treatment. He'd wanted to leave soon after Tasha assured him that Tia would be completely recovered in about a day or two, but the blonde woman urged him to stay a while longer. She said she wanted him to have a rest and also show him some of her herbs as thanks for giving Tia some emergency treatment. The idea of learning more about the herbs that Tasha grew compelled Ash, and he didn't take long to accept her offer. This was something that might just come in quite handy in his journey. Having a way to give some treatment to his Pokémon aside from the usual potions and antidotes would be pretty good if he found himself in a dire situation with an injured Pokémon, be it his or wild or even someone else's. Tia's recovering well, Tasha commented in relief, a smile plastered on her face. Ash beamed at her. She is, he agreed. You'd make quite a good doctor. At the comment Ash made, Tasha first blinked for a few seconds before she laughed at the suggestion. No, she waved her hands in front of her face. I am good at growing these herbs and making a few medicines, but I can't be a doctor. You treated Tia well enough, so why can't you? Ash asked, taking another sip of the amazing coffee that Tasha gave him. Making those little medicine is just something you learn when you do what I do all the time, she said. It's no big deal really. You're too modest, Ash chuckled and shook his head. Your talent is just wasted here. You could grow these herbs somewhere close to the city and be a doctor. I really mean it. No, you're just too polite, she giggled cheerfully and glanced at Tia, who appeared to be fast asleep. Anyway Ash, I was wondering, she began, her gaze fixed at the floor before she brought it back to Ash. Would you mind taking Tia with you? Ash frowned at the offer that Tasha proposed. He wasn't quite sure how to answer it. It would be amazing to have Tia with him, but he couldn't understand the reason why Tasha would suddenly tell him to take her out of the blue like this. Even though he would love to have Tia as his Pokémon, he was also skeptical whether Tia would even come with him after staying with Tasha. He could tell how much Tasha cared for Tia, and he was sure that she must have been attached to her just as much. What do you mean? Ash finally mouthed. Tasha stood up and walked up to the bed where the psychic and fairy-type Pokémon rested. Would you mind having Tia as one of your Pokémon? She asked as she petted the Pokémon concerned. As she didn't receive an answer from Ash, she turned her eyes to him. You see Ash, this is not the only time this has happened to Tia after I found it. She explained seriously. Oftentimes, she just disappears from the house. Sometimes, she comes back safe, but more often than not, she's injured or poisoned. I have never seen her fight a Pokémon before, but she just keeps on getting these injuries. I don't want this to happen to Tia anymore. She gazed at Ash in the eyes and clasped her hands together in front of her chest. So please Ash, take her with you. Now, Ash was sure that something was weird about this Ralts. No Pokémon would want to get into trouble and get beaten up. I would be happy to have Tia as my Pokémon, but, he sighed and continued. But I am not sure if she will come with me. Come with you? Tasha tilted her head. I don't want to force her to come with me if she wants to stay here. I just won't feel like Tia will be happy that way, he put forth his thoughts. But that's not important, that Tia's safety. Tasha all but shouted. She inhaled, calming herself down as she stepped towards Ash. Even I want Tia to stay here, but I can't protect it. Please Ash, she requested, her expression displaying just what she meant. Do it for Tia, for her safety. Ash knitted his eyebrows. All right, he said as a gentle smile crept up to his face. Tia would be an amazing addition to his team, although he just wasn't quite sure if that would be the best for her. However, Tasha's words had convinced him enough. I will take Tia with me. Thank you, Tasha sighed in relief. Even though she would have liked for Tia to be with her, she knew that this was the best thing for her. She had only known Ash for 2 days, but the way he acted towards his own Pokemon and the way he took care of Tia were more than enough proof for her to trust him with the Ralts. Tia glanced at Tasha and then shot a quizzical look to Ash. She gazed at Ash for another minute before letting out a coo, which too sounded confused. She had almost completely recovered and just woken up completely a few hours ago. And suddenly, she was told by Tasha to go with Ash instead of staying with her. This all confused the little feeling Pokemon, and she didn't have any idea what to do or what to even make of the situation. Tia cried and looked at Tasha, her visible eyes almost tearing up as she jerked her head at the blonde girl. She jumped into the open arms of Tasha and buried her face into her bosom. She cooed a few times as she clutched tightly onto Tasha. The Heian native Pokemon had become attached to her and she didn't want to leave her side. But Tasha practically begged her to go with Ash, and after some resistance, she had accepted. Ash watched the two embrace each other with a warm smile on his face. He was quite astonished that Tia had accepted coming with him so easily, even if it was something Tasha told her. He'd expected her to resist more, and even the scene in front of him showed how close the two had gotten. He could just make out that Tia didn't want to make Tasha worry because of herself. The two eventually parted, Tia still hanging on to Tasha's skirt as the girl stood back up. Take care of Tia, Ash, Tasha said with a smile. Her expression clearly showed that she didn't want to part with the Ralts. Ash nodded firmly at what Tasha had just told him. I will, Tasha. You don't have to worry about Tia at all. Tasha picked up Tia in her arms and kissed her on the forehead. Be a good Pokemon and don't cause too much trouble for Ash, okay? She whispered to Tia, who nodded twice. And don't get into any trouble, alright? Tia nodded again and hugged her face. She didn't really like the prospect of being without Tasha either. An empty Pokeball was already clutched tightly in Ash's hand as Tasha walked forward with Tia in her arms. She whispered a few things to Tia and embraced her once more. Then, she looked at Ash and nodded. Ash squeezed his teeth together and raised the Pokeball that he intended to capture Tia in. Here we go, he mumbled and tapped the little Ralts that had been gazing at him for the last few moments with the Pokeball. The feeling Pokemon was squeezed into a red flash of light, disappearing from Tasha's arms. The Pokeball shook a few times in Ash's hands before it made a ping sound and stopped shaking. Both Ash and Tasha knew what that meant. Tia had shown no resistance to the capture and she now had become one of Ash's Pokemon. The excitement of catching a new Pokemon was already pumping Ash's blood. The fact that it was a Pokemon not commonly sighted in the Kanto region made it all the more special. He hadn't expected to come across a Pokemon like Tia on his way to Empty Moon, much less catch one. When he'd found the injured Ralts, catching her was the last thing on his mind. Tasha's heart too began beating faster. The friend that she'd made and the one that she'd cared about for the past 2 months would no longer be staying with her. She would feel lonely, upset even. However, that was for Tia's own good, the blonde understood that. A life with Ash would be much better for her than anything she could have provided her with. She almost knew in her heart that this was the right thing to do and also that it would be better for Tia. Take care of yourself and your Pokemon, Tasha said after she'd calmed herself down. She appeared a little upset as she played with her fingers behind her back. Ash attached Tia's Pokeball to his belt and grinned. I will, trust me, and I won't let anything happen to Tia. Best of luck in your journey, Tasha chimed in a cheerful tone. I do watch the Pokemon League matches from time to time and I will surely be watching you in the league. I guess I'll have to perform out of my skin if you're gonna be watching, Ash chuckled and Tasha laughed along with him. I better get going. Tasha pursed her lips together. Bye, Ash, she waved at the boy, who just turned around and started prodding. Bye. Ash waved back from above his shoulder as he continued his trek to Empty Moon. That journey he knew was going to be very taxing and he would do good to get ready for it. Ash stood in front of the entrance to the Empty Moon as he looked at the giant mountain that had no end. The mountain was massive and just looking at it from up close could have someone scared. Ash had come here once before, but that was many years ago when he was still a child. He didn't remember much about that visit now, and he noted that Empty Moon looked nothing up close like it did from a distance. He'd been able to see the mountain for the last day of his travel through Route 3, but he didn't expect it to be so formidably massive. After he'd caught Tia and left Tasha's house, it had taken him 2 more days to get to Empty Moon. He'd reached there the evening earlier and spent the night in the Pokemon Center just beside the entrance, deciding it would be best to start his journey through the massive mountain fresh in the morning. Along the way, he hadn't come across too many trainers or different Pokemon than the usual Nidoran, Pidgey, Spearow and Mankey, along with a few other commonly spotted Pokemon. He took a long breath inside and finally made up his mind to get through the biggest mountain in the region of Kanto. He took his first step inside and realized that the torch he'd brought along would come in very handy in this mountain. As the trainer made his way inside, he found that the sunlight that entered the caves had started to get less and less. There were lamps hanging from the ceiling that provided light. Although Ash knew better than to trust these lights, several of which were broken. The best thing to do would be to use his torch and be safe instead of trusting the light of Empty Moon. This would be quite an experience, Ash remarked. Even more enthralling than the ones he had in Viridian Forest. The 4 Pokemon of Ash's, Kaiser, Ignis, Ava and Tia, happily ate the Pokemon food that their trainer put in front of them. Ignis and Kaiser especially enjoyed the food since the 2 of them had been training for the past couple of hours. Ava and Tia were surprised to say the least, seeing how the 2 devoured the food. They must have been through some really hard training, the 2 figured. Ash himself finished his lunch, a packed burger that he'd brought along. It had been 4 days since Ash had entered Empty Moon to make his way to Cerulean City, and in those 3 days, he sure had found the experience in the mountain quite satisfying. He hadn't come across any rare Pokemon except for one Clefairy that he spotted, which successfully got away before Ash had a chance to do anything, but the different caves that he'd gone through to reach where he was now was surely something he enjoyed, no matter how hard it had been. Along the way, he'd encountered several trainers and a few hikers. He battled a few of them, getting some training in for his Pokemon. He had been thinking about the gym battle that he would have in the Cerulean Gym. It was a water-type gym as he'd read, and he'd been wondering which Pokemon to use in there. His Kaiser would be his trump card, not only because it knew Shock Wave, an electric-type move that would do super effective damage to the water-type Pokemon of the Cerulean City Gym leader, but also because it was a Dragon-type. That meant that the water-type attacks of the gym leader's Pokemon wouldn't do a lot of damage to Kaiser. He had a complete advantage with that. The second Pokemon was something that he hadn't chose though. He wouldn't be using Ignis because of his weakness to water-type. Ava was the most logical choice and he'd most probably be using her. But he'd been wanting to battle with Tia. He hadn't used the Ralts in any of his battles yet. He wanted the feeling Pokemon to get used to her life with a trainer before he did anything related to Pokemon battling with her. In fact, he hadn't let Tia out of its Pokeball many times yet. He considered how she got herself into trouble with wild Pokemon, so he knew that he had to keep an eye on her whenever she was out of her ball. As Tia peacefully ate her food, Ash scanned her with his Pokédex, raising the machine towards her. The Pokédex suddenly began to speak and obviously caught Tia by surprise, who at first frantically glanced a different direction to know where the sound came from before she realized that it was the machine that her trainer held which had suddenly spoken. Ralts, the feeling Pokemon. It senses the emotions of people using the horns on its head. This Pokemon rarely appears before people. But when it does, it draws closer if it senses that the person has a positive disposition. This Ralts is female. Its ability is Synchronize. It knows the moves Confusion, Draining Kiss, Double Team, Disarming Voice and Growl. Ash raised an eyebrow and flashed a smile at Tia a second later. You've got quite a move set, Tia, he complimented, in reply to which, Tia could only blush. The ability Synchronize will be useful as well. He kept his Pokédex back inside his pocket after he had a look at the moves he could teach Tia. She could learn quite a variety of moves, and her ability Synchronize was also something that fascinated him. There weren't a lot of Pokémon with that ability, and it could come in handy in battles. It was an ability which passed on status effects such as burn, paralysis or poison to the Pokémon that inflicted the condition on the Pokémon with the ability. Considering her moveset, she wouldn't be a bad choice to use against the Cerulean City Gym leader. He shrugged to himself, just opting to choose his second Pokémon for the gym battle later. He still had to cross Empty Moon before he could challenge the gym, so he had quite a bit of time to figure it out. Would you mind healing my Pokémon, Nurse Joy? Ash requested. He now stood in the Cerulean City Pokémon Center, having made his way through Empty Moon, which took him almost 2 weeks, and then covering the distance between Empty Moon and Cerulean City in less than a day. The pink-haired nurse of Cerulean City nodded her head as she brought out a tray and placed all of the 4 Pokeballs that Ash handed to her inside. She then called for her Chansey, who quickly healed all of the Pokemon and brought them back to the nurse in about a couple of minutes. Here you go, Joy chimed sweetly as she handed the Pokeballs back to Ash. All your Pokemon are completely healed up. Ash gave her a grateful smile. Thanks, Nurse Joy. He took his Pokeballs and attached them back on his Pokeball belt before he looked up at the lady again. I would also like to have a room. Are any available? Soon, Ash found himself in a room inside the Pokemon Center which looked pretty good. The Pokemon Center sure did have a lot of money if they were able to provide the trainers with such luxurious rooms in the Pokemon Center at a reasonably cheap price. They sure did know how to take care of Pokemon trainers, that was for sure. The various fish tanks and pools that he spotted after he entered the Cerulean City Gym had astonished Ash to say the least. Not only that, but he also passed through a hall which had seats that could have an audience of around a few thousand at least. He'd learned that the gym leaders were called the Sensational Sisters and held water ballet shows. They were quite popular after all. But he didn't expect all this to be in the gym. Sure, he'd expected there to be various pools, but he predicted them to have gym trainees training their Pokemon instead of girls putting on shows. Nonetheless, he ignored those things and focused solely on the gym battle that awaited him, strolling through the building to where he'd been told the gym battles took place. And when he arrived to the battle arena, what caught his interest wasn't the battlefield which was a pool but the 3 girls, one with indigo hair, one with golden blonde hair and the third with pink hair, sitting near the pool, dressed in nothing but their swimsuits. They appeared to have just had a swim as the 3 wiped their hair with towels. Ash rolled his eyes before he walked up to the 3. Are you 3 the gym leaders here? The 3 had noticed Ash approaching them, but they didn't do anything except for just sit there and wait for him to speak. And when he did, they all sighed. Yes, we totally are. The blonde stood up and raised an eyebrow. Are you like a challenger? Ash couldn't help but purse his lips to the right at their ignorance. Yes, I am, he replied as politely as possible. I would like to challenge you to a battle for the Cerulean Gym badge. He announced his intentions to the 3 with confidence. The girl with violet hair looked up at him. Sorry, but we don't have any Pokemon left to battle. Her tone didn't sound sorry at all. Instead, it almost seemed condescending. All our Pokemon are in the Pokemon Center. If you would have come here a few hours earlier, we would have been able to battle you, but you're just too late. The 3rd girl with pink hair shook her head, her arms folded. I see. Ash sighed. He hadn't even thought about the possibility of a gym challenge being denied because of the leaders not having Pokemon left to battle with. Can you tell me when I'll be able to have a gym battle? Don't worry about the battle, it's fine, the blonde-haired girl said. Seal, she called, and soon, a white Pokemon with black eyes and 2 fangs emerged from the pool. The girl took the water droplet-shaped badge that the seal held in its tongue and offered it to Ash. You want the Cascade badge, right? Here, you can have it. You don't even need to battle us for that. Ash didn't move from his position. He was simply shocked by what the blonde girl had just told him. Gyms weren't supposed to hand trainers official gym badges without a battle. Trainers had to earn their badges, and he didn't want it any other way. He wanted the badge right now, but he would never accept a badge that was presented to him like this without a proper Pokemon battle. Thinking that Ash was confused as he hadn't responded, the pink-haired girl compelled him to accept it. Just take it. That's a genuine Cascade badge, no strings attached. You can use it in the Pokemon League. As soon as she said that, Ash scorned at her. But, Ash couldn't even put it into words. Finally, he snapped. You call yourselves gym leaders, he shouted, a vein popping on his forehead. That's not how it's supposed to be. I want to earn my gym badge by defeating the gym leader. But what's the difference? The indigo-haired girl asked, shrugging and putting one of her hands on her hip. You're getting what you want, so shouldn't you be thankful that you get it for free without having to work hard for it? I don't want it that way, Ash responded, shifting his glare to the girl who just said that. Look, the blonde girl began again. If you don't want to have this badge, fine. You'll have to wait for our Pokemon to recover before we can have a gym battle with you. Yes, that's what I had planned on doing. But you never answered my question, Ash rolled his eyes, letting out a sigh. This wasn't how he expected his meeting with the Cerulean City gym leaders to go. How long will it take, he asked, his tone calmer than before. About a week or so, the blonde replied after a moment of thought. All right, Ash sighed. There was nothing else he could do right now. He had to wait. Right when Ash was about to leave, someone appeared from one of the entrances. I will battle the challenger. The feminine voice declared. Ash felt as if he'd heard that voice before, and when he looked at the one whom the voice belonged to, his eyes widened. The girl who'd made that statement was one who he'd battled en route. It was the girl with the stereo that Kaiser had defeated, as he recalled. The orange-haired girl made her way to the gym leader's position on one end of the pool and removed a pokeball. I am also one of the Cerulean gym leaders, she called out challengingly to Ash. I will give you a gym battle that you'll never forget. Ash sighed at the atrocious remarks that the girl made. Is she really one of the gym leaders? He questioned to the blonde-haired girl. The blonde nodded jovially. Well, she isn't one of the sensational sisters, but she is one of the gym leaders. You can battle her if you want. Ash nodded and walked over to the end opposite to where the girl with the weird orange ponytail stood and unclipped one of his own pokeballs. He wasn't quite sure the level of challenge she would pose since Kaiser had almost effortlessly beaten her stereo. He wouldn't let his guard down, however. Lily, Violet, Daisy, the orange-haired gym leader shouted to the three sensational sisters. One of you be the referee. Be the judge, Daisy, the indigo-haired girl told the blonde, who nodded and walked to the judge's position between the pool. This will be a 2-on-2 Cerulean City gym battle between, she turned to Ash as if asking for his name. My name's Ash Ketchum. Ash informed her. Daisy nodded and began. This will be a 2-on-2 Cerulean City gym battle between Ash Ketchum and gym leader Misty. Only the challenger can substitute Pokemon. Begin. As soon as the last word left Daisy's mouth, both Ash and Misty tossed their Pokeballs up in the air. Out of Misty's Pokeball came out her stereo, while Ash's Pokeball revealed Ava, who flapped her wings and flew in front of her trainer. Stereo, use water gun. Misty shouted her order. Ash countered instantly. Quick attack. Stereo jerked its top limp and a jet of water headed at Ava from the hole in the limp. Ava though proved too fast for the water gun as she slipped into quick attack, almost disappearing from sight. Leaving behind white trails, Ava slammed her body into stereo and earned herself a cry of pain. Water gun again. Misty gritted her teeth after the damage her stereo had suffered but stuck. With the same move. Ash smirked. Ava would never be hit like this. Quick attack. This was simply proving too easy for him. Like before, Steria shot a jet of spiraling blue water at Ava, but the flying type easily evaded it before executing her quick attack and getting the same result she got last time. Quick, use rapid spin on it, Stereo. Misty shouted as she clenched her fists. That move had taken Ash and his Ava by surprise. Stereo spun around like a shuriken and tackled the bird in that state, making Ava retreat after being hit. Now, tackle. Misty yelled. Dodge it and then use wing attack. Ash commanded. Just as Stereo jumped in the air and launched itself at her, Ava unfurled her wings and headed towards the starfish Pokemon herself. Her wings gained the slightest tinge of sheen as she slammed them into the Stereo before it could complete its tackle. She just proved too fast for it. The Stereo smashed into one of the white floating beds in the pool, the red orb in its belly starting to flash red and then getting dim again. Get up, Stereo, Misty encouraged her Pokemon that had several bruises throughout its body. However, the water type got up shakily and made a smirk appear on Misty's face. We can still win this, she pointed her index finger at Ava. Psywave. At the mention of the move, Ash smirked. This Stereo knew more than just the moves he'd seen so far. However, that still wouldn't be enough to win against his Ava. This was the perfect opportunity for him to test out the move that he and his Pidgeotto had been working upon throughout their time in Inti-Moon. Let's finish this, Aerial Ace. Stereo balanced itself as its body became outlined in a light blue glow. Meanwhile, Ava ascended and stretched out her wings as her entire form got surrounded by multiple silver streaks of energy. As the Stereo released the blue rings of psychic energy at Ava, she simply shot herself down at the Stereo. The Psywave hit Ava, but it didn't take her more than a second to destroy the psychic waves with her Aerial Ace and then head straight down at Stereo. Although it was a direct hit from the Psywave, Ava's momentum had allowed her to cut through most of the damage the attack could do, hence minimizing its effects. The starfish Pokemon grunted in pain after Ava struck it with Aerial Ace, disappearing for a millisecond before she completed her attack. Misty could only watch with bogged-out eyes as her Stereo lied without any movement. Stereo, she mumbled. Daisy though, didn't take long to call the battle. Stereo is unable to battle so Pidgeotto wins the first round. After she shot an angry scowl at Ash, she returned her Stereo and got out her next Pokeball. She raised the ball in front of her and a violet Pokemon very similar to Stereo appeared. Misty chooses Starmie. Raising Ava's Pokeball, Ash recalled her and unclipped his other Pokeball. Let's make this quick, Kaiser. At first, Misty was surprised to see Ash switch his Pokemon. But when she eyed Kaiser, she understood why. She realized that Ash wanted to defeat her with his dragon, like he'd done last time. She wouldn't let that happen again though. Her Starmie was much stronger than her Stereo. Dragon Breath. Ash ordered, taking the first move this time. As she saw green energy forming inside Kaiser's mouth, Misty made her own move. Dive into the water and dodge it. Just as Kaiser fired the greenish-blue breath of his, Starmie spun around and dived into the pool, disappearing from sight. The dragon breath passed through where Starmie once stood and crashed into one of the walls of the gym, destroying some of even that cemented structure. The successful dodge of her Starmie had Misty grin victoriously at Ash. However, her grin vanished when she saw that Ash had a dangerous smirk on his face. The look that he gave her almost made her feel like it had been her who was at a disadvantage in the water, not him. That's a big mistake, Ash commented. He'd planned to use the field to his advantage the moment the battle had begun. If inside water, an electric-type attack didn't need to make a direct hit for it to be successful. Shock wave in the pool, Kaiser. The calm instruction that Ash gave to Kaiser made Misty realize her mistake. She'd walked right into Ash's trap. Water conducted electricity and that shock wave would do much more damage in water than it would outside of it. She cursed herself for forgetting about water-type Pokemon's biggest weakness in the heat of battle. Get out of there, she yelled in fright. Starmie. Although her Starmie was quick, the orange-haired gym leader could only watch in terror as the blue electricity that surrounded Kaiser's entire body was released into the pool of water. Sparks flew out of the pool as the water conducted the shock wave, making electricity reach every corner of the pool. Its cries of agony could be heard when Starmie finally emerged from the water, a few sparks crackling around her body. Misty gritted her teeth when she saw her Starmie struggle. "Shake it off and use Swift. Cut it off with Dragon Breath," Ash commanded. Starmie released multiple golden stars from the red core in its body while Kaiser let out a stream of his draconic breath. The two attacks met in the middle, but both of them ran through the other, hitting their targets. "Now Psywave," Misty shouted the moment she saw the two attacks collide. "Get out of the way and use Shock Wave," Ash yelled. Starmie was a much faster Pokemon as compared to Misty's Stereo. With the jewel in the middle of its body glowing a bright shade of red, it launched a stream of multicolored psychic waves at Kaiser. The dragon Pokemon tried to slide out of the way, but the waves followed him. He let out a cry, but that wasn't enough to deter him from shooting the thunderous beam of electricity at Starmie, who couldn't evade the electric-type attack. Ash knew that as long as Kaiser could dodge Starmie's attacks, this battle was his. Finish this with another shock wave. "Starmie!" Misty cried out to her Pokemon, taking another moment before she could let out a command. "Jump and dodge." Even though Starmie had great speed at first, the last move had left it battered. Using his free mobility in water, Kaiser had closed the distance between himself and his foe and fired another shock wave. The attack connected with the starfish Pokemon again, and this time, it fell into the water. A few moments later, Starmie emerged on the surface with the jewel on its body glowing in multiple colors. As Misty called out to it, the evolved form of Stereo got on the white floaters, but it appeared in dire shape. Kaiser was urging to finish the battle, but Ash stopped him from doing so. He simply waited for Misty to make a move. He knew that this battle was all but won and he didn't want to injure a Pokemon more than he had to. If Misty continued to battle though, he would have no choice but to use another move, but he waited to give her a chance to call her Pokemon back. Misty looked at Ash and Kaiser in surprise. She didn't expect either of them to wait to use another attack from what she learned after their previous battle. She sighed and pointed her Pokeball at Starmie, who was SCKED inside. After murmuring a few words of praise to it, she walked over to Daisy and took the Cascade badge from her. "Here's the Cascade badge," Misty presented the badge to Ash with a smile. The smile had surprised him. Ash didn't expect someone like Misty to genuinely smile at him. "Thanks," Ash smiled back as he accepted the Cascade badge from Misty. "I thought you would tell your Dratini to attack again until Starmie couldn't battle anymore," she said. Ash chuckled. "I would never do that and neither would Kaiser," he informed her, and her eyes widened in surprise when she saw how calm Kaiser was in Ash's arms. "But I never expected you to smile at me after that look you gave me back at Route 1. It took her a couple of moments to realize how she'd acted after their battle in Route 1, but when she remembered about it, her cheeks turned red. She waved her hands frantically in front of her chest. No, she hollered frantically. "I was just worried about Stereo at the time, that's all." But a grinning face of Ash brought her no relief before she eventually sighed. "I understand," Ash chuckled. "I guess I misunderstood you." "I did too," Misty whispered, her gaze fixed at the floor. She was quite embarrassed by how she'd acted that time, and more so after realizing that Ash wasn't the guy she thought he was. Anyways, Ash started, turning himself around with Kaiser in his arms. "Thanks for the badge. I will be on my way now." Misty was snapped out of her daze by Ash's words as she looked at the back of the trainer who'd already started walking. She wasn't sure if he forgave her for her behavior last time. At least, she hoped he did. "I left 2 of my Pokemon with you yesterday," Ash spoke up, placing his Pokédex on the counter. "Could you please get me their Pokeballs?" He requested politely to the pretty pink-haired nurse who just retained her usual pleasant smile on her face. Nurse Joy nodded once before she placed Ash's Pokédex on the scanner attached to her computer. The trainers who left their Pokémon at the Pokémon Center were required to register them with their Pokédexes so that there wouldn't be any mix-ups and the Pokémon could be returned to them easily and safely. This was a method used in the Pokémon Centers for quite a few years now. The development in science and technology in the last few decades had made a lot of things easier, and this was one of them. Nurses didn't have to worry about making mistakes like handing a Pokémon that belonged to a particular trainer to someone else. That did make life a lot easier for them. Due to Pokémon battling being the most popular sport in the world by quite a distance, the Pokémon Centers were busy day and night. Not that any of the Nurse Joys complained about it. It was in their blood to treat and heal Pokémon, and they loved their job. Asking any females in the Joy clan would bring that one singular response. As the scanner made a sound, the Pokémon Ash had left came up on the screen. Joy instantly instructed the Chansey beside her to get them, and that the pink Pokémon did that in a matter of seconds. Here are your Pidgeotto and Dratini, as healthy as ever. Joy chimed and handed over the 2 Pokeballs to Ash. Ash flashed his own thankful smile. Thanks a lot for taking care of them. You're welcome. Nurse Joy exclaimed cheerfully. Bring your Pokémon to me anytime you want and they'll be treated immediately. Definitely. Ash mouthed gleefully as he turned back to leave the Pokémon Center. Kaiser and Ava hadn't taken too much damage from their battle with Misty's Pokémon from the other day. Though, the trainer thought that it would do them good to spend some time outside their Pokeballs and in the comfort of the Pokémon Center's amazing care. He had everything packed up and he was ready to leave Cerulean City. He knew that the destination of his next gym battle, Vermilion City, will take quite some time to reach. Although Ash was patient when it came to some things, winning badges and progressing in his Pokémon journey was something he liked to have haste in, which wasn't particularly a bad thing. At least as long as he didn't get into any trouble. Ketchum, it seems like I finally found you. A male voice from nearby made Ash turn around, a hint of shock present on his face. He recognized the voice, he knew it very well indeed. The look of shock turned into a smirk as his eyes met with the one whom the voice belonged to. You certainly did, Ash chuckled after the look of shock on his face was replaced by a gentle smile. He shook his head amusedly at the sight of the person that he knew he would meet sooner or later. Gary. The boy with mahogany-colored, spiky hair and black eyes walked forward towards Ash. He wore a purple long-sleeved shirt, dark blue pants and held a dark backpack. Coming to a stop right in front of Ash, he placed a hand on his hip while held a Pokeball in the other, which he spun around with a massive grin on his face. How've been doing alone, Ashy boy? He sniggered, intent on mocking Ash with his statement. I am amazingly well, thank you. Ash replied bluntly, although with a defiant smirk on his face. You don't seem like you're doing too bad either. I am surprised to see you here in one piece. Oh. Gary frowned. You really think I am a dunce like you? He grinned before he let a series of chuckles right at Ash's face. He would never let himself be defeated by Ash, not in Pokémon battles, nor in anything else. Ash didn't show any visible changes in his stature even while Gary tried to greet him with such mockery. He knew Gary was just trying to get him angry, and he surely wasn't going to fall into his trap. This wasn't the most unfamiliar situation for him. Gary had the tendency of greeting him like this once in a while. But Ash was relieved to know that Gary was doing well. They'd been rivals since they were old enough to speak, but in that time, they had developed a deep bond with one another. They competed in almost everything since their early childhood, studies, sports and of course, Pokémon. There would be a competition amongst them whenever anything related to Pokémon would come up. Neither of them would admit it, but deep down, they considered each other the best of friends. They had shared a lot of experiences together, some embarrassing enough that they tried their hardest to forget they ever did something like that, but a small amount were those that they were proud of together. Even right now as they stared into each other's eyes, they could read what the other was thinking. It was fairly obvious what they were thinking at this point, top anyone who knew them well. However, none of them said a word for a few moments. They simply waited for the other to voice it. Standing around without doing anything wouldn't get him anywhere, realized Ash. Gary was too stubborn to just come out and do something that he didn't want to, and hence Ash decided to speak up. "Are you up for a Pokemon battle, Gary?" Ash challenged his rival, his right hand reaching for his Pokemon belt. "You were pretty pumped to beat me not too long ago." Gary snorted. "Get ready to face defeat, Ash," he announced confidently as he too removed a Pokeball from his pocket and showed it to Ash. Soon enough, the two young trainers found themselves in the battlefield behind the Pokemon Center. Both of them had their Pokeballs ready in the palms of their hands, itching for the battle to start. They'd already waited long enough to have one, and neither of them would give it anything but their best. The two had fought many battles before this against each other. However, this was the first time that they were battling with the Pokemon they'd caught on their own. Even though they considered their previous mock battle to be a serious affair, as they were still Pokemon battles, this was something completely different. It wasn't just about what they did during the battle anymore, everything they'd gone through to make their Pokemon stronger would count. All of the effort they had put in along with their Pokemon would be making a difference here. There might not have been anything like a trophy at stake in the battle, but if anything, winning against the other mattered even more to them, especially to Gary. "A one-on-one sounds good to you?" Gary asked from the other side of the field to Ash, who simply nodded in agreement. A smirk which contained the slightest bit of arrogance made its way to Gary's face as he pointed his Pokeball forward. "Use your strongest Pokemon, Ash, because I surely won't go easy on you." Ash raised an eyebrow amusedly before he chuckled. "It wouldn't be any fun if you did go easy on me." He tapped the Pokeball in his hand, which let out a red beam of light onto the field. "I choose you, Ignis." The Pokeball in Gary's hand was tossed up in the air by the brown-haired trainer as well. "Stud, go!" The two Pokemon cried at one another as soon as they materialized on the field. Ignis bore his fangs as he hissed at the bipedal blue-colored Pokemon resembling a turtle. Gary's Wartortle, Stud, wasn't one to be left behind as he too shouted in response. "So," Gary began, eyeing the two Pokemon on the field carefully. "Your starter was a Charmander." Ash grinned at Gary's assumption. Not quite, he denied his claims before he eyed the Wartortle that he'd have to defeat in order to win against Gary. "I am sure Wartortle is your starter though." For a moment after he heard Ash, Gary held a look of stupor on his face. Ash smirked at the response, taking pleasure in every bit of surprise that Gary's feature held at that moment. Charmander weren't commonly found in the wild, so Gary was probably thinking about how he'd managed to get one. "You've named it Stud." Ash sneered with a pet eyebrow. "I think it suits you." Gary blinked for a moment, then smirked. "Ha, it suits Stud," he pointed. "He'll destroy your—" He trailed off for a moment. "Ignis. That's not a bad name," his grin sharpened. "For someone like you. Do you want to kill me with your stupid taunts or fight?" Ash scoffed and shook his head. "Alright then, let's start." "Stud, water gun." Gary yelled his first command. It didn't take long for Ash to counter. "Intercept it with Dragon Rage." Ash had chosen Ignis for this battle even before he knew what Gary would be using, which put him at a disadvantage. However, he wasn't upset about it. If anything, he thought it would be some really good training for Ignis fighting against a water type. He hadn't had too many chances to test Ignis against strong water-type Pokemon, except for the Cerulean gym match, which he thought wouldn't be the best choice since he had to win the gym match. This was the perfect opportunity. On the field, Ignis opened his maw and charged purplish-blue draconic power, which soon formed into a ball. A jet of water soon fired by Stud soon headed towards the lizard Pokemon. Ignis was ready to fend off the water-type move with his strong dragon-type move though. The Dragon Rage and Water Gun collided, the water dissipating in the air. "Water Gun again," Gary ordered. He had a huge advantage in terms of type, and he wasn't about to go to any other strategy after just one failed attack. Stud opened his mouth wide and brought forth a stream of water that he aimed at Ignis across the field. However, just as the water gun neared, Ash made his move. "Dodge it," Ash said nonchalantly, almost as if he was sure that the water gun wouldn't hit his Pokémon. And Ignis lived up to his expectations, showing his agility and speed by running forwards and then leaping out of the way at the last moment. Gary appeared astounded by how fast Ignis was. He wasn't stupid enough to expect his Wartortle, a Pokémon that relied on its bulk and power to outspeed a fast and nimble Pokémon like a Charmander, but he probably didn't predict Ignis to be this fast. While Gary thought about his next move though, Ash used the couple of seconds he got to advance. Dragon Rage quick. That command got Gary's attention as he got back to his senses. "Withdraw," he called. Stud surely wasn't fast enough to evade the blue beam of energy that Ignis had just shot, and he made the best move possible. That was the reason Gary had gone for a defensive move. Ash felt his heart race even more. The turtle Pokémon straightened his body before he hid inside his steel-like hard shell. The Dragon Rage struck him, resulting in Stud yelling out in pain. Withdraw raised the defense of the Pokémon that used it, but it didn't eliminate the entire damage that the attack could do. Nevertheless, the damage that Stud suffered wasn't going to faze him. The two Pokémon stared at one another again, as they waited for their trainers to give them another command. The Wartortle snarled at his opponent while Ignis dangerously pointed his claws forward. "Ember," Ash called calmly. Ignis wasted no time and brought forth flames from the bottom of his being and instantly let them rip across the field at Stud. Gary waited just long enough for the Ember attack to be fired from his opponent's Pokémon before he opened his mouth. "Such attacks won't get you anywhere, Ash," he sighed as if disappointed before he turned his full attention to the battle with eyes which clearly showed the fire he had for Pokémon battles. "Stud, blow that away with rapid spin." And just as he said, Stud tucked himself inside his shell once again and began spinning around rapidly. The flames, as hot scorching as they were harmlessly swung away and dissipated. However, Ash smirked instantly. Now Dragon Rage. And Ignis was ready to attack. The flames of Dragon Rage formed inside his mouth as his mouth gaped in the direction at Stud, who just stopped its rapid spin. The speed at which Ignis had prepared himself for his next attack after Ember had taken Gary by surprise. Before he could think of a possible way for Stud to avoid the dragon-type move, the blue and black beam of energy turned into the shape of a dragon and walloped powerfully onto Stud. "Hang in there, Stud!" A worried Gary screamed. His concern for the turtle Pokémon wasn't without reason. His started had suffered a serious blow from the intense raging power of the dragons, and the bruises on its body that laid on the ground made it evident. For a moment after Ignis's attack had completed, Ash's jaw almost dropped. His mouth went agape when he saw that Ignis's Dragon Rage had taken the shape of a dragon, a sign that the Pokémon had all but mastered the move completely. Dragon Rage was one of the few dragon-type moves whose mastery could be told apart from the way it was executed. If the Pokémon had just learned the move, it was just a draconic beam of energy, while the form which Ignis just demonstrated was almost the perfect one. The fire-type Kanto starter of Ash's had gotten his Dragon Rage to this level of power sooner than Ash had expected. Even Kaiser, who was a specific dragon-type Pokémon, hadn't grasped this amount of proficiency yet. Ash beamed proudly at Ignis. "That was amazing, Ignis," he praised the lizard Pokémon before a serious expression again made its way to his face. He had already achieved what he would have liked from this battle, to get Ignis used to fighting strong water-type Pokémon. Although Ash remained aware of the fact that the battle wasn't won yet. It was far from over. Gary took a deep breath before flicking his hair. Stud could take more as evidenced by it standing up on its feet again, ready for round tackle. Gary shouted. "Don't let it hit you. Scratch it." Ash commanded. It wouldn't be a bad idea to go for the kill and use Dragon Rage once more against any other trainer, but he knew this was Gary he was fighting against. He assumed that the Oak would have already devised a counter for it. Ash had to make sure he used his next Dragon Rage to catch Gary by surprise. Catching Gary off guard again wouldn't be too likely, he realized however, at the type disadvantage he was in considering that Dragon Rage was the only strong move that Ignis had to counter against a water type right now, it was his only choice. Both the Pokémon scurried forward as their trainers ordered them to, Ignis with his sharp claws in front of his face and Stud building power in his entire body. Just as they came into each other's range, Ignis swiped Stud's face but the water type fought the pain to slam his shell into the Charmander. The force of the attack drove the Ignis back in a tumble towards Ash though he regained traction soon enough, digging his claws into the surface. Silence shrouded the battlefield for a few moments that passed by. The two Pokémon as well as their trainers defiantly glared at one another, everyone was impressed. Time to end this. Gary declared confidently, confidence that could so easily be misunderstood as arrogance. Water Pulse. The moment the name of the attack left Gary's lips, Ash's hair stood on end. Water Pulse was probably the best move that Gary's Stud knew and he had saved it for last. Ash knew that getting through this wasn't going to be easy. He glanced at Ignis intently as he smiled. Now Ignis, use Dragon Rage at full power. We'll win this. Stud had already formed a swirling ball of pure blue water inside of his mouth and just in a matter of a few small seconds, it had grown into the size as Stud's face. He'd probably worked hard perfecting that move and even harder to get it to a point that it could be sure to give it the win. Meanwhile, Ignis charged up every ounce of draconic energy he could gather from inside of him and readied his attack. Of course, Stud had already flung its water pulse towards its enemy, but Ignis wasn't much behind. Just in the next second, he fired his Dragon Rage, which like last time took the shape of a dragon soon. The two attacks met midfield and the Dragon Rage threatened to burn out the water pulse into steam. However, just then, the ball of water burst into a swirling and pulsating stream itself that easily ate the blue energy beam, the entire water soaking Ignis. The fire type cried out agonizingly as the water immersed over his fiery tail and body. And that was all Ignis could take, his resistance had reached its limit. The flame Pokémon fell on the ground, face first and eyes closed. The unmoving body of Ignis made Ash wince. A wry smile followed before he raised his Pokeball where his unconscious Pokémon laid. He let out a sigh as the ball sucked in Ignis in a red flash of light. He'd lost the battle, but he was sure that Ignis had grown a lot stronger after it. The way he'd fought and the power he displayed even against a Pokémon which stood at such a big advantage against him would be enough to make any trainer proud. Meanwhile, Gary stroked Stud and praised his Pokémon who'd given him the first victory in his Pokémon rivalry against Ash. Great job, Stud, he complimented with a massively joyful grin on his features. As Gary recalled Stud, Ash walked up to him. The duo shared an intense glare for a few moments before both of them let out a small series of laughs. The joy they gained after the battle could only be described by the satisfied expressions they had on their faces. Although at first, Ash might have thought that winning the match was his goal, he'd quickly realized that it wasn't. And he was sure Gary felt the same. Once again, he understood why he loved Pokémon battling so much, the excitement he felt during the battle was something no one could explain in words. It was something that he could never have enough of. Ash offered Gary, who was knelt on the ground after he'd just finished talking to his victorious starter, a hand. The brown-haired rival of Ash's blinked in surprise before he eventually grabbed the offered hand and stood back up straight. That was more fun than I'd expected, Ash admitted with a smile on his face. Gary chuckled at the unexpected statement that came out of Ash's mouth. I admit, it was much more fun than I ever had fighting you with those little Pokémon in the lab. He shook his head in levity as he remembered all the fights he'd had with Ash back then. Hey Gary, Ash called as he turned around towards the Pokémon Center. I haven't had anything to eat yet so I am heading to the cafeteria. You coming? He offered. He knew that they would be going their separate ways soon and he didn't mind having a little chat with Gary before then. It wasn't as if he had anything better to do while he had his breakfast. Gary raised an eyebrow at Ash's suggestion. Sure, he accepted but smirked as he started walking. You're paying. Ash couldn't help but sigh at that. But he didn't mind. So, Ash, tell me, Gary began, eating a bite of his sandwich. How many Pokemon have you caught? It was a question that didn't surprise Ash. He saw this coming from a million miles away. I've caught 3. He replied truthfully. He took a sip of his coffee, containing extra sugar, the way he liked, and spoke again. So, I have 4 in total. He finished as he wrinkled his forehead to look at Gary. What about you? He questioned. A smirk arose on Gary's face at that. I already have 6, he chuckled, clearly content with his achievement and more so, another victory over Ash. It seems like you even lost this to me. Ash rolled his eyes, ignoring Gary's taunt. The guy in front of him wouldn't be Gary if he didn't have such statements to say to his rival. He simply smiled calmly, but the continued laughter didn't go too well with him. Don't you think that you're being a little too happy simply because of that? Not at all. Gary exclaimed. The self-proclaimed Pokemon Master is losing a lot these days. He pointed a finger at Ash, still seemingly unable to control his laughter. There was no comment from Ash even though Gary appeared to be enjoying his taunting. The reason for that was because he was still somewhat embarrassed of the few times he used to shout out the words, "I'll be a Pokemon Master," out loud in his childhood whenever he felt overexcited. He'd stopped doing that after he was about 6 to 7 years old, but Gary never forgot about it. Ash simply sipped in more of his coffee without uttering a word. If he wanted to, he could ignore Gary for as long as he wanted without feeling the least bit agitated. That was the extent to which he'd gotten used to Gary. Anyway, Gary, Ash finally broke the silence, narrowing his eyes at Gary. Have you heard from him yet? Gary shook his head immediately. Nah, he denied with a shrug. That guy is probably too busy with his Pokemon training to give us a call. And since we don't know where exactly he'll be, we can't call him either. He scorned at the ceiling, the irritation he felt evident in his eyes. So much for keeping in touch. I see, Ash mumbled in thought as silence shrouded the two. Drinking the last bit of coffee, he sighed and stood up abruptly. No point in thinking about it anymore. We will see him sometime soon, anyway. He'll most probably be participating in the Indigo League this year. Gary beamed as he too rose up from his seat. I guess so. I am gonna be leaving Cerulean today, Ash informed his longtime rival. When are you gonna leave? You already have the gym badge. Gary placed a hand on his chin and thought about his plans going forward. Yeah, I already have the Cascade badge and it's not like there's anything else to do in this city. He mused and nodded to himself. I'll leave today too. He pointed his index finger at Ash defiantly. And don't even tell me to travel with you. I am not going to do that. He spoke out the last statement in a tone different to his usual speech, highlighting what he would never do, even if his life depended on it. Huh? Ash raised an eyebrow, somewhat confused at Gary's sudden outburst. He never planned on asking Gary to come along, he'd be better off alone anyway. His surprise was intensified by the fact that it was Gary saying those words. He wouldn't be if this were some of his other friends whose personality matched that sort of behavior, but not Gary. The raven-haired trainer sighed, concluding that it was just another act his longtime rival did to taunt him. I never would ask you to. Anyone but you. Are you leaving right now? Gary questioned, curious to what his rival would do next. Ash nodded. Yeah, it's not like I have anything to do in Cerulean either. See ya, then. Gary waved his hand at Ash. I am gonna give Gramps a call before I head out. Professor Oak. Ash named the grandfather of his rival, Gary Oak. He bit his tongue lightly as he appeared to have been reminded something. I haven't called him or Mom since I left. Maybe I should show him my face to let him know I am alive and well. You look good as well, Ash, Professor Oak grinned from across the video phone in the Pokemon Center. Yes, Professor, Ash smiled back. They'd been on call with Professor Oak for about 5 minutes now and Gary had already talked to him about the things he needed to. Gary had been keeping in touch with the professor and the two Oaks talked about some Pokédex-related stuff that Gary had questions about. Professor Oak was pleasantly surprised to see that Ash and Gary seemed to be getting along better than they did in his lab. Gary especially, was always keen to get ahead of Ash, but there were no signs of that at this point. The gray-haired researcher realized that the two had matured and weren't the same little kids that caused him so much trouble until a few years ago. Well, their passion for Pokémon was one thing that hadn't changed. The two kids would end up becoming something special, he always believed that and still did. And with the way things were going, and the progress they had made in their short journeys so far, they were right on track in proving him right. "You've captured some interesting Pokémon, Ash," Professor Oak said. He got notified whenever a trainer who had gotten his identification from him captured a Pokémon, so he knew about all of the Pokémon they had caught. The same was true for Ash. "You weren't able to get a Ignis as your starter, but you did manage to catch one." Ash rubbed the back of his head unintentionally. "Yeah, I got lucky with him." Professor Oak nodded before he spoke again. "Anyway, there is young and talented Pokémon researcher who doesn't live far from Cerulean. And since you two are in Cerulean City, why don't you pay him a visit?" "A Pokémon researcher?" Gary narrowed his eyes as he leaned towards the telephone screen. "His name is Bill," Oak informed. "And he is the guy who has invented the Pokémon transfer system. He already knows about you two and you are sure to learn a few things from him." "Nah," Gary looked away uninterestedly. As he saw Ash and his grandfather look at him with doubtful eyes, he decided to explain the reason for his denial. "I already have a schedule that I am going to follow till I reach Vermilion. There's the SS and leaving on March 25th and I can't miss it." He elaborated his situation. He would definitely go visit Bill had it not be for this reason, but he was genuinely excited to go to the island that the SS and would take him to. "I surely won't be able to reach Vermilion, win the badge and be in time for SSN. The Pokémon I can catch there are far more important to me." New trainers in the Kanto region usually began their Pokémon journeys in the mid of January. Ash had begun his on January 10th and it was already February. "I'll go see Bill, Professor." Ash spoke, driving the professor's attention away from Gary. He had a determined smile on his face as he looked at the professor. "I am not in a hurry to reach Vermilion." He turned his gaze to Gary and smirked at his rival. "Unlike Gary, I value this opportunity to meet the person who made something as amazing as the Pokémon transfer system." Gary shrugged. "Well, of course," he grinned as if to provoke Ash and leaned his face towards him. "Just be ready to be in awe of the Pokémon I defeat you with next time, Ashy boy." Ash rolled his eyes. "Sure. Go catch 'em like you used to try and catch those Rattata." On the video screen, Professor Oak shook his head, realizing that the assumption he made earlier about Ash and Gary getting along well couldn't be farther from the truth. He cleared his throat to get the attention of the two trainers from his town back to him, which he successfully did. The two youngsters from the town of Pallet straightened themselves as soon as they made eye contact with Professor Samuel Oak. His stern gaze didn't make them too comfortable. They knew that look all too well from the days they had spent in his lab. They were once his students, and if there was one thing that they knew about him, it was that never make him angry. The fear that they felt when they were younger had almost reappeared. A few seconds of silence passed by, in which neither Ash nor Gary uttered a word or moved from their positions, before the professor finally opened his mouth again. "It's not a big deal if you don't want to go meet Bill, Gary. I just thought that it would be a good experience for you two to meet someone like him," he explained, his expression relaxing and a smile creeping on his wrinkled face. "As for you, Ash," he called Ash, who immediately turned all his attention towards him, not that he was not paying attention to him earlier. "I think you will get along with Bill." He nodded twice to himself. "He is much like you in a few ways." "He is?" Ash raised an eyebrow along with his query. Oak nodded. "And don't let the fact that he is the inventor of the Pokémon transfer system fool you. He is just a few years older than you." "Whoa. No way." Gary yelped in amazement. He didn't expect someone who'd made something so significant in the Pokemon world to be so young. This person truly had his attention now. That can't be. Ash was equally as surprised, evident by the small jump he did at the statement from Samuel Oak. The Pokemon professor laughed out in mirth at the reactions from the two. That's true. Just as he was about to continue, the sound of the doorbell came from the professor's lab. He turned back to take a look at his clock. I wasn't expecting anyone. He mumbled to himself and turned back to the call. So you two, be careful and make sure you don't do things that aren't for you. He wore a serious expression as he said that. You're still new trainer and there are things that you don't know anything about in this world. Not all people and Pokemon are as harmless and tame as most of the ones you've met so far. And give me a call if you're stuck. Goodbye. With a wave of his hand, the Pokemon researcher from the town of Pallet ended the call as the telephone screen in the Cerulean City Pokemon Center went blank. Ash and Gary sighed in unison, finally relaxing their tensed bodies. They hadn't been this scared for quite some time now, and this simply a reminder to them that Professor Oak still retained the feature that would have them scared to death a few years back. Gramps can be so difficult sometimes, Gary breathed in relief as he wiped some sweat off his forehead. Just as relieved, Ash agreed wholeheartedly as he nodded thrice instantly. He sure can. Ash, Gary started as he grabbed his backpack from the table beside him. There's no point in me hanging around here. He turned back his neck as he grinned almost arrogantly at Ash. You better make sure that you're ready when we meet next time, Ashy boy, he declared, his eyes containing a sheen that was visible during his Pokemon battle with Ash earlier. Sayonara. At this point, Ash was too tired of Gary's antics to give him any heed. Sure, I'll try my best. He shrugged off nonchalantly and smirked off at his rival. And those were the last words that were spoken between the two youngsters from Pallet Town, as the Gary immediately left the Pokemon Center and disappeared from Ash's sight. Ash hadn't expected to have such a long morning. It had been quite exhausting for him, first the battle with Gary and then a reminder of the old Professor Oak. Although he couldn't say that he hadn't enjoyed it. It was just the kind of tiring joy a kid got from playing all day in an amusement park. Worn out, Ash let his shoulders slump before allowing his body to fall on the sofa he stood next to. He sighed and then snickered as he thought of the events that had happened today. But what excited him most was the things to come. A meeting with Bill, someone who even Professor Oak held in such high regards, was something to look forward to. And having seen how Gary had trained his Pokemon, he couldn't wait for a rematch. That would be exciting, and next time, he wouldn't be using a Pokemon just so it could learn. The next time he had a Pokemon battle with Gary, he would play to win. As Ash glanced up towards the sky, he realized that the sun was about to set and it'd be best to call it a day soon. He'd walked non-stop since afternoon and although he wasn't too tired yet, he still discerned that it would be best not to push it. It would be getting dark soon as well and he didn't want to lose his way out here. He decided to call it a day as soon as he found a good enough clearing to set up a camp. It was dangerous to just sleep just anywhere and he wasn't about to risk it. After Gary had left Cerulean City, Ash had waited in the Pokemon Center till he had lunch. Immediately after that though, he too, left the City of Flowers. He was quite excited to meet Bill, the Pokemon researcher who developed the Pokemon transfer system and the one that Professor Oak talked so highly about, and one from whom he hoped he would learn a few things about it. Such opportunities didn't come all the time. After a few minutes' stroll along the river that flowed through Cerulean and halfway into Route 5, something caught Ash's eye. He came to a stop when he saw a few people, about 8 to 10, standing along the bank of the river. They appeared to be looking across the river with shocked expressions on their faces, and when Ash followed their gaze, his eyes widened. On the other side of the river, there appeared a big cave that spread through the area. The cave in itself didn't cause Ash to be surprised, but rather, it was the people who stood at the entrance of the cave that got his attention. He recognized the uniforms that most of those people wore, a gray suit with a massive red colored R on the front and back. That's Team Rocket, He spat out as he fastened his march and walked over to where all the people stood and watched the events unfold. Team Rocket had been continuously appearing on the news for the past few years and everyone had at least some idea of who they were. Their crimes of Pokémon theft, attack on Pokémon reserves among other heinous activities had spread terror all throughout the region of Kanto. Ash carried a deep-seated hatred for them. It wasn't just about their acts towards Pokémon that contributed towards that fact, it was far more complex for him. He eyed the Team Rocket members that talked on the outside of the cave with disdain. They drove him up the wall as he gritted his teeth, aware that whatever those guys were up to, it wasn't anything good. There appeared to be several members of Team Rocket guarding the entrance to the cave while two of them worked on a laptop set beside the entrance. There were also two Team Rocket helicopters on the other side of the river in which they had probably arrived. The way it was set up, it seemed as if Team Rocket had some business inside the cave. These guys are really up to something big. One of the people who watched Team Rocket thought out loud. He effectively got Ash's attention as the trainer turned to look at the middle-aged man. I thought that it was just something that the media had been making up to get ratings, but... You're talking about Team Rocket? Ash raised an eyebrow as he questioned the man. Receiving a nod of affirmation from him, Ash cringed. Those BSTRDS don't have a care in the world about what happens to Pokémon or anyone besides them. For that matter, he expressed his views, hatred the only emotion in his tone. Acting as if the world exists for them. From his words and expression alone, the man could notice how much Ash despised Team Rocket. He couldn't help but wonder what could Team Rocket had done to evoke so much anger from a mere boy, who he could tell was a Pokémon trainer, a new one at that. The man shook his head in resentment. The exploits of Team Rocket were far too cruel for him to even come to terms with. He could only think about how many others there existed who hated Team Rocket just as much as the boy next to him did. Suddenly, a young man came running from the direction of the forest. "I've called the police," he shouted to everyone who stood on the river bank. The man came to a halt next to the others, hands on his knees as he took heavy breaths. The arrival of the man made Ash ask a question. When did Team Rocket get here? The way in which he spoke appeared to be more normal than what he did a minute ago. Ash knew well enough to not take his rage out on people who didn't deserve it. "It's just been over half an hour," the man next to him answered with a hand on his chin. "We were working nearby and we heard some helicopters flying in. And with that big symbol of theirs, there was no doubt who they were. What could they be up to here?" Ash queried to no one in particular. He narrowed his eyes and thought about the reason that Team Rocket could be at a place like this. What could they want from a cave in Cerulean City? It had to be a Pokémon. A rare Pokémon that Team Rocket knew they would find here. Is there something that Team Rocket could want from that cave? The Pallet Town native trainer asked the man that stood beside him. "Oh yes, surely there is." He was immediate in his response. "That cave is no ordinary cave," the man explained, folding his arms. "You might not notice it, but that's a big dungeon. It has floors underground too, and..." Right as the man paused, Ash's curiosity rose. "And? There are some pretty strong Pokémon living in there," he finished, causing Ash's eyes to widen. "Not just in the Cerulean cave but even behind the cave. And Team Rockets always went after strong Pokémon to use. If they manage to do it here, it won't be the first time. I didn't even know that there was such a place near Cerulean City." Ash eyed the cave again, his thoughts different from what they were a few minutes ago. "Cerulean Cave, huh? You people think you're very smart, do you?" A voice suddenly interrupted the small crowd of men that had gathered on the river bank. All the attention of the people that was focused on Team Rocket's activities around the Cerulean Cave shifted to the direction of the source of the sound. And what met them was pure astonishment and fear. A few men in Team Rocket uniform approached the crowd, sinister smirks spread across their faces. Almost everyone took a few steps back as the Team Rocket members came closer and closer, a couple holding pistols while the remaining had pokeballs in their hands. Things didn't look too good and the people surely knew that. They were frightened, they didn't expect Team Rocket to come out at them. Why were they even still lurking here when they had seen Team Rocket? Why didn't they go home? All sorts of questions went through their frightened minds. However, that wasn't the case with simply all of them. 3 brave people didn't budge from their positions, and instead of being scared, they chose to resist. Of course, the courage to fight off Team Rocket came from the fact that the 3 all had their own Pokemon that they trusted to defend them and defeat these guys. Ash unclipped 2 of his Pokeballs from his belt, while the other 2, one being the man that he'd been talking to since he arrived there, and the other who appeared to be a construction worker, also removed their Pokeballs. "You first call the police and now try to fight us?" one of the members of Team Rocket yelled. He appeared to be agitated that these 3 people had the courage to stand up to them. He'd make sure that they were taught a lesson for their stupidity in thinking they could beat Team Rocket. "You don't even look like an important part of Team Rocket," Ash provoked the grunt who'd just spoken. "What did you say?" the Rocket grunt shouted through gritted teeth. It was clear that he didn't like the comments made by the trainer. Ash sniggered. "You're probably just some lowly grunt, huh?" The grunt grit his teeth in rage, taking steps towards Ash as the other grunts followed. "What did you say, runt?" He clutched onto the collar of Ash's jacket tightly and glared at the raven-haired teenager. "We don't scare you, is that it?" "It seems like he needs to be taught a lesson," one of the other grunts yelled as he smugly smirked. "Let him go," demanded the man from beside Ash. However, these grunts weren't about to listen to anyone as 2 others surrounded the man, rendering him unable to do anything at that moment. Ash wasn't about to give in to these BSTRDS. A few drops of sweat trickled down his neck as one of the Pokeballs in his hand snapped open. Ignis materialized at his side, and he was almost about to greet Ash cheerfully when he noticed the situation Ash was in. Immediately, he bore his fangs and growled at the Team Rocket grunt. The grunt didn't move though, which led to Ignis jumping and slashing the Team Rocket grunt with his claws in an attempt to bail his trainer out of the situation he was in. The Rocket grunt slammed Ash on the ground at the moment he was scratched by Ignis' claws and fell on the ground himself with a thud. "Ignis, use Ember on them," Ash called out from the ground, not hesitant to tell his Pokemon to attack even humans. This wasn't a situation that he could go through if he wasn't able to give such an order to his Pokemon. It wasn't easy to give that command though. He had to convince himself that even if someone like those people got hurt, it was because of their own bad. They didn't think twice to take away people's Pokemon or hurt them or their trainers, so why should they be spared from such treatment? It was what they deserved. Or at least, that was what Ash believed. Although, deep in his heart, he desperately prayed that Ignis' attack would miss and it would only serve as a warning. The fire type wasn't as sure as his trainer about what he was about to do for a couple of moments. Though when he glanced at his trainer, he realized that that was really what his trainer wanted. His trainer knew better than him what was right in the situation, and he would trust him. Flames formed in Ignis' mouth as he jumped forward and let the hot flames loose on the Team Rocket grunt. Everyone watched in astonishment, their eyes wide open as Ignis fired his attack. The Team Rocket grunt that was the target of the attack could only watch as the flames neared him. His body went cold and limbs numb with fright of what was to happen to him. The man closed his eyes and braced himself for what was to come, a loud cry of fear leaving his lips at that moment. He didn't have enough time to use his Pokemon, and even if he did, he was too scared to think clearly. The only thing he could do was pray that he could somehow get out of this situation alive. The Team Rocket grunt waited for him to be burned to ashes by now. But the pain that accompanied never came. He didn't feel any stinging sensation on any part of the body. He wondered if he was already dead, and he didn't even have time to comprehend his death. He slowly began to open his eyes, even though he didn't want to, in the fear of finding out what could have happened to him by now. As he did so, suddenly, his eyes opened up and widened in surprise. He was alive. Ash gazed at the creature that had stopped Ignis' Ember from reaching its target, his lips parted slightly from one another. He was unable to find words to describe what the Pokemon who came out of nowhere had done. Inside his heart, he was relieved that the man wasn't burned, but the feeling of awe for the Pokémon that saved the grunt was much stronger. He started, gasping for breath. Venusaur. And indeed, it was the fully evolved form of the grass-type starter of Kanto that had stopped the Charmander's attack. The fire-type who stood in front of the massive seed Pokémon didn't budge, even though fright ran through him. The deadly glare that the Venusaur gave him was enough to suggest that they weren't on the same side. "That's enough from all of you," a feminine voice declared. The voice contained power and command, which made all of the grunts, including the one who was at the receiving end of Ignis Ember, stand side by side at attention. The woman whom the voice belonged to jumped out of one of Team Rocket's helicopter, that had almost landed a few meters away from the crowd. In appearance, the woman was young, probably in her early 20s. Her short blue hair suited her pale white skin and hazel eyes. Unlike other members of Team Rocket that Ash had come across so far though, she didn't wear the usual gray uniform. Her clothes were a simple pink shirt and black leggings, and her membership of Team Rocket was shown by the black coat that she wore over her shirt. "Is she?" Ash stuttered as he watched the woman walk towards him. "The Team Rocket commander?" He wondered about that question all the while as she closed in towards him, an unpleasant look on her face. He quickly discerned that he should call Ignis back to his ball, which he did the next moment. Surprisingly, that action wasn't met with any resistance from either the Venusaur that still stood where he'd appeared or any of the Team Rocket members. Not even the female commander said anything to that. "Listen, you brat," the blue-haired woman called after coming to a halt right in front of Ash. "I know what you're thinking right now," she stated, staring right at Ash, which made him more than a little uncomfortable. She had some presence, she wasn't just any other woman. "But don't even try to interfere with any of Team Rocket's plans. Many young trainers like you have already tried and they've suffered consequences. If you don't want to be in the same condition as those petty trainers, you better not get in our way," she warned, her words sharp enough to make even a trainer with as much determination as Ash have second thoughts. She wasn't kidding. No way she was. This woman meant business, and something in Ash's gut told him that she wasn't someone to be messed around with or to be taken lightly. His best bet for now would be to concede. He couldn't even think of opposing her, not right now, anyway. Ash gave no evident response, but the female commander of Team Rocket assumed that the lecture he gave him would be enough. It had been for all of the ones she'd warned so far. "The same goes for all of you," she yelled as she sternly looked around at each and every person present in the area that wasn't a member of Team Rocket. "Mess with us and be prepared for your lives to be ruined," she declared, her stare piercing through everyone and her voice shaking everyone's will. It wasn't simply her presence that frightened them to this extent. Make no mistake, she had a terrifying command over them. However, what made them fear her even more was the deadly Venusaur that she possessed. Just looking at it made them cringe with fear. There were a lot of Pokémon any of them had seen that made them feel that way. "Everything has been taken care of, Commander Allison," one of the grunts reported and saluted the blue-haired woman. The Team Rocket commander, now identified as Allison, nodded. She looked at Ash one final time before she turned around and started walking from the direction she came from. All the civilians watched the commander call back her Venusaur back. She must have had more like that Pokémon. She was a Team Rocket commander after all. In a matter of a few short minutes, Team Rocket had cleaned up and left in their helicopters. The police that was called never came. Rather, Team Rocket made their escape even before the police had the chance to arrive. They'd just been there for a little above half hour, and in that, they'd done their work. Everyone present now held Team Rocket as a more serious threat than they ever did earlier. They weren't just evil, they were extremely competent in what they did. Ash let out a massive sigh of relief, falling on his knees. This happened far too quickly for him to comprehend anything. It felt as if only a moment had passed from when Ignis fired his flames at the Team Rocket grunt, and now. It was all just so frantic. The man who'd stood up for Ash noticed that this encounter with Team Rocket had had an effect on him. He bent down and placed a hand on the shoulder of the boy who appeared to be nothing but dejected. He didn't blame him. That event that just took place would be scary for even full-grown men, let alone a young boy his age. There were guns pointed at them, deadly stare from a just as deadly Pokemon that had them on edge, and then words that were meant to be taken seriously, thrown at them all at the same time. "Hey," he called softly, his voice calm enough to not even scare a bird. "You should come rest at my house for the day. It's just a few minutes' walk from here," he offered with a gentle smile. Ash didn't respond for a few moments. He simply stayed on his knees, eyes firmly locked on the ground. He was totally hammered by what had just transpired. He thought he could defeat Team Rocket himself. He couldn't describe how totally pathetic he felt right then. He hadn't even battled her, but just by the looking at that Venusaur, he could tell how strong it was. The difference in that beast and any of his Pokemon was immeasurable. He finally realized that someone had a hand on his shoulder. He glanced up to look at the man, his eyes still containing bits of terror from the crushing he'd faced through the words of Allison. "Sorry," he stood up, dusting off his clothes. "I didn't catch you." The man retained his smile. "Would you like to come to my house and rest for the night?" he repeated, his tone remaining the same as before. Ash forced a smile on his face. "Thank you, but I think I'll be fine," he denied politely. He could discern that the man was kind. However, he didn't want to cause anyone trouble because of him. Not to mention that he didn't want to think about what had happened anymore. It just made him feel so helpless. He hated that feeling. It would be best if he camped somewhere in the forest for the night, or so he thought was the best thing for him to do. The man stood up after a couple of seconds and sighed. "All right," he said. "Just make sure you're not getting yourself into a mess like this. You're far too young to face them." Ash clenched his fists at the realization that he was right. He couldn't take on Team Rocket right now. Defeating a few grunts and defeating one of the commanders as strong as Allison seemed to be, were two different things altogether. But he knew that it had to be him who'd put Team Rocket to rest. He considered it his duty to do that, and he'd do it, no matter what he would need to go through with that vow that he'd sworn to himself. "Don't worry," he assured. "I'll make sure to do that. Thanks for the asking though. It isn't always that I come across people as kind as you, sir." As soon as he said that, he waved goodbye to the man before he turned around and began his trek. He'd have to find a suitable place to set a camp for the night, and it was already starting to get dark. "And you are surely the bravest young man I've ever met," the man whispered to himself, gazing at the young boy, whose figure started to become smaller and smaller until it finally vanished from sight. "Don't be too rash, Ash Ketchum." He knew who the kid was. The man had quite an interest in young Pokemon trainers, and he'd definitely heard of Ash Ketchum. He already thought that he would be becoming an excellent trainer in the future, but now, he doubted if excellent would be enough to describe him. Ash gazed into the blue sky, various thoughts crowding his mind. The incident with Team Rocket had happened the day before, and although Ash left it behind him, the feeling of disappointment still lingered in his heart. It was difficult for him to keep himself going after what he'd witnessed and experienced. Yet, he'd fared well so far, and he was sure that he'd be back to being himself in a few days, or so he hoped. All his Pokemon sat on the ground in front of him, eating the food that their trainer had given them. While Kaiser, Tia and Ava ate their food without any concerns, Ignis didn't feel as good. He glanced at his trainer various times between his meals, having experienced exactly what Ash had experienced. Suddenly, Kaiser crawled to where Ash sat and cooed at him. Moments passed as he waited for the response, but he got none from the raven-haired boy. He called out to his trainer again and yet couldn't reach him. Patience was one thing that Kaiser didn't have lots of, and soon enough, he lost what little he did. He jerked his head back as greenish energy formed in his mouth. Ignis' eyes widened when he noticed what Kaiser was about to do. He ran, as fast as he could, hoping that he wouldn't be too late. Kaiser fired his dragon breath attack, and just as he did, Ignis tackled him, not intending to hurt him, just not wanting him to hurt Ash. Ash finally realized what was happening around him when the dragon breath whizzed past his face and struck the tree a few feet away. He frantically stood up from his position, his heart pounding faster than usual. He turned to face Kaiser, who just recovered from the smack that Ignis had given him. "Kaiser," he shrieked. He wasn't sure why Kaiser had attacked him. Was he the target of that dragon breath? Or was Kaiser simply trying to fend off a wild Pokemon like he'd already done a few times before? "Why'd you do that?" he asked, his tone void of any fury that he could so easily have felt, if he didn't love his Pokemon the way he did. Kaiser yelped a few times in response before he wriggled toward his bowl. He wanted more food, which was the reason he'd been calling out to Ash. However, his trainer simply didn't pay attention to him to even bother giving him more, were the thoughts that ran through Kaiser's mind. Hearing what Kaiser had to say, Ignis barked at him, upset that he'd attack his trainer for such a trivial reason. He yelped a few more times and so did Kaiser, an argument brewing between the two Pokemon who'd become best buddies. None of them would harm the other though, they just wanted to make their point clear to the other. Ash frowned and scratched his head at the sight of his two Pokemon arguing. The only thing that he understood so far was that Kaiser wanted more Pokemon food. The rest of the argument was a mystery to him. As the duo of dragons fought, he shook his head, simpered and dug out the box of Pokemon food from his backpack, filling the Dratini's bowl entirely. The argument between the two continued for about 2 minutes and even Ava and Tia walked to where the two bickered. They both let out their cries, giving their own opinion on the matter. And apparently, the other two's interference had finally ended the fight between Ash's first two Pokemon. Ignis stepped closer to Kaiser and placed a paw on his head and let out a gleeful cry. Ash sighed. He didn't want his Pokemon to fight amongst themselves, unless of course it was a training session. He shook his head in amusement. He'd thought about what was most important to him since the incident with Team Rocket. Did he want to defeat Team Rocket even at the expense of his Pokemon getting badly hurt? The answer was simple, he didn't. The most important thing for Ash were his Pokemon. Nothing more mattered. Yes, he had his dream of becoming the best Pokemon master in the world along with many other goals. However, none of those were as important to him as his Pokemon. He could never cherish anything else more than his Pokemon. That was his decision. He still wanted to defeat Team Rocket. His hatred for the organization ran so deep that he wanted to crush them, if he could. Though he wouldn't do that if it meant losing his Pokemon. Hence, he decided to not take any rash decisions. If he encountered them and had no other choice, he would most definitely fight. However, he wouldn't go out of his way to do so. Not until he was sure that his Pokemon could take it and annihilate Team Rocket without putting themselves at any major risk. That was his choice. His selection. All of Ash's Pokemon appeared to be resting, the weather perfect to do so. Ash took a deep breath and decided it was time. "Hey guys," he called to each and every one of his Pokemon. He rose up from the ground and walked to where his Pokemon sat. And all of them could tell that their trainer wanted to tell them something. They could feel it. Despite Ash's tone being close to normal, there was just something different. They all gathered around Ash, determined expressions on their faces. Ash smiled at the sight of his Pokemon being so serious when he'd called them. "I want to tell you something," he pointed out, as if it wasn't already obvious to them. "You all know that my dream is to become a Pokemon master." His Pokemon nodded in agreement. "But, I have something really important that I want to do." He waited for a few seconds, took another deep breath and announced. "I want to defeat Team Rocket. I want to make sure that their existence is erased from this world." His expression softened, a smile forming on his features. "Will you guys help me do that?" That wasn't a question that could have been answered. No, that question should have never existed. They'd already decided to give it their all for Ash. If he desired was to defeat Team Rocket, they'd make it a reality. From the way Ash spoke of them, the Pokemon didn't fail to realize that it wasn't something that they could do right now. If they could, they were sure that Ash wouldn't have told them about it with so much determination. Their power was known to no one better than Ignis, who'd been lucky enough to escape the clutches of that deadly Venusaur. Unharmed. They all cried out, their eyes filled with determination. They simply had to defeat Team Rocket. They had to become strong so that Ash could become a Pokemon Master, and if they were strong enough, they wouldn't have any troubles defeating the likes of Team Rocket. Tia, Ava, Ignis and Kaiser all embraced their trainer, rubbing against him affectionately. At that moment, they felt that together, they could capture the world. Ash couldn't help but shed a tear at the devotion and care that his Pokemon showed to him. He considered himself lucky to have met Pokemon that would give their all for him. Needless to say, he would do the same for them. He decided to tie his fate to the fates of his Pokemon. Ash stood in front of the gate to Bill's research laboratory. It could easily have been mistaken for a mansion had he not known what it was beforehand. The main entrance had 2 guards standing on each side. The research lab wasn't completely dissimilar to Professor Oak's lab in terms of design, though one could tell the difference in terms of the materials used. The various security equipments were one of the many differences. Even Professor Oak's lab had a good security system, but even from outside, Ash could tell that it wasn't nearly as advanced as the one that this research facility had. He eventually strode forward, having examined the awe-inspiring area from outside. On expected terms, one of the guards walked over to him, not letting him by. "This isn't a place you can enter, kid," he said. He was quite the guard, buffed-up body and armed with a handgun and a shotgun. Anyone intruding would be frightened. This is off-limits to trainers. However, Ash wasn't an intruder. He feared not what the guards could do to him. "Can I speak to Bill, please?" He spoke without the least bit of fear in his voice. "My name is Ash Ketchum. I've been told to see him by Professor Oak." The guard appeared visibly shaken after Ash's claims that he had an appointment with Bill. "All right, wait here. I'll contact Master Bill." Ash nodded. The guard went to the entrance and picked up the receiver attached. He pressed a button, nodded and soon, came back to where Ash stood. "I apologize to think of you as an intruder. Master Bill has called you inside." He bowed slightly, his tone completely different to a minute ago. "No need to apologize." Ash chuckled. "I understand that security is important and it's not like I had a written consent to enter." The guard smiled at Ash's words before he lead him into through the gate, letting him into a paradise for science fanatics. Fortunately or unfortunately, he wasn't one. Science intrigued him, however they weren't something he could spend all his time on. Ash still couldn't believe how amazing the inside of the lab was. Even on the outside, there were several machines that he'd never seen before at Professor Oak's lab. They appeared complex and not something anyone could handle. He bet even Professor Oak would face difficulty handling those things. He hadn't even entered the laboratory yet and already, he was astounded. If Bill was the one who invented all these machines, then that guy was no short of genius. Even that wouldn't be enough to describe him, if these machines and gadgets were truly his creations. The guard opened the massive double door for him with the use of some sort of card that needed to be swiped. "He will guide you from here." Inside stood a white-haired man, probably in his mid-50s, white hair and wrinkles signifying his age. His attire made it clear that he was the butler. This was nothing short of a mansion, Ash concluded. He shook his head, a chuckle leaving his lips. "Hello, Mr. Ash," the butler greeted in his gracious and courteous-filled voice. "Please enter. Master Bill is waiting for you inside." Ash did as he was told and watched the door shut close a moment later. If what he witnessed outside was amazing, then what greeted his sight in the main hall could only be described as purely unbelievable. Pokemon transfer machines, massive computer screens, even different Pokemon eggs kept under observation in glass containers were just the beginning of it. The other devices and gadgets were ones which Ash couldn't even make sense of. What those were used for was a mystery to him. And almost none of those were ones that would be found elsewhere, they were extraordinary. The butler led him through the various different corridors in the house, complex machines and instruments placed everywhere. Finally, he came to a stop in front of a single door. "This is where Master Bill spends most of his time," the butler said, motioning to the door in front of them. "What is this?" Ash couldn't believe what he saw. The door in front of him was anything but normal. Made of some kind of metal, probably steel, it had various sorts of lights flashing on and around it. Beside the door was a handprint sensor, green light continuously emitted from it. Various other instruments which Ash had never seen nor imagined could exist were attached to the door. It gave him the chills just thinking about how much time, effort and money was spent on creating such a door. And it wasn't even the main door, it was Bill's room, well protected by many, many other security systems throughout the house and even outside. The door slowly opened without either Ash or the butler even moving a finger. And that was when Ash realized that the surprises that Bill held in store for him had just begun. He was never fascinated this much by science, but he just might be starting to fall in love with it. How Gary would regret refusing to come here. As the door opened, Ash saw a man sitting with his back to the door. He had curly, blonde hair from what he saw. As the door completely opened, there was a ring that could be heard from the computer the man faced. He stood up from his seat, a smile forming on his face as he saw Ash near the door. Ash's eyes wandered through the room that had many distinctive features. Some of the technology that he saw wasn't new to him, as he'd already seen those in Professor Oak's lab, but some of them bamboozled him. The different types of clock that hung on the walls, the gears and buttons and the multiple screens around the room was only some of the many electronic devices that hung in the room that Ash would say was triple or even quadruple the size of his own bedroom. His lips parted as he failed to recognize and guess what some of the complex gadgets in the room did. While Ash observed the room, the young man who appeared to be in his early 20s. "Hello," he greeted with a broad smile. "You must be Ash." "Hello," Ash replied politely with a smile. "Yes, I'm Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town." "I'm Bill," the man said and gestured for Ash to come in. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Ash shook off all the surprise that he held due to the amazement he felt because of the sheer multitude of electronics equipment around. He grasped the hand that Bill had offered him. "It's a pleasure to meet you too, Bill. Nash, can you get us some snacks?" Bill glanced at the butler who had stayed put outside the room. Nash nodded. Without uttering a word, he disappeared out of sight, the electronic door shutting on its own once he'd left. Bill turned his attention back to Ash, who'd taken only a couple steps inside the room. He placed a hand on Ash's shoulder. "Have a seat, Ash," he said as he slid a chair that was nearby. "My room can be a bit daunting," he said. He motioned for Ash to have a seat. "Make yourself at home." Ash brought a nervous smile on his features. "Ah, thanks." He was in the presence of one of the most successful scientists not just in Kanto, but all over the world. He couldn't help but be tense. Bill perched himself on the chair that he'd been previously sat on and rolled it closer to Ash. "I see that you've come alone, Ash," he said. "I was told that you and Gary would both come." Ash raised both his eyebrows and sighed. "Yes," he scratched his head edgily. "But Gary was. He had somewhere he had to be, so he said he didn't have the time." "Didn't have the time, eh?" Bill grumbled as he leaned back into his chair, stretching his arms wide. "I see. I see." He laughed for a moment and sat back straight. "I had things prepared for the two of you, but I'll hang on to one of them for now." "Things prepared?" Ash titled his head to the side. What was it that Bill was talking about? What things? His mind wandered through the possibilities of what it could be. There was a hint of excitement that had built up inside of him. It could be anything similar to the devices present in the room. If it was, he was intrigued. "Nothing special," he mumbled as he turned around and opened the drawer under his shelf. He removed a watch-like device from it, blue in color and bigger than a normal-sized watch. "Here, try it," he said as he offered it to Ash. It's called an transceiver. It's a device that's been recently developed in the Unova region and my job was to add some finishing touches to it. An transceiver? Ash eyed the device with interest. He accepted the transceiver and observed it from different angles. He twiddled around with the watch but was careful not to touch the screen. He didn't want to push any buttons on the screen that did anything he didn't want to happen. Is it like a watch? It can be used as a watch, Bill said. He smirked as his eyes lit up. He probably enjoyed Ash's ignorance. But it does a lot more than a watch. It can make calls, it works as a map and a lot more. Ash's eyes widened at the revelation of the many functions of the transceiver. Really? It can make calls, he all but shrieked, slack-jawed. Mobile phones were released in the time, but they weren't too prominent for traveling trainers because of the need of signal to make calls through it. They would need to have range and because of their journeys through the wild, where signal towers weren't installed, Ash thought it would be a waste to carry it around. Most trainers preferred to make calls with the many call booths or Pokemon Center telephones that could be found in any town, and even most villages. Ash wondered what was different about the transceiver as compared to a normal mobile phone. But can't all this be done with the help of a mobile phone? Why make a device like this? Bill chuckled at Ash's perception. Indeed, it has the functions that a mobile phone would. But there's something much different about the way transceiver makes calls. It doesn't rely on the signal towers like mobile phones do. It has its very own network made specifically for transceivers. His face perked up as he leaned forward, eyes glittering like a little kid's who'd shown his new toy to his friends. He seemed to be loving every moment of this explanation to Ash. It may have been because of the sheer interest that Ash showed. That's what makes it different and so much better for trainers like you. While it can't make phone calls from anywhere, I can assure you it will be much more valuable than a normal mobile phones. I see, Ash muttered, still fidgeting with the device as he regarded it even more keenly. It was simple watch-like device yet the things that Bill told him that the transceiver could perform were amazing. He glanced back at Bill. And you're saying I can just have it? Bill's lips parted for a second, before he let out a burst of laughter, clasping his hands together. Of course, Ash, he looked at Ash with a lopsided grin. Did you think you'd have to pay for that? It looks really expensive, he mouthed bluntly. And you said it's not even out in the market yet. Bill placed a hand on Ash's shoulder, as if to assure him. If you want to pay me, do it by winning the Indigo League. His blue eyes sharpened the next moment, glaring right into Ash's amber ones. I might not look like it, but I'm very fond of Pokemon battles. Of course, I love science, but if I didn't have all this, I have no doubt that I would have become a Pokemon trainer. Bill certainly had a presence. It wasn't his stature that made it that way. Simply the machines that surrounded this room, and the thought that Bill had a hand in developing a lot of them, some of them all by himself was no small feat. There probably weren't many who could win a scientific debate with him. Ash scratched his head, a nervous chuckle leaving his lips. Is that so? Yes, Bill said quietly. His sharp expression softened and a gentle smile crossed his face, and I'm very interested in watching you in the Indigo League, Ash. Interested in watching me? Ash repeated. He wasn't exactly sure what Bill meant. Yes, he confirmed. And Gary as well as a few more. Your generation has quite a few. You probably don't know this, but I was present in that camp. It was quite spectacular. Naturally, being from Kanto, I wanted to see our kids do well. Win against those from other regions. The shine in Bill's eyes when he talked about Pokemon battling was similar to what Ash noticed in a Pokemon trainer during a battle. He even felt that it wasn't too dissimilar to his own at such times, filled with passion and an urge to be victorious. Ash also knew exactly what Bill was talking about, and whom he was referring to. He himself looked forward to his meetings with them. He didn't utter a word, just intently listening to what Bill said. I enjoyed watching those kids from other regions as well, he grinned. But you young trainers from Kanto are the hope. Even Lance, Kanto's champion, is from Johto. We have always had promising trainers in Kanto, he sighed, nibbling on his lower lip. Ash felt his stomach wobble at the disappointment that he felt in Bill's words. But it's been a while since Kanto's had one dominate the leagues the world over. That's why you want us to do well in the Indigo League? Ash asked, curious. He understood what Bill meant. He didn't think as much about trainers being from a particular region, but he could understand Bill's feelings on the matter, if only a little. Even in the Indigo League, there'll be trainers from other regions. But you're the ones representing Kanto, he said, fingers laced as he leaned forward, absorbed in his speech. Remember, Ash, you're representing Kanto. Not just in the Indigo League, but in any Pokemon tournament you participate in. There'll be people behind you who you don't even know. Ash couldn't muster up any words in response. He'd been shocked at the revelation that he would be a representative of the entire Kanto region. Of course, he always knew that there were trainers from other regions participating in the Pokemon League of the Kanto region. He never imagined the people who weren't Pokemon trainers took it so seriously. However, Bill made it clear that there were those that did. The blonde-haired researcher realized that his ranting had gotten to Ash. He shook his head, letting out a chuckle. Don't worry, Ash, he said gently. I'm sure you'll do well. Ash snapped out of his daze as Bill nudged his shoulder. Thanks, he smiled wryly. I can't slack off then. I'm sure a student of Professor Oak won't. Bill rolled his eyes after he'd said that, having experienced being a student of Professor Oak in the past. The professor had mentioned Bill being his student once the last time Ash had talked to him. Anyway, I also want you to try these. He turned around again, this time opening the drawer to the very bottom and picked out some ball. Are those great ball? Ash asked as Bill showed him the ball in both his hands, the ones in his right having a blue top side while the ones in his left were yellowish gold and white. Yes, Bill affirmed. I don't usually make pokeballs, but I've tried my hand at a few. He revealed 6 ball in his hands. I'm not sure if they're up to the level of the standard Great Ball and Ultra Ball, but they won't be far behind. I can't accept that, Ash denied, shaking his head. He'd gotten enough with the transceiver as it was. He didn't want to get any more gifts just handed to him. He'd be lying if he'd said that he wasn't interested in them, but he knew better. He frowned. I mean, I know that you want me to do well and all, but I just can't take these. Bill scratched his head and sighed. Just think of these as trial ball, he said, then smirked. You're doing me a favor by using them, in fact. If you give me the result of the use of these ball, it'll tell me how good these ball are, and that would be a huge help for my future Pokeball developments. Ash still remained skeptical, staring at the ball for a few more moments. Eventually, he accepted the offered ball from Bill's hand. I'll take them if you say that. He looked back at Bill, leaning back into his chair. Am I supposed to tell you if I caught a Pokemon using these ball or not? They will work better than normal Pokeballs, Bill began. So, you should try these ball on stronger Pokemon that you encounter. He glanced at the ceiling, in thought of a better example. Say a strong, fully evolved Pokemon. Depending on their strength, you should either use a Great Ball or an Ultra Ball. He shrugged and smiled, scratching his head. I'd have given you more, but I haven't made a lot of these. These are more than enough, Ash chuckled. Moving on, Ash, Bill said, getting Ash's attention once again as the raven-haired trainer eyed him. How many badges do you have? I've got 2 so far, Ash replied plainly. I expected as much, Bill grinned. I assume you're going to challenge the Vermilion City Gym next. Yeah, that's the plan. Bill's grin grew even wider, his gaze fixed at Ash. Most new trainers wouldn't challenge that gym this early in their Pokemon journey. And most new trainers who do, don't even manage to put up a fight. Vermilion City's gym leader is a tough one. Ash did expect the gym leaders to be stronger as he progressed in his journey. Much stronger than Pewter City and Cerulean City, since those two were some of the earliest gyms that most trainers challenged. However, Bill talking up the Vermilion City gym leader wasn't what he'd expected. What did Bill mean? As his thoughts ventured to recall the past instances in which he'd heard about the Vermilion Gym, he remembered that this wasn't the first time he'd heard someone speak so highly about the challenge that its gym leader posed. He recalled once a few months back that Professor Oak had also said something similar. It was when Professor Oak was giving some beginner tips to the trainers who were going to start their journeys soon after. He'd told them to be prepared for the Vermilion City Gym. Or, challenge the Vermilion Gym after they had received at least 3 or even 4 badges. It wasn't that Ash didn't pay attention to Oak's warning. He'd already decided the order in which he was going to challenge the gym leaders before Oak told them about it. And he wanted to follow that order. The recurrence of the warning from Bill made him reconsider. Only for a few short moments though. He sighed, shook his head and smiled at Bill. I know Bill. Professor Oak did tell me about it, he said, a confident smirk on his face. But I've already decided to challenge the Vermilion Gym next. And I will. Bill blinked and then burst out in a chuckle. That's the perfect answer. I'd have been disappointed had you told me that you were going to go somewhere else after I told you that Lieutenant Surge is no ordinary gym leader. Ash nodded. Lieutenant Surge would prove to be a challenge to him indeed. Professor Oak or Bill wouldn't be wrong. Right then, the sound of the bell rang. Bill pushed a button on his desk and the door opened automatically. It was Nash. With a nod from Bill, Nash entered the room with the wheeled table. He brought the table between Ash and Bill, taking out the tray and revealing everything that he'd brought. There were cookies of different kinds, some chocolate, some filled with milk cream, some chips and 2 cups of coffee. Thanks, Nash. Bill smiled at his butler. I'll call you if we need anything. Nash took the cue and strode out of the room right away. He was quite the butler. And he acted differently around Bill. Ash hadn't heard him say a word to Bill after his arrival yet. Bill glanced at Ash and gestured for him to have the snacks, as he put some sugar in his coffee. Eat up, Ash, he said. You want any extra sugar? I'd like a bit, yeah, Ash nodded. I like my coffee sweet. Just like me, Bill chuckled and added some more sugar to Ash's coffee. He took a sip of his coffee, wowing at the taste. So Ash, do you mind introducing me to your Pokemon? Ash sipped into his own coffee, his eyes widening at how good it tasted. He almost missed Bill's request. You want to see my Pokemon? Receiving a nod from Bill, he continued. You want me to show them to you here? Will that be a problem? Bill queried, sitting back straight in his comfy chair, sipping into his coffee some more. The room was spacious enough for a Snorlax to be in, but that wasn't why Ash was hesitant. He was sure Ignis, Ava and Tia would be perfectly mannered, but he wasn't so confident in Kaiser's ability to be calm. The room was far too expensive and it wouldn't be a pretty sight if Kaiser began to unleash his attacks in there. Various scenarios of Kaiser destroying some of the stuff in the room made him grimace. Bill snapped his finger in front of Ash's face. Even though the trainer hadn't realized it yet, he'd been in thought for a minute already. And neither did he know of the various weird faces that he'd made in that time. You with me, Ash? Bill waved his hand in front of Ash's face. Eventually, Bill had gotten through. Yes, Bill. Ash blurted out. Bill smiled at the confused look on the trainer's face. Is something wrong with showing me your Pokemon? Ash shook his head and got hold of the glass of water on the table. He took a couple sips and spoke. I don't think it's safe for your room if I release one of my Pokemon here. Bill blinked in confusion. You mean you've got a wicked Pokemon? His expression completely changed. His eyes grew wider, accompanied by a grin so large that Ash couldn't quite make if this was the same Bill. The researcher unintentionally banged the table lightly and gushed forward. Not exactly wicked, Ash chuckled nervously. He rolled his eyes at the imagination of Kaiser being wicked. It wasn't a good sight. He's just a bit too lively. Sounds like a wonderful Pokemon, Bill's eyes glittered. We can go out to the fields after eating. Ash shrugged. Bill wasn't going to let it go. Not that Ash minded showing his Pokémon to Bill. He only feared what Kaiser could do. Sure. Just like that, the duo had a few snacks, all the while Ash asked some questions that he had regarding some of the many gadgets that intrigued him in the room. Bill answered most of those questions in a way that Ash was able to grasp the basic concept of how those things worked. Ash found it interesting. So interesting in fact, that he didn't want to stop talking about it. However, just like him, Bill too was curious to see the Pokémon Ash had caught. After almost an hour of discussion and talk inside Bill's room, the two left the house and walked to the empty fields behind Bill's mansion. It wasn't outside Bill's mansion. It was part of it. And the space was huge. It had a few trees here and there, some flower beds, but otherwise, it was just a massive grassy field. Alright, Ash breathed as he unclipped all his Pokeballs. Come out, everyone. As he threw the 4 Pokeballs in the air, his Pokémon materialized and chirped. They thought that it was training time, so they instinctively turned to Ash. Not much later, they realized that there was someone new there. They all looked at the human curiously, but none made a move. Guys, meet Bill. Ash walked over towards Bill's and pointed his hand at the young, blonde researcher. He's a scientist. The 4 looked at Bill for a few moments, and eventually, walked over towards him as their trainer told them to. They greeted him with chitters. It's nice to meet you guys. Bill exclaimed. There was excitement in his tone. A Charmander, a Pidgeotto, a Ralts. He eyed the green psychic type before he glanced to Ash. Did you catch this Ralts in the wild? Ash scratched his cheek. Yeah, you can say that. Her name's Tia. Quite a catch in the Kanto region, Bill said. They're hardly seen in Kanto. They're native to Hoenn but they're not that rare in Sinnoh. They're much rarer in Kanto and Johto though. I was lucky with Tia, Ash admitted. She was injured when I found her, but someone in the woods near Pewter City was taking care of her. I didn't have to fight her for the capture. Bill took in the information of Tia's capture and nodded. His eyebrow twitched as he realized that one Pokémon was missing from the 4 that were present in front of him just now. From the corner of his eye, he could see where the 4th had gone off to. Is that the lively Pokémon you talked about? Bill let out a light laugh. Ash couldn't help but laugh with Bill. Kaiser had greeted Bill just fine, which was an improvement in his behavior in itself. It was unfair to expect Kaiser to shed his habits at once though. The blue serpent had crawled to the comforts of the shade of a tree nearby. Rolled up, it appeared uninterested in meeting this new person that his trainer had introduced him to. Kaiser can be like that. Ash found it difficult to word exactly how to describe his Dratini. He shook his head, arms folded. Kaiser, come here. Kaiser opened one of his eyes after he'd heard the calls of his trainer. He yawned. By now, he'd learned to respect his trainer. He'd come to love Ash, in fact. Like an obedient Pokémon, Kaiser lazily crawled over towards where Ash stood and looked up at his trainer, letting out a coo. Bill bent down, his eyes clearly interested in Kaiser. And a Dratini. Where did you find this little boy? He looked up at Ash, twisting his eyebrows playfully. Kaiser is my starter, Ash grinned. He figured Bill would be quite surprised by the revelation. Bill's lips parted in curiosity. Your starter? He glanced at Ignis and then back at Ash. You mean to say Charmander isn't your starter? The conversation between the two humans had also caught the interest of all the Pokémon. They'd been listening intently of what the two discussed. Even Kaiser, although attempting to hide it, had his ears open to the conversation. They did after all, understand human speech, Tia more than the other 3 because of her ability to sense emotions, but everyone could make out what the humans talked about. No, I found Ignis, my Charmander, a while after I started my journey, Ash said, bending down and petting Ignis, who howled sweetly in response. Do you think I'm lying? Ash's lips curled up in a playful smile. Of course not, Bill said. He chuckled as he waved his hands in front of himself. I just didn't think Professor Oak had a Dratini to give to new trainers. He petted the Pokemon in question. Kaiser wasn't particularly fond of being petted, but he'd decided to control his emotions for the sake of his trainer. He only liked to be treated this way by one human, Ash. Well, it wasn't Professor Oak who gave me Kaiser, Ash stated bluntly. It was Lance. Bill's eyes widened at the revelation that Ash made. He stood up in stupor, harshly but unintentionally shoving Kaiser aside. Lance gave a new trainer a Pokemon, he shrieked, his relaxed posture going out of shape, hands spread and jaw dropped. Ash was quite taken aback by the response. Was it really this big a deal that Lance caught a Pokemon to give to a new trainer? He said he couldn't catch a Charmander that Professor Oak asked him to, Ash said. But he had a Dratini instead. So that was that. A crooked smile made its way to Bill's features. He calmed himself, but not fully. And you believed him? He questioned. Yes, Ash answered, lines forming on his forehead. Why would Lance lie? At that point, Bill almost burst out laughing. Almost. He controlled his laughter, a hand making its way to cover his mouth. He turned around, so as to not face Ash. He hadn't had to control a laugh like in a long, long time. Ash scratched his head in confusion. Was this how Bill usually reacted? He shoved the thought that Lance would lie to the back of his mind, not doubting his idol's words for even a moment. It took him some seconds, but Bill eventually calmed himself down. This was turning out to be a much ecstatic meeting that he could have ever imagined. He was sure Lance had lied. He was certain. He'd worked as an assistant to Professor Oak for a while in the years gone by, and he knew full well how the Pokemon to be given to new trainers were obtained. Yes, they were transferred to Professor Oak. But Lance never had a hand in that. And he was sure that with the workload of a champion, Lance didn't have any time to work as a Pokemon provider for even the great Professor Oak. Of course, he wouldn't lie. Bill coughed. There's no way our champion would need to lie to give you a Pokemon, he smiled. He had never seen this side of Lance. It was pretty similar to how he'd made Ash accept the Stranceiver and the Pokeballs earlier. There sure were ways they would go to have their way. Ash sighed. Of course, Lance wouldn't lie. I have to say Ash, Bill started, his gaze on Ash's Pokemon. You really have got some amazing Pokemon. I'm not much of an expert in judging a Pokemon's strength, but I'm sure you'll turn them into something even better. Ash smiled at the compliment from the researcher. Thanks, he said. Yes, they are amazing. He bent down and caressed Tia's face, who'd clutched onto his leg. The Ralt squealed in delight and nuzzled her face on her trainer's leg. And they love you. Bill laughed as he too began to pet Ava, who closed her eyes and let the human touch her feathers. Bill observed Ava, Ignis and Kaiser one by one, petting them on the head. Ignis and Ava didn't have a problem with it, but Kaiser did. He controlled the urge to launch an attack though. Next, he moved towards Tia, who instinctively hid herself behind Ash when Bill got closer to her. Don't be scared, little Tia, Bill chimed. He tried to bring his hand closer to Tia, but she hid towards Ash's other leg this time. You love your trainer, don't you? Ash bent down and picked Tia in his hands. Don't worry Tia, he comforted the psychic-type Pokemon, nuzzling his cheek against hers. Bill just wants to be friends. Tia gazed into her trainer's eyes and nodded after a second. Still hesitant, she turned to look at Bill, as Ash placed her body on the ground. She hadn't had close proximity with many humans other than Tasha and then Ash. She didn't have a problem being around humans, as long as she was with Ash. Getting too close to them, however, was totally different. Atta girl. Bill cheered, as Tia finally let him touch her. The little green Pokemon closed her eyes as he touched her, but after a few moments, she snapped them open. She looked into Bill's eyes and let out a coo. This human wasn't too bad, she could tell. Ash smiled at the sight of Tia getting comfortable and abandoning her fear towards Bill. She'd acted like that on a few occasions before, and he would have been talking to her soon about it. He'd decided to explain how she didn't need to be afraid of humans. Being wary of some was fine. But it appeared as if he wouldn't need to do that. The more she learnt on her own, the better it was. The 2 humans and the 4 Pokémon interacted in the fields for about half an hour before making their way back inside. This time, it wasn't Bill's room. It was the hall of his mansion. Bill had told Ash to not call his Pokémon back inside their Pokeballs. They would be hungry, he'd said. And they were. The way they grubbed the Pokémon food offered by Bill made it clear. Kaiser gulped down the food in a way that even had Ash embarrassed. The other 3 showed much more etiquette in their eating habits. In the time the Pokémon ate, Bill gave Ash a trip of his house. He showed the raven-haired trainer multiple different gadgets and some more things that were in development with him. One thing that caught Ash's interest was one of the new Pokémon training gadgets that Bill was working on. So this can help psychic-type Pokémon train in their minds? Ash asked, observing the purple-colored necklace, which had a shining pink orb in the middle. If it's successfully completed, it will. Bill replied. It was clear he liked the enthusiasm Ash showed towards his devices. It's in the starting stages of its development right now, and it will take some time to complete. Ash rubbed the stone in the middle. Is this made from psychic plate? Bill clicked his fingers. Bingo, he said. The psychic plate helps strengthen the psychic abilities. This way, they can make a scenario in their mind. The strength of the psychic plate helps them to retain that without losing focus. If they can do well in their mental battle, it definitely will increase their strength as far as their psychic abilities go. Ash nodded, without uttering a word. They will be made such that their battle doesn't affect their minds. Bill continued his explanation. You see, Ash, there are still ways to strengthen a psychic-type Pokémon's mental energy without using such a device. But that takes very high-level Pokémon and a mastery in psychic energy that only the psychic types of the highest level possess. He nonchalantly rubbed his finger on the stone. And using so much mental power has its side effects. It can take a toll on the user's mind. That's why it's not really safe to do this, for even high-level Pokémon. He stressed the last part. I see, Ash said, glancing at Bill and then back at the necklace. So this can change the way psychic-type train. Well, it might, Bill said. It's been in the works for over 3 years now. If we're able to complete it and the Pokémon League deems it safe, it will definitely have an impact. Bill showed Ash some more of his projects. He absolutely loved explaining it to Ash. And Ash loved every moment of listening to it. Some of the projects in the work could prove so useful in training Pokémon that he almost thought about trying it, before being reminded by Bill that most of them are incomplete. Your house is quite fascinating, Ash couldn't help but awe, as they finally reached back to where they'd started. Some of those things, he struggled to put it into words, pausing for a few seconds. I couldn't even have imagined some of them even existed. That's the power of science for you. Bill said with a grin. There's almost nothing that science cannot explain, he chose his words carefully when he said that. Ash couldn't really disagree. Not after experiencing such amazing stuff. Ash's glance caught the clock. It's already 5 p.m., Ash mumbled before he looked at his Pokémon, who were resting in the corner of the room, and then at Bill. I better get going. We've got plenty of rooms, he said with a grim smile, pointing his hand to the corridor beside him. Stay the night at least. I appreciate the thought, Bill, Ash smiled. But I think I've caused you enough trouble for one time. I'm used to camping out now. You don't need to worry. You won't be able to go much further in a couple of hours anyway, Bill said, putting a hand on Ash's shoulder. You can leave early in the morning, all rested up. He let out a playful chuckle. I've probably tired you out by telling you all that stuff about all my projects. And besides, he smirked followed by a wink. Kids should listen to their elders. Ash rolled his eyes at being called a kid. Alright, Bill the elder, he groaned. I guess you're right that I won't get far today. Bill smiled. That doesn't sound too bad, you know, he joked before the two of them burst out in laughter in unison. Ash stood on the gate of Bill's mansion, a smile on his face. Bill too smiled as the two grasped the other's hands in a handshake. After agreeing to stay the night at Bill's house, Ash and Bill had some fun watching some Pokemon League battles videos from last year. Ash had to admit that Bill had quite the collection of Pokemon battles. They watched some of those, Bill telling Ash about what he liked in those battles while Ash analyzed them and tried to make sense of the unusual ways of fighting. He'd watched most of the battles of last year's Indigo League, but at the time, he'd watched it with excitement rather than having an eye out for the strategic aspect of the battles. This time, he was able to make out why certain moves were used the way they were. Now that he was a Pokemon trainer and had trained his very own Pokemon, he understood those aspects much better. It was one thing to battle with Pokemon that you didn't own like he'd done in his younger years, and another to raise his own Pokemon and use the moves he'd taught them in battle. Ash was quite surprised by the amount of knowledge Bill possessed when it came to Pokemon battles and the subtlety of it all. At first, Ash had assumed that Bill would just be a casual fan who loved Pokemon battles. Almost everyone in the entire world watched them, so it would come as no surprise that a researcher would. However, Bill had quite the eye for strategies and the way a move was executed. Ash was quite amazed at how much thought Bill put in his explanation. He had to remind himself that he was in the company of a world-renowned researcher, one who'd achieved more in only a few years than many researchers did in their entire lives. Ash was also able to get a much deeper knowledge of the transceiver that Bill had gifted him later that day. When Bill gave it to him, he'd explained the basic features, but this time, he went one step further and explained some of the very best features in detail, and how some of them worked. This is goodbye then, Bill, Ash said, pursing his lips. Bill sighed. I guess it is. I can't tell you how I loved the time I had with you. It's not too often that I get visitors here. He rolled his eyes as he glanced at the ground before smiling. Not ones who'd listen to me blabber all day anyway. You'd get a lot more guests if you didn't have your guards, Ash snorted. And I bet a lot of them wouldn't be cool. Bill shook his head in amusement. Indeed. I'm grateful for them working for me in the middle of nowhere. Ash let out a laugh at the antics of Bill. The guy was way more relaxed than he'd expected. He had to admit that he expected Bill to be somewhat arrogant and stuck up. Not everyone achieves as much as he did, and not in the amount of years he did. He was a great guy. One Ash would love to spend more time with. I better get going then, Ash sighed. He did love the time he spent here. I don't want to give you a chance to tell me to stay another night because it was late. Bill cleared his throat. I will say I wouldn't really mind that, to be honest with you. Ash turned around and glanced at Bill over his shoulder. Thanks for everything, Bill. I'll try my best to get some data for you on the Pokeballs. More importantly, Ash, Bill started. His eyes narrowed as he stressed on the words he spoke. Gimme some great battles to watch. I'll try to make it to the Pokemon League if I can. It was quite some ways away, but Bill seemed excited already. Don't worry about that, Ash confidently gushed. My Pokemon will be much stronger by that time, and I'm sure they'll be able to put on a show for you. Well then, Bill said, shrugging. I'll be looking forward to that. See ya, Bill. Ash spoke those final words as he stood straight and began his march. Goodbye. Bill spoke into the distance as he watched Ash take steps and get away from the mansion, one step at a time. Quite the fascinating guy you are, Ash. Ash yawned as he kept his sleeping backpack inside his backpack. It was just 7 in the morning and he'd been able to keep up with the schedule he'd set thanks to the transceiver that he'd received from Bill. It had proved to be a helpful device. He was able to make a list of things he wanted to train his Pokemon in the transceiver without having to rely on his memory. It had been 2 days since Ash left Bill's mansion and continued on his way to Vermilion City. He'd trekked quite a bit in those 2 days. His schedule was to get up at 7 in the morning, train, then be on his way, stop for lunch, and then again walk until it was sunset. He didn't really do much training after sunset because of the tiring journey he was in. Instead, he used that time to get to know his Pokémon better, talking to them and having some fun. After packing up his tent in his bag, Ash got the small bowls out of his bag and put some food on each of them. His bag had become rather heavy due to multiple stuff he had to carry now that he had more Pokémon. He was quite lucky that his mother had trimmed up on the things he was going to take at the start of his journey. "Your food's ready, guys," Ash called out as he stood. The 4 Pokémon who were talking to one another up until then quickly ran towards their trainer and didn't waste any time in getting to their food. "You guys sure are hungry today," Ash smiled as he saw his Pokémon munch all the Pokémon food down. Like always, Kaiser loved his food and preferred to eat it quicker than the others, getting some food over his face in the process. Ash shrugged and sighed. "Take it easy, Kaiser." He sat down and wiped Kaiser's face with his handkerchief. "Your food's going nowhere." Kaiser let out a hiss in response, letting his trainer wipe his face before going back to one of his favorite tasks. It quite enjoyed the food that Ash always gave him. Yes, it had been the same food over and over again, unless they were in a town or city. But it still tasted amazing to him. Ash beamed at his Pokémon as he perched himself under a tree nearby, showing a wide grin as he saw his Pokémon enjoy their food. He grabbed his own packed food from his backpack. He opened the plastic cover to reveal a burger. That was his go-to food whenever he was on a trip. He walked enough not to get fat eating all these. Right then, something caught Ash's attention. He could feel something close to him. It was behind the tree. He waited a few moments before he acted. As the feeling of this presence got stronger, Ash jumped up, his brows furrowed together. He unconsciously wiped some sweat with his shirt as he took a couple steps backwards. The Pokémon who'd been enjoying their meal a few seconds earlier too had gotten wind of what was happening. They too sensed it. Something was hiding behind the tree where Ash stood. They couldn't make out what it was. Finally, Ash decided to see what it was. He'd run out of patience. He scurried to his left and his eyes widened when the realization came. He recognized the creature. A bipedal yellow creature with a kite-shaped face. Its shoulders and chest were brown and it had a long, yellow tail. "An Abra!" Ash exclaimed. The cry of surprise from Ash had the Abra spring up. It furrowed its eyes, letting out a cry as it spread its arms wide. Ash covered his ears, a grimace on his face as the sound which Abra emanated reached him. It wasn't just a sound. There was a small psychic current created in the air that flowed around. His Pokémon too grimaced from their positions. As the attack ended, Ash grinned. This was a great chance for him. Abra were rare Pokémon. Their final evolutions were strong and Ash couldn't help but think about the possibilities that the Psi Pokémon could open for him. He had to catch it. He absolutely had to. Kaiser howled as he crawled its way up to behind the tree where Abra was. He opened his mouth wide and launched his attack. The dragon breath just whizzed past Abra's ear. The psychic type took a few steps back, fearful of the foe that it would have to face if it stayed there. As Abra brought its hands together to concentrate psychic energy inside its body, Ash dug his, clenching his fists. A new capture always excited him. "Kaiser!" Ash shouted urgently. "It's gonna use teleport. Use dragon breath. Quick!" Kaiser opened its mouth and charged the required energy. He fired it where Abra had been but it was too late. Abra had disappeared from its position. The dragon Pokémon quizzically turned his head around to track his foe but failed. Ash gritted his teeth in frustration. He kicked the ground, angry at himself for letting the Abra use teleport. How could he have been so lost in thought that the Abra had enough time to use teleport? He was brought back to his senses when he heard Ignis howl. He looked at where Ignis pointed his fist. It was there. Abra had used teleport, but it had only managed to get to the end of the field to the left of them. It was a clear field. Ash still had a chance to catch it. Ash glanced at where his backpack was. There was no chance it would go anywhere from here. "Let's go guys," he yelled. His grin showed that he'd gotten back the enthusiasm. He wanted that Abra. That Abra's gonna be our new friend. As Ash scurried towards the Abra, his Pokémon followed suit. In a few moments Ash caught up to where the Abra was, and his Pokémon caught up to where he was. His forehead creased at the sight of Abra bringing its hands together again. It was planning another teleport. "Ignis, use Ember," he commanded. "Kaiser, Aqua Jet." Ash wouldn't normally think of taking on a wild Pokémon in an unfair fight. But here, it hardly mattered. The odds of the Abra escaping again were high. He had to make sure the attacks hit. As long as they did, he was confident he'd be able to capture the Abra. Kaiser gushed ahead, its body gradually being covered in swirling water. Ignis flames too made their way towards Abra. But again, the Abra disappeared before either of the attacks could reach it. Ash clenched his fists. Not again. 2 chances and he wasn't able to catch it. He glanced around to check for any signs of the Abra nearby. He couldn't find it. "Tia, can you feel Abra nearby?" Tia closed her eyes, emanating a weak psychic energy that traveled in all directions around her. She felt the different trees and some local Pokémon around. However, she couldn't feel any signs of Abra. She opened her eyes, lightly chirping as she looked up at her trainer. Her shoulders slumped. She was disappointed to not have found the Abra. Ash jerked his head back, the bright sunshine finally crawling up to him. He wiped his forehead with his hand. "Demon," he cursed under his breath. If only he'd remained calmer and thought about a better strategy to attack, the Abra wouldn't have been able to flee. His excitement had gotten the better of him. He grabbed his hat and sighed. It was all his fault. The Pokémon beside him appeared to be disappointed as well, their heads hanging, shoulders slumped. Ash grabbed his hat and sighed. "It's all right guys," he said. He sat on the ground and stroked Tia's head. "You guys did your best. Don't worry, we'll find some other great Pokémon." The Pokémon looked up at him and after a moment of hesitancy, they all cheered. As long as their trainer didn't mind, they didn't either. None of them minded a few more Pokémon friends. Ash clicked a few buttons on the transceiver as he stood from his seat on the bench. He'd finished putting all of the bowls of his Pokémon inside his backpack after they had their lunch. He'd decided to rest in a trainer's shelter on his way. It was just a small hall with a few benches inside. At the time, there was no one but Ash there. After the failed capture of the Abra that Ash came across, they'd walked for another 4 days. They came across a few Pokémon trainers on the way and a few more in a small village in which they stopped by for a day. All in all, they had been able to get some pretty good practice going. The Pokémon that they encountered weren't anything new with the usual Pidgey, Spearow, Rattata, Bellsprout and some other commonly found Pokémon on their way. Ash had done some research on a few new moves that he'd planned on teaching his Pokémon. Tia's defensive moves were fine for now, but she needed a better way to attack. With her history of coming back home to Tasha injured, he'd figured that she needed some better moves and tricks that would help her if she had a move strong enough to fend off Pokémon. As for Ava, Ash had been planning to teach her Twister and Steel Wing. He had that planned for quite a while but decided to take one move at a time. They began training for the Steel Wing. Ava could now harden her wings but only for a few moments. It wasn't enough for the attack to be executed in battle. She would lose the glow as soon as she concentrated on flying and the hardness in her wings would go along with it. He was confident that she'd be able to perfect it soon. He could take his time teaching her a Steel-type move. It was good for her moveset but it wouldn't be of any use in his next gym battle. He remained confident of getting it done after it, Kaiser too needed to learn moves that would use all his skill. So far, his raw power had made him into the battler he was, but with a more complete and well-rounded move set, Kaiser would be able to battle much better than he currently did. He would be able to HRNSS its full potential. Ignis probably was in the least need to learn a new move. That didn't mean that Ash wouldn't try to teach him one. Ignis was one of the Pokemon he'd decided to use against the Vermilion City Gym leader, and by all the things he'd heard about Lieutenant Surge, he would need to bring all the tricks out to win the gym battle there. There was much to think about for Ash, but thankfully for him, there was some time before he reached Vermilion. He planned on challenging the gym as soon as he reached Vermilion City. For him to be prepared to do that, he needed his Pokemon to be ready. From what he'd learned previously about Vermilion City Gym battle, it was going to be a 2-on-2 battle. He wouldn't be using Ava surely because of the massive type disadvantage that she would be in. That left him with Kaiser and Tia. If he was to use Tia, he'd definitely need to do some training with her and test her in more Pokemon battles. So far, the only 2 battles Tia had been in were against 2 trainers he'd fought on the way. They were trainers with no badges who'd almost begged Ash to fight them. The Rattata and Spearow she'd fought posed no challenge to her. Ash figured it was about time he started to get her battle ready for the future. Her typing and the variety of moves she could learn would turn her into a powerful battler. Ash removed the 4 shrunken Pokeballs from his pocket. "It's time to get going, guys," he said. He tapped Tia and Ava with their Pokeballs first before moving on to Kaiser and Ignis. As he was about to tap the Charmander on his head, the Fire-type jumped back a few steps. Ash raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong, Ignis?" Ignis brought his claws together nervously. He cried a couple of times wanting to make his thoughts known, turning around and taking steps forward when his trainer pet his head. Ash brought his eyebrows together and stood up. "You want to walk with me?" The Pokemon in question instantly turned around and nodded furiously. He chimed and leapt up in the air, making his excitement known. "I don't see a problem with that," Ash beamed at his Pokemon. He then turned to Kaiser and brought his Pokeball forward, but Kaiser too resisted, crawling out of the way. "You don't want to go inside the Pokeball either," he cackled in amusement. Kaiser cooed in agreement and crawled up on Ash's back, resting his head on his trainer's shoulder while the rest of his body floated behind his back. Ash shook his head. He could tell that Kaiser had resisted going inside his Pokeball because Ignis had decided to remain outside. Though he wondered why Ignis had urged to stay out. Did he just want to have some fresh air for longer? Was it that he wanted to try walking with his trainer? In the end, it didn't matter, Ash concluded. There was nothing wrong with them wanting to be outside for a while. "Okay then," Ash started, clutching the belt of his backpack. "Let's get going." Ash and Ignis with Kaiser on Ash's shoulder began their trek. Kaiser closed his eyes shut, just feeling up and down as Ash walked, while Ignis ecstatically walked side by side with his trainer. "Hey!" A voice called, causing Ash to stop. "Ash?" Ash turned around when his name was called in a questioning manner. It was a familiar voice. His lips curled to the right as he saw the face of the one who'd called him. "Hey Brock!" he greeted. What was the gym leader of Pewter City doing here? He wore a green vest over a brown shirt and black pants and had a large traveling bag hanging behind him. "What are you doing here?" he said. The next second, he continued, realizing that he might have sounded rude. "I mean, this is far away from your gym. How come you're here?" Brock smiled in response to Ash. "I'm traveling now," he answered, taking a few steps so he was in front of Ash. "What about the gym?" Ash asked curiously, an eyebrow raised. "You see," Brock started. "My father returned home and he took over the gym. It happened soon after you won the gym battle we had. I tried to catch up to you, but thought you'd be way ahead. I would have been had I not had a few interesting places to visit," Ash said. He rubbed the back of his head as he continued. "You're going to be a Pokemon trainer, then?" He was interested if he would have another rival. Brock shook his head. No, he said. I am hoping to become a Pokemon breeder and doctor. Pokemon breeder as well as a doctor? Ash said. That's pretty cool, you know. Yeah, it is. Brock said with a chuckle. I may have been a gym leader but I've never been really interested in Pokemon battling. It's much more fun for me when I take care of Pokemon. I love discovering new Pokemon. I was acting as a gym leader because my family has run the Pewter City Gym for generations now. It was naturally my responsibility. Ash nodded. He'd read that the Pewter City Gym of Rock-type Pokemon had been run by one family for decades. There weren't many gyms around who had the sort of family history Pewter City Gym had. Most successors to gym leader were their pupils or in cases, a totally new gym leader for the city. There did exist a few gym with family history but they were sparse. Are you planning to enter an academy? Ash said. For breeding and medical. I already have some education about both breeding and treating Pokemon from Pewter Pokemon Academy, Brock said. Instead of staying at one place and studying more, I feel it will be better for my knowledge if I travel and get to know different Pokemon. He added. His eyes glinted, excitement visible in them as he continued. Knowing how different Pokemon live in their natural habitat, that'll help me become a much better breeder than one I could be if I only got some education. Ash nodded, hands in his pockets. I get what you mean, he beamed. He did exactly understand what Brock was saying. It was similar in the way that a Pokemon trainer would get much more experience if he was traveling around the world catching Pokemon than staying in a university and training with Pokemon provided by the facility there. These guys looked to be doing well. Brock patted Ignis on the head, receiving a light grunt from the fire type. When he did the same to Kaiser, he got no response. The serpent knew who the man was and didn't bother to open his eyes. Brock chuckled at the response or the lack of it from Kaiser. He stood back straight and looked at Ash. You're probably headed for Vermilion City. Yes, I am. Ash answered instantly. I've got 2 badges and I'm going to get my 3rd there. He declared confidently. Even after all he'd heard about the gym leader, his excitement didn't die. In fact, he was looking forward to the battle even more than before. Brock let out a laugh at the confidence that Ash exuberated. How about we travel together there, he asked. He let loose one of the belts of his backpack, sliding the chain open. He pulled out a man and observed it. We should reach Vermilion in about 2 days from here. Ash was impressed with the knowledge that Brock possessed. He figured it might be because Brock had a few trips to Vermilion by foot. There were highways for vehicles to pass but that was hardly the way to go for a trainer. It would be meaningless if a trainer missed the Pokemon that were found in the wild. Ash placed a hand on his chin. Travel with you? He teased before letting out a cackle. I don't mind. Well then, Brock beamed, taking a few steps and getting ahead of Ash. What are we waiting for? Let's get going. Ash raised an eyebrow. I thought you would want to rest a while here. Aren't you tired? Brock turned his head. Not at all. I had a break just an hour ago so I'm ready to roll. Ash brought his eyebrows together and nodded. All right. And just like that, the 2 humans and the 2 Pokemon outside began their trek to Vermilion City. Another day had gone by as Ash closed in on Vermilion City. The sun had set and Ash and Brock had decided to set up camp for the night. In a long while, Ash would be eating food that wasn't packed food. Of course, he sometimes cooked but the only thing edible that he knew how to make were some sandwiches and he had to carry too much to make it. He preferred packed food instead because they were easier to carry and well, they saved his time during breaks. But he had to admit, he looked forward to having some stew that Brock was making. The smell had made his mouth water. Brock had begun cooking it a few minutes ago and it was almost done. If this were his mother or someone he was closer to like Leaf, he would have asked them if it was ready about 10 times by now. He kept his emotions in check around people he wasn't close to. Ash, dinner's ready, Brock called. He picked up 2 bowls and put the stew in it. Ash tried to control himself but couldn't help but leap up in excitement. His lips formed a wide grin as he quickly walked towards Brock. "It's ready," he repeated. His mind was taken in by the smell of the stew that he couldn't wait to gulp down. "I hope you like it," Brock chimed as he handed Ash a filled bowl. "You can let your Pokémon have it as well." Ash grabbed the bowl from Brock's hand. He was about to dig in, but what Brock suggested made him look at the former gym leader. "Won't it be bad for their health?" "There's nothing in this stew that uses anything that would cause a problem to them," Brock said, his eyes narrow as ever. He put a spoon in his own bowl and lifted a few ingredients, some vegetables and leaves. "These are all ingredients that can be had by both Pokémon and humans. It'll harm neither," he explained as he showed Ash the vegetables that he'd taken out of the stew in his spoon. "In fact, they're healthy for both." Ash couldn't help but have a spoonful of the stew. The warm sensation of the liquid touching the inside of his mouth and then the taste of the various soft veggies going down his throat, he almost felt like he was having his mom's cooking. Oh, how he missed her food. "It's delicious," Ash exclaimed. His eyes twinkled as he beamed, his insides trembling to have more. "I can't let my Pokémon miss out on this." "Glad you like it," Brock crowed proudly. He'd taken great effort in cooking and it probably made him happy when the ones eating it liked what they had. Of course, with his cooking skills, this was a reaction he'd be used to by now. Ash kept the bowl of stew on the ground and quickly tapped all his Pokeballs. "You're gonna enjoy this." The Pokeballs opened and the Pokémon cried and surrounded around Ash. They too could smell something that they'd like. Unable to contain himself, Kaiser went to the source of the smell nearest to him. The bowl that Ash had left on the ground didn't take much time to be cleaned of each drop of stew there was. Ash, his other Pokémon and Brock just stood there, surprised at how Kaiser had devoured the stew in not too long. Ash shook his head, a sigh escaping his lips. Why was he not surprised? He should have known that Kaiser would act this way. Kaiser's love for food was far greater than even his. He just sat there, a wry smile plastered on his face as the Dratini curled himself up and closed his eyes right there. Ash didn't mind Kaiser eating that. "Maybe you should have had yours first," Brock said. Brock probably would have been surprised to see that a Pokémon who'd given him such a fight would have a side like this to him. "That's fine," Ash said. He picked up the bowl and dug into his backpack. He'd like to have it washed before he ate in it again. "Can you give them the food?" He rose and pointed towards his backpack. "There are bowls for them in there." Brock nodded. "Sure, no problem." Ash strolled towards a tree. He absent-mindedly poured water on the bowl and rinsed it with his hand. His mind trailed off in thought of the training that he'd planned to do the next day. His meeting with Brock could prove to be a blessing for him. None of his Pokémon knew a ground-type move yet. Brock had at least 2 ground-type Pokémon with him in Geodude and Onix. He could use some help in that department. That would definitely enhance his preparation for his gym battle. Already, Brock's inclusion to his traveling part had paid off. Not that he expected Brock to cook. He'd imagined Brock to be a hardened battler from the behavior he'd observed in him at the Pewter City Gym. He couldn't have been more wrong. If Brock was able to help him, it would prove to be a useful few days. Ash smiled as he watched his Pokémon spar against one another. Ignis fired off his ember at Tia, who put her hands forward and managed to stop the fire until it dissipated into a small puff of black smoke. Ash had asked Ignis to control the power at which he used his attacks while training with Tia. When Ignis and Kaiser sparred, they hardly held back. In the battlefield, they were competitors. Ash liked that. It was their competitive spirit that drove them. A few meters away from them, Kaiser's body glowed and let out a wave of electricity to counter the gust of wind that Ava fired off. Kaiser had been an all-out attacker up until now. He needed to learn to defend himself. If against an opponent stronger than himself, there was nothing better than to tire it out. Shock Wave was surprisingly effective as a defensive skill. Its offensive power had helped Kaiser on many occasions, but Ash thought that the use of it as a defensive move could be more useful. If Kaiser was able to form a powerful ring around it made of electricity, he could fend off ranged attacks. At least to an extent. This had been the kind of training Ash had been doing with his Pokémon for a while. He'd tried to strengthen the moves they already possessed, while also thinking of some maneuvers to add to them. He'd held off teaching them new moves until then. He thought it would help focus if they concentrated on not too many things at a time. He figured it was about time he expanded the movesets of his Pokémon. Brock, Ash said. He turned to look at his temporary traveling companion who was sat next to him. I've got a favor to ask of you. Brock closed the book he'd been reading after placing his bookmark on the page. What is it? He glanced at the trainer. Could you perhaps teach my Pokémon a ground-type move? Ash said. He didn't like to ask too many favors of people. This was necessary though. He needed a ground-type move. Brock glanced at the Pokémon that trained, eyes narrowing. He then turned back to Ash. I don't think any of my Pokémon know ground-type moves that your Pokémon could learn, he said. I am sorry, but I don't think I'll be able to help you with that. Ash sighed. Is that so? He let his body fall on the ground, palms under his head. He'd been hopeful that he could get at least one of his Pokémon to learn a ground-type move. He would teach one to his Pokémon himself if he could. But the moves that would be strong and those his Pokémon could learn weren't ones he believed he himself could teach them. He would need either the help of someone having their Pokémon teach the move, or someone who'd had experience teaching them. There were video clips in chips called TM which demonstrated how a Pokémon could learn a certain move. But he had none. Even if he did, it took a fair amount of time in order to learn a move from video demonstration itself, unless the Pokémon had previous practice in using a similar move to it. But I do have something that might help you. Ash had almost missed it as he was in his own thought. Brock's words made him look at him with an eyebrow curled up. What could that be? Here, Brock said as he offered Ash a small book. The cover of the book had Onix, Rhydon and a few other rock-type Pokémon on it. It's an old book which has the basics of some rock and ground-type moves. Ash observed that the book was quite roughed up and used. The pages were crumbled as he opened it. He rose up and flowed the pages one after the other. They had move demonstrations with pictures of certain rock-type and ground-type Pokémon using the said moves. Rollout, Rock Throw, Mud Slap, Rock Polish. The next move struck Ash's attention. Dig, Ash repeated the name of the move. Ignis can learn it, he glanced up at Brock. The former rock-type gym leader might be helpful. He still wasn't confident if he'd be able to teach Ignis the move with just this illustration. Anyway, it would take some time, he thought. Ignis certainly can learn Dig, Brock confirmed. How long do you think it'll take? Brock placed a hand on his chin. Does Ignis know any ground-type moves? Any at all? Or maybe some rock-type moves? Ash shook his head. No. None of my Pokémon know any ground-type moves. Brock pursed his lips. Then, it could well take a while. It's always difficult for a Pokémon to grasp and use the move of a new type. It could have been easier if we had a Pokémon who could show Ignis how to use Dig. Ash sighed. He had gotten his hopes up after he received the book from Brock. He should have known better. It wasn't always easy to teach a move to a Pokémon. We'll just have to figure something out then. Ash watched his Pokémon train some more while Brock continued reading the book that he'd been reading. It was about the habits and traits of some Pokémon, Brock had told him. It was important as a breeder to know at what time did a Pokémon act a certain way. That would help him realize what the condition of the Pokémon was in that situation. Ash sat up and ran a hand through his hair. His Pokémon had trained enough for the time. They'd done pretty well. It was time to get going. He flowed his hand beside him. He last remembered keeping his hat there. He'd removed it and kept it on the ground just a few minutes ago. He glanced over at Brock to just check if he'd taken it. He didn't think he would and he hadn't. Where could it have gone? He stood up and dusted his jeans off. Have you seen my hat, Brock? That got the attention of the breeder. Your hat? He looked up and shook his head. No, I haven't. It was here just a minute ago, he mumbled. He creased his forehead as he tried to remember if he'd kept it somewhere else. No. He was sure it was beside him. Right then, he heard a snort. It came from above him. As he looked up at the tree, he saw where his hat had gone. There was a roundish Pokemon covered in whitish fur, brown arms and triangular ears. And in between those triangular ears was Ash's favorite hat. When did it? Ash mused. But the Mankey snorting again stopped him from thinking anymore. The pig monkey Pokemon appeared to be quite jolly as it fixed the hat on top of its head. It squealed and showed its arms to Ash before hanging itself on a branch with its tail. It was clear that it attempted to mock Ash. This wasn't the first time Ash had seen a Mankey in the wild, but he hadn't bothered with them yet. Until now, neither had they. However, this one seemed different. Ash couldn't quite put a finger on it. For one thing, it was larger in size than an average Mankey. Quite a bit so, Ash noted. A fighting type is just what we need, Ash grinned. Come on here guys. He called as he turned over to his training Pokemon. The Pokemon all heard their trainer and halted their moves. They rushed over to their trainer's side without any delays. Ava, you're up. Ash shouted excitedly. He'd missed a Pokemon capture not too long ago. He wouldn't want to make that a habit. The Mankey appeared to have realized the intention of the ones that he faced. He jumped up higher onto the trees, flinging itself from one branch to another, until it was clearly on one of the top branches of the tree. Bring it down here, Gust. Ash commanded. The Mankey still mocked Ash by making faces, this time showing his tongue even as it hung atop the tree. The gust of wind that Ava created and set toward it made it cling to the tree. The tree shook viciously with the power of the flying-type move at such a range. Several leaves fell off, followed by a pack of Spearows who didn't bother to stay and fight. Again. Gust had a similar effect to the tree. The Mankey, however, jumped down from it this time. It landed on one of its knees and grimaced. It had hurt itself from the fall. That wasn't surprising. It was at the top of a 10-meter tree. It growled in anger, swinging its brownish fist around. Great! Ash cheered. That was exactly what he wanted. The Mankey threw a few punches towards them. It won't run away. Now use wing attack, Ava. Ava expanded her wings outwards and gathered momentum. She turned around and descended, aiming for the Mankey with her wings. The Mankey bounced on either of its legs, and opened its side of the hand. As Ava approached it, it tried to strike her with the side of the hand, but the flying type swung out of the way. She then struck the Mankey with wing attack. That was karate chop, Ash said. He watched the Mankey recover, flailing around. It didn't seem to like being hit. Ash chuckled. Wing attack again. Ava charged Mankey with her wings widened once more. This time, the Mankey too rushed towards its opponent. It crossed its arms on the run and they began to glow a hue of silver. Ash recognized that move. Cross chop, he exclaimed. That was a move he hadn't expected. Ava would take severe damage if it was hit with a move as powerful as cross chop. But he realized it was too late to dodge. He had to hope that Ava's wing attack minimized the damage. The attacks of the two Pokemon met. Ava cried in pain and so did Mankey. Unlike last time, this time the Mankey had overpowered Ava with its attack. Even though the Mankey went back tumbling and the hat on its head fell off, it made sure that Ava was sent crashing into the tree behind her. Ash grimaced at the sight of Ava's body crashing into the tree. This Mankey was quite something. He hadn't expected it to know a move as strong as cross-chop. He smirked. This Mankey would be quite an addition to his team. Hang in there, Ava, Ash encouraged. Ava had recovered from the attack, although many cuts were visible from the attack. The power of the cross-chop in itself would be quite overwhelming, the fact that she hit the tree afterwards worsened the damage. Quick attack. Ava flew forward, speed so fast that it only left some traces of her body. Evidently, Mankey was flustered as its wide eyes searched for its foe that was once to its left then to its right. Eventually, Ava tackled the Mankey hard. Sand attack. Ash chinned up. The Mankey was strong but it didn't know how to use that power. Its attacks were too straightforward. Ava flapped her wings and dug her talons in the ground. The dug-up dirt and grass were sent into Mankey's face. The wild pig monkey Pokemon shielded its face with its arms but couldn't prevent the dirt from entering its eyes. Mankey swung its fists around violently. Its eyes still remained half-closed due to the sand attack. It didn't appear as if it had been able to shake the effects of the move off even as it shook its entire body furiously. Let's finish this with wing attack. Ava obliged. She expanded her wings and struck the flailing monkey with her wings. The power of the attack sent Mankey flying as it finally landed harshly on the ground. Blood poured out of its knees as it attempted to get up, only to fall back on the ground again. Ash grinned. He ran towards the Mankey, an empty Pokeball in hand. "You're mine," he shouted. The Pokeball that he threw sucked the wild Mankey into it and landed on the surface. Ash and his Pokemon patiently watched the Pokeball shake once, twice and then thrice. Then, it came to a stop. Ash waited for a few more seconds before he moved. There was no doubt. He'd caught the Pokemon. Ash's smile brightened as he scurried towards the Pokeball. He grabbed the ball and stared at it. It had been a while since he'd caught a Pokemon. And made a new friend. This one was going to be a great addition, Ash just knew it. Tia, like the adorable Pokemon she was, worried more about her trainer's hat than the capture. She picked up the hat that had been forgotten by Ash and walked back to him. Gently, she squealed and offered him the hat. Ash's lips parted slightly as he took his hat from her. "Thanks, Tia," he smiled, earning a coo from Tia who clasped her tiny hands. "That was a good catch," Brock complimented as he strode towards Ash. Ash turned around to face the former gym leader. "Thanks, Brock," that was the first time he'd caught a Pokemon in the presence of a human other than himself. He stared at the Pokeball. "I should heal Mankey first." The health of his Pokemon had always remained Ash's primary concern. Mankey didn't appear seriously injured but he still thought it best to heal it right then instead of waiting for it to heal the small injuries on its own. Ash strode towards where he'd been sat before and grabbed a potion from his backpack. He then tapped on the Pokeball and Mankey materialized. It sat on the ground in front of him with wound marks throughout its body. Ash could hear the Pokemon breathe as he crept closer to him. He stroked its head gently. "This'll sting a bit," Ash mumbled into Mankey's ear. He sprayed the potion on the wounds on its face first. The fighting type growled and weakly attempted to shove the potion aside with its fists. Ash waited a minute and let the feel of the potion sink into Mankey. As he'd thought, it calmed down once the potion began to take its effect. He sprayed the potion around some other parts of the body where the wounds were visible, spraying it on the wounds that were open at first before moving on to the minor injuries. Mankey closed its eyes, ignoring the bits of burning that it felt when the potion came in contact with its flesh. The potion did take a while to take full effect but it eased the pain pretty quickly. That was clear from how Mankey had let his body relax on the ground. "You'll be all better soon," Ash assured. It opened one of its eyes for a second but shut it close the very next when it saw Ash smiling at it. Ash let out a chuckle at the reaction he received. "You don't need to be shy. We're all friends." Mankey didn't open its eyes this time. Ash didn't mind that. He would have plenty of time to talk to it once it had recovered. Ash stretched his arms and basked in the sunlight. Another day had gone by and they had gotten ever so close to Vermilion City. And it was time to get some training done. He had moves that needed to be taught to his Pokémon. One thing that Ash looked forward to was to have a nice introduction with his Mankey. He'd let Mankey out to have dinner the other night but it was tired. So he hadn't forced it on it and let it rest inside its Pokeballs as soon as it finished its meal. Even though his other Pokémon had eaten their breakfast, he'd held on from giving Mankey some. He'd initially planned on letting Mankey out along with his other Pokémon in the morning. But some words from Brock made him do otherwise. The aspiring Pokémon breeder had suggested that he let Mankey rest. Ash took a deep breath before he enlarged the Pokeball and tossed up in the air. The ball opened and his newest capture stood in front of him. The monkey growled its arrival, jabbing through the air. Its tail swiped behind it as it fixed its eyes on Ash. Ash figured that it would have been a new experience for Mankey to wake up in a Pokeball. It probably didn't notice it much because it was injured before, but now that it was all better, it would definitely be having a different experience. It would be a natural reaction. Most Pokémon caught in the wild, especially those who didn't have previous experience being with humans, would feel anxious. "Hey there, Mankey." Ash greeted his newest Pokémon. He bent down and carefully brought his hand closer to the Pokémon. It didn't show any visible signs of resisting. It just stared right into Ash's eyes. Ash flashed a smile as it let him touch his white fur. He stroked the Pokémon's head before scratching its ear. Mankey let out a light growl. It seemed to like it. Then, it happened. What Ash least expected happened. Mankey leapt up, snatching Ash's hat from the top of his head. It jumped and squealed in joy for a moment. And then, it skipped off towards a nearby tree. In no time, it was drifting on one of its branches on its tail. It seemed to quite like Ash's cap as it put it on and then cheered with hands outstretched. Ash sighed. It wouldn't be easy to tame this one. Even after it had been captured, it still didn't stop with its pranks. Kaiser watched as the Mankey stole Ash's hat and ran off. He hissed dangerously and his long tail slammed on the surface, puffing up some dust. He was about to swish towards the Mankey but was interrupted by Ignis. The fire type howled at it. That seemed to work. Kaiser managed to calm himself, settling in his place and focusing on his training instead. Tia and Ava meanwhile never let the incident distract them from their training. Brock had observed the drama unfold between the two and he appeared to have just the solution. "Try giving it this," he suggested as he put forward a bar in his hand. "It's specially made to soothe fighting types." "A Pokémon food bar?" Ash raised an eyebrow but took the bar. He observed it for a moment and began to walk in the direction where Mankey had gone. "It wouldn't hurt to try," he said. "Hey Mankey, come on here, I'll give you this." At first, Mankey simply ignored the call and continued to let out noises while it swung like a pendulum on the tree branch. There was this odd smell on the bar though. Ash wasn't affected by it but he discerned that it was what would appeal to the fighting types. He was right. Mankey perked up its nose and once it had made out that the smell came from the bar that Ash held, it jumped right down. It hesitantly waited for a moment. Carefully, it stepped forward one step at a time. Ash held a laugh at the antics of this Pokémon. He could make out that Mankey was trying to sneakily snatch the bar from his hand. All while Ash had eyes on it. "You can have it," Ash said with a smile. When a questioning look from Mankey followed, he let his hand near it and assured. "Really?" Mankey took the bar and smelled it. Before long, it began to nibble on it and then ate it all in one go. It let out a yawn afterward as its body relaxed and it sat on the ground. Just as Brock said, it appeared to have calmed down. He'd have to ask Brock what exactly it was. It might prove quite useful to him if Mankey continued this behavior. "I'll have this." Ash took off the hat from Mankey's head and to his pleasant surprise, it didn't retaliate. "You want to have some food?" he asked, raising his eyebrows. We're gonna do some training now, so you should eat now. Mankey waited for a moment and let out a lazy nod. Ash smiled and nodded back. He got some of the normal Pokemon food that he fed his other Pokemon and placed the bowl in front of Mankey. It wasn't as ill-mannered when it came to eating as Kaiser, but it still ate wildly. It swiped the food with both his hands, swinging one piece from each hand inside at once. Maybe Kaiser would get along well with Mankey. They certainly had a few similarities. It only took a few short minutes for Mankey to devour the food that lay before it. Ash kept all the bowls and food back in his backpack and returned to where Mankey sat. "Hey, Mankey," Ash called as he took a seat beside Mankey and pointed his Pokédex at it. Mankey, the pig monkey Pokemon. When Mankey starts shaking and its nasal breathing turns rough, it's a sure sign that it is becoming angry. However, because it goes into a towering rage almost instantly, it is impossible for anyone to flee its wrath. The fighting type jerked away briefly as it suspiciously glared at Ash's Pokédex. Ash chuckled at the thought that Mankey was actually scared at the Pokédex. It wasn't much of a surprise though, considering it had probably never seen or heard a small rectangular piece of metal talk like humans. Mankey growled at the Pokédex but settled down a few seconds later when it glanced at Ash's unfazed smile. "Don't worry," Ash assured it, reaching a comforting hand and tenderly stroking Mankey's head. It yelped in joy, sneaking closer to Ash. A scratch under its ears earned Ash another few delighted yelps from his newest capture. He pressed another button on the Pokédex and it spoke again. "This Mankey is male. Its ability is Vital Spirit. Its moves are Scratch, Low Kick, Karate Chop, Fury Swipes and Cross Chop." "So, you're a boy," Ash mused as he gazed into Mankey's eyes. Beneath his naughty personality, Mankey's eyes sparkled like a kid's. Ash couldn't help but curl his lips even further. "Would you like a name?" "I've thought of one for you." Ash's newest capture seemed to understand his words as he nodded. "What do you think of Trooper?" Ash asked. Mankey pet his head, but a playful grin soon spread on his burly face. He seemed to like it. "Then, you're Trooper from now on." Trooper raised his arms aloft as he squealed a few more times. He seemed delighted to have a name. Ash's expression turned serious. "Now, it's time to train, Trooper, we've got a gym battle coming up." Surprisingly, Trooper nodded. He rose up and punched the air. He seemed rather excited. Ash would be lying if he said that he hadn't expected Trooper to do something silly again. He'd worried that he might waste a lot of his time getting Trooper to even stay still. That was not the case though. Trooper looked ready. "You've got some pretty good moves," Ash said as he pressed some more buttons on the Pokédex. The Mankey shoved its chest up with pride, arms folded. "We'll need to add some variety to your move set though." At that, Trooper's posture changed. He clearly looked interested. "Like a dark-type move or a ghost-type move," Ash absent-mindedly murmured. The amount of moves that Trooper could learn was quite impressive. There were a few strong dark and ghost-type moves to choose from. Ash had no idea how to teach most of those. That wasn't a problem since they had plenty of time. His immediate concern was the Vermilion City Gym. He had to ready Ignis with Dig before that. Kaiser couldn't learn any impressive ground-type moves. Ava would be at a huge disadvantage going against an electric-type gym, so using her was out of the question. Tia was still too inexperienced and needed some more battle experience under her belt. She'd proven to be a strong fighter, but it would be a risk to go in with her. The Vermilion Gym battle would most likely be a 2-on-2 match from his knowledge. Ignis would be absolutely vital. For that, he needed to be taught Dig. Trooper wouldn't be too bad of a choice either. Ashes scratched his cheek as he remembered that Dig was one of the moves that Trooper could learn as well. If he had two Pokemon with the move in the gym battle, it would be definitely easier. He walked up to his training Pokemon. They were giving it everything they had. Like they always did. "Guys, that's enough for now," he called as he approached them. The Pokémon stopped their attacks and turned towards their trainer. Pants could be heard from them. They'd been training for about an hour non-stop, so it was hardly surprising. They rested their bodies on the ground and breathed in. The hard work that his Pokémon put in every session of training made Ash proud. "Have a rest," he said as he recalled Tia and Ava back in their ball. He let Ignis and Kaiser stay outside. Once he'd kept the two Pokeballs inside, Ash turned to his Ignis and Kaiser. "We're going to train some more," he informed them. Kaiser and Ignis took deep breaths but didn't argue. "Ignis, you have to learn Dig before the battle." The fire-type listened intently and nodded silently. "Kaiser, your attacks are strong, but you can become an easy target against stronger opponents if your attacks miss." The serpent hissed at that. He looked away into the distance once Ash had finished. Ash's bluntness was harsh, he realized that. But there was no other way to put it. Kaiser was strong, but he hadn't been challenged yet. Ash was sure that there would come a time soon when his Pokémon would come up against those that'll pose more of a threat. And then, the sheer power of Kaiser's attacks won't always be enough to win a battle. "You'll be working on a move called Agility," Ash said. He'd looked up some moves on his Pokédex and Agility was the one that he'd come up with to teach the Dragon type. Kaiser was no slouch when it came to speed. But he still was a Pokémon that could do with that extra bit of speed when against faster or stronger opponents. Kaiser turned back to look at his trainer after he'd mentioned the move. Ash gave him a lopsided smile. There was only one way that he knew of that a Pokémon could learn that move. It would take some time, again, as there was no one in his party that knew how to use the move, nor anyone who had the experience of teaching it. "Get started, Kaiser," Ash said. "You're going to do laps around the field." Kaiser didn't seem happy at that as he let out a growl. Ash simply frowned at his Pokémon. There was no way the dragon was slacking off, not under his watch. Kaiser stared right back at Ash, not one to give in as he was. However, he hung his head before slowly crawling away to the corner. Not long after, he started gushing. Ash couldn't help but chuckle. Under that thick skin of his, Kaiser was quite the hard worker. He turned back to the two other Pokémon. "So you two, you're going to have to work even harder." The Pokémon nodded instantly. "To start off, you're first going to have to make a hole in the ground." To do that, he paused and looked into the book that he'd borrowed from Brock. "You've got to start by jumping up, then taking that momentum down as you start to make the hole." Of course, his Pokémon's faces shrunk. He sighed. He needed to explain it a bit more. "Look," he started. He kept the book safely in his pocket before he jumped and landed back on the ground. This was the first time he tried to teach a move to his Pokémon by trying it out himself. "You jump like this," he said as he jumped once again, "and then dig out the ground like this." He lowered his hands and landed on all fours. That might have not gone exactly like he wanted it to. Now he understood just how much effort it took to learn a new move. He'd hoped that his Pokémon got some sort of idea after his explanation. The groans that came from Trooper and Ignis weren't ones that he wanted. They appeared even more confused after the little show Ash had put up. Ash pursed his lips. "Okay, listen, just jump up and try to scratch the ground with everything you've got, okay?" Trooper and Ignis nodded this time. "Do it." The duo of Pokémon jumped in the air and landed back on the ground. Then, they scratched the ground afterwards. Although they did manage to make a bit of a hole, that wasn't what was needed. "Try again," Ash commanded. They did, and it yielded the same result. "Turn your body when you're in the air. Use the force of falling to strengthen your dig." Ash scratched his head at that. They jumped up and got their momentum going, but they never used that momentum. They might as well have not jumped up and instead started scratching the surface from the beginning if they were going to do it the way they had so far. Ash, the trainer from Pallet Town, turned around to find Brock walking towards him. "I think my Pokémon may be able to help you a little bit with that." Ash frowned. Why didn't he say so sooner? That'd be a huge help if they can. I'm going nowhere here. He'd taught his Pokemon a few moves like Dragon Rage to Ignis and Kaiser. But that was a move which came naturally to the two of them. Ava had gotten down the basic concept of Steel Wing. That too, however, was a move that didn't require doing too much different than a wing attack. It was a form of wing attack that made the wings strong as steel. Furthermore, he'd had Ignis help Ava with his Metal Claw at the time. Dig wasn't a move that either Trooper or Ignis would learn on their own. It would be an extremely rare case to find one of either species use the move in the wild. If they lived somewhere where using the move Dig or digging in general was essential, that was when they might learn the move in the wild. I need your help, Geodude. Brock called as he tossed up a Pokeball. The rocky Pokemon with a face for its body thudded on the ground. It slammed its fists on floor and roared before it turned to look at its trainer. While my Geodude cannot use the move Dig, Brock began. He can make its way underground. It's a ground type so it comes naturally to it. Ash raised an eyebrow in curiosity. If it can dig, can't it use the move Dig? It's not the same, Ash, Brock shook his head. Almost all ground-type Pokemon can go underground. That doesn't mean they can attack with Dig. To use Dig, the Pokemon must not only go underground, but it also has to come out with enough power to do some damage to its opponent. It's no use if the Pokemon just digs and come out of the ground with no real power behind it. I see, Ash stared at the ground in thought. That made sense. He'd never thought about it. But if Dig was such a simple move, all ground types would be using it from infancy. And most rock types wouldn't have a problem doing it either. He understood now that it was a bit more complex than that. Now Geodude, Brock said with his finger pointed towards the ground. Make a hole there. Do it slowly so they can see. The mentioned Pokemon swung its arms wide and dug its fists into the ground. It then began to shovel the soil underneath as it burrowed under the surface. It did it slowly but merely in a few seconds, it had formed a hole a few meters deep. Ash as well as his Pokemon leaned over and observed the action carefully. That was how it had to be done. You see guys? Ash glanced at both the Pokemon that stood around him. As he received the nod, he continued. Now you guys try doing that. The two jumped up and again landed on the ground before they started to shovel with their claws and fists. The result was a deeper pit than before, but that wasn't enough. Brock put a hand under his chin as he stepped forward with his Geodude in tow. That's not quite right, he said as he took the move book from Ash's hand and looked into it. After you jump, you should turn around so that your hands are on the ground before your feet. He illustrated with his own hands as he bent over. You have to make sure that you take the momentum of your jump with you. That will help you dig deeper. The Pokemon listened carefully and growled in unison at the end. They both glanced at one another and nodded to themselves before they gave the move another try. They leapt up in the air again, and this time, turned their bodies around in a 180 degrees motion. Now, their arms were closer to the ground while their tails and legs farthest to it. And unlike previous occasions, this time they'd landed on their hands and they'd started digging underneath much before their legs reached the surface. Evidently, the results were better. It wasn't nearly as deep as Geodude had managed, but they had been able to claw their way into about a meter-long hole. A few hours went by as the two continued their practice to learn the move Dig. They'd made some steady progress in that time. They were able to dig a good few meters underneath. Although it did take some time for them to do that. In a battle, it would have to be way quicker. Their opponents wouldn't give them time to leisurely shovel underground. Ash smiled slightly. He'd been worried that it could take a while for them to get this down. Their progress was faster than he'd expected. They wouldn't perfect it by the time they reached Vermilion City, but he reckoned it wouldn't take a long time for them to perfect it if they continued at the pace at which they'd done so far. He'd finally reached it. It had taken him some time to make his way from Cerulean City to Vermilion City, and there were quite a few stops he had to take in the way, but he was finally there. The city where he wanted to win his third gym badge. The entrance of Vermilion City wasn't as flashy as he'd expected it to be. The gate appeared to be quite old. It didn't seem like it had been renovated in years. He saw modern houses nearby, a line of skyscrapers in the distance. This was his first time in Vermilion in a long time. And it was his time entering it from this gate. He hazily remembered the last time he was here. He'd come in a car with his mom then, and he was sure this wasn't the same entrance he'd entered the city through that time. "We're finally here," Brock said. He smiled wearily as he glanced around the streets and the shops that he saw around him. Brock certainly looked happy to be here. Ash had to wonder what Brock would do in the city because of the excitement shown by the tanned man. This was the first time Ash had seen the man so relaxed. He couldn't say he knew him too well. They'd only traveled together for 4 days after all. "Where are you headed first, Ash?" Brock stopped his trail and turned to look at his traveling companion. "The Pokemon Center." Ash nodded plainly. "Yeah, I want to get my Pokemon checked up." "You definitely should," Brock said as a smile covered his features. "They've worked quite hard over the past few days. I didn't expect you to be such a SLV driver." Ash smiled wryly at that. "Do you really think so?" He had worked his Pokemon to exhaustion every day since they'd started traveling together. None more so than Trooper and Ignis. Not to say that the other 3 slacked off. Just that these 2 had much more to do than the others did at the time. "It's fine as long as they're being properly taken care of," Brock said. "And you've worked just as hard as your Pokemon, I've seen that." Ash's lips parted and his forehead creased. "Thanks." Brock shook his head bemusedly. "Well then, Ash," he stepped forward and offered his hand. "I've got somewhere else to go. So this'll be goodbye." Ash took the offered hand and grasped it tightly. "I guess it will be, for now." The duo parted there and Ash went to the Pokemon Center. It took him a while to make it there. It was quite a big city and it wouldn't have been easy to locate the Pokemon Center. He made a note inside his mind to thank Bill again whenever he saw him next for the Stranceiver. Its features had proved to be useful in more ways than one to him. After another 3 days of training in Vermilion City, Ash stood in front of the gym. He stared at the huge, round building which had several thunderbolt-like yellow, spiky arrows on its top. It appeared quite newly built. Or it had been maintained well throughout the years. He took a deep breath. This was it. All the hard work that he and his Pokemon had done would be tested at this very place. He felt nervous. This wasn't the same feeling that enshrouded him in his previous 2 gym battles. He definitely felt different about this gym. The many trainers who brought their injured Pokemon to the Pokemon Center after their gym battle hadn't gone unnoticed with Ash. It only indicated that the gym leader wasn't a pushover. Some of the Pokemon that he'd found injured in the Pokemon Center after their battles weren't just the Pokemon of a starting trainer. There were a few evolved Pokemon amongst them. They didn't exactly seem weak to him either. He pushed those thoughts aside for the moment. Finally, Ash strode forward and rang the bell that was beside the massive double door. He heard the sound of the bell even outside. That's how loud the sound of crackling lightning was when he'd rung it. The double doors opened soon and his set sight was a young man. "You here for a Pokemon battle?" The man grinned. He had short, black hair and wore a jacket without any shirt inside. His tone didn't contain the least bit of politeness. Ash's eyes narrowed. "If you're not the gym leader, then not with you," he said loudly. "I'm here for an official gym battle with the Vermilion City gym leader." "Are you now?" the man said cockily. He stepped forward and bent forward. "How many badges do you have?" "I've got 2 badges, Ash said. "I think that qualifies me for challenging the Vermilion gym." The gym leader dash. "Are you a challenger, kid?" Ash's eyes widened as he unconsciously took a step back at the man who had cut the punk off. The man who sported an unbuttoned military green shirt and dark green pants towered over Ash. His short, spiky blonde hair only made him seem even more intimidating as he shoved the punk who'd been talking to Ash aside. The man had a few light scars on his slightly tanned chest. He probably had been in a few tough situations in the past. Ash was lost for words at that moment until the muscular man spoke again. "Well," he said, his voice getting louder as he finished. "Are you?" Ash snapped out of his daze and stood back straight. "Yes, I am. I would like to challenge the Vermilion Gym leader to a gym battle. I am the Vermilion City Gym leader," the man declared. "Follow me, kid." Even though Ash had tried to put on a brave face, it was hard not to be intimidated by the figure that this man was. He gulped as the man turned around and gestured for him to follow. Ash noticed that a few more lights were turned on by just a raise of the hand of the man. This was him. This had to be Lieutenant Surge, the Lightning War veteran that had taken Vermilion City for his own a few years back. It was said that he had great control over the harbor in Vermilion City. That was where his reputation came from. As Ash followed the man inside the gym and into the battlefield, he'd already begun to have doubts. Was he strong enough? Had his training been enough? Just how powerful was the reputed Lieutenant Surge? He couldn't help but fear for the worst. He wasn't just big and strong. The way in which he took his massive strides and turned around in his battle position to stare at Ash wasn't what he'd expected. The huge grin on his face brimmed with confidence. Before the Pokemon battle had even begun, Ash had already been pushed into a corner. By the time Ash had gotten back to his senses, the referee, a fair-skinned, brown-haired woman had already taken her place near the middle of the field towards Ash's right. He finally noticed the gathering of people that had surrounded the floor above the battlefield. There were tens of young men and women present who'd appeared. Some played with their earring, some with their pokeballs while some with their phone. They'd come to watch the match, but it seemed as if they already knew the outcome. Ash heard murmurs flying around. Of what he could make of them, they mostly talked about how a trainer with 2 badges shouldn't be challenging this gym, while some others talked about how many such trainers with the same or even more badges had found their Pokemon in the Pokemon Center this week already. Ash pushed all those thoughts to the side as he fixed his gaze on Lieutenant Surge. This is an official gym match between Lieutenant Surge, the Vermilion City Gym leader, and the woman acting as the referee turned to Ash. "Ash Ketchum," the trainer from Pallet Town informed. "And Ash Ketchum," she said. "It will be a 2-on-2 battle. Only the challenger can substitute Pokemon." She raised her hands and exclaimed, "Begin." Ash and Lieutenant Surge both hurled their Pokeballs up in the air. Ash's Mankey came out in a flash of red light and roared wildly. He sent a few shadow punches as he fixed his gaze on his opponent. It was a Pokemon that had 3 round bodies attached into one. The 3 round metals were joined by large screws. The gray-colored Pokemon had what seemed like 2 horseshoe magnets attached to each of the round bodies. The Pokemon floated inches above the ground, a few electric sparks coursing throughout its body. Ash knew the Pokemon. A Magneton. "Kid, I'll let you have the first move," Lieutenant Surge shouted with his hands on his hips. "Give me a good battle." The evolution of Magnemite whizzed electricity as it waited for its trainer to give it a command. Ash studied it. Magneton was a dual electric and steel-type Pokemon, and that meant that Trooper had a type advantage. Ash knew that type advantage alone wouldn't be enough to win the battle. He'd done his training though. It was time to see if it reaped rewards. "Trooper, try a karate chop," Ash said. He wanted to test the Magneton's defensive powers and speed before making a major move. They were supposed to be slower Pokemon, but he wouldn't take a chance. Trooper ran forward with his fists slightly turned. Ash watched his newest capture slam his fists on the Magneton, but there was still no command from Lieutenant Surge. The man just grinned even though his Magneton let out a few fizzes when it was struck by the karate chop multiple times. At that moment, Ash got a hint of what Lieutenant Surge could be up to. "Trooper, stop attacking and come back here," Ash shouted urgently. And right then, Lieutenant Surge countered. "Fry it with Thunderbolt." Magneton's metallic body sparked with electricity and the magnets on each of its heads let out a yellow bolt of electricity. Trooper attempted to jump back after stopping its barrage of chops. It didn't manage to. Ash grimaced as the bolts joined together and struck Trooper. The Pokémon grunted in pain. He managed to shake off the attack and jump backwards though. That was reckless. Ash realized it. "Charge beam!" Surge yelled. There was a calmness about him even when he did that. That was something a veteran of many battles could have. "It's time to use Dig," Ash called. Electric energy formed in Magneton's main head. The light beam of lightning hit nothing but thin air as Trooper leapt up and then dug up in a hole. Just like he'd practiced so many times over the last few days. Ash bit his lower lip as he waited in anticipation. He'd done nothing with Ignis and Trooper in the last week but practice Dig. Only after the move had been perfected had he decided to challenge the Vermilion Gym. But this was a real battle. He was nervous. Lieutenant Surge's grin didn't fade. He observed the field with his hard eyes. "Stay on your guard, Magneton." The surface of the battlefield shook as Trooper finally emerged underneath Magneton. The electric and steel-type Pokémon however, just found enough time to get out of the way. Trooper hit nothing but thin air as he swung his fists. "Magnet Bomb!" Surge ordered. "Watch out, Trooper!" Ash alerted. He gritted his teeth at the sight of Trooper being struck with the magnets that Magneton had formed and sent towards it. Once again, Ash had fallen in Surge's trap. He lured his opponent's Pokémon in closer and used Magneton's defenses to amazing effect. Then right after the opponent's attacks, Surge made his Pokémon attack. It was a tactic that wouldn't work unless Surge had absolute confidence that his Pokémon would be able to take the attack and then make a move right afterwards. "Zap Cannon! Dodge it!" Ash yelled. Trooper was still shaken by the effects of the Magnet Bomb. It got back on its feet as Magneton formed an orb of yellow electricity. He ran to his right, then back to his left. Magneton fired the orb which went straight ahead. The speed of the attack wasn't nearly as much as the ones it had used prior. And the added evasion that Trooper got with the help of his running made sure that he was able to evade it. Fairly comfortably too. That was something that Ash had told him to do. He'd figured that Trooper's attacks were too straightforward at the time. He needed to be as inventive as possible to get a way in which he could avoid enemy attacks or minimize the damage. This was the one that he'd come up with for the time being. Ash thought about his next move for a second before he ordered it. Cross Chop. Trooper rushed forward as his fists became enshrouded in a white light. He crossed his fists on the way before he leapt up in the air when he was close enough to the Magneton. "Stop it with Thunderbolt, Magneton." Surge countered at the last moment. Magneton's body sparkled again and it fired the Thunderbolt at the incoming Trooper. The Mankey was able to keep the Thunderbolt out with his cross chop. He even began to push it. However, it had started to feel the effects of the electric move after a few seconds. The Thunderbolt faded and so did Trooper's cross chop. The pig monkey Pokémon got a safe distance away from his opponent. "Dig!" Ash yelled as soon as Trooper's previous attack had ended. Like before, Trooper dug his way underground after a leap. Surge smirked. "Get a Zap Cannon ready. We're gonna hit him this time." Magneton charged up the orb of Zap Cannon while Trooper still lay underground. The ground beneath Magneton shook and Trooper emerged from underneath it. As it had previously done, Magneton attempted to sway out of the way just enough to evade the attack. However, Trooper didn't fall for it this time. He managed to strike Magneton with one of his fists and the Pokémon let out a steely grunt. What Trooper didn't realize was that Magneton had a Zap Cannon that it let loose at Trooper. The distance was too close, time 2 less. The zap cannon struck Trooper's gut as he slammed on the ground with a thud. And then the electricity exploded, leaving nothing but smoke covering the small area where the explosion had taken place. Ash jerked his head back in disappointment when the smoke cleared. "You did your best." He sighed as he raised his pokeball and Trooper disappeared from the battlefield in a flash of red light. "Mankey is unable to battle," the referee declared with a raise of her towards Lieutenant Surge. "Magneton is the winner." Cheers filled the gym at the victory of Lieutenant Surge. They were either huge fans of the gym leader or hated him. He figured that it was probably the former because they had no reason to hate someone they didn't know, did they? Ash hurled his next Pokemon up in the air. "It's all up to you now, Ignis." Ignis landed on the field and bared his fangs straight away as he had a look at his opponent. He swung his fiery tail to the side. Ash chuckled at the enthusiasm Ignis showed. The fire type looked forward to a challenge. And this gym battle was certainly one. "And what do we have here?" Lieutenant Surge let out a small laugh. "A little baby Charmander." Ash gritted his teeth as he heard the laughs of the various spectators. He took a deep breath to calm himself. This was a gym battle and Surge was simply trying to egg him on. He didn't need to respond to that. Ignis didn't look pleased either. He didn't usually get angry, but this time he was. He growled at Lieutenant Surge as he bared his fangs dangerously, his claws pointing towards his foe. Ash stared at the Magneton. Trooper might not have been able to defeat the Pokemon, but he had left it with a lot of damage. There were some marks on its shining metallic body. Ash couldn't make out if it was tired, but he discerned he should have been. Trooper had been able to land a few super effective blows. That would have certainly hurt. "Ember!" Ash commanded. Ignis was snapped out of his rage by the order he received. He opened his mouth and summoned flames from inside its belly. The ember gushed through the wind and struck its target. The Magneton swung its body around in the pain that it felt. The burn marks that the attack left were proof of the success of the move. "Show it your Thunderbolt," Surge shouted. Ash smirked. "Now dig." Like he'd practiced so many times, Ignis jumped up in the air and then plowed his way under the battlefield. The Thunderbolt obviously missed its mark. Magneton and Surge both looked at the ground for signs of Ignis and they found it. "There. Zap cannon now." Surge pointed his finger at the ground that had started to shake. Magneton prepared for its attack. Ignis was fast though. He'd already come out to the surface and slammed itself into Magneton. The force of the move that he'd used added with his warm body made Magneton let out a shriek. The magnet Pokemon was sent searing and it crashed on the ground. Lieutenant Surge's Pokemon didn't move. But his grin never disappeared. "Come back, Magneton," he said as he recalled his Pokemon, and the referee raised her hand towards Ash this time. "Magneton is unable to battle, Ignis wins." Ash celebrated his victory with little more than a smile. Surge's first Pokemon was already pretty strong. Gym leaders usually used their strongest Pokemon towards the end of their battle. Ash very well knew that. His attention was snapped by the Pokeball that Surge threw. The ball opened and in a flash of light, a light brown-colored Pokemon with a white underbelly gnarled at him. The Pokemon had a sharp long tail which ended with a lightning bolt shape. Ash narrowed his eyes as he watched the Raichu smirk and cackle some electric sparks from the yellow markings on its cheeks. The Pikachu evolutionary line were known for their speed more than anything else. They could churn out some pretty powerful attacks, but like a lot of other electric types, their speed set them apart. On top of that, this was Lieutenant Surge's Raichu. He didn't expect it to be anything like a normal Raichu. Ash eyed the Raichu on Lieutenant Surge's side of the battlefield as he tried to evaluate his options in his head. The Raichu menacingly grinned, not unlike its trainer, electricity cackling from the yellow sacs on its cheeks. Defeating his Magneton had been difficult enough, Surge's Raichu appeared much stronger than it. Unlike the first time, Lieutenant Surge didn't let Ash have time to breathe or to make the first move. His grin turned even wider as he commanded, "Charge beam." "Dig!" Ash responded immediately. Raichu growled as it got on all fours and shot a yellow beam of electricity towards Ignis, who'd just begun making to burrow a hole in the ground. The slam of thunderous energy missed its target and dissipated behind where Ignis stood a moment ago. The ground began to rumble as Raichu keenly observed its surroundings, its sharp ears perked up and tail flitted, waiting for the faintest of clues of Ignis' arrival. Ash clenched his fists as he watched the battlefield, waiting for Ignis to break out of the ground. This was it. All the work that they'd put in to master Dig had to pay off. Right as Ignis tore through the soil and yanked out of the ground, Raichu's tail swiftly batted on the field, hoisting it up and out of danger, only narrowly being scraped by one of Ignis' claws. Lieutenant Surge let out a cackle of laughter. "That's a move that Raichu can dodge in his sleep. I'll give you some credit for hitting him though." His compliment had Ash gritting his teeth as blood pumped through his veins. "Get back and use Ember." The best way to tackle the situation for him was to know more about Raichu's moves and attack patterns. Hence, it was best to gain some distance and observe. He'd try to lure out Raichu's attacks before letting Ignis get close again. "Fry 'em with Thunderbolt." Surge roared back instantly. Ignis turned around to hustle towards Ash's side of the field, but Raichu cried out as sparks flew from his cheeks in Ignis' direction. The fire type managed to dodge it the first time, but another surge of electricity followed which he couldn't avoid. Ignis' shriek resounded across the gym as slits of blood spilled from the bruises and cuts on its arms. Even through all that, Ignis still managed to spit flames at Raichu, catching it in them. Both Pokémon had taken a hit each, but Raichu visibly fared far better than Ignis. Ember had barely left a few scratches that the mouse seemed to dismiss as if they'd served as no more than a warm-up for him. "DMN it." Ash cursed. Ember again. He wanted to instruct Ignis to keep his distance, but that would reveal his intentions to Surge. Although, considering he was the infamous Vermilion City gym leader, it wouldn't take long for him to deduce it. Ignis let loose another flurry of scorching wisps of fire in Raichu's direction, who dodged the attack by scurrying in a zigzag pattern on all fours. He built up enough distance that none of Ignis' Ember could reach them and menacingly hissed a challenge. Ash wondered if the speed it had just shown was a result of a quick attack or if it was just that fast. If it was the latter, this battle had just become even more difficult. "Thunderbolt!" Lieutenant Surge shouted, a grin on his face. He folded his arms as he watched his Raichu use the same move again. "Retreat back," Ash said, calming himself a bit. Then Ember again. Ignis successfully evaded the incoming bolt of lightning, but barely. Another one headed his way as he threw out more flames in response to his trainer's command. Some of the flames managed to whirl past the Thunderbolt and catch Raichu in them, but the power of the flames had been weakened by Thunderbolt. But that hadn't happened to the Thunderbolt as Ignis took the full brunt of the electric-type attack this time, shrieking out another cry. Ash clenched his fists so hard that his fingernails bit into his palms. The battle would go only one way if it continued in this vein. There was no doubt that Raichu was quicker than Ignis, a fair bit even. And its Thunderbolt was a fearsome move that Ignis wouldn't be able to take much more of. This was clearly the reason that Professor Oak and Bill had told Ash to wait to get at least 3 badges before challenging Lieutenant Surge. He'd even heard rumors in the Pokémon Center that most trainers didn't challenge the Vermilion City Gym until they had 4 badges. Lieutenant Surge had proven to be a challenge indeed. The biggest real challenge Ash had faced since he started his journey. Brock was a strong gym leader and a great Pokémon trainer, but his Pokémon didn't quite pack as much power as Surge's Raichu. Then the battle in the Cerulean Gym had been much easier than he'd expected, and that had made Ash a bit lax. Complacent, even. "Get underground, Ignis!" Ash yelled out. As beat up as he was, Ignis obeyed, digging a hole in the ground and disappearing from sight. Lieutenant Surge and Raichu both grinned as they observed the field in anticipation of where Ignis would appear from. The ground shook again and the Charmander ascended from beneath Raichu. Lieutenant Surge let out a laugh as his Raichu slipped out of the way of the attack and ran in a zigzag pattern, lights shining on its small feet. It used quick attack to dodge. Ash blurted out. Again, Raichu had dodged the attack. Its speed had proved too much for Ignis to handle. Ember. Even though he knew he'd been trying the same things over and over again, Ash had no choice. Ignis' physical attacks weren't hitting Raichu. And they wouldn't start to, unless Ignis suddenly gained a burst of speed or Raichu lost it. You just keep using the same thing, huh? Lieutenant Surge raised an eyebrow sarcastically. Thunderbolt. As Ignis released flames, the yellow sacs on Raichu's cheeks let out a thundering bolt that zoomed towards his foe. As it had done previously, the thunderbolt cut through Ignis' Ember and struck the fire type, who cried out in pain. Ash could only observe in horror as Ignis was brought to his knees. Raichu wasn't just too fast, but also too powerful. This had proven to be a mistake. Ash wasn't ready to face Lieutenant Surge. Not yet. We've had enough fun with it, Raichu, Surge snorted, his arms still folded. Put it out of its misery. Just as Raichu let another surge of electricity loose towards the struggling Ignis, the flame on his tail flared up and grew. What do you know? Surge chuckled as he watched Ignis surround itself in a bright silver, the thunderbolt deflected in another direction. The baby Charmander is growing up. Ash couldn't utter a word at the sight that he saw. He simply watched in awe as his Ignis body grew. Even through the silver light, he could make out that a horn had appeared on his head while his claws grew sharper and his body larger. As the light faded away in a few more moments, the newly evolved Charmeleon roared vociferously, pumping his arms. The newly evolved Pokémon glared at his opponent and instantly flung himself at him. On the way, Ignis' fangs became engulfed in bright red flames. Slam it with Iron Tail, came Surge's order. But Ignis showed why he had evolved. And what he had become. Raichu didn't have enough time to complete his move as he let out an anguished cry at Ignis' fiery fangs digging into his shoulder. Fire Fang. Ash mouthed. Ash had been thinking about strengthening Ignis' fire-type moves since Ember's power would not be enough in his upcoming gym battles. It had already proved to be inadequate here, after all, Ember was pretty much ineffective against Surge's Raichu's stronger electric-type moves. His lips curled upwards at the sight of Ignis' new strength. Ignis slid back a few feet away from Raichu, glaring at it. He then eyed Ash and roared again. He still had bruises all throughout his body from the battle, but the evolution seemed to have revitalized him slightly. Ash knew what he meant. Alright Ignis, Fire Fang again. Deflect it with Iron Tail. Surge's grin never disappeared. Ignis launched himself towards Raichu again, once more displaying his newfound speed. This time though, Raichu was better prepared for the move. Its tail glowed silver and Raichu slammed it down on the incoming Fire Fang. The two attacks met, Ignis trying to bite even harder but the strength of the steel-type move proved too much for him to penetrate through. The two Pokémon retreated and repeated the same move, ending with the same result. That's not gonna work, Ash muttered to himself. Ignis' evolution had only brought him to a level that he could now compete with Surge's Raichu. It wasn't that Ignis hadn't gotten stronger, just that Raichu was too strong before. Now, Ignis could match it in terms of speed as well as power. But would this be enough? Try dig again. Instantly, Ignis dug a hole and disappeared into the ground. Surge huffed. That move's not gonna work even if your Pokémon's evolved, kid. Like so many times earlier, Raichu was again able to jump out of the way of the attack. Quickly use Ember. Ash yelled. That had been his plan, to use Ember if Raichu managed to evade dig again. Ignis was ready for the command as he fired the attack, his flames now much stronger and hotter than when he was just a Charmander. Raichu let out a shriek as the fire-type attack met it and left burn marks around its body. Not only that, but even after the attack, it still felt the burn sting. Nice move, kid. That burn is gonna hurt for a while. Surge complimented Ash. Shoot another thunderbolt. Use Fire Fawn. Ash ordered. As Ignis lunged forward as fast as he could, Raichu released its thunderbolt. Ignis managed to get out of the way of the first wave, but the second one struck him as he closed the distance between himself and Raichu. There were even more bruises around his body and he slowed down, but he didn't stop. Raichu showed its speed as it jumped out of the way of the Fire Fawn, but Ignis followed him like a rabid dog. Another thunderbolt ensued, which Ignis dodged and then dug his fangs into the same shoulder that he had attacked previously. A few more sparks of electricity flew towards the fire-type starter while he retreated after completing the move. Even though the sparks hit him, he wasn't as fazed as before by their impact. These were much weaker than the previous electric moves that he'd been hit by. He huffed wearily, placing one of his claws on the ground for support. But that last blast of thunder was pretty much all Raichu seemed to have. They were its last attempt to take down its foe with it. Raichu lied in the middle of the field with burns throughout its body, unconscious. You did it, Ignis. Ash cheered victoriously when he saw that Surge's Raichu had fallen. Ignis could only let out a low shriek in acknowledgement of his trainer's words. The referee waited for a few moments, apparently surprised by the outcome. But eventually, she raised her hand towards Ash. Raichu is unable to battle. The challenger Ash Ketchum wins the gym battle. Surge pointed his Pokeball forward and his defeated Raichu was SCKED into it. Even though he'd been beaten, his grin did not vanish. That was a good match, kid, he said in a loud tone as he walked in Ash's direction. No, he chuckled, you've won the Thunder Badge now, you're no longer a kid. Ash couldn't help but chuckle at that. He hadn't paid Surge's kid bit much mind thus far. Ash knelt and petted Ignis on the head and recalled the flame Pokemon back into his Pokeball. He'd taken lots of hits and the evolution must have left him even more exhausted. Ash stood back up and smiled at Surge. Surge dug his right hand into his pocket and removed a golden-colored badge in the shape of a star which had a shining red core in the middle. This Thunder Badge is now yours. Ash accepted the badge offered to him and looked at the gym leader. Thanks. He said. This badge had been by far the most difficult of the 3 badges he'd earned so far. Surge had proven to be the gym leader that he'd heard rumors about on his way to Vermilion City, and more. That was quite a comeback. Ash heard a familiar voice from behind him. He turned around and saw the first gym leader he'd defeated walking towards him. Brock, he was quite surprised to see the rock-type specialist here. I didn't expect you to still be in Vermilion City. The tan gym leader waved at him. I had some things to take care of, and I needed to meet with Lieutenant Surge. And it just so happened that I came when you two had just begun your match. You're the Pewter City gym brat. Surge chuffed. Why are you here? What about the gym, kid? Dad has returned, so he's the gym leader now, Brock said as he came to a stop in front of Ash and Surge. So that Flint finally returned, eh? Surge laughed. I thought he'd not come back for another decade. Brock nodded. Yes, and he said that he'd like to talk to you. Surge raised an eyebrow. Talk to me? He could have just called the gym then. He received a shrug from Brock to which he shook his head. He's quite roundabout in the things he does, that man. Ash just observed the conversation between the two. He didn't quite get what they were talking about apart from the fact that Brock's dad wanted to talk to Surge. I'll go call him now. I have to take my Pokemon to the Pokemon Center anyway, Surge said and turned to Ash. Go to the Pokemon Center and wait there for me. I have something to give you. Now that piqued Ash's interest. What was it that Lieutenant Surge wanted to give him? He had to admit that Surge had proved to be quite different as a person than he'd expected. Apart from the way he spoke, which was quite brash, he seemed like a good man. With that, Surge turned around and disappeared behind one of the doors behind the battlefield. Let's go, Ash. Brock said, turning around to walk towards the exit. It didn't take long for Ash and Brock to make it to the Pokemon Center. The first thing Ash did was give the Pokeballs of Trooper and Ignis to Nurse Joy. She told him that it would take a while before he could get them back fully healed because of how busy the Pokemon Center had been. New trainers had been aplenty in the recent months, which kept most of the rooms and doctors occupied. Ash didn't mind that. The immediate care machines in which the Pokeballs were kept already provided some instant treatment to the Pokemon that weren't severely injured, and the doctors later treated them for any injuries that remained. Ash then entered the cafeteria in the Pokemon Center with Brock, and the duo had the day's special curry. The battle had been tiring for not only his Pokemon, but also for Ash, hence he gulped the food down. He needed to recharge his brain after that match. "Do you plan to leave Vermilion City already or take the SSN?" Brock asked as he took a spoonful of rice in his mouth. It's usually a pretty popular cruise for trainers at this time of the year. Ash chewed on the pasta, the saucy cheese melting in his mouth, leaving a sensation that had him eat another spoonful, before answering. "I thought the SSN already left a while back." He took a sip of water after he said that. He remembered that the reason Gary hadn't gone to visit Bill like Professor Oak had suggested was because he didn't want to miss the SSN. Ash had heard quite impressive stories about the SSN himself. It took people to a couple of islands that were supposed to be very good for Pokemon training. That also meant that trainers, especially those who'd recently started their Pokemon journeys, came to Vermilion City in large numbers. It was a great way to find a bunch of strong Pokemon trainers in one place. Ash had originally thought about taking the cruise, but he wasn't as fixated on it as Gary. He figured that a meeting with someone like Bill would prove to be more beneficial in the long run. And it had. He'd learned a lot from the day he'd spent with Bill, and it had been well worth missing the SSN for him. There were some problems in the sea route that the ship follows, so it was delayed for a few days, Brock said. They've changed the departure to 8 days from now. That got Ash's full attention. The SSN would be an experience worth having. I'd like to go, if that's the case. Brock nodded. I'm not sure if I want to go there myself, but if you're going, I don't mind tagging along, Ash smiled. Brock seemed to have taken an interest in him, and he was delighted about it. Having Brock as a traveling companion had been amazing, and he hoped that he would accompany him more. His knowledge on Pokemon had proved far superior than Ash had expected it to be, after his gym battle. I'm really happy that you're traveling with me, Brock. Ash's gaze locked with Brock's, but he broke off contact as heat rose on his cheeks. That was an embarrassing thing to say. He shoved his foot underneath the table nervously. He stammered for a moment but spoke again. I mean, it's nice having you around. I've enjoyed traveling with you too, Ash, Brock said enthusiastically. Ash glanced back at him and found Brock's narrow eyes glitter the tiniest bit. Maybe being honest about his feelings wasn't such a bad thing, after all. He returned Brock's lively grin. Glad to hear that. He focused on the issue at hand again. Do you know where we can get the tickets for it? Yeah, Brock continued, resting the spoon in his plate after he'd finished his meal. But the tickets would be pretty difficult to get this late. It's usually fully booked a while before its departure. That's not surprising, Ash said as he finished the last of his food. The popularity of the cruise, especially amongst young trainers, was known throughout the world, so much so that it had even been mentioned in his books in school. A friend of mine left before me from Cerulean City just to get here in time for the SSN. It'll be difficult then, Brock sported a wry smile. We can try going to the port and asking if there are any tickets available, but I don't think we'll be lucky enough for that. Ash smiled wryly, his stomach sank at Brock's words. Yeah, I guess that's the best we can do. Surge still hadn't arrived yet. After they had finished their meal, Ash and Brock went to the main hall of the Pokemon Center to wait for the city's gym leader. Ash again wondered what Surge wanted to give him. Could it be some kind of a TM disc? He'd read that some gym leaders rewarded trainers with a TM for beating them, in addition to the gym badge. Surge made his appearance after a few more minutes of idle chatter, about a few questions Ash had about treating Pokemon, with Brock. You kids must have been waiting a long time for me, Serge laughed as he took his seat on the couch opposite Ash and Brock. No, we had lunch in the meantime and got to talk some, Ash replied. He said this to be polite, but it wasn't a total lie. Were you able to contact my father? Brock asked. Yeah, Serge nodded, then smirked. We were reminiscing quite a bit. That's why it took me so long. Ash didn't want to interject, but he was somewhat curious on the matter. Have you and Brock's father known each other long? We go way back, kiddo. Serge answered as he patted Ash's shoulder. Ash felt like he was being hammered under the force of Serge's firm hands tapping on his much slender shoulders. He couldn't say he enjoyed the feeling, but he fought back the urge to blurt it out to the gym leader. He's a bit older than me, but we've known each other for almost 2 decades. Ash raised his eyebrows in surprise as he settled himself. That's long. That Flint guy and his obsession with rocks and rock-type Pokemon is out of this world, Serge said. He was away for how many years now? He asked as he turned to look at Brock. He didn't come home for 3 years, but even before that, he used to be away sometimes, Brock answered with a light chuckle. He must have gotten those giant rock-type Pokemon of his even stronger. Serge laughed, leaning forward and placing his hands on the desk. But he's the Pewter City gym leader, isn't he? Ash asked curiously. That statement from Serge had raised a lot of questions in his mind. That's one of the first gyms a lot of new trainers challenge. If he's that strong, wouldn't it be too difficult to beat him? Serge blinked for a few moments, then glanced at Brock, who shrugged. Don't be so naive, kid. Serge burst into a fit of laughter as Ash sported a look of confusion, his lips parting. He leaned closer to Ash and continued. Tell me, did you think that battle we had earlier was with my strongest Pokemon? This conversation had taken a turn that Ash didn't expect. What could the gym leader mean? I would have thought so, Ash replied. Honestly, which earned him another loud laugh from the gym leader. He could see other people in the Pokemon Center looking at the trio due to Serge's outburst. It took him a few seconds to control his laughter, but Serge finally managed to speak. Explain it to him, he said to Brock, now spreading his hands behind the couch as he leaned back. Ash, Brock began, as he and Ash turned toward each other. I can understand why you don't know this since you're a new trainer, and this information isn't something that trainers know before they begin their journey. Ash nodded. Indeed, he'd never heard anything about this. It could be that most things he knew about the gym leaders were wrong. He thought that they gave it their all in battle, and only by defeating them at their best did challengers earn the right to win gym badges. Gym leaders are there not to beat challengers, but to test them, Brock explained. That applies even more to the 8 Pokemon League Challenge gym leaders of the region. I assume you know about the 8 Pokemon League Challenge gyms, correct? Yes, I do, Ash nodded his understanding. They're gyms whose badges are needed if you want to challenge the Pokemon League. That was common knowledge. He'd been taught about the Pokemon League Challenge gyms. These 8 gyms needed to be beaten, along with winning a regional Pokemon conference, if a trainer wanted to challenge the Elite Four and the champion. There were many gyms in the Kanto region which were certified by the Pokemon League. However, only 8 were chosen as the League Challenge gyms. Challenging the Elite Four was also sometimes called the Champion League instead of the Pokemon League. 8 gym badges were also needed if a trainer wanted to participate in the regional Pokemon League conferences. However, these gym badges needn't be the ones from the Pokemon League Challenge gyms. As long as they had 8 gym badges from certified gyms within the region, that would suffice. These Pokemon League tournaments that took place around every 3 years in the Kanto region, held great prestige, but they were a step below the Pokemon League. However, the Champion League Challenge, the challenge to the Elite Four and Champion, was one which was given the highest regard. That was the reason a trainer needed to be fully qualified by winning a Pokemon League conference, regardless of which region it took place in, and then beat all the Pokemon League gym leaders in order to be qualified to challenge it. Only the strongest trainers, even amongst those who'd won the league conference, could succeed in these. And even if they did beat the Elite Four, which was an exceptionally rare enough feat in itself, beating the champion was a whole different game. That was the reason why Pokémon League champions weren't dethroned too often. Champions were the geniuses amongst geniuses who'd taken their Pokémon to a level that most trainers couldn't imagine. Some of the gym leaders have been taking care of their gyms for years or even decades, Brock added. Do you really think that most new trainers, who'd just been training for a few months, would be able to beat them? Ash clicked his tongue. That was true. He'd thought about it but never paid it too much mind. They should have been extremely strong trainers to be chosen as gym leaders in the first place. Exactly, Brock said with a click of his fingers. Each and every one of the gyms that has been certified by the Pokémon League has top-quality trainers as their leaders. That's even more true for the League Challenge gyms. A lot of gym leaders, especially young ones, do use their strongest Pokémon, but most of the veteran leaders who've been handling their gym for many years, some even for decades, use Pokémon that they feel would be a test for the challengers, but not something that they can't overcome. Of course, there are exceptions to this, Serge chuckled at that. Brock paused for a moment and continued. The Viridian City gym leader hasn't given out a gym badge to any trainer in years. The only reason some trainers were able to win the Earth badge from the Viridian Gym in recent years is because the gym leader had been away a lot of the time, so he'd let the gym trainers handle the gym. Not to say they are weak, but some experienced challengers managed to beat them. For example, this time it was Serge's time to begin the explanation. I only use Pokémon that I think would be suitable for kids who've got 2 or 3 gym badges. He shrugged his hulking shoulders and chuckled a boisterous laugh. But I do admit that I go overboard sometimes and make it more difficult for them. I don't like giving gym badges to just any challenger either. That was true. The stories Ash had heard about Serge proved it. He might not have been using his strongest Pokémon, but he didn't make it easy for challengers to get the Thunder badge. Brock continued, so, if you're challenging the Cinnabar Gym, which is supposed to be one of the toughest gyms in the Kanto region, the gym leader will use Pokémon that he thinks are suited to give a challenge to that level of trainers. But simply said, those Pokémon would be closer to his real strength compared to the Vermilion City Gym because it's challenged by newer trainers. He appeared to be enjoying filling Ash in. There's a reason not every brat that wins a gym battle can become the gym leader, Serge said as he folded his hands. I see, Ash mused and then turned to look at Brock. Then you must also be a very strong Pokémon trainer, Brock. Brock scratched his head and smiled. Well, he began. I was the gym leader, yes, but I was mostly substituting for my father who was the original gym leader. So, what you saw in the Pewter City Gym was all I had. As I said, a lot of gym leaders do use their strongest Pokémon. And anyway, I enjoy looking after Pokémon a lot more than training them for battle. Ash had found Brock's Pokémon to be quite strong, even at that point, and the only thing that had probably limited him was that he could only use Rock-type Pokémon. He then turned to Serge. How strong are you, Serge? That was an innocent question. Serge chuckled at it though. Come back again when you're much, much stronger and maybe you'll give my stronger Pokémon a challenge. Ash rubbed his forehead, wiped off a drop of sweat and smiled wryly. I'll definitely do that. This had been a knowledgeable chat for Ash. He had been truly naive to think that gym leaders, especially the Pokémon League Challenge gym leaders, were simply as strong as they showed him in their battles. These trainers were veterans who'd been chosen to be leaders of gyms that qualified a trainer to challenge the Elite Four. They had to have been special Pokémon trainers. Anyways, Serge interrupted Ash's train of thoughts as he put one of his hands in his vest pocket and took out a rectangular piece of paper. I had some tickets that I got for the SS and left. You'd have good use for this one, kid. Not getting the exact reaction that he'd imagined from Ash, he clicked his tongue. Just sell it if you don't want it. It'll fetch a real high price these days. The ship leaves in 8 days if you want to board it. What luck, Ash thought to himself. He and Brock had just been discussing if they'd be able to get tickets for the ship, but here was Surge simply gifting him one. Ash had reckoned he'd miss the chance if he didn't find any available or if they were overpriced. He gleefully accepted the ticket and smiled at Surge. "We were just thinking about how to get tickets for the SSN. "Thanks, Surge. But the ticket won't be of any use to me if we can't find one for Brock, so I'll return it if that happens to be the case." "Oh." Surge raised an eyebrow. "So, you both were planning to go?" "Well, it was just something we came up with since it was an option," Brock said. He was actually quite moved by Ash saying that he'd return the single ticket if there wasn't one for him. They hadn't known each other for that long, so Ash's words came as a surprise to him. Well then, Surge removed another ticket from his pocket and offered it to Brock this time. "Have it. We can try searching for one, you don't have to give me one as well." Brock raised a hand up as if to deny the ticket. "You fool." Surge slammed the ticket on the table and roared, making Brock flinch. He was a hulk of a man, and his voice certainly showed his personality. "You know how much these tickets are going for on the black market right now? Do you really think you'd get them for a good price just because you looked around for them? Were they that expensive?" Ash had thought that maybe they'd have to pay a bit more for the tickets at this point, but how much more would they have needed to pay? He had no idea how these things worked, so he couldn't really figure it out. "You're Flint's son, so I'll just have him do me something in exchange for this," Surge said when he saw that Brock still hadn't picked the ticket up. "All right then." Brock finally moved his hands forward and grabbed the ticket. "Thanks a lot. I'm a busy man, so I gotta go." Surge stood up from the couch, turned away and waved to them from behind. "See ya when you're stronger, kid." When he said kid at the end, Ash remembered how he'd said that he was no longer a kid after their gym battle. This was not more than a couple hours back. But he paid it no heed. Surge had proven to be an interesting man. "Bye." Brock and Ash both waved at him as well. "So, Brock," Ash turned to look at the boy whom he'd bored SSN with. "Do you have any plans before we get to the SSN?" Brock shook his head. "I took care of the stuff that I needed to last week. I actually wasn't even sure what I'd do afterwards, so I don't have anything that I have to do." "You probably have something in mind for your time, don't you?" "I don't have any concrete plans myself, but maybe I'll go around the city. I've been training most of the time since I came here, so I haven't seen Vermilion City yet. After that, some training wouldn't be bad." Ash answered. "I'll come with you then," Brock said. "I can help you get around the places that you'd find interesting. Vermilion City is quite big." Ash smiled. That would be great. Indeed, having someone to show him around sounded perfect. Later that evening, Ash got his Pokémon back from Nurse Joy. He also stocked up on some Pokémon food while he was there. They came in handy when he couldn't find anything else on his journey for his Pokémon. The sky had gotten dark as Ash stood in a clearing near the Pokémon Center. The field was pretty big, he noted. He saw a few trainers here and there with their Pokémon, some training, some just talking to them. He removed all 5 of his Pokeballs from his belt and let out his Pokémon. The first thing that happened once all of his Pokémon were out, was that 4 of them stared at the 5th. Indeed, the evolution of Ignis surprised his friends. Kaiser was the first to make a move as he yelped and then crawled in front of Ignis. The fire type roared in response before the 2 Pokémon communicated with another through a set of shrieks. Kaiser then wrapped himself onto Ignis' body as he took a closer look at the horn that his friend had grown. He yelped once again before nibbling at it. The Charmeleon didn't like this action by his friend though, as he swung his claws at the dragon type. Ash watched the interaction between the 2 play out with a smile on his face. It was quite amusing seeing Kaiser being so curious about Ignis' new form. As the Dratini was flung down by Ignis, he fired a short dragon breath at him who threatened him with his claws pointed forwards. Ash didn't interfere yet. This was quite a different side to Ignis. He'd never seen Ignis so aggressive towards any friendly Pokémon before. He'd heard that sometimes a Pokémon's personality changed when they evolved, so this might have been that change. The two didn't take the duel any further as Kaiser turned around and slithered away. Ignis simply let out a light burst of flames as he, too, looked away. Ash chuckled. This turnaround could be interesting. Hey guys, Ash finally called out to his Pokémon, walking towards them. He got their attention as all of them turned their attention to him. All except Kaiser, who'd crawled away. Ash took his hat off and scratched his head. Kaiser, he called out, come here, his tone was very gentle. A few moments later, Kaiser glanced towards Ash, who was still smiling, and slithered back to the group. Once all the Pokémon were together, Ash removed the shiny new badge that he'd won. We won the Thunder badge today. As he said that, all of his Pokémon cried out in joy. Even Kaiser, who'd shown a lack of interest thus far. Trooper appeared to be the happiest of the group as he jumped up and down, grabbing Ash's hat in the process and putting it on his head. He hadn't known the result of the battle after he'd been knocked out, so his jubilation was understandable. Ash let Trooper play with his hat for the moment, petting the pig monkey Pokémon on the side of his head. He then continued. We'll be boarding the SS and in about a week's time. It's a very famous cruise which only leaves once a year. Trainers from all over the region board it, so it could be a great chance for us to have some battles and get stronger. As Tia, Refer Chapter Ralts had a nickname before she was caught, tilted her head to the side while letting out a squeal, Ash realized that his Pokémon probably didn't know what it was. The SS-N is a ship that sails through the sea, which is a massive body of water. We'll be surrounded by water as far as the eye can see for a while. Tia let out another squeal at her trainer's explanation. Ash couldn't help but take the little feeling Pokémon in his arms and lift her up. She let out another squeal, this time of joy, as a smile made its way to her tiny face. The Ralts appeared to be enjoying Ash holding her. He perched her up on his shoulder as she held onto Ash's head with her tiny arms. Ash's chuckle was cut short as he noticed Ignis and Kaiser still facing away from each after their eyes met again for a brief moment. What's up, you two? Ignis and Kaiser both let out a shriek at the same time, but neither turned around. Ash sighed. He hadn't had any problems with his Pokémon not getting along before. And Kaiser and Ignis were two Pokémon he'd least expect to have problems. They had been the best of friends since they'd met. Or at least that's how it had appeared to Ash. But now, Ignis' change in personality had the two at loggerheads. Ava jumped forwards and chirped a few times to the both of them. She looked like she was trying to be the peacemaker. She tapped both Pokémon with either of her wings, and they both yelped in acknowledgement. But their attitude towards one another didn't change. Ava gave Ash a defeated look once her attempts had brought no success. Trooper, on the other hand, had just been observing the event unfold. He'd stopped his antics. Even he found this duel of personalities between his friends interesting. Ash patted his flying type on the head. You tried your best, Ava, don't worry about them. They'll be just fine after a while. Ash couldn't think of anything to do at this point. He hoped that they'd just get along with one another as they did before. If not, he might have to ask Brock for some pointers. The experienced trainer surely would be of help in this situation. After spending a few more minutes with his Pokémon in the field, Ash fed them the food he'd bought and returned them to their Pokeballs. He found that Tia appeared to enjoy the new flavor he'd bought this time. The other Pokémon didn't seem to have any different reaction to the food though, so he figured it must be a matter of personal taste for her. Later, he went back to the Pokémon Center and joined up with Brock before the two had dinner. Brock had booked a dual bedroom in the Pokémon Center for a week now that they had to wait there. Once in there, Ash couldn't help but fall asleep in between a conversation he'd been having with Brock. The gym battle had him tired. 5 of the 8 days that they had remaining slipped by pretty quickly. Ash had had a good tour of the port city in that time, visiting many of the city's major attractions. One of the places that he found especially interesting was the Pokémon Fan Club. It was a famous organization that had various branches not just around Kanto but throughout the world. He'd watched some shows back home in which the chairman for the Kanto region for the club had appeared. He recalled the depth in which the old man talked about Pokémon and spreading love for them. The organization was, after all, a place for people to gather and talk about their favorite Pokémon. It allowed people of similar interests to meet and interact with one another, and also allowed for them to come across and see Pokémon raised by other members. The building of the fan club was filled with young trainers and some younger kids who weren't trainers yet. Ash spent more than an hour there, getting the gist of the place from one of the employees. That same day, Ash and Brock also went to the main Pokemart of the city, where Ash stocked up on a few things that he imagined he'd need on his journey. Some Pokeballs, potions, antidotes and the like. Only 3 days remained for the SS and to depart. Ash had visited most of the places of interest in the city in the days prior, so the only thing he could do now was wait and get some training done with his Pokémon. However, he changed his plans when Brock mentioned a very popular fishing point along the coast that wasn't too far away. Ash and Brock only walked for about an hour to get to the place. Ash could see a few people around who had their fishing lines thrown into the sea. He wondered if he would come across a Pokémon that he'd want to catch here. He realized that he'd need to catch a water-type Pokémon soon to add diversity to his party, and this was the perfect place to catch one. He figured that most of the more common water types like Goldeen, Poliwag and Magikarp wouldn't be too difficult to find. Brock pointed to a hut in the distance and suggested, "Let's see what we can find over there," then started walking in that direction. Ash followed suit. Yeah. There wasn't too much of interest where they had been standing anyway. Maybe they could ask the ones who lived in the house about the area. It took them a couple more minutes to make it to the house. "It's actually a shop," Ash chimed. This was perfect. They hadn't bought fishing rods or anything of that sort yet, and they would need those things if they wanted to try their hand at fishing. "The guidebook I have did say that there was a shop somewhere here, but I didn't expect it to be this run down," Brock said wryly as he looked around the hut. Ash couldn't help but shrug. As long as they found what they needed, he didn't care. "Is anyone home?" he called out. The hut was neither too big nor too small. From what he could make out, it was probably big enough for 2 or 3 people to live in. What seemed like the counter of the shop in the hut had a few worn-out rods spread across it, as well as a couple that looked new with some lures and fishing nets. Not receiving any answer once a minute had passed, Brock tried calling this time. "We want to buy fishing rods," he spoke loudly. Ash and Brock looked at one another after a few moments had passed without any response. This could be a bit bothersome. The day had been quite hot and they'd walked all the way out here. It would be a waste if they just had to make their way back without doing what they came here to do. "I guess no one's around," Ash said. "What should we do? Should we wait, or leave?" Brock put a hand on his chin. "We've already come all this way, so we should wait a bit. If no one comes in that time," he sighed, shaking his head. "Then we can't do anything, can we? What do you whippersnappers want, eh?" An annoyed voice spoke from behind them. Ash turned around to find an old, white-bearded man walking in their direction. From his attire and the fishing rod he had in his hand, he was probably a fisherman. "Kids these days have no patience," the man sighed. "Are you the owner of this shop?" Ash asked. "Yes, I am," the man said as he walked past the trainer into the hut. "What is it you want?" "Fishing rods, nets, lures. Make up your mind quick," his tone almost sounded condescending. "I don't have time to play with y'all." Ash scratched his eyebrow at the way the old man spoke. Old people were difficult to deal with sometimes, and he seemed like one of those. "We'd like to have 2 fishing rods and lures," Brock said. "Which ones?" the man asked. "What's the cost of one of those?" Brock pointed towards the newer-looking fishing rods. The man picked up one of the rods that Brock had mentioned and observed it for a few seconds. "One will cost you 1,000 Pokedollars. 1,000. Even the usually calm Brock couldn't help but holler at the price. "That's too much." Ash couldn't believe the price either. 1,000 poke dollars was a lot of money. For comparison, a normal pokeball was worth 20 poke dollars in a Pokemart, and a full meal for one person in the Pokemon Center could be 70 to 80 poke dollars. Those rods didn't look anything special apart from the fact that they were new. You can buy a new fishing rod in a Pokemart for under 500 poke dollars, Brock reasoned, spreading his hands wide to explain his point. Go then, the man answered, turning around and stepping inside the house. Buy it from the Pokemart for 500. Ash controlled the urge to shout. Can you please be more reasonable? Yeah, 1,000 is a bit too much. Brock said in support. The man gave them one last glance. Take it or leave. Ash and Brock looked at one another with defeated expressions. Giving the extra bit of money was probably better than going back to the city empty-handed. Time was more precious. We'll get one, then. Ash said. 2 lures should be enough, right, Brock? I guess we'll have to only settle for 1 rod between the 2 of us, and yeah, 2 lures should be enough for now. Brock replied after a moment's thought. The man, who'd almost gone inside, came back out and took the newer fishing rod and 2 Magikarp-shaped lures from the counter. He did a few adjustments to the rod before placing it in front of his customers. That'll be 1,200 poke dollars. Even his lures were much more expensive than normal. Ash sighed as he removed some money from his pocket and handed it to Brock. Ash tried to pay it all, but Brock returned half of it to Ash. The 2 then decided to share the cost between them for the rod and lures. Thank you, Ash muttered, but his tone didn't have any hint of gratitude. They'd been ripped off, but there was no other choice for them. Brock took the materials from the man after handing him the money. Let's find a fishing spot, he said to Ash as he looked out to sea, glancing from one area to another. Ash nodded. Yeah, we better do that. Ash didn't think that Brock would have an interest in fishing since he was a rock-type Pokemon trainer. But then he remembered Brock's words from when they'd met on his way to Vermilion. The former gym leader wanted to become a Pokemon breeder and doctor. Maybe the reason he only trained rock-type so far was because he had to as the Pewter City gym leader. And considering Brock's personality, that was a probable scenario. Ash had only known the older teen a short time, but he seemed like a very responsible person. The duo walked along the coast for a few minutes before Brock decided on the place to fish. Ash just followed his lead and settled on the place. They decided to share the fishing burden by each of them holding the rod for a few minutes at a time. Brock was the first to try his hand. So, Brock, Ash started, dusting off the cemented platform before he sat down. Do you have a lot of experience with fishing? The tanned man sat down beside the trainer after he'd thrown the line in the sea. I haven't fished a lot myself, he chuckled. But my mom loves water-type Pokemon, so she used to take me along for fishing at times. I'm just following some of the advice that she'd given me back then. That's a bit surprising, Ash raised his eyebrows. Your mom loves water types while your dad is a rock-type specialist. Yeah, Brock said. He smiled as he faced his fishing partner. My mom and dad have quite the story. But it's a long one, so I'll tell you about it some other time. That left Ash interested, but he didn't push Brock to explain it to him now. It hadn't been that long since they'd met, so he wasn't comfortable asking Brock about personal matters or stories like that yet. Almost 4 hours had passed since Ash and Brock had started fishing. In that time, the only Pokemon that they'd been able to find were 3 Magikarp and 1 Goldeen. They'd taken a lunch break in the meantime, but the 2 had been fishing almost non-stop since they'd started, and this wasn't the result that they'd hoped for when they decided that they wanted to come here. They'd let all 4 of the Pokemon they'd lured go back into the sea since they weren't really interested in them. Goldeen were Pokemon that could only survive in a water environment, and that could prove to be a problem for Ash. Hence, he had no interest in catching them. As for Magikarp, they could survive outside for lengthy periods of time, but the problem came in raising them. Yes, the idea of having a mighty Gyarados excited him, but it took a lot of time and effort to turn them into those creatures. Ash wasn't opposed to the idea. Quite the opposite, in fact. He loved training his Pokémon and making them stronger in front of his own eyes, but at the moment, he wanted a water type that would be more battle-ready than a Magikarp. They'd changed fishing spots quite a bit in that time, but the results had been the same. Fishing was a game of patience, but it was running out, certainly for Ash. Should we change spots again? Ash asked his companion. Brock pursed his lips. He appeared somewhat frustrated too. I think we should, he said, standing up and dusting his pants off. You too. Came a voice from their right, making them turn around. It was the old man from whom they'd bought the rod. Come with me, he said as he began walking without sparing them another look. Ash gave Brock a glance. I think it's better to go with him than to just stick around here. Maybe he knows some better fishing areas. Brock nodded at the suggestion. You're right. The man had already walked a fair distance away while the two trainers contemplated their choice. You two want to find better Pokémon or not? The man stopped for a moment to turn to look at them before he continued walking. I know the sea much better than some runts like you who don't know the first thing about fishing. Ash couldn't help but let an irked smile make its way to his face. The old man wasn't wrong. Ash had fished a bit when he was younger, sometimes with Professor Oak, sometimes with Leaf and Gary, and a few times with his mom, but it had been in the local river near Pallet Town. And he couldn't really brag about getting anything more than some Magikarp, Goldeen or the odd Poliwag. They had to walk for close to a quarter of an hour before the old man finally stopped. This part of the coast appeared devoid of people. It was isolated from the rest of the area where Ash had seen a lot of people trying their hand at fishing. The waves were much wilder, some of them splashing seawater on their faces. Ash had to shield his eyes from the spray. We only moved a bit farther away and the waves here are totally different, Ash commented. What? The old man smugly looked at Ash. You want to go fishing but can't even handle this? I can handle it, Ash answered with a grin on his face. But will we even be able to catch something when the waves are this strong? Just try it and you'll find out. The old man grinned. This was the first time Ash had seen him move away from the annoyed look that he'd had thus far. You want to go first, Brock? Ash asked, turning to look over at his friend. Brock shook his head. I've had enough fishing for one day, he smiled. All right then, Ash nodded to himself, standing straight and throwing the line into the roaring waves, using all his strength to get it as far as he could. Now it was all a game of patience. After only a few minutes, Ash had got his first bite. But before he could reel it towards himself, he lost it. Then, he got another bite. I think it's big. Ash remarked, taking a step back and trying to pull the line in. The old man glanced at Ash. I'm surprised you even got 2 bites already. You don't know the first thing about how to fish. Ash gritted his teeth as he tried to pull even harder. Whatever it was that was on the hook, it was not just heavy but also strong. He could feel that it was pulling the rod towards itself and this had become a competition of who had more strength. A few moments later, Ash found himself losing the battle as he was dragged towards the water. I'll help you, Brock said as he walked behind Ash and grabbed the rod. He, too, pulled hard. With Ash and Brock both mustering every bit of their strength, they finally had the upper hand. They both shouted as they managed to reel the line in and get the creature that had caught the lure on the surface. A crabby! Ash exclaimed when he saw the crab Pokémon attached to the lure. This crabby seems bigger than the ones I saw at Professor Oak's ranch. There were a fair amount of crabbies in Professor Oak's ranch, some belonged to trainers while some had just grown up in the pond there. There were some differences in sizes in those Ash had seen, but none were quite as big as this one. The one that had just appeared was at least 1.5 times bigger than those. It is definitely bigger than normal, Brock remarked with a smile. Are you going to try and catch it? You bet I am. Came Ash's excited response as he unclipped one of his pokeballs. Tia, you're up. The Ralts cooed as she materialized in front of Krabby. The crab Pokemon just slammed both its pincers on the ground, yipping as it slid a few steps towards its opponent. Start off with confusion, Ash commanded. Tia's body glowed pink as she extended her hands forward. The Krabby had begun to walk to its left, but Tia's attack hit as the water type's eyes glowed blue. In the next second, however, the Krabby appeared to move towards Tia, rushing on its tiny legs. It broke through the confusion that quickly. Ash's eyes widened when he saw the Krabby charge. Tia lacked fighting experience, but her attacks weren't weak by any means, so Ash didn't expect Krabby to push through the attack. Not this easily, anyway. Disarming voice quickly. As the Krabby charged towards her, Tia jerked her body backwards and cried loudly. Purple sound waves which were barely visible appeared from her mouth in the shape of hearts and struck the incoming Krabby. Krabby shrieked for a moment, but as it had done with the last attack, fought past it and reached Tia. Ash grimaced when Tia's neck was grabbed by the Krabby with its pincers. It ignored Tia's cries as it swung its pincers from one side to another, fluttering Tia along with them. "Shake it off, Tia!" Ash shouted. The moves of this Krabby were unpredictable. Use disarming voice again. The Krabby didn't stop swinging Tia around with its massive pincers, and it seemed to be enjoying it from the look on its face. When Tia heard Ash's voice, she let out another cry and mustered all her strength to release another series of voices. These hit Krabby head-on since she was so close. The crab Pokemon finally let go as it was pushed back by the force of disarming voice. It shook its body before hitting its head with its left pincer. Ash couldn't help but smile in amusement at that. This Krabby had quite the character. Now, draining kiss. Tia sent a flying kiss, which took the shape of a pink heart, Krabby's way. This time, instead of taking it head-on like it had done previously, the Krabby formed bubbles in its mouth and released a volley of them in the direction of the incoming attack. The two attacks met, canceling each other out. However, Tia was quick enough to send another kiss to Krabby, hitting it this time. It hissed as its body glowed orange, the effects of the draining kiss sking power from it. At the same time, Tia's body glowed too as she cooed. Draining kiss was an attack that healed the user while sking the life out of its opponent. Tia had done just that. Suddenly, Krabby hissed as white bubbles formed around its mouth and engulfed it. Ash squinted his eyes. What was it trying to do? Krabby had become obscured between the innumerable bubbles that continued to ripple and expand into a sea around it. Ash's jaw clenched at the realization of Krabby's intentions. "Ash, it's trying to get away," Brock warned, almost shouting. "Yeah," Ash muttered hastily. Tia quickly used disarming voice to put out those bubbles. He felt his heart race at a rate of knots. He wanted that Krabby. Not only was it bigger than average, it was a fine battler, almost a perfect addition to his team. Tia reared her head back and her voice reverberated in circles of pink energy, melting the bubbles in little more than an instant. But behind the veil of bubbles which fizzled out into water, there were no signs of Krabby. Ash tucked his face in his hands in defeat. "Damn it," he groaned, his shoulders slumping. He'd messed up. Maybe if he'd seen the facade of bubbles from Krabby sooner, it wouldn't have been able to escape. Maybe if he'd tried to capture it sooner. His mind veered through all of the scenarios that could have prevented the Krabby from getting away. "You are a greenhorn, after all, eh?" The old man scoffed. He let out a burst of short laughter which made Ash grumble and grit his teeth. That was just rubbing salt into the wound. "Don't worry about it, Ash," Brock assured him. Ash felt a comforting hand on his shoulder which made him smile wryly. Some Pokemon are just good at escaping. You can always get more Pokemon. Ash fought back the urge to reiterate his thoughts about how Krabby was strong and how much he wanted to catch it. Brock's words somehow managed to comfort him, and minimize his disappointment. He'd failed to express how thankful he'd felt to Brock in the time they'd spent together. The older trainer always managed to help him one way or another. A few minutes and some more Magikarp reels later, Ash finally got another bite on his rod. The Pokémon was heavier, considerably more so than any of his other pulls. He felt a fizz as he lugged the line in, his teeth grinding due to the sheer strength he had to employ. He blinked when he eyed what appeared to be a brown rock that had tugged onto his lure. But Ash's face glistened the moment it juddered and lifted itself up, revealing lustrous red eyes that glared at him. "A Kabuto," he exclaimed. He'd seen one or two of this species of fossil Pokémon before. They were said to reside on seafloors, their ability to conceal their presence so efficient that people hardly noticed them even if they were to pass by. "It's been a while since I've seen a Kabuto," Brock said as he shot a smile Ash's way. "Now that's a rare find," the old fisherman sneered, his lips curling ever so slightly into his wrinkled skin. "It's not every day that you find a Kabuto." Ash glanced at the man before focusing his gaze back on the Kabuto. He fidgeted with his belt, fingers sliding across the 5 Pokémon he owned while his mind zipped around and thought about which he'd use. A grass type would be the perfect counter to Kabuto's part rock and water typing, but he lacked one. Neither did he have a Pokémon that could use a grass-type move. He clicked his tongue and pulled out a Pokeball. "Let's get ourselves a new friend, Kaiser." As he pointed the Pokeball forward, the Dratini materialized with a snarl. Ash breathed deeply, his eyes narrowing. "Let's wait for it to make a move, Kaiser. Just make sure it doesn't have any chance to escape," he instructed. He'd had enough of failed captures recently and wasn't about to let this one go. Kaiser yanked itself up and stared down at the Kabuto, clearly intending to intimidate it, but Kabuto barely reacted. A minute passed yet the wild Pokémon's stance didn't waver in the slightest. Silence enshrouded the area as Kabuto's scarlet orb still peered at Ash without movement. Ash frowned. This Kabuto's temperament contrasted to the Krabby he'd encountered earlier. It showed no signs of aggression and Kaiser got impatient, violently snaking towards Kabuto while growling. "All right," Ash sighed. It wasn't as if he was fond of simply waiting. "Use Dragon Breath to corner it to your left." A greenish-blue draconic stream spurted out in an instant, the air around the Dragon Breath sizzling. Finally, Kabuto moved. And even then, its defensive maneuvers were minimal. Its shell sparkled silver briefly as it buried its face into the ground. Ash heard a fizz from the Kabuto as it tumbled and skidded back from the force of Dragon Breath, mauling its claws into the cement for balance. "Harden," Ash noted. Its shell provided extreme defense because the Dragon Breath barely left a few singes. "Push it back further," Ash said. "Try Aqua Jet." Kaiser enveloped himself with water as he hustled across the distance in almost an instant. Ash scowled when he saw Kabuto summon water around itself and dash into Kaiser's Aqua Jet with its own. But then Ash smirked. Kabuto had finally decided to fight back. Kaiser shrieked after being shoved back by Kabuto's move, but he'd slammed Kabuto back even further. He roared, evidently proud that he'd managed to overpower his opponent. The two repeated their moves and this ended in a similar fashion. Kaiser's physical strength was profoundly overwhelming for the wild rock type. Ash grinned at the sight of Kabuto steadying itself. Its scarlet eyes flared up and it hissed angrily as its shell glowed silver once again. "Dragon Breath," Ash ordered. Was it using Harden again? As Kaiser flashed another Dragon Breath, the sheen on Kabuto's body died and several glittering, spiky stones materialized over its back. The draconic flames whizzed past the stones and flooded Kabuto, but the sparkling boulders viciously pelted Kaiser, lashing deep into his soft, blue skin. The fiery boulders left firm, gaping marks on the cement floor as the air around it still seethed and simmered. Kabuto steadied itself by the skin of its teeth. Kaiser fared better, but that attack had most likely hurt, even if he wasn't about to show it. "That was ancient power," Brock commented. Ash glanced at him for a second, then gazed back at Kabuto. Its attacks were strong, even if not strong enough to take on Kaiser yet. His excitement surged at the prospect of adding Kabuto to his team. "It's on its last legs, Kaiser," Ash smirked wildly. "Use Shock Wave, but control your power." A streak of yellow lightning whizzed through the air from the small white lump on Kaiser's head. Kabuto's body sparkled again to use ancient power, however shock wave crackled around it and the electricity caused it to shudder relentlessly. Ash grimaced at Kabuto's loud fizz, the pain of the sound hurt his soul. He was sure Kaiser had indeed held back, but the electric-type attack still proved overwhelmingly powerful against a water-type. His only solace was that at least Kabuto wouldn't be able to escape now. It laid on the floor, still flailing from the attack. I think we overdid that a little. Ash let a wry smile cross his features. He readied an empty pokeball and flung it at the wild Kabuto, who'd finally ceased any movement. Red light engulfed it as it was sekked inside the empty pokeball. Ash bit his lip and anxiously eyed the wobbling pokeball for a few seconds. He clenched his fists tightly and grinned from ear to ear when it stopped moving. I caught my 6th Pokemon. His whisper wasn't meant for anyone but himself. Ash acknowledged Kaiser with a pat to his head after the Dratini leapt on his shoulder and leaned his head on Ash's. Great job, Kaiser. Kaiser roared at the praise, seemingly satisfied. Ash felt his shoulders stiffen when Kaiser wrapped his body around them. He'd grown slightly heavier since the last time he'd done this. That was nicely done. Brock complimented him with a smile on his face. Ash smiled back, picking the pokeball up from the ground. Yeah, Kabuto is pretty strong. Although Kaiser had made light work of it, Kabuto's endurance and moveset had impressed Ash. It had a solid arsenal of attacks that it had used in the battle, and Ash couldn't wait to see what other moves it knew. He'd probably need to work on improving Kabuto's type coverage, but that part of being a Pokemon trainer never exhausted him. The old man, who'd watched the battle as well as the Pokemon capture, snorted. You were lucky. You got a good one. Ash could only chuckle. Thanks, I guess. The old man had sold his wares for a hiked price, and he wasn't the nicest guy to talk to, but considering he'd helped them find this fishing spot, he couldn't be that bad, could he? After returning to the Vermilion City Pokemon Center later that evening, Ash got Tia, Kabuto and Kaiser healed up from whatever damage they might have suffered. The little fishing trip had tired both him and Brock, so they spent the evening resting in their room before having dinner. The next morning, Ash collected Kabuto from Nurse Joy. He'd tried to get it back the night before when he'd taken Kaiser and Tia, but its injuries, though not critical, were serious enough for her to suggest he let Kabuto rest in the Pokemon Center for the night. Ash had been rather dejected at his inability to gauge not just what Kabuto could handle, but also Kaiser's power and control over his moves. A few minutes later, Ash stood in the same field behind the Pokemon Center that he'd used for some of his training for the past few days. He wanted to introduce Kabuto to the rest of his team. Come on out, guys. He said as he released his Pokemon one by one. Meet our new friend, Kabuto. As Ash pointed to the brown-colored shellfish, every other Pokemon of his laid their eyes on it. Kabuto, though, barely reacted to their gazes. Not unlike the battle before Ash had captured it, its red eyes flashed. Its gaze flickered from Ash to his Pokemon, carefully regarding each of them before moving on to the next. However, it did not make the scantest of sounds. Tia and Ava were the first to shriek out a low greeting to their new friend, hustling closer to it. Trooper enthusiastically joined them a moment later, springing his way towards it. Ash sniggered at the Mankey's antics. He didn't like being left behind. Meanwhile, Ignis and Kaiser simply observed the rock and water type, meeting its silent glare before they eventually let out light roars once they'd assessed it enough. Ash smiled at the sight of Tia and Ava cooing words that he couldn't make sense of to Kabuto. Tia had begun to open up more and more recently. She still didn't take very easily to human strangers, but he'd noticed her being a lot more welcoming to newer Pokemon. Trooper entered the conversation with a yelp, bending down low and inching his hand towards Kabuto's claw. Ash's lips parted and eventually formed a grin when Kabuto let out a faint but audible whir. He'd had the slightest of worries stir in his heart about whether Kabuto would fit in with everyone else. Those withered away now. Hey Kabuto, Ash stepped towards his latest capture, squatting to reach a hand towards it. He was careful of its claws for a moment, but no signs of aggression from Kabuto made him gently slide its rocky, firm shell. It was cold to the touch, unexpectedly so. "These are your new friends," he reassured the shellfish. He was careful in his tone, speaking very softly. He wanted to make a good first impression on Kabuto. Kabuto's cold glare didn't budge an inch from him. "Would you like a name?" he asked, but received another stiff stare. He scratched his forehead and sighed. It hadn't denied it, so it wouldn't oppose the idea, would it? He'd thought about a few names for Kabuto over the night, but he'd taken a particular fancy to one. How about Helio? Nurse Joy had mentioned Kabuto being a boy in their conversation last night, so he'd come up with male names. Silence. Ash's forehead creased as he pursed his lips in defeat. Tia and Ava cooed at Kabuto, whose attention finally moved away from Ash. Knowing those two, they were probably asking Kabuto to reply to him. Trooper yelped a few times as well, leaping closer to Kabuto and almost landing on his shell. Another few squeals and cries later, Kabuto fizzed while staring back at Ash. It seemed as if Kabuto liked the nickname. Or, at least he didn't mind it, since he didn't appear upset. Not that Ash could tell his emotions either way. "So, Helio, welcome to the team." Ash beamed. Helio's response was another few moments of silence which disheartened Ash, but he assured himself Helio was just a quiet personality. Hopefully, he'd come out of his shell sooner rather than later. Ash would try every possible way to win him over. As Ash moved back toward Kaiser and Ignis, he heard another word from Helio and noticed Ava, Tia and Trooper in conversation with him. Well, at least they seemed to be getting along. Removing his Pokédex, Ash scanned Helio with it. Kabuto, the shellfish Pokémon. This Pokémon thrived 300 million years ago. It said that living specimens can still be seen in certain regions, a rare sight. It is thought to have inhabited beaches 300 million years ago. This Pokémon has not changed at all in those years. It is protected by a stiff shell. This Kabuto is male. Its ability is Swift Swim. Its moves are Absorb, Harden, Aqua Jet, Scratch, Sand Attack, and Ancient Power. Ash let his Pokémon interact for a few more minutes before he began a short training session with them. They'd trained their hearts out in the days prior, so he didn't want to overexert them. He just focused on them sparring lightly against one another. He'd attempted to talk to Helio in the meantime, albeit his endeavor was extraordinarily unsuccessful. Helio did not make a sound during his one-way conversation with him. Ash found it increasingly difficult to comfort himself that day, trailing off in thoughts of what-ifs. It was finally the day on which the SS and would depart. Ash had gotten some training in with his Pokémon in the last 2 days. He'd tried to focus on Tia during this time. He hadn't made her train much over the time he'd been with her, deciding to let her get comfortable with the group first. He'd seen her interacting a lot more with his other Pokémon recently, so that was a positive sign. She'd gotten along well with Ava from the very beginning, which Ash believed was because they were both females, and the flying type was probably his most jolly Pokémon. For as long as he was a Charmander, he'd himself made an effort to make Tia comfortable, so she'd also begun to get along well with Ignis, and that didn't seem to have changed after his evolution. The duo never had any problems. She'd been a bit wary of Kaiser at the start, but their relationship was getting better, and Ash could say the same about Trooper. The fighting type wasn't a Pokémon that was difficult to get along with, even though he had a knack for playing pranks all too often. He'd let Helio get accustomed to his team, and especially him, before he started to train him seriously. He'd tried to talk to him more over the past couple of days, but had no results to show for it. The fossil Pokémon simply stared at him during most of Ash's attempts of talking to him. Unexpectedly though, Helio had listened to his orders in the sole practice match he'd made him fight. That was a start. Ash laid eyes on a multitude of ships of various sizes as he made his way through the Vermilion port with Brock. He saw various cruise ships. Some of them looked extremely luxurious, clearly only the extremely rich could board. But there were other, more normal-looking ones as well. Some cargo ships were docked too, but most of them were towards the far side of the port. The place where Ash and Brock stood was more for the cruises. As he walked through the port, Ash saw hordes of people, most of them young, gathered near a large ship. It was one of the bigger ones docked on the port. "That's the SSN," Ash smiled. Thinking about the things that could happen on the ship, Ash had become extremely excited about the event in the last few days. "There's a lot of people. Much more than I expected, honestly." On Ash's remark, Brock chuckled. "It is the SSN. This big of a crowd is expected. Trainers from not only Kanto, but other regions as well, especially those nearby like Johto, also come here for it. It's an annual cruise, so the demand is always very high. It looks to me like you've seen this before." Ash glanced over at Brock. "Have you been in the SSN?" "I haven't been in it," Brock said. "But I've been here once to see off my parents. They weren't taking the SSN, but their cruise left on the same day as the SSN did. I had a similar reaction to you at the time." Ash scratched his cheek, the corners of his lips stretching sideways. "I did think that there would be a lot of people from the things I'd heard about it, but not this much." "Well," Brock said, starting to walk towards the SSN. "Let's hope we have a good time in there." Ash nodded as he followed his friend. "Yeah." Ash chugged through the crowd, smiling as he saw the young Pokemon trainers like himself excitedly talking to one another. This almost seemed like a festival to him, a festival specifically created for Pokemon trainers. "Ash Ketchum," a voice called out to him. "I was hoping to find you here." Ash knew that voice. It was familiar, but one that he hadn't heard for quite a while. It sounded somewhat different from the last time he'd heard it, but he couldn't be mistaken about whom it belonged to. He turned to his left, a smile crossing his features instantly at the sight of the steel blue-haired young man, wearing a black suit. "Steven Stone." Ash called out, making sure to stress the last name just as the boy had once done to him. "It's been a while." This had been a very pleasant surprise. Steven Stone was over a year older than Ash and hence, had begun his journey before him. Ash had a lot of questions for him. Which Pokemon had he caught, what experiences had he had, how many gym badges had he won, and what was he doing in the Kanto region? After all, he was from Hoenn. And the last time they'd talked, Ash remembered Steven had told him he'd be traveling around his native region first, participating in the local Pokemon League. He was the son of a business tycoon from Hoenn, and heir to one of the biggest business organizations in the world, the Devon Corporation. Yet, unlike his father, Steven's interests lay elsewhere. His obsession with Pokemon ran almost as deep as Ash's. The guy loved Pokemon and battling with them just as much as Ash. Although, unlike Ash, he had another hobby he liked to indulge himself in. Ash's lips curved into a bright smile as he strode towards the friend whom he hadn't seen for years now. "You're in the Kanto region?" Ash asked as he reached the boy. Steven was dressed in an expensive-looking suit, comprising a purple shirt, jet black coat, and black pants. Ash thought his clothes complemented him well. As far as he remembered, Steven had always dressed well. One wouldn't need to look at him twice to figure out his prestigious background. Steven stood up straight from the port railing he was leaning against. "As you can see." He smiled and raised his hand to grasp Ash's. It had been a while since Ash had done that with Steven. Far too long, in fact. "It's really nice to see you after so long," Ash chimed as he pulled Steven towards him, playfully nudging the boy's shoulder against his. His eyes locked deep with Steven's, and stayed that way for a long moment. "The last time we talked was almost 2 years back, wasn't it?" Steven chuckled heartily and nodded as Ash released his hand. "Yeah, and a lot's changed since then." "I can tell," Ash sniggered, slipping his hands in his pockets. "We've both become Pokemon trainers, for one. I tried calling you some time back, but I couldn't find you home. It's been almost a year since I started traveling and I've not been home much since then," Steven answered. Ash nodded. The word home reminded him of his mother. He grimaced when realization struck that he hadn't even called home in months. And after his mom had told him to be in touch regularly, too. He mentally noted to call her first thing after returning from the SSN. He brought his attention back to Steven. Been looking for stones? Ash laughed. Steven's obsession with stones took him back. In their younger days, Steven would always bring up something related to rocks in their chats. Ash had tried very hard to understand Steven's meticulous explanations about his hobby at first, but he'd given up after he realized that it was far too much for him since he knew next to nothing about them. Ash's passion and endearment on the topic paled in comparison to Steven's, for he couldn't even identify a pebble from another. I would be lying if I said that I haven't done that. The trainer from Hoenn shrugged, earning a sneer from Ash. There are a lot of caves and dungeons that I've been to after I started traveling. And stones weren't the only thing that I found interesting there. He put his chin up and whistled. His sapphire orb stabbed into Ash's meaningfully. Maybe we should go exploring together sometime. Maybe. Ash rolled his eyes after momentarily breaking off his gaze. He didn't want to get Steven riled up about stones now. Once he began a thesis on them, it would be difficult to get him to stop. Steven noticed Ash's sigh and groaned. He didn't appear too pleased about Ash's lack of interest in what he considered to be one of the most fascinating things in the world. So, he changed the topic. But I've mostly been trying to focus on my Pokemon training recently. The Hoenn League's right around the corner. Now, the talk of Pokemon training got Ash's mind driving into more interesting avenues. The Hoenn League, Ash mused as he gazed into Steven's eyes. He felt jitters in his stomach whenever he thought about the Pokemon League. How long until it starts? It's only a couple months away, Steven answered. Knowing you, you probably have all the badges you need, Ash said, unable to hold off a grin. Steven grinned right back as he drew out a rectangular, metallic case from his jacket. The assortment of stones attached to the box glinted vividly when exposed to the sun's rays. Ash couldn't help but gasp at the beautiful craftsmanship of the equally dazzling stones on the surface of the box. As far as Ash knew, and he thought that he knew Steven well, Steven wasn't one to flaunt his wealth. And he had plenty of it. But he didn't hold back with spending it on the things he loved. The blue-haired trainer pressed the box lightly, making it open. Ash's eyes sparkled at the sight of the 8 differently shaped badges that the case held. Those were 8 authentic gym badges that would allow Steven to participate in Hoenn's regional conference. Ash clenched his fists at the thought of having 8 badges of his own. He couldn't wait until he did. A whisk of adrenaline pumped through his body in anticipation. How strong would he be then? Which Pokemon would he have encountered? The great battles that would inevitably happen before he reached that point thrilled him to the bone. That's awesome. He chirped, a little too excited, but straightened himself soon enough. There was something else that he was curious about. You're here for training then? Steven nodded, his features full of glee. Yeah, since I have all 8 badges already, I decided that it wouldn't be a bad idea to go to someplace new, he smirked, flicking a tuft of his teal hair. And I wanted to see you again, Ash. We've not seen each other since we became trainers. Ash snickered at the words of his friend. Same goes for me, Steven. I'm glad to see you after so long. His eyes narrowed and he felt a spark rush through his body, as he instinctively flickered his Pokeballs with his hands. We've gotta have a Pokemon battle. I've been waiting for you to say that, Steven said, equally as interested, but then pointed his gaze towards the ship behind him. But we'll have to wait a bit for that. We can't battle here, but there's a lot of battle arenas on the ship. The mention of the SS and made Ash remember something. He instantly turned his head and smiled wryly at Brock, who'd been standing a couple feet behind him. He wrinkled his nose at how he'd forgotten about Brock. Hey Brock, this is Steven, a friend of mine, he glanced from Brock to Steven. And Steven, this is Brock. He was the Pewter City gym leader, but we've been traveling together for a bit. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Brock. Steven smiled at the aspiring doctor, taking a few steps forward and extending his hand. The pleasure's all mine, Brock returned the smile as he firmly shook the offered hand. The boarding's open now. Steven glanced towards the dock again. Ash followed his gaze and found several people gathered up around the stairway to the SS and chattering and joking in small groups just like them. He hadn't realized how noisy it had gotten around the dock. It's still a while before the departure time, but we can talk inside. Ash glanced at Brock and nodded. Sounds good. Soon, the three trainers made their way towards the dock. A queue had already formed before they got there with a myriad of people, most of them young trainers, had started the procedure to get in. Between security, tickets and identification, it took several minutes before they boarded the ship. Welcome to the SSN. We hope you have a wonderful time with us. A well-dressed man politely greeted them after they climbed the stairway to the ship's entrance. Ash smiled at the man and strode inside, and Steven and Brock trailed after him. So, how's Gary doing? Steven asked as he paced himself towards Ash. He was doing fine until the last time I saw him. Dunno what kind of mess he might have gotten himself into now. Ash sneered at the thought of Gary. Life looked like a breeze for Gary, without any problems, but Ash could affirm the uncertainty surrounding a Pokemon journey from his own experiences. He turned around to Steven, who'd taken a few quick strides to catch up with him. He said he was going to board the SS and before it was delayed, so we should find him here. I hope I do run across him, Steven said with honest excitement. It'll be interesting to see how strong he's become too. I had a battle with him in Cerulean City. Ash started before his forehead creased at the memories of that battle. Fresh images of his loss surfaced, but the result hadn't bothered him. A one-on-one battle. And? Steven asked curiously. It was difficult to see he was interested. I lost, Ash admitted wryly. He didn't mind saying that he'd lost that match, even though it was at a disadvantage for him. He'd have to make sure to settle the score the next time they fought. Letting Gary get over his head with victories would be a pain to deal with, one that nearly gave him a headache at the mere thought. Steven chuckled. It was a one-on-one battle, so it doesn't prove much. I guess, Ash said dryly. And you're not telling me the whole story now, are you? Steven smirked as his shoulder bent towards Ash's, a nudge getting a guilty chuckle out of him. As much as I hate to admit it, I lost fair and square, Ash shrugged. He's probably gotten a bit stronger by now. Don't worry, I'll beat him next time, he affirmed confidently. And what about Leaf? Steven asked. She's traveling too. Ah, Leaf. A tinge of worry filled Ash's heart when he thought about her. She wasn't clumsy, but she had the tendency to be quirky. He hoped she was doing okay. Had she decided what she wanted to do? Yeah, Leaf started with us, of course. Ash gave him a half-smile, but Steven probably noticed his apprehensions from the odd look he shot at him. That girl, I wonder how she's doing now. I haven't seen her since I left Pewter City. You worry too much about her. Steven laughed and grasped Ash's shoulder reassuringly. Ash could tell. She's certainly more sensible than Gary, and even you. She used to keep you and your friends in check, remember? Ash blinked at the last part but dismissed the thought that Steven was taking a jibe at him. That was Gary's job. Well, yeah. I sure hope she is. He scratched the side of his eyebrow. She doesn't want to challenge gyms. Steven frowned. That's surprising. She did great in that part of the training, and she was pretty set on following you and Gary. She said she found out that she didn't like battling as much as she thought, Ash replied. It's good that it happened early though. She can find out what she likes to do and just go with that. Well, that is a bit disappointing, I won't lie. Steven grumbled and grimaced for a brief moment, then his face brightened. But I hope whatever she chooses works out for her. Ash hummed at his words. They'd walked to the door of the main hall of the ship. And to say the sight impressed Ash would be an understatement. The hall was gigantic, at least 100 meters if not more, Ash noted. The ceiling seemed like it would dwarf a few floors of a normal building easily. Beautiful red carpet rolled throughout the floors with the walls painted a glittering but clean pearl white. Ash couldn't imagine how many people it could hold at a time. He could see various small shops at either side of the hall. There weren't a lot of people in there yet because the boarding had just started, but Ash was sure it would brim with people before long. The crowd he'd seen outside would be all here. On the side opposite to where they'd entered from, there were a few battlefields. So, they make the Pokemon battles a spectacle, Ash mused as he glanced at them from afar, counting 4, 2 on each side. They looked like standard training battlefields from there, hard, even ground without any grass covering on a slightly raised platform above the floor around. Those aren't the only battlefields there are in SSN, Brock chimed in. It's got some special rooms which are almost like mini-gyms. They have bleachers for people to come and watch the match and trained referees too. And that's not all, if what I've read is correct, Steven added brightly. There could also be some competitions. There are also some training rooms for Pokemon, and different kinds of them. They're also reinforced so Pokemon can train without having to worry too much about damaging stuff. But it's still advised that the training be done with some caution. The three of them strolled through the hall, glancing at the different shops that had just begun to open. Ash's gaze danced through the multitude of shops, his thoughts enchanted by the delicacies, Pokemon food and Pokemon accessories that he laid eyes on. The SSN was true to its reputation, a top-class cruise liner. Finally, they made their way toward the battlefields. The 4 fields were each next to one another but with enough space for a fair amount of spectators to stand in between. Ash awed at the size of them, unable to hold a gasp. He hadn't been able to make out from afar, but each one of those fields was around half of the size of one in a Pokemon gym. SSN continued to impress him. He glanced around all of them and found a couple already had Pokemon battles going on. He was sure trainers would pack the area soon. Let's have a battle here, Ash, Steven suggested as he walked towards the far end of the battlefield nearest to them. Ash smirked at him. He'd been waiting for this. Yeah, he took his position at the trainer's box near him. And we'll use our very first Pokemon to battle. Of course, Steven grinned, pulling out a Pokeball. It was an unusual mix of gold and silver colors, from inside his coat. Let's enjoy ourselves. Ash unclipped a Pokeball from his belt and pointed it forwards. Yes. Kaiser, you're up. Both trainers let out their Pokemon from their ball, a Metagross materializing on Steven's side while Kaiser shrieked his arrival. The 2 Pokemon roared at one another, piercing glares unmoving from their foes. The silver-colored Metagross towered over Kaiser's size several times, but the Dragon-type didn't show a slither of weakness. He snarled, fierce eyes unwilling to bend even against a foe that oozed strength. Your Beldum evolved. Ash mused at the sight of the massive Steel-type Pokemon. Even from afar, Ash felt the power emanating from Metagross. Its claws glimmered with a faint hue of purple that vanished soon, but that was unmistakably a tiny speck of its unimaginable psychic abilities. It regarded Kaiser with an empty, cold stare, then cast its eyes on Ash. He felt his body freeze for the briefest of moments when Metagross had looked at him. That sent a shiver down his spine. The Steel and Psychic-type species were known for their especially sharp intellect and powers of deduction that far surpassed human levels. Ash had seen Steven's Beldum when the guy had called him nearly 2 years back. The reason for the call had been to show Ash the Pokemon he'd received from his father, a different-colored Beldum. Ash would be lying if he said that he wasn't jealous that Steven had gotten a Pokemon before he'd even started his journey. He'd told Ash he'd encountered it in one of the caves he'd gone to with some employees of the Devon Corporation. It had caught his interest but he wasn't a Pokemon trainer at the time so he had to rely on others to help him catch it. It had escaped the first time, but after he'd told his father about it, the businessman had sent some high-level trainers to capture the Iron Ball Pokemon for his only son. It's not been long since it evolved into Metagross, Steven said proudly, as he flicked a tuft of his hair. His features seemed to gleam when he looked at his Metagross as if an old man gazed upon the most precious prize in his lifelong collection. I'm surprised to see that your first Pokémon was a Dratini. I thought you were going for a Charmander. Yeah, but some things happened and I ended up with this guy. Ash grinned as he remembered the events that led to him getting Kaiser. The slew of emotions that he'd experienced that day, from disappointment to exhilaration, still chilled his spine. And now, I wouldn't have it any other way. It wasn't easy to raise Pokémon like Beldum. Some species of Pokémon were naturally stronger than most others, and raising them well proved a task that few could endure. Kaiser, being a Dratini, was the same way. These Pokémon were rarer to find and demanding to raise. They were a rarity even among more experienced trainers. That applied even more for their fully evolved form. Steven must have gone through a lot of harsh training to get his first Pokémon to evolve into a Metagross. The two Pokémon, a different colored Metagross and a Dratini, drew hushed whispers and stares from the nearby crowd. Barely a minute had passed, yet a crowd of boisterous spectators had gathered around the battlefield. That's a Metagross from the Hoenn region, isn't it? One boy in the crowd chirped. Wait, its color is different. Another yelped in surprise. My Pokédex shows its color as blue. Amazing. A girl in the crowd chimed, awed at the Pokémon on display. That guy has a Dratini. A slightly older boy, probably in his late teens, exclaimed, pointing his finger at Kaiser. Both of them have such rare Pokémon. Ash shook his head at the ruckus. A large crowd had already gathered around him, blocking his view from all angles. And more people seemed to be joining in. He shrugged at the reception. That wasn't surprising considering there was a Dratini and a Metagross, an unusually colored one at that, on show. Ash brought his attention back to the battlefield. Should we begin? Receiving a nod from Steven, he glanced at Brock. Do you mind acting as the referee, Brock? Brock smiled. Sure, I'll do that. He walked in the middle of the field, which had a box drawn on the ground for a referee. 1-on-1. When Steven and Ash both affirmed, he raised his hands and shouted. Begin. Kaiser, start with Dragon Breath. Ash commanded, taking the lead. He'd noticed that Kaiser had been unusually excited for this battle. Ever since he'd sent him out, the dragon hadn't stopped hissing and growling at his massive opponent, undeterred by the humongous size difference. Iron defense, Steven ordered, sliding his hands in his pockets. As Kaiser charged his Dragon Breath, Metagross's silver body glowed for a couple of moments as it roared and straightened its metallic legs. The Dragon Breath pelted Metagross on the face dead on. However, the iron-legged Pokémon barely gave more than a light shriek, waving it off as if it had been a splash of water. Its defense is amazing. Ash narrowed his eyes as he tried to study every visible move Metagross made. The iron defense had improved its defense power, but not being affected by Kaiser's Dragon Breath. That wasn't something he'd seen any Pokémon he'd faced so far do. Try Aqua Jet. Meteor Mash, Steven said calmly, pointing his hand forward. His every move seemed measured. A whirl of water surrounded Kaiser as he flung himself at Metagross at great speeds. Metagross' right hand also glowed a shade of golden, but before it could do anything else, Kaiser had already tackled it with his Aqua Jet. Metagross yelped, but it continued its Meteor Mash toward Kaiser, who remained within immediate striking distance. Quickly use Dragon Breath on Metagross to move back. Ash yelled, and Kaiser proved just about fast enough to fire the greenish draconic energy at his foe, the force of which sent him flying backwards. The Meteor Mash didn't strike him, but it was only a narrow dodge. If Kaiser had been a moment too late, the glowing fist would have crushed him under its sheer force. Kaiser is pretty fast, Steven complimented with a smile. I'm impressed at how well Metagross can take Kaiser's attacks, Ash chimed back. It's easily the strongest Pokémon I've battled so far. That's a big compliment coming from you, Steven chuckled before his eyes gleamed. But you'll see Metagross can be quite fast too. Bullet Punch. Dodge it with Aqua Jet. Ash cried out instantly after he'd heard Steven. Metagross whizzed past the battlefield as one of its legs glowed again. Kaiser had surrounded himself in a thin veil of water, but the strike from Metagross was far too quick for him to do anything about. He wailed in pain as the force of the attack slammed him to the ground, tumbling a few feet before its trainer. Ash grimaced at that. That bullet punch wasn't just fast, it was extremely strong too. In one blow, it had done more damage to Kaiser than he'd done on Metagross the entire battle. This also made him realize that he needed to teach Kaiser something to counter steel types. Dragon-type attacks weren't very effective against steel-type Pokémon, and even though Aqua Jet wasn't a terrible choice, it was a move focused on speed rather than power. In a battle against a Pokémon as mighty as Steven's Metagross, that wouldn't be enough. Kaiser's moveset needed work. Shock Wave. Ash ordered without wasting another moment. He had to take the offensive if he was to stand a chance. Flash Cannon, came Steven's counter. Kaiser shrieked and unleashed a wave of electricity in the direction of Metagross, who charged a ball of silverish energy in its mouth. It didn't attempt to get out of the way of the shock wave, instead taking the hit and shooting the silver beam of energy at Kaiser. The Dratini slid out of the way of the flash cannon and roared, but that roar was cut short because another flash cannon was scurrying his way, and there was nothing he could do to evade it this time. Ash gritted his teeth as he saw Kaiser crashing backwards again. His starter tried his best to get back up, but he didn't seem to have enough power to do so. Ash sighed. Kaiser may have been strong, but he wasn't strong enough to take on Steven's Metagross. Not yet. He pointed his Pokeball forward and Kaiser got covered in a flash of light, but his eyes widened when Kaiser remained on the field, despite the red light from the Pokeball surrounding him. He'd rejected being recalled. Kaiser, Ash mumbled with clenched fists. Pride filled him at the sight of his starter's determination to win. Kaiser suddenly became engulfed in a terrifying blue energy that crackled like electricity before steadying slightly around Kaiser's body. He could only watch in awe as Kaiser snarled and then charged at his foe, his body still covered with the draconic energy. Is that Dragon Rush? Steven watched with widened eyes as Kaiser crashed into his Metagross. The cry that came out of Metagross was the loudest thus far in the battle. It had even been pushed back a few yards by the force of the attack. He smiled. Metagross, Bull Dash, just as Steven was about to give another order, he realized something. Ash sighed, his eyes closing for a brief moment. You gave it your all, Kaiser. Dratini is unable to battle, Metagross is the winner. Brock exclaimed after he observed Kaiser lying in front of Metagross without showing any signs of movement. A smile crossed Ash's features as he recalled Kaiser back into his Pokeball. He could only be proud of the way Kaiser had fought. His willpower to defeat Metagross was so strong that he'd learned a powerful new attack in order to do that. He looked at Steven who petted his Metagross head across the battlefield. Did your Dratini just learn that Dragon Rush? Steven asked, recalling his starter and walking towards Ash. Yeah, Ash replied in a low voice. An unusual burst of satisfaction energized him. I didn't think he would be able to battle after he took that flash cannon. Steven smiled as he put a comforting hand on Ash's shoulder. That was great, Ash. I can't wait for us to battle again once Kaiser is stronger. Neither can I, Ash replied back merrily. That was quite interesting. The familiar voice made Ash and Steven turn around. Ash's lips parted at first, then he smirked when he saw his first rival walking towards them. I was wondering where you were. And I was wondering what you were doing in the SS, and after you said that you wouldn't be here, Gary snorted, folding his hands as he came to a stop in front of them. And I find that your starter was a Dratini and not Charmander. Ash scratched his head, slightly sheepishly. He hadn't intended to hide that fact from Gary, however, he thought that Gary might complain and ask for Ash to use Kaiser in their last fight. That's right. It's nice to see you again, Gary, Steven interjected with a bright smile as Gary turned to face him. You too, Steven, Gary grinned and he high-fived Steven's hand. Your Metagross is something else. But I expected as much from you. He leaned forward and smirked, his eyes contained an eager twinkle. Are you ready for a battle with me? Yeah, I want to see how strong your Pokémon are, too, Steven responded, his eyes locking Gary's into a fierce yet respectful gaze. Ash could relate to the feeling. It hadn't been that long since he fought Gary, but it was long enough for him to have gotten a few new tricks up his sleeve. I'll see you guys in a bit. I've got to take Kaiser to the Pokémon Center, Ash said, slightly disappointed that he'd missed some of their match, but the health of his Pokémon took priority. He turned around once he'd received nods from Gary and Steven. Ash began to walk away from the arena, but a firm hand on his shoulder halted him. He turned to find it was Brock. Ash, I can take Kaiser and get him healed up. You can stay here. Ash's lips parted, not speaking for a moment. That'd be great. Thanks, Brock. He was about to refuse, not wanting to cause Brock any trouble, but his desire to watch the battle between his two rivals swayed his mind. He handed Kaiser's Pokeball over to Brock, who smiled at him and disappeared into the crowd of people who still hadn't left. Ash turned his attention towards his rivals. Gary's gaze fixated on Steven, who'd taken his position opposite him. The quiet face-off between two of his rivals had Ash's adrenaline rush. Considering how strong Steven was, having already been a trainer for longer than Gary and himself, Ash didn't have much doubt that Steven would win again. Yet, Ash looked forward to seeing the new tricks Gary had come up with in the last month and a half. Here we go, stud. Gary tossed his Pokeball lightly and his Wartortle materialized in front of him. Steven tapped his own Pokeball and his Metagross took the field. Stud's roars against an indomitable wall like Metagross, who appeared just as nonchalant as it was when it faced Kaiser, were met with nothing but an icy cold stare from Metagross. Stud, use Water Pulse. Gary ordered. He appeared somewhat uneasy underneath the exterior of composure. In his heart, Gary probably knew the way this match would turn out. Meteor Mash. Steven's voice was calm as if this was just another battle for him. Ash hadn't noticed it in the heat of his own battle with the Stone Fanatic. Water ebbed and flowed from Stud's mouth until it took the shape of a pulsating ball and he shot it towards his foe while Metagross slipped through the field with its right hand glowing gold. As the water pulse came closer, Metagross crushed it with a mere punch, making it burst into a flurry of water, and continued to charge forward until it hammered its fists into Stud, a few golden stars pouring out when the Steel-type attack connected. The turtle Pokémon gave out a cry as he used the support of his hands to keep himself standing. Gary smirked. I expected that to happen. Now bite it. Stud rose back up again and scurried towards Metagross, who wasn't too far away from it. It dug its fangs, which glowed black, into the Steel-type, earning a cry from Metagross. Ash observed the battle carefully. Stud's bite could deal serious damage to a Psychic type, and it would have, had Metagross not had such great defensive abilities. Either way, the type effectiveness worked in Gary's favor this time. Ash noted that he needed to focus on having some of his Pokémon learn attacks that would give them coverage against Pokémon. For Kaiser, an ensemble of Fire-type attacks would prove helpful. Metagross, use Zen Headbutt. Steven commanded. Withdraw. Gary countered hastily. Metagross jerked its head down and bolted forward, its eyes glowing blue while violet energy leaked from the top of its head. Stud retreated into his shell, a faint blue hue pulsing around him. Ash cringed, closing his eyes tight for the poor Pokémon. Despite Stud's defense, Metagross collided head-on, and the impact sent him flying backwards next to Gary. Gary's fists clenched at the sight of his Wartortle shakily steadying himself as he came out of his shell. Hydro Pump. Give it your all. Let's finish it with a quick bullet punch, shall we, Metagross? Steven said, his lips twitching ever so slightly. Stud retreated back into his shell but this time spun around and strong streams of water came out of each of the openings. Metagross had already reached its target though as it struck Stud's body with its glowing fist, not caring about the sum of the hydro pump hitting him. Steven's Pokemon roared once it saw that its opponent just laid on the ground, knocked out. Ash wryly smiled at the outcome. Gary sighed before a smile crept up to his face. You gave it your all, stud, he whispered as he recalled his fainted starter. I'll say that you've raised it really well, Gary, Steven commented as he walked forwards. It's just been a few months since you guys started out, right? Yeah, Gary said. I didn't expect any less of your starter. It's already a powerhouse. He suddenly jerked his head to his left and his lips curled up into a wicked smirk. It's your turn now, Ashy boy. I'll make up for this loss with a win over you. You will. Ash raised an eyebrow, walking towards Gary and Steven. What if I don't allow it? I'll force you, Gary leaned towards Ash, his glare viciously challenging. You're gonna battle me right now. 2-on-2, unlike last time. I can't wait to see you lose, Gary, but, Ash grinned back before glancing at the Pokeball in Gary's hand. You'll need to get Stud healed up first. I won't need Stud to beat you. Gary retorted. You don't have your starter right now, so I don't need to use mine. If you're that eager, Ash sighed, running his fingers through his Pokeball belt and thought about his choice. Then I won't refuse. Well, now, Steven beamed. I'm looking forward to this. Meanwhile, there was an announcement that got the attention of everyone. The SS&N is now departing. Our destination is Sevii Islands. We hope you enjoy your journey. Ash walked to the end of the battlefield where Steven stood while Gary returned to where he'd had his last battle. Without hesitation, Ash grabbed a Pokeball and pointed it forward. Tia, I choose you. Ash had planned on letting Tia get some more exposure to real Pokemon battles while he was on the SS, and what better way to do that than to fight against his childhood rival. The Ralts materialized and cooed at her release. A Ralts, huh? Gary smirked, his face brimmed with his usual haughty confidence, as he removed a Pokeball from his pocket. Interesting. He pointed the Pokeball forward and out of it came a small red and cream-colored dog, a muffled woof to signal its arrival. Its husky tail bobbed up and down and its sharp eyes locked on Tia, keenly awaiting a battle. So, you've caught a Growlithe. Ash muttered. They were said to be extremely loyal Pokemon and gave their all in battles. And they were made to battle and protect their partners. Growlithe not only had great maneuvers, but their evolved form, Arcanine, were considered extremely strong Pokemon, even in the wild. They could learn a variety of moves and, hence, could counter different situations. Tia, use confusion, Ash commanded after running through various battle scenarios in his mind like a game of chess. Flame will, ordered Gary. Tia put her hands forwards, her eyes glowing blue as she tried to take control over Growlithe's mind. The fire-type grunted, closing its eyes, but shook off the attack and surrounded itself with fire, curling up inside of the flames. Use double team now. Ash shouted. As Growlithe's body became a sea of flames that rolled toward her, Tia made duplicates of herself. Growlithe struck one of them, but passed right through the illusion which disappeared on impact. However, it didn't give up then as it rolled towards another copy. Concentrate and use flamethrower. Gary's eyes narrowed and Ash was sure he was trying to find the best approach to win the battle. Behind his arrogant demeanor, the oak was as sharp in tactics as they came. Growlithe had managed to fight off Tia's confusion without too much difficulty, and the double-team illusions wouldn't last long. Fairy-type moves weren't very effective against fire-type, so Tia was at a disadvantage since the only attacking move that she knew that wasn't fairy-type was confusion. Use disarming voice, Ash ordered, absent-mindedly scratching his chin. The illusions had disappeared when Growlithe opened its maw and let loose a flurry of flames at Tia. The Ralts called forth every bit of strength she had and cried, waves in the form of faint pinkish hearts colliding with the incoming flamethrower. Ash pursed his lips as he saw the disarming voice being overpowered by the flamethrower. Dodge it. Tia tried to slip out of the way of the attack, but Growlithe only had to redirect it a bit to the left where she'd jumped. And although she had been quick to try and evade it, Tia couldn't completely get out of the way as the flames stung deep into her fragile body. DMN. Ash cursed under his breath. Growlithe had been trained well, and he shouldn't have expected any less from Gary. Ash saw his rival smirk at the outcome of the bout, which he made sure to return with as much vigor. Disadvantage or not, he couldn't allow himself to lose to Gary a second time. I know you can do it, Tia, he cheered his little psychic type who looked back at her trainer and cooed with a determined look on her face. Disarming voice again. Flame wheel. Gary ordered, his voice coarse. Tia jerked her head back and released her shriek of pink energy while Growlithe tucked its feet in and made a wheel of flames around itself. As it headed towards its foe, it was struck by the heart which packed. Draining fairy energy, which made it whimper, but its attack didn't stop. Tia tried to jump out of the way of the incoming blow, but she wasn't fast enough. She shrieked as the flames from Growlithe's moves engulfed her. It seems you've been slacking off without teaching your Pokémon anything, Ash, Gary commented as he folded his arms and sneered at his rival. Ash didn't respond to the obvious taunt thrown at him. But he'd thought of a plan that could neutralize the battle. Tia had already taken too much damage, as evidenced by the injuries on her body. If there was one thing that Ash thought was Tia's weakness, it was her endurance. Her body was still frail, and it wasn't her fault. Ralts, as Pokémon, weren't the most durable until they evolved. So, he'd only get one chance to turn the tide of this battle. Bite. Gary's fists clenched briefly. He'd probably thought that Growlithe would have had the better of Tia by now. Brace yourself and let it come to you, Tia. Ash narrowed his eyes at Growlithe charging at Tia with bared fangs. As Growlithe was inches away from Tia, Ash shouted. Now, hypnosis. Growlithe successfully dug its claws into Tia's arm, earning a cry from the emotion Pokémon. Tia, though, appeared focused as her eyes glowed and she gazed right into Growlithe's eyes. The pup yelped, its hold on Tia's arm getting weaker as it fell on the ground. Gary gritted his teeth. You tricky bstrd, he mumbled as he saw his Growlithe fall asleep. Wake up, Growlithe. Ash pumped his fist slightly. He'd been training with Tia trying to make full use of hypnosis. It was a move that required direct eye contact with the opponent for a few seconds. The success rate of using hypnosis in a battle was very low, making it an unpopular move for trainers, but Ash figured that at times like these, it might prove to be Tia's ace in the hole. She'd done well to hang on until then, even after taking hits from Growlithe's fire-type moves. We've gotta end it while it's asleep, Tia, Ash informed her in a serious tone. Draining kiss. Tia purred and kissed her hand before sending a pink-colored heart at Growlithe at close range. It grunted in pain while the drained energy revitalized Tia's body. Gary's cries for Growlithe to wake up seemed to fall on deaf ears as Tia sent a second flying kiss at Growlithe. Growlithe. Gary yelled worriedly. Get up and use bite. This was enough to make Growlithe break its slumber. Its eyes were sharp as it barked and closed the short distance between itself and Tia. It drove its fangs inside Tia's white skin and this time it didn't let go, neither did it look at Tia's eyes. Get back and use draining kiss, Ash commanded. His heart thumped in his chest. That's it, Growlithe. Bite again. Gary cheered. And then finish it with flame wheel. Tia jumped a few steps back, wincing as blood oozed from the fresh bite marks and trickled to the ground. Growlithe barked and dashed forward, its fangs dangerously closing in on Tia. Just as Tia released her draining kiss, Growlithe bit her again before being struck by the fairy-type attack. Hang in there, Tia, Ash said softly, but he grimaced at the sight of his Ralts wailing at the pain. Even though the draining kiss hit Growlithe, Tia's wobbling and wailing matched the move's strength, passing through the pup as if it had been patted. Growlithe's eyes flared with a burning ember as flames licked around his fur. The fire-type attack bustled with energy and cackled like a whip, but Tia fell to the ground before the move could be released, unconscious. With pursed lips, Ash recalled Tia. That was great Tia, he sighed. We'll just have to work even harder on your moves. He couldn't help but smile as he readied his next pokeball. On the other side of the field, Gary petted his Growlithe, who panted and barely stood its ground with bruised legs. You were great as always, Gary beamed at his Pokémon. Tia had given it a hard time and almost won. Had Growlithe woken up a few moments later, Tia's close-range draining kiss would have sealed its fate. It's too bad that you can't use Stud, Ash said confidently as he released his second Pokémon. Ignis would have loved to get his revenge, but he'll make do by beating whichever Pokémon you have for now. So, it's evolved, Gary smirked. Ash felt a hint of enthusiasm in Gary's words but only for a moment. Too bad for you that you've set such unrealistic goals for your Charmeleon. We'll see about that, won't we? Ash scoffed. Ignis, get in close and use Slash. Wait for it to come to you and then bite, Gary said to his Pokémon. While training in the week remaining before the departure of the SS&, Ignis had learned Slash. It was an enhanced version of Scratch, which Ignis already knew, so he didn't need to practice much to use it properly. Ignis and Growlithe charged at one another. Ignis' claw glowed silver while Growlithe opened its mouth wide. As the two neared each other, the Charmeleon brought down his claws and slammed them on Growlithe's face. Before it could even complete its own move, Ignis roared and slashed with his other hand as well. The force of the impact sent Growlithe soaring backwards through the field. Gary gritted his teeth at the outcome. Charmeleon's a lot stronger than last time, he muttered but was loud enough for Ash to catch the words, recalling his fainted Growlithe. Ash grinned. Way to go, Ignis. Even though Growlithe was already on its last legs after its battle with Tia, the efficient way in which Ignis finished the battle made him extremely happy. After evolution, the flame Pokémon seemed to have developed an instinct that would make his foes fear him. Let's see how you handle this, Gary's grin returned as he drew a Pokeball from his pocket. The Pokémon he'd chosen was a round-shaped, rocky body with 2 arms. Going for the type advantage with a Graveler, Ash smiled. Ignis' biggest weakness apart from water types were rock and ground type Pokémon. It doesn't matter. Ignis, try Metal Claw. Close it off, Gary called. Use Rollout. Ignis had dashed towards Graveler showing its superior speed, but just as he was about to slam his shining claws into Graveler, the rock type curled itself into a ball and began rolling. Ignis bolted to his left to avoid the close-range attack. That might be a problem to get through, Ash scowled. Don't let it near you while it's rolling for now. Get back and use Dragon Rage. As Graveler's rolling body turned around and rushed towards Ignis yet again, the Charmeleon formed an orb of Draconic energy and fired a thick stream towards Graveler. The energy wrapped around Graveler tightly, but fizzled out like a short in seconds. Ignis narrowly leaped out of the way again. But Ash noticed Graveler getting faster. Regardless, this was also a chance to keep on wearing down Graveler's defenses. Dragon Rage again, Ash ordered. Keep going, Graveler, Gary said, stamping his foot forward as he encouraged his rock type. A repeat of their previous clash happened with Ignis hitting Graveler with his Draconic Stream. Though, this time, when Ignis tried to slide away from the incoming rock, Graveler took a sharp turn and struck it in the gut. Ignis let out grunts of pain as the attack flung him backwards, skidding the ground, trying desperately to regain traction. Gary pumped his fists. Again, Graveler. Ash waited for a moment to give out his next command. Rollout wouldn't last much longer, so should he try to get another hit on Graveler at the risk of Ignis being unable to evade it, or should he just take the safer option? Finally, he ordered, wait for it, and dodge at the last moment. Graveler rolled back again towards Ignis, who didn't try to attack this time. He stared daggers into the rolling Pokémon, watching it inch closer, and just as it was inches away from him, Ignis jumped to his left swiftly. Graveler finally halted its movements and stood again. The two Pokémon glared and roared at one another. Now Magnitude! Gary ordered. There was no chance to evade it. Take it on, Ignis, Ash bit his lip. He wasn't fond of letting his Pokémon take direct hits on purpose. Then close in and use Metal Claw. Graveler jumped and then landed back on the ground again, sending shockwaves throughout the field. Some debris whirled up from the ground and even went into the eyes of the people watching, who turned to shield their faces. Ignis let out a low grunt as he braced himself, and when he was ready, dashed forward with his claws shining silver. Rock throw when it's close, Graveler. Gary shouted. Keep using Metal Claw to fight it off for as long as you can, Ash said. As Ignis slashed Graveler with his steel-like claws, it wailed but formed rocks around its body and aimed them towards its foe. Ignis, meanwhile, kept hacking it with his claws relentlessly, even slashing the incoming rocks. Even as the stones that he couldn't thrash ripped his skin, he didn't let up his assault. That's the way, Ignis, Ash pumped his fist ardently. Keep at it, and then finish it with Dragon Rage. Quickly, get into rollout. Gary's face paled as he shouted. It seemed he hadn't expected Ignis to take on Rock Throw without so much as flinching. Ignis slid his claws into Graveler once more before he jumped a few steps backwards and charged Draconic energy in his maw. Just as the Graveler was about to curl into itself, the Dragon Rage struck it and it went down with a wail. Ash smiled when he saw that Graveler didn't move. You were great, Ignis. He walked forward and petted Ignis on the head, who roared in acknowledgement after a hard stare at Gary. Gary recalled his Graveler and walked towards Ash. Damn it, Ketchum, he jeered. You somehow won this time. Ash lightly tapped Ignis with his Pokeball and turned to look at Gary. What did I tell you? He smirked. Gary shrugged at that before smiling. Don't get too cocky. We're still even. Not for long, Ash said tauntingly. You'll be lagging behind after our next battle. That's the Ash and Gary I know, Steven commented from beside them. You two just keep going at each other, don't you? Ash scratched the back of his head and smiled. That's how it is. Gary needs someone to keep him in check, Ash laughed after he said that. This was all the banter that he loved having with Gary. They'd had this plenty of times already, and he didn't mind if it continued to be that way. He had to admit that Gary was annoying at times with his jibes, but Ash knew that it was all in good humor. At least, that's how he saw it. How about you keep yourself in check? Gary snickered. Anyway, let's get our Pokemon healed up before we do anything else. Yeah, Ash nodded at the suggestion. He didn't enjoy keeping his Pokemon injured for long. He glanced around to check if Brock was back and saw him walking towards them. Hey, Brock, he called. Thanks for taking Kaiser to the Pokemon Center. Brock stopped in front of Ash and smiled. Don't mention it. Here's Kaiser's Pokeball. He's all healed up. Ash took the Pokeball from Brock and attached it to his belt. Me and Gary just had a battle, so we're going back to the Pokemon Center. Brock's face perked up. I don't mind visiting the Pokemon Center again and again. Ash half laughed at that, raising an eyebrow. That's interesting. But since you want to become a Pokemon doctor, I can somewhat understand that. He'd stopped short of revealing his true thoughts at the matter. He hadn't forgotten Brock awkwardly staring at Nurse Joy when they'd first entered Vermilion City. And based on those assumptions, he could make a guess why Brock loved visiting the Pokemon Center too often. All four of them went to the Pokemon Center on the left of the hall and let the Pokemon that had battled get checked up and healed. There were 2 counters in the Pokemon Center, each minded by a Nurse Joy. Since he'd seen the same doors on the right side of the hall too, Ash figured that there might be 3 more of the same there. The SSN was amazing indeed. Later that day, the group spent most of their afternoon on a tour of the main hall of the ship. They checked out the various shops, some sold TMs and others had various Pokemon guide books which covered topics such as gym battles, Pokemon contests, and even Pokemon performances. Not to mention the several shops selling various items Pokemon could use, including evolution stones. Certain things interested Ash, but he didn't have too much use for them for now. He thought about buying the TM for flamethrower but decided against it, because he thought that Ignis was on the verge of learning it anyway. It was an attack that came naturally to a fire type, so he'd be working on strengthening Ember and turning it into flamethrower soon enough. Then, he could even teach Kaiser the fire type move, something that he needed to enhance his move pool. Once evening came, the crowds in the main hall dwindled to only a few in sight. Ash yawned, drowsiness tugging lightly at his eyelids. The explosive battles around him turned to meager chit-chats with an occasional goodnight. Ash and Brock shared a room, but Gary and Steven both had rooms in different sections of the ship, so the group parted after having dinner. Their room was fairly spacious with 2 beds, not dissimilar to the ones they had shared in the Pokémon Center. Although, these beds seemed a lot more luxurious and comfortable. As Ash sat on his bed and opened his backpack, he saw a glint bleeding out from inside of it. It was the feather that he'd found in one of his nights in Viridian Forest, not long after he'd started his journey. It had shown the same hue of rainbow colors that night too, he recalled. That was the reason he'd picked it up after it had fallen from the night sky. It seemed special, hence why he hadn't shown it to anybody yet. He'd decided to ask Professor Oak about it, but he'd forgotten until now. The glow on the feather became fainter and fainter. Ash tucked it back inside his bag, deciding to research more about it later. His eyelids drooped and slowly became heavier, the bedroom becoming a chromatic blur. 5 more days to go before they reached the Sevii Islands. He let his loose body fall on the soft mattress, letting out a low mmm as the fluffy sheets cushioned his fall. Closing his eyes, he fell asleep not long after. The next morning, Ash and Brock met up with Gary and Steven again. They observed a few battles in the main hall after having breakfast, and had a few battles themselves with the other trainers on board. Ash got a few matches in for everyone, but made sure that Tia and Trooper had more opportunities since they had limited experience in battle. It had been good practice for his Pokémon, and even though he'd lost a couple of battles along the way, against older and more experienced Pokémon trainers, they helped him and his Pokémon grow. All of those things had proved fruitful. Ash now stood with Trooper against a trainer's Kalava. The guy said he was from the neighboring Johto region and had begun his journey not too long ago. Trooper landed a few direct hits on his foe and had him on the ropes, although Quilava's speed had troubled him. "Get in close and use cross-chop," Ash said calmly. "Flamethrower around you." Ash's opponent yelled out quickly. Trooper crossed his fists and dashed, evading the flames that Quilava spat his way. He yelped in pain when another flurry of flamethrower singed him, some of the cream fur on his body turning black. But he fought through it and charged as its glowing fists slammed into Quilava's head, the fire type letting out a final cry before its body stooped to the ground and ceased any movement. The trainer sighed as he recalled his Quilava. "You did well." Ash meanwhile smiled at Trooper, who'd walked back to his trainer and jumped around in joy. Ash bent down and petted the Mankey. "Great job, Trooper." He'd shown incredible growth as a battler. Ash recalled Trooper and walked towards his opponent. "That was a good match," he said as he offered a handshake. "Your Mankey is pretty good," the trainer complimented him as they shook hands. As Ash walked towards Brock, who was standing on the side of the battlefield, he noticed someone walk towards him. "Hi." The boy greeted them. He wore a jacket over his green shirt. Ash noted that he was probably around his age. "Hello," Ash greeted back. "My name's Richie," the boy said with a warm smile. "I'm Ash Ketchum," Ash introduced himself. "It's nice to meet you." "It's nice to meet you, too," Richie exclaimed exuberantly. "I've seen a few of your battles from today and yesterday. Do you mind battling with me too?" Ash grinned at the question. "I'm all for it. I doubt anyone would deny a Pokémon battle here." "That's great." Richie yelped excitedly. He got his Pokeball ready as soon as Ash had accepted his challenge. "Is a one-on-one battle fine with you?" "Sure, that works," Ash agreed. The two stood on opposite sides of the field a few moments later. Go, Sparky. Richie called as he raised his Pokeball, and out of it came a Pikachu. It had a few spiky hairs that stuck up from the rest of its fur. Ash thought about his choice for a moment before selecting a Pokeball from his belt. He let out Ava, who chirped her arrival, spreading her wings and taking flight a few feet above the ground. Ash wanted to check out how her recent training would benefit against an electric-type Pokemon. It was, after all, partly aimed towards countering that weakness of hers. Richie's eyes widened at Ash's choice. A Pidgeotto, he questioned blankly. You knew I was using Sparky and still went with a flying type. Don't underestimate Ava just because she's at a type disadvantage, Ash warned with a smirk. You might be surprised. No way am I underestimating it, Richie said sincerely. Sparky, let's test it out with Thunderbolt. Use Quick Attack to dodge, Ash commanded. And then use Aerial Ace. As bolts of yellow electricity surged towards her from Richie's Pikachu's cheeks, Ava flew higher up, speeding up her movements with Quick Attack. She avoided all of the shocks that flew her way and ascended even more. She then dove with all the momentum behind her, silver streaks enveloping some of her body. As she neared the Pikachu, it ran back, narrowly jumping out of the way before Ava hit her mark the next time. Thunderbolt right now. Richie called out hastily. On command, Pikachu let loose another bolt of electricity from its cheeks that zoomed in on Ava. The bird Pokemon's wings glowed silver as she dug one of them into the ground. Even as the thunderbolt struck her, she shook it off, effectively having the damage. That was what Ash had been training with her for over the past month now. She'd perfected Steel Wing recently after tons of training, and this was one of the reasons Ash wanted her to learn it. The move not only countered her weakness to Rock-type Pokemon, but could also be used in situations like these if she could ground her wings while using it. It reduced the damage from Electric-type moves significantly because of the physics involved. Richie's mouth twitched. Why does it look like Thunderbolt didn't do much to Pidgeotto? He mouthed in surprise. Did that Steel Wing reduce the damage? Yeah, Ash said. Steel Wing when grounded can take out a lot of the damage from Electric-type moves, but it's got its limits. The Pokemon has to be quick enough to get the timing exactly right. If they're not, it'd be better to just try to avoid the attack. Richie grinned. That's something I'll have to try out, then. Sparky, let's use Quick Attack. Use your Quick Attack too, Ava, Ash said just as he saw Sparky dash in a zigzag pattern on all fours. Then Aerial Ace. Ava's tail sparked a small air current as she moved into her fastest attack, meeting with the incoming Pikachu. The collision of the two quick attacks pushed both Pokemon backwards. Ava recovered quickly and soared towards the ceiling. Thunderbolt before it hits you. Richie shouted worriedly. Ash didn't call for a move, simply watching Ava gain speed as she dove towards Sparky. It was too late to change tactics at this point. The Pikachu cried out and shot electricity at the incoming Ava. The speed of the attack was such that she couldn't move out of the way in time, whimpering when the bolt jolted across her feathers. But she pushed through and crashed into Sparky with all the power she had. Both Pokemon laid on the ground, Ava on top of Pikachu. A few seconds passed and Ava shakily stood up with a chirp, her eyes fixated on Sparky beneath her. The rodent, though, showed no signs of getting up. That's enough, Ava, Ash called, in response to which his flying type flew back and landed in front of him. He stroked her soft feathers, earning himself a loving chirp. He was careful not to touch the injured parts of her body. Those thunderbolts from Pikachu had given her a hard time. You've gotten really good at Steel Wing. Once she'd given him another merry coo after acknowledging his words, he tapped her softly with her Pokeball. Richie rushed towards his fallen Pikachu and took the small rodent in his arms, muttering to the unconscious Pokemon. Recalling it into its Pokeball, he stood up to see Ash walking towards him. Your Pidgeotto's something, he complimented with a smile as he accepted Ash's handshake. My Sparky's pretty strong, but your Pidgeotto beat him even at a disadvantage. Thanks, Ash said. He made an awkward face at the praise. Type advantages aren't always the be-all and end-all in battles. The right matchups are more important, he scratched his head. Well, that's what I think anyway. But Ava's worked very hard to fight against her weaknesses. So that's why you used Ava against my Pikachu? Richie pet his head. Did you think it was a good matchup for you? Not exactly, Ash said and wrinkled his nose in thought. Richie eyed him questioningly at the response. I did think that Ava's speed would be a good counter for Pikachu's natural speed, but if I'm being completely honest, I just wanted Ava to fight at a type disadvantage. Fighting against the odds gets you ready to counter such situations when you've got no other choice, know what I mean? Yeah, Richie agreed. I'm with you on that. Fighting against weakness so that it's no longer a weakness, he trailed off in thought, his gaze fluttering away before returning to Ash. That battle taught me a lot. Thanks, Ash. Ash chuckled. Richie seemed like a genuine guy. Yeah, it was fun. Let's battle again sometime. Sure, Richie said and turned around. Anyway, I've got some friends to meet up with. I only came here to ask you for a battle after I saw some of yours. Catch you later. Ash waved back at Richie, who began running after sending a wave his way. Later that day, Ash met back up with the others and caught up with them. Gary had gone around battling like a madman. Steven had shown more restraint, only battling trainers he found interesting while also taking his time to explore the ship. In fact, he'd had Brock accompany him most of that day. Ash could imagine the two getting along well. He wasn't sure if Brock was into the same things as Steven, but him being a rock-type gym leader, even if it was out of responsibility rather than will, must have made him knowledgeable in those topics. And from what he gathered from Serge's words about Brock's father, Brock having a fair bit of understanding in the subject wouldn't be shocking. The group decided to check out the battling arena, the special battle room, after a delicious lunch. Gary whistled as he entered. Now that's something. Ash understood the reason for Gary's excitement when he laid eyes on the stadium. The ground was massive, divided into two battlefields with plenty of space in between. There were referees wearing uniforms standing between both battlefields. Ash noted they must be the trained referees he'd heard about. Glancing around the enormous bleachers, he deduced that they could house hundreds of spectators easily, if not thousands. It was half full, and the deafening cheers reverberated through his ears. The abrupt change dropped his jaw low as he continued onward, the sounds blared louder with each step. He mused over the impressive soundproofing housing the commotion from inside. That's quite a sight, Steven remarked, entering the arena after Ash. No wonder it's called a heaven for trainers. What were we doing not coming here for so long? Ash laughed, shaking his head. He followed Gary, who'd already walked down towards a somewhat empty section of the bleachers. As Ash took a seat next to Gary, he noticed his rival remove his Pokédex. He followed Gary's gaze to find a Pokémon which at first seemed like Pikachu, but he realized soon enough that it wasn't. The Pokémon was a lot chubbier for one, but then, it also had different colored fur on both sides. Its right side was brown while its left side had a shade of black. Ash narrowed his eyes, storming his brain in search of the name of that Pokémon. He's seen pictures of that species before, but never in person. What is that called? Ash grumbled, eyes squinting as he couldn't recall its name. That's a Morpeko, Brock said, taking a seat next to Steven, who'd sat down next to Ash. From the Galar region. Right after that, Gary's Pokédex spoke. Morpeko, the two-sided Pokémon. As it eats the seeds stored up in its pocket-like pouches, this Pokémon is not just satisfying its constant hunger. It's also generating electricity. This Pokémon can change its form depending on the mood it's in. Those Pokémon are pretty common in Galar, Brock added. But I've heard they're not found much in these parts of the world. Something to do with their habitat, if I remember correctly, Ash said as he recalled some of what he'd learned in his younger days, observing the battle that the Morpeko was in. Its trainer was a young girl with black hair dressed a pink dress under a black jacket. The Morpeko surrounded itself in blue electricity and charged towards its foe, a Nidorina. The poison-type's horn shone, but before it could complete the move, its body crackled with electricity when the Morpeko rushed into it. Spark, Gary mumbled at the attack that won Morpeko the match. It packs quite the punch, that little guy. Steven smiled, impressed at the attack displayed by the Galarian Pokemon. That Nidorina didn't look like it had taken many attacks before that one. Yeah, Ash muttered. That's her 6th win in a row. A boy exclaimed from behind Ash. She's just been having one battle after another and hasn't lost once. That's pretty impressive, Steven said, looking back at the field after he glanced at the boy who'd said that. She might have other Pokemon from that region. That's it. Gary yelled as he stood up and walked towards the stairs. I'm gonna go beat her. Someone's looking forward to getting beaten to the ground. Ash laughed, but Gary wandered off before he made the comment. He snorted at the realization that he wasn't half as good as Gary at getting under people's skin. Not that he aspired to be, but with Gary, things were fun. It's been a while since I've seen him so excited, Steven said with a snicker. Let's see what happens. Steven stood up from his seat and headed after Gary. Ash and Brock followed suit. They descended the stairs and saw Gary stride to where the girl stood. A closer look at the girl's hairstyle made Ash pee an eyebrow. Her black hair was tied back in twin tails with the tufts on the back of her head. Ash had to admit that her hairstyle was pretty unique. I hear you're pretty strong, Gary smirked at her. Arrogance practically bleated from his tone, but the girl didn't even blink at it. Let's see if you can handle my Pokemon. I'm sorry, but I've had enough battles for now. The girl glanced at Gary for barely a second with a blank expression before she turned around. Please excuse me. Gary's eyebrows twitched. He stood there, dumbfounded as he watched the back of the girl disappear into one of the entrances to the stadium hall, his mouth still agape. Looks like you got shot down, Gary. Ash couldn't help but chuckle at his rival being rejected for a Pokemon battle. Better luck next time. Steven and Brock didn't say anything, but even they couldn't stop a few silenced snickers. That beach. Gary's jaw clenched. He turned around and began to leave, slamming his feet on the ground at every step. All of his earlier excitement had turned into rage after that little turn of events. Come on now, Gary, Steven said as he followed and placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. From what we heard from that guy, she'd been battling for a while, so it's only natural she'd be a bit tired after that. Gary stopped walking but didn't glance back. Did you see her attitude? Don't be so salty, Gary, Ash sneered. You might have done that to someone as well, but you never noticed it. It's not her fault. Besides, you can battle her again. We've got a lot of time left, so I'm sure she'll be here again. Brock didn't intervene, standing stoically beside Ash. But you know, Gary, Ash's lips curled into a teasing smirk. It's rare to see you get so worked up over something. It's usually you who's the one acting all high and mighty. Gary had been like that for as long as he remembered. Proud, carefree, and somewhat arrogant. Of course, by now, Ash could see through most of his attempts at taunting others. It used to get on his skin, but he'd been on the receiving end of it for so long as a kid that he simply ignored them now. Gary didn't do that as much as he used to, but people don't change completely. The guy would do anything for a bit of fun. Not that Ash particularly minded that now. It actually made him feel refreshed. Gary looked at Ash, blinked, and then sighed. You're right for once, Ketchum. He seemed to ignore the high and mighty part. The young oak ran a hand through his hair, wiggling it messily. I just wanted to battle that Morpeko of hers. And, you're not used to being rejected like that, Ash waggled his eyebrows. Whatever. Gary waved him off. I'm getting hungry. Let's go have something to eat. The group had gone to the dining hall and feasted on the delicacies on offer. Like the 2 days prior, the hall was filled to the core, people coming in just as quickly as others left. But, given the sheer size of the room, it was hardly a problem to fit them. Chatters filled the air as young people, mostly trainers from what Ash could make of them, talked to one another. Some conversations interested Ash as he strolled by, taking any piece of food that interested him. The variety that was on offer had made Ash overwhelmed on what to eat, but that had been the case for the 2 days he'd been there prior. After having had his fill, Ash had gone to the room that allowed the trainers to let out their Pokemon to eat. Brock, Steven and Gary still hadn't finished eating, so he went on ahead without them. He'd battled a fair bit in the morning, more so than either Gary or Steven, so he figured that he should fill their tummies as soon as possible. The dining hall had strict restrictions that no Pokemon should be released and one could get in trouble if they didn't follow the rules in place. Ash had let out all 6 of his Pokemon and given them the food he'd bought on the ship. Unlike food for people, Pokemon food wasn't included in the ticket, although there was no restriction on taking food from the dining hall and feeding it to their Pokemon. Ash could see some trainers doing exactly that, and their Pokemon seemed to enjoy it. He made a mental note to let his Pokemon have their share of the exquisite cuisine. Usually, he only fed his Pokemon food that was nutritious to them, even if he took care to buy stuff that tasted good. He didn't want his Pokemon to eat because they had to, he wanted them to enjoy the activity. Just as much as he did. Ash hadn't decided on what to do for the rest of the day. Battles? Maybe later in the evening, but he'd had enough for now. And even though he got his Pokemon healed up after most of his battles, he didn't want to overexert them. Not that they complained about battling. From what he could make of it, they seemed to savor every moment they spent there, some more than others of course. Tia looked happier when he talked to her than when battling, but she seemed to enjoy it nonetheless. Ash now sat with the rest of the group in the main hall. There was going to be a Pokemon performance after lunch and he was looking forward to it. He'd watched a few Pokemon performances every now and then on TV, but they weren't something he cared for. He had to admit, though, that watching people and Pokemon put on a show that showcased their beauty was something that intrigued him. Not as much as Pokemon battles, but it was fun from time to time. "It's about to begin," Ash muttered into Gary's ears, getting his attention away from the door he'd been staring at. Was he waiting for someone? He hadn't known Gary had any friends on board apart from them. The woman on stage, who wore a stunning red dress that stopped at her heels, bowed before the audience. She tossed up 2 Pokeballs which snapped open in a glitter of gold and red lights which faded after a few more seconds. A Vulpix did a flip and landed on the stage, cooing her arrival and earning a round of cheers from the spectators. A Togetic spread its wings and cried out before a few golden stars shot out from underneath those tiny, spluttering wings. The stars collided with one another at the top of the 2 Pokemon, the glow enveloping them. "That's actually pretty cool, I have to say," Gary chortled, leaning back into his seat. Ash hummed. "More so because we don't see these things too often," he said as the woman spun around. Her Vulpix streamed a fire spin attack around her which didn't touch a single hair on her body. Togetic growled gleefully as a flutter of her tiny wings caused a rainbow-colored gust to surround the stage. It met with the spinning flames and spread them out as tiny embers quivered in all directions. A thunderous thud shook the entire hall violently. The performer fell on her knees, tumbling on the stage from the shockwave. What just happened? Ash noticed a few employees of the SS and running around from hall to hall, phones in their hands as some of them talked into their walkie-talkies. The screen in the middle of the hall had an emergency display asking everyone to not panic, but also not to move around until they uncovered the source. Gunshot sounds erupted, echoing in Ash's ear repeatedly. Stiff as a board, unsettling anxiety pushed at his neck as he tried to glance around the room. Another loud bang thumped, closer. Ash honed in on the sound as sweat beaded along his forehead. He walked towards the nearby banister, where smoky trails wisped from downstairs. The culprit, adorned in a white shirt, shamelessly brandished the silver barrel of the gun high. He slowly unbuttoned the top, revealing a massive R on its center. "Team Rocket!" Ash exclaimed, his nostrils flaring. "Again! We are Team Rocket!" The man announced loudly. If you don't want to end up in a mess, don't move a muscle, and don't try anything stupid. We have the entire ship under our control. In a few more seconds, more people wearing Team Rocket uniforms gathered around the hall, most of them men though a few were women. The panic caused a few people to scream, but another gunshot from a different Team Rocket member, this one on the backside of the hall, made those murmurs turn to silence. How did they take over so quickly? Steven muttered, his gaze fixed on the first Team Rocket member who'd revealed himself. We only just heard that blast. What was that? I don't think it was a blast, Brock grumbled in response. It sounded more like someone had messed with the ship's engine or something. Now, the member who was descending from the stairs in the front began, his voice resounding within the silence. A few more Team Rocket members appeared behind him and made their way down the stairs. I'll give all of you a chance, surrender all of your Pokémon and you'll be spared. Guns weren't a threat to most Pokémon. There was a reason that firearms and bombs weren't used in conflicts very often. There was no point in spending so much money and resources on these weapons when battling with Pokémon was far more efficient. And these weapons could barely do anything to stronger Pokémon. The more powerful Pokémon could easily cause much more destruction with their attacks than most weapons could, short of nuclear ones, and they could do it repeatedly. That made these weapons against Pokémon redundant. Almost useless. The bodies of Pokémon were much sturdier than humans, and their recovery rate was almost astounding. That was the reason that Pokémon could be wounded badly but recover to their prior states so quickly. If a human sustained such injuries, they would most likely be in bed for months, if not years. However, that didn't mean that all Pokémon were immune to these things. The ones with weaker physical constitution, and younger Pokémon, still faced a threat. Even the more powerful beasts couldn't turn a blind eye to chemical weapons like hydrogen or nuclear bombs. But such scenarios were impractical because of the difficulty involved in producing even a single one of those. And it didn't serve any purpose, even for terrorist organizations like Team Rocket. Damn it. Gary cursed, gritting his teeth. These guys. Ash's blood boiled hotter than lava. Just as Ash was about to reach for his Pokeball belt to let his Pokémon fight, he felt an arm holding him. Don't Ash, Brock mumbled, sharply looking at Ash. Fighting like this will cause more chaos, which will only help Team Rocket get what they want. Ash gritted his teeth. But those guys. He recalled how hopeless he'd felt when he was up against Allison and her monstrous Venusaur. That was the time he decided that he'd put an end to Team Rocket. Could he simply look the other way while they threatened to steal Pokémon from trainers? No, he couldn't. He's right, Ash, Steven said, stepping closer to him. His voice didn't seem as calm as it usually sounded. The security in the SS is tight and they've got several high-class police officers inside. We just have to remain calm and wait until they act. Ash loosened his hand on the Pokeball and stared at the Team Rocket member who'd just spoken. Brock and Steven were right. It was better to leave this to the people who specialized in situations such as these. For now, at least. The Team Rocket members' declaration had caused another uproar in the crowd, this time even more severe than the one about a minute back when Team Rocket made their appearance. Trainers from around the hall screeched at the Team Rocket members, some even called out their Pokémon. Team Rocket members silenced a few of them, releasing their own Pokémon while the remaining retaliated. It had become a frenzy as fights broke out, most between Pokémon but some even amongst Team Rocket and civilians. Another gunshot reverberated throughout the hall, but heads turned towards a ghastly scene of blood spurting from a young trainer. He screamed in agony, falling to his knees as more blood gushed from his left arm. You son of a beach! A man hollered as he released a Poliwhirl from his Pokeball. Several others followed suit. Those filthy BSTRDS. Ash could barely keep calm at that point. His previous encounter with Team Rocket had left him seething at them as it is, but now another attempt at terrorism. No, this wasn't an attempt. This was terrorism. He'd had it with them. He unclipped all of his Pokeballs bar Kabutos, and out came his Pokemon with battle cries. Their expressions changed as soon as they realized the situation around them. They hissed dangerously, taking fighting stances and gathering around their trainer. This time, neither Brock nor Steven stopped him. Steven called out his Metagross and Armaldo, the latter being the first time Ash saw that Steven owned one. Brock called his Geodude while Gary released his Wartortle, Growlithe and Scyther. Around the hall, several other trainers did the same. This had turned out to be an all-out fight that messily shook the massive room as several battles ensued at the same time. Stones pelted, flames whizzed and leaves and vines darted across the hall. Snarls and shrieks rang from Pokemon and people alike as clouds of poison misted the hall from the fusion of the violent moves in the fight that engulfed the enormous room. Onslaughts of attacks resonated through the room, but even the loudest screams paled to a whisper, their cries silenced in the mayhem. Neither the Team Rocket members nor the passengers were spared in the gruesome clash. The rampaging Pokemon from either side blasted doors and electronic devices. The walls, which glittered a gorgeous white not so long ago, stained ruby red. The men who'd entered from the front also sent out their Pokemon. Since Ash had a seat very close to the front of the hall, he faced the grunts who'd begun the hijacking. The group released several Houndoom, a few Raticate and Golbat and some Weezing, amongst other Pokemon. "Attack Team Rocket!" Ash yelled, pointing his hand towards the guy in the middle, who had a few people around him. "Ava, use Aerial Ace. Trooper, Cross Chop. The rest of you, attack from a distance. Ignis and Kaiser, use Dragon Rage. Tia, use Disarming Voice." He stamped his foot on the floor. "Don't hold anything back." Brock, Steven and Gary all ordered their Pokemon to attack as well. It was a frenzied mess of attacks from both sides as even more trainers joined in. They couldn't do much, even if the Pokemon of the Team Rocket members were strong. Metagross ceaselessly shot flash cannons, the sheer force of its attacks knocking out some of the Pokemon in a single blow. The Rock-type sent hordes of stones towards their foes while Gary's Wartortle, Stud, launched his Water-type moves to complement them. Dragon Rage and Disarming Voice almost fused together, the contrasting type attack striking the confused Pokemon of Team Rocket, who could only manage so many attacks at a time before their bodies gave in. Ava ascended, whizzing out of the way of a flamethrower that headed her way. Her eyes honed on the Houndoom that had just launched that flurry of flames as she zoomed in on it, streaks of silver energy swiveling around her body. A water pulse from Stud struck the dark Pokemon while it eyed the bird-like prey, and she crashed her body into the Houndoom, sending it groaning a few feet back. Trooper hissed as a Golbat struck its wings on him, but he recovered quickly and swatted it with his fists before it could get away. A few meters away from him, Brock's Geodude fired rocks from its body and caught another one of Team Rocket's Golbat unawares, which slammed on the ground unconscious. On the basis of sheer numbers, Team Rocket was immensely overwhelmed. And that showed everywhere in the hall as more and more of Team Rocket's Pokemon fell. The grunts were being tied up by some of the older trainers, and security personnel surrounded the hall now. Even if most of the trainers were fairly young, Team Rocket's Pokemon couldn't take the sheer multitude of attacks for too long. The man who had so confidently asserted his authority not more than a few minutes ago now appeared to be scurrying for his life. He sweated, hyperventilating as he stumbled his way back where he'd come from, but he had several people in tow. A stray attack from a Pokemon disarmed him, leaving him defenseless after his Pokemon fainted one by one. "Ava, wing attack on him. Don't let him get away." Ash commanded, his voice barely a croak. His body trembled and eyes twitched. He had no hesitation to attack people like Team Rocket now. He would order his Pokemon to do so without a second thought. Ava chirped, hesitantly glancing at her trainer for a moment, but his facial expression made her throw away any qualms she had about carrying out her orders. In a moment, she'd homed in on the Team Rocket grunt, gashing at his legs which made a rush of blood splatter the floor and brought him to his knees, screaming and wailing. Several more of the security guards made their way inside, a few Officer Jennies also hurried inside behind the guards. A slightly older Jenny entered from where the grunt was trying to escape. Behind her was a massive canine who jumped forward and bared its fangs at the Team Rocket grunt thrashing about on the ground. "Everyone stop!" The Jenny with a slightly wrinkled face shouted at the top of her lungs. Her voice was domineering, not too dissimilar to how Allison, the Team Rocket commander Ash had encountered near Cerulean City, sounded. Yet, it was different from hers. It didn't contain the cynical intentions that the Team Rocket commander's voice possessed. It was almost comforting. Ash found himself awed at her arcanine. One roar from its vicious maw had the Team Rocket member unconscious. Its magnificent form stood proudly next to its trainer, its piercing gaze firmly scanning the hall from one corner to another. It was a veteran of these situations, its majestic presence proof enough. "I ask that you please stay where you are until we're able to secure all the members of Team Rocket and their Pokémon." Officer Jenny's voice reverberated through the humongous room, ceasing the uproar of the crowd in mere moments. The officers that had arrived with her encircled the room, a few with their Pokémon, mostly Growlithe, Machop, or Kadabra, in tow. They took charge of any Team Rocket members or Pokémon in the vicinity, mopping them up. Nurses and doctors also strode in from the Pokémon Center, swiftly tending to wounded Pokémon and trainers alike. The young man who'd been shot was carried on a stretcher by two men after they'd administered first aid, however, he remained conscious. Ash sighed. That had been hectic. The battle had barely been a few minutes, but it felt like all of it had gone on for much longer. As he glanced around the room and watched Team Rocket being mopped up by the police in cooperation with SS and security, his mind wandered off. Why had Team Rocket done all of this? What was their reason for trying to take over the SSN? Why would they try such a half-baked attempt at stealing Pokémon? Ash mused. It doesn't make sense. What do you think was their motive? That voice brought Ash back to reality as he turned to his left. No matter how you look at it, this is not how Team Rocket usually operates. The man who just appeared next to Ash had black hair and wore a long, brown coat. Ash thought dressed like a detective or an undercover police officer seen in movies. Ash's lips parted as he was about to speak, but Steven beat him to it. "So you mean to say this was a distraction?" Steven said, his eyes narrowing as he glanced at the man. "I'm afraid so," the man replied. "They planned this well. These people were mere grunts, sacrificed for one of their grand plans." There was a hint of anger in his tone, his fists clenching once he'd finished. "But isn't this too obvious?" Ash questioned, turning towards the man. He couldn't imagine such a plan being fruitful. "It serves no purpose." "That's not exactly the case," the man said. "At first glance, it might look like it's meaningless, but by hijacking the ship, no matter how sloppily, they've threatened the lives of thousands of people." He sighed, shaking his head. Ash reflexively relaxed his fists. There's no way the police can just ignore this, even if it's merely a distraction. They'll have to take security measures, call for backup and make sure this ship gets back to Vermilion City safely. There's no compromising on that. That makes sense, Steven nodded, stroking his chin. He shook his head and let out a snort. There's no telling if there are more Team Rocket members on board. And they might have compromised something on the ship already. As terrifying as that is to think, there's a high possibility of that being the case. Brock added his thoughts to the mix. Ash noticed the unease on his features as the tan trainer wiped a few drops of sweat from his face. Team Rocket. Gary sneered, his arms folded. He'd clearly seen better days. Ash rarely found him this aggravated. They've just gotta mess with everything. There goes my trip to the Sevii Islands. Ash snickered when he heard Gary's words. Even through all of this mess, the guy was still thinking about the trip, which should have been the least of their concerns at the moment. Though, Ash had to admit that this attitude was typical Gary. That made Ash feel a bit better. His rage had calmed slightly, even if his blood still boiled at the thought of what had just transpired. It is what it is though, the older man groaned. It's not something you boys need to worry about. A wry smile crossed his features as he glanced at Gary and then at Ash. You're far too young to have your mind involved with Team Rocket. Leave it to us adults. That's what we're here for. Ash breathed in, glanced at the ceiling and smiled at the man. Maybe he was right. He needed to let it go, for now, at least. Thanks, mister. Ash trailed off, wondering what the name of the man was. Noticing Ash's raised eyebrow, the man chuckled. My name is Looker, and I'm a member of the International Police. Ash blinked for a moment. Looker was an odd name, but he figured soon enough that it might have been a code name. And he thought better not to query about it. The man probably had his reasons. Mr. Looker, Ash repeated and smiled. The man offered him a hand which he gladly shook. I'm Ash Ketchum. It's always nice to find such brave young men, Looker said, still retaining the smile. He glanced towards Gary and offered him a handshake as well. Gary Oak, Gary said. Looker then moved to Stephen and did the same. Stephen Stone from Hoenn introduced Stephen, taking a step forward and meeting Looker's hand. Ah! Looker's lips twitched into an even bigger smile. Devon Corporation's Mr. Stone's son? Yes, Stephen gave him a quizzical look. Do you perhaps know my father? I'm acquainted with him, Looker nodded but then turned to shake Brock's hand. And I'm Brock, Brock introduced himself with a warm smile. Looker nodded and then glanced at them all once again. As I said, don't concern yourself with this. The police are competent and they can handle it. You've got a while before you can start dealing with these scoundrels. Ash couldn't quite figure out exactly what, but there seemed to be something trustworthy about Looker. The way he'd assured them just now made him believe his words. That Team Rocket would be taken care of sooner rather than later. Anyways, Looker turned around and gave them one last glance. I'll be needed elsewhere now that this has settled down. Good luck on your journey. Ash waved at Looker, who soon disappeared into the crowd and out of his view. The crowd had remained still after the police had appeared, and a quick glance told Ash that it wouldn't take too long for the mess to be cleared. Then he realized something. How did Looker know that they were all traveling? Yes, he could probably tell that they were trainers, but not all trainers traveled the entire region. Some preferred training at different places such as specialized gyms or training facilities, or trained locally to keep up with other responsibilities. Maybe Looker had overheard their previous conversation. But, he hadn't been there for long. At least, Ash hadn't noticed him. He let the thoughts go, though. After everything else that had just happened, it wasn't worth thinking too much about. It had been 2 days since the chaotic appearance of Team Rocket had caused the SS and to cancel its route to the Sevii Islands and head back to Vermilion City. After the police took over, they mopped up all the Team Rocket grunts promptly, securing the ship and calling for backup. Over those 2 days, most of the services that the SS and offered were restricted, passengers were only allowed to go into certain sections of the ship. Pokemon battling and training were one of the prohibited activities in that battlefields were all sealed. On the day of the incident, once the Team Rocket members were dealt with and the injured Pokemon and passengers tended to, there was a full-scale security check. Police meticulously verified their IDs before they were permitted to head to their rooms. Between the security check and long walk to his room, Ash's eyes felt like a pair of weights tugged on them. He'd pondered the events of the day late into the night. The incident fueled short bursts of nightmares, which ate up his drowsiness, but even though fatigue ached through his body as he laid on his bed, the comfortable sheets made it seem like he was sleeping in a pile of feathers. Team Rocket had hijacked the SSN, one of the biggest cruise liners in the world, and threatened the passengers and their Pokemon. Yet, in a matter of minutes, those same passengers snuffed out their attempt. The police swept up the remnants, but, even without them, would it have been too difficult to get rid of those grunts? They'd basically been all but defeated before the police had accessed the main hull. Looker had confirmed Ash's suspicions that this was just a distraction, a ploy from Team Rocket in order to get everyone's attention focused on the SS and while they made their move elsewhere. But where? And why? He agreed with Looker that even though this was an obvious diversion, it couldn't be ignored. Too many people's lives would be in danger if it had been. But the last 2 days on the ship were quiet. They hadn't heard any news of Team Rocket anywhere else. Ash sighed as their destination crawled within his sight. They had almost reached Vermilion City port with a few military ships in tow. He'd been looking forward to the Sevii Islands. He'd heard a lot about the different sites on the collection of islands located south of mainland Kanto. The SSN's destination this time, before Team Rocket interrupted their voyage anyway, were Islands 1 and 2, the former being famous for Empty Ember, a volcanic mountain which was said to be home to one of the 3 legendary birds of the region, molters. Ash had thought that, maybe, he'd get lucky and come across the blazing avian. But alas, that wasn't to be the case. Ash found himself on the port a couple of hours later with Brock, Gary and Steven around him. "We're back in Vermilion much earlier than I'd hoped," Ash groaned but let his face brighten. "Better to think about the exciting future than the past. I guess we can't do anything about that though. At least, everyone's safe." "Yeah," Steven sighed, then eased into a smile. "We can always take the SSN again next year, or earlier if they decide to reschedule it because of what's happened this time." Unlike his 2 friends, Gary's lips laid flat, tightly pursed. "I wasted so much time in Vermilion, just to catch this DMN cruise and go to Sevii Islands." He'd been complaining about it every so often since Team Rocket's invasion. While Ash felt that Gary overdid it with his whining, he'd seen how important it had been to him, enough for the brown-haired trainer to rush to Vermilion after they'd met in Cerulean City. He genuinely seemed to have been excited about the Sevii Islands. Ash tapped Gary's shoulders repeatedly to cheer him up. "You'll have another chance to go to the Sevii Islands. Once you've got a strong water or flying type that can carry you there, you won't even need a ship." That was a joke. Ash knew how far the Sevii Islands were from the mainland, and it would tire a Pokemon out if they were to go there by sea. Maybe a flying type could reach there sooner, but it'd have to be extremely high level and possess great vitality to reach the archipelago without any breaks. After all, there was almost no land in between Vermilion City and the Sevii Islands apart from a few small uninhabited islands scattered amongst the waves. "I can't wait," Gary scorned. Ash rolled his eyes at the glare that the oak shot his way. "Maybe I'll catch a molters somewhere else and have it take me to Empty Ember." "A molters?" Ash sneered. "I didn't know they were as common as Spearow." He let out a snicker. In response, Gary lightly jabbed him in the stomach. "It wouldn't be a legendary Pokemon then, you idiot." Gary retorted back. Yeah, I know," Ash grumbled. Gary's mood hadn't improved, but he wouldn't be this shot for long. Ash turned to glance at Steven, who appeared to have been enjoying the banter, grinning as he was. "So, Steven, you gonna go back to Hoenn or stay in Kanto for a bit longer?" "I thought about it over the past couple of days," Steven said. "And I've decided to go home. I'll go to Meteor Falls for some training and maybe Moss Deep City as well," his eyes glinted. "And then to Evergrande City for the Evergrande Conference." Disappointment tore into Ash's heart at this admission, but he understood that it couldn't be helped. He nodded, then smiled. That sounds like a good plan. Ash didn't know much about Meteor Falls, but he'd heard that it was a vicious mountain region and housed a lot of rare Pokemon. He also remembered reading that an ancient tribe of dragon tamers lived there, although their numbers had significantly dwindled in recent years. "I'll try to catch the conference if I can." "I'll try not to disappoint then," Steven chuckled. Ash joined him in a light laugh as the two shared a fist bump. "So, when are you leaving?" Gary asked, interjecting between the duo's laughter. "Right away." "In 2 days," Steven answered. "I've booked a flight from Vermilion City for then." "Too bad," Gary gazed at the ground, sliding his foot back and forth on the cemented floor. "Guess it'll be a while before we see you again." "Seems so," Steven said, shooting a wry smile. "But time flies traveling with your Pokemon." It's been over a year since I started my journey and it feels like it was just yesterday. I'll say, Ash affirmed. He found his mind drift to the adventures he'd had, the friends he'd made and the Pokemon he'd caught. He thought himself fortunate regarding these events. It's been like 4 months since I started out, and I can't believe it's been that long. I haven't even called Mom in over 3 months, and it feels like I just saw her a few days back. Gary's eyes widened as he took a step towards Ash. That reminds me that Grandpa and my mom told me to tell you to call your mom, he said. Ash winced but didn't speak, only nodding. They said she's been worried about you since you haven't called her in a while. Steven blinked for a brief moment, then scowled at Ash. You might be in for it if you haven't called her for a long time. I didn't call my mom for 2 weeks and she brought the house down on me for almost an hour. Ash buried his face in his left hand and scratched his eyebrows. He wanted to talk to his mom but didn't look forward to the nagging that would certainly come with it. I wish I hadn't been such an idiot. Ha, Gary snorted, leaning closer to Ash and smirking almost devilishly. Every moment of Ash's newfound pain sparked Gary's smile back to life. It's good that you admit to being one. Good luck, Steven joked. I hope you come out of it alive. Thanks, Steven. Ash rolled his eyes at Steven's chuckle. He seemed amused in a way that Ash wouldn't have expected him to be. Anyway, let's head to the Pokemon Center, Gary suggested as he turned around after glancing at the SSN. Ash looked at the ship and shook his head, again remembering the turn of events. Just sitting inside doing nothing for 2 whole days FNG tired me out. Can't say it was a pleasant experience, Steven shrugged as he followed Gary and glanced back at Ash and Brock, motioning for them to come along. Ash smiled from ear to ear as he stood in front of the video telephone in the Pokemon Center. He sighed repeatedly while the phone rang, running a hand through his messy, black hair and putting his hat back on. His smile turned genuine the moment the phone stopped ringing and the face of his mom, Delia Ketchum, appeared on the screen. She blinked for a moment, taking in the sight of him, her brown eyes flickering from his face to his chest as if she were trying to confirm that it actually was him. Hey Mom, Ash said after seconds of silence. Howard Dash. His mother cut off further words with a hush of his name. Her nostrils flared and her hands vigorously settled on her hips. His face stiffened as he uncomfortably shifted his gaze from his mom to the floor and back to her again. It was great seeing his mother after so long, but he didn't look forward to the ultimatum. Look here, young man. Her voice made him shudder and he forced himself to smile. He flinched when he met her stern gaze, though. If you're going to stay out there without calling me or informing me of your status, you can forget about being a Pokemon trainer. Chills ran down his spine. If he knew one thing about his mother, it was not to make her angry. She was the gentlest soul, but her wrath was equally petrifying. I'll tell Professor Oak right now to cancel your training license. You're too young and too immature. You don't know how the world works. He knew that was an empty threat, but shivered at the image of it coming to pass. I'm really sorry, Mom, he mumbled, gazing into her furious eyes. His apologetic expression was genuine. I know I've worried you a lot. I should have called you a lot more often and I know you told me that. He barely took a breath as he spoke. But Mom, everything's fine. I promise. I know I've made you worry. It's just that, his eyes squinted, his face holding a pained expression. It's just that I was so occupied with training in my journey that I couldn't. Ash's lips parted, but he stopped momentarily. He needed to choose his words carefully. I didn't get the chance to call you. It sounds like an excuse, I know, and I also know that it's irresponsible of me. Delia held a blank face steadily, despite her son's outburst. Her features brightened a touch, the rage in her eyes melted into warmth as she covered her mouth. I'm glad to see you're doing okay, she spoke in a gentle, low voice. Ash shut his eyes at the reaction, cursing himself for his stupidity. I've really missed you, Ash. Kate told me how Gary's been calling them often and I asked her if he was with you. She told me that he hadn't seen you for a while. Mrs. Green said that Leaf calls her every few days. I know Leaf and you were together in Pewter City, but she hadn't seen you for months now. I felt so afraid. Ash's fists tightened, but he forced them to stay below the wide lens. I'm sorry to make you worry, Mom. The thought of Gary calling home so often made him snicker. The guy wasn't irresponsible, but he certainly was a lot more of a rebel than Ash. Ash wouldn't even call himself a rebel. He thought he was a well-behaved boy who'd been too engrossed in his Pokemon journey to call home. Gary's been really calling Aunt Kate a lot. Delia, however, cut his laugh short with a glare. His joke didn't amuse her in the slightest. He stuttered for a second before speaking again. I'm doing great, so you don't have to worry. I've made a lot of friends and I've got my Pokemon with me. I already have 6 Pokemon and they're all awesome. Delia's lips curled up in a loving smile. Seeing that made Ash miss her even more. I'm sure they're happy to have a friend like you. You're taking good care of yourself, right, Ash? Ash sensed a hint of worry and tried his best to wave her off. Yeah, Mom. I've been eating well. I've got a friend who's a great cook, and he's been traveling with me for a while. He chuckled at the thought of Brock meeting his mom. They'd get along well. Extremely so. I think you'll love him if you meet him sometime. Oh, Delia's smile grew wider by the second, all the rage that she displayed earlier vanishing as if it was never there. She clasped her hands in front of the screen. I'd love to meet more of your friends. I also met up with Steven. Ash found his lips curling up. Delia raised her eyebrows. He's in Kanto. Yeah, Ash confirmed and watched as Delia smiled. We've been together in Vermilion City and, he was about to mention that they were on the SS and together, but held himself back just in time. He didn't want her to lose sleep over the SS and incident, and he knew she'd worry if he told her about it. The incident was already on the news, as he'd just seen on the Pokemon Center TV, so she probably already heard about it. The SSN was a world-famous cruise after all, and a hijacking on it would be breaking news, bursting up on all channels. Delia may have noticed the hesitation on Ash's face. She leaned closer to the screen, her eyes narrowing, and... We've fought with our very own Pokemon, Ash said dryly. He wasn't lying, but certainly hiding the truth. He wasn't sure how good he was at it though. Steven's gotten really strong. He's already got a Metagross. Ash sighed internally as Delia relaxed her shoulders and stood back straight, apparently trusting his words. That sounds wonderful, she chimed merrily. I hope he's doing well, too. Ash nodded. I talked to Leaf the other day when she called Mrs. Green and she was worried about you when I told her that I haven't heard from you in so long. I told you that they came to look for you at home after you left, didn't I? Yeah, I met them both, Ash beamed. In fact, Gary's here in Vermilion City with me. I haven't seen Leaf since I was in Pewter City though. He lowered his glance, relief caressing his heart when he learned that Leaf has been doing well. I'm glad to hear Leaf's doing great too. He almost whispered. She is a responsible girl, after all, Delia agreed cheerfully. Just then, Ash heard a jolly shriek. He grinned at the source of it. Hey there, Mimey. The Mr. Mime invaded Delia's space and happily cheered at Ash, waving his glove-like hands with glee. Ash chuckled at the familiar antics of the psychic-type Pokemon he'd known since he was only a few years old. How are you doing? He asked, in response to which the psychic-type swirled around after retreating backwards. Delia giggled and petted Mimey's head. The next time we meet, I'll introduce you to all the Pokemon friends I've made. I'm sure they'll love you. Ash earned another little swivel of Mimey's body before he waved again, and whirled away. He probably had something to do. After all, he took care of the house. Mimey was like a son to Delia, and Ash hoped that he'd keep her mind off of him, so she wouldn't worry about him. Not as much, anyway. Ash, Delia began, tilting closer to the screen again, her eyes narrowing as she scowled at her son. I hope you've been keeping yourself clean, changing your underwear every day, and washing your clothes. Ash's jaw slacked, and his smile slumped to a frown. Mom, he almost shouted, grasping the sides of the screen with his shaky hands in a frantic attempt to hide his face, which flushed a tinge of red. I've been doing all that, I've told you before. I take care of myself and I hate it when I'm not clean, don't you know that already? Yes, but I was just reminding you, Delia said plainly. Ash dug his face in his hands at the nonchalant tone in which she'd just said that. To him, this was extremely embarrassing. He thanked the gods that there wasn't anyone nearby, partly because it was well past noon. Yeah, Mom, Ash wore a resigned expression inside. I take care of myself. I'm always wearing clean clothes and care for my hygiene. You don't have to worry about those things. He stressed the last part, hoping that she'd stop nagging him about it. He couldn't stop his head from shaking instinctively at the thought that Delia would mention these things to her 13-year-old son who was on his own Pokemon journey. That's great, she cheered again, her hands clasping. Her joyous expression turned the teeniest bit sterner. Have you been eating well? Healthy food? Yes, Mom, the reply was instant, even if not the truest. He'd eaten his fair share of burgers and sandwiches, the latter of which would qualify as healthy in Delia's dictionary, but if she had the vaguest clue of how much packed food he'd eaten over the course of the past few months, she would definitely tear him apart, even through the phone screen. I've been traveling with Brock for a while and his cooking is almost as good as yours, he remarked, a glint in his eye. And he's an aspiring doctor, so his food's been as healthy as can be. Delia stared at him doubtfully. That's good to hear, her tone was hard. Ash gnawed on his lips at the realization that she'd seen through his lies, but let his mind relax when a smile curled up on her face again. I don't think I'd have to tell you to take really good care of your Pokemon. You've always loved them so I trust you on that, at least. Ash fought off a retort at her last words, opting to nod instead. He'd save himself from another hour of Delia's tedious lecture on the topic. Now, let's see, Delia's hand settled on her chin as she obviously thought about more ways to question her rebellious son. She tapped her fingers on her chin as her gaze veered to the ceiling momentarily before returning to Ash. Hopefully you've been making good friends. Ash slightly tilted his head at the question. Good friends? I mean you haven't gotten yourself involved with any bad influences, have you? Her words spared no venom. Mom, Ash whined. His heart ached from the lack of trust. At least trust me that much. It's not a matter of trust, Delia flung a sharp glare at Ash. So many young people end up in a mess after one wrong step. Yeah, Mom, I know, Ash groaned. He'd imagined she would actually consider him mature, now that he was a Pokemon trainer. He did. He deemed himself as sensible enough to stay out of all the trouble that worried his mom, but he'd only be wasting his breath trying to convince her not to concern herself with those things. He somewhat understood her perspective though, so he couldn't blame her for that. I'll try to introduce you to all the friends I've made when I come home. Delia perked up. When are you coming home then? A sigh escaped Ash. Not until I've got all 8 badges that I need for the Indigo League conference, at least. It was a good while before Delia let Ash off the hook. She barraged him with endless questions, almost to the point where the fleeting thought of cutting off the call invaded Ash's mind. He suppressed the urge though. He deserved all of it. Through all the relentless chides, Ash relished the smiles and giggles she allowed. Ash found himself dearly missing her just a few minutes after he'd ended the call. He'd never missed home so much. Lunch with friends sent his misery packing, thankfully. A few jokes, laughs and some serious chat with Steven, Gary and Brock felt refreshing. I'm really surprised nothing else has happened yet, Steven said as he glanced at the wide television screen. Ash frowned. I wouldn't really complain if anything doesn't. Maybe we were just mistaken. He let a weary sigh escape. They'd been watching the news in the hall of the Pokemon Center for well over an hour now, grimly anticipating any word of Team Rocket's savage operations. Ash couldn't fight off the apprehensive feeling that ate away at his composure that somewhere, someone was being hurt. That, even at that very moment, Team Rocket were carrying out their wicked exploits. Neither would I. Steven leaned back on the couch. Ash wondered if his friend from Hoenn felt upset about going back to his native region as much as he did. I don't even want to think about that gang of idiots, Gary groaned. He clearly wasn't over the incident on the SSN, which astounded Ash. He'd never seen Gary whine about something for so long. Usually, he'd just get over it and be his usual self before long. Maybe Ash didn't understand Gary as much as he thought he did. You're right, Gary. There's no point in thinking about them, he said wryly, then let his eyes waver drearily towards the ceiling. He wanted to abstain himself from thinking about Team Rocket for now. They'd proven to be nothing but a distraction. His strength wasn't enough to challenge them. Not yet. And until then, it would be best to put them out of his mind. We're better off concentrating on training our Pokémon. As Looker said, it's not our job to deal with them. Let's just hope that whoever's behind them is caught so their entire organization is finished for good. Steven nodded ardently when he saw Ash's lips curl into a vigorous smile. That's right. Ash could swear he noticed him faintly pump his fist. It was rare seeing Steven so worked up. The Hoenn League is coming up and I can't be distracted by anything else. Someone's excited, Ash chuckled. Steven scratched his head, his gaze lowering towards the floor with the palest shade of pink impeding his cheeks. Ash didn't think he'd ever see so many rare emotions from Steven of all people. He reckoned he'd enjoy teasing Steven from time to time, but he dismissed the urge to do it now. I can't say I won't be excited for the Indigo League though, so I understand the feeling. Gotta get 8 badges first, Gary sneered, his hands crossing behind his head as he reclined into the couch. Says the guy who has only 3 badges himself. Ash's riposte was instant. He smirked at the sight of Gary throwing a hushed snarl his way. Gary glowered at him and Ash returned his defiant glare. Their stalemate lasted almost half a minute. Come on now, guys, Steven finally intervened, waving a hand between the two. We're all going our different ways tomorrow. Let's enjoy our time together. Who knows when we'll meet again? Who said I wasn't enjoying myself? Gary's eyes gleamed as he grinned cheerfully at Steven. I love watching Ashy Boy acting like a kid. Ash remained silent as he rolled his eyes. But he couldn't deny all of Gary's words. He enjoyed all of this with Gary and he wouldn't have it any other way. Although, Ash's eyebrow tilted when he noticed Steven and even Brock, who'd almost made his presence as obscure as a ghastly until now, snicker at Gary's words. He rubbed his eyebrows before a displeased shake of his head. Those two better not take that nickname to heart. Anyway, Ash began as he tried to change the topic and looked at Steven. I was going to talk to you about how we could keep in touch. He noticed the perked up faces of Steven and Gary and grinned. Heard of the transceiver? It's got its own signal, so if it works across regions, we might be able to keep in touch. It's been pretty hyped up, that thing. Steven nodded and let his lips curl up slightly. Says you can call people even if there's no signal, which is kinda insane. It'll be interesting to see how it goes after launch. Ash's grin widened uncontrollably as he dug into his pocket and revealed the predominantly black, watch-like device. He hadn't used it to its fullest yet, but he'd learned enough playing with its countless features. Yet, it contained things that he could barely make sense of. Gary gasped. You've already got one? He leered at Ash, his eyebrows knitting closer. He clearly wasn't glad that Ash had got one before him. How did you snag one of those? You'd have had your very own had someone not been all, I can't miss the SSN, Ash mimicked Gary's quote mockingly. Noticing Gary's puzzled blinking, Ash added, this is a prototype model of the transceiver which I got from Bill, the guy Professor Oak suggested we visit when we were in Cerulean. Ash briefly relished the widening of Gary's eyes at the revelation before he turned his attention to Steven. Bill said it'll work just as well with the ones in the market after launch. Gary shrugged. I won't say I regret that, even if I am interested in the transceiver. I'm not a very tech-savvy guy, Steven interjected as he removed a red phone-like device from his pocket. But an engineer from my father's company told me that they were working on a deal to have the transceiver technology added into the PokeNav. That looks like a different model from the one I last saw, Ash said, eyeing the PokeNav in Steven's hand. It was one of the Devon Corporation's most popular devices. Or at least, that's what he'd heard from Steven. Yeah, Steven chimed, pressing a button to make the PokeNav screen light up, a few icons appearing on it. Ash stepped closer and peered into the screen. He could discern a few common icons like one for a map, phone and chat, and the ones he'd fiddled with when he had his own. But most others were out of his frame of knowledge. I had one of the older ones, but I forgot it at home, Gary said nonchalantly. That was more like the rival Ash knew. Not a care in the world. Not that I used it much, anyway. It's pretty useful in cities and towns since you can make calls with it, Steven smiled wryly, but didn't look too displeased. He shrugged, but to be honest, I don't think I'd miss it too much in the wild. Maps and Pokemon information are also available in Pokédexes. Ash couldn't help but chuckle at the indifferent tone in which Steven had dismissed the PokeNav as ineffective for Pokemon journeys. It was one of his father's company's flagship products, after all. You had the first generation one too, didn't you, Ash? Steven asked, an eyebrow raised. Ash scratched his head sheepishly. He stuttered momentarily but shook it off. It broke. Steven's eyes lit up as he burst into a chuckle. That's not something I'd expect from Ash Ketchum, who always looks after his things. Of course, that was only partly true. Ash would die of shame if he revealed the reason it had happened. He had woken up one morning with the PokeNav lying on the floor of his bedroom in pieces, the metal coating warped from being tossed off his dresser in his sleep like it had been thumped against a rock as hard as diamond. Upon further inspection on it, he remembered that he'd used the thing the night before and fallen asleep with it. And there could have been only one reason that the PokeNav had ended up in that state. He'd probably been dreaming of becoming a Pokemon master and used the poor piece of metal as a substitute for his fantastical Pokeball. That held his ferocious Charizard. He knew because that wasn't the only thing he'd smashed in this fashion. Ash shifted his weight on the couch nervously. It fell off of my desk and stopped working and I never got it repaired. I see, Steven mused doubtfully for a moment but let the topic slip by. So, as I was saying, if they do add that transceiver feature to the PokeNav, then it's simple. If they don't, I'll just get an transceiver. Ash smiled at his words. Spoken like a true rich boy, never thinking twice before dumping money into something that he might not even use much. But who was Ash to judge? Sounds good. Ash chirped. He tapped on his transceiver, a string of digits akin to a phone number appearing on the display. This is the ID that you can contact me with. You can note it down for now. Steven nodded, brought his PokeNav over the transceiver screen and tapped a button. The clicking noise indicated the picture capture. Done. Hey. Gary drummed, inadvertently nudging his shoulder roughly against Ash's as he pushed closer. Don't go sharing all of this stuff without me. You can note them down on a piece of paper for now, Gary, Ash suggested, though his words lacked any intentional taunts. Gary didn't see it that way. Not them. Gary scoffed. He waggled his index finger left and right with a click of his tongue. I only want Stevens. Who's even gonna call you? Ash's lips twisted. That stung. Even if he was used to Gary's jibes sometimes, some things hurt. Okay then, he mumbled evenly in an attempt to conceal his feelings. Gary lightly nudged his shoulder against Ash's. Had he noticed Ash's dejection at his words? The oak glanced around airily, his lips parting a few times before he finally mouthed. Well, he said, pausing to look at Ash from the corner of his eye. Maybe, I'll get yours too so you don't feel left out, a devilish smirk suddenly spread across his face. Knowing you, you might feel disheartened about it, and you'd be miserable training your Pokemon. Can't have you be even less of a challenge to me than you already are. Ash blinked at the sea of words that should have made him furious from the venom, but he burst out laughing instead. What was that? He managed between a few chuckles and sniggers. That's the spirit. Gary boomed. Have as much fun as you can before I beat you again. You know that's never going to happen, Ash immediately shot back, although he still grinned fiercely. You guys are a lot of fun, Brock shook his head with great amusement. He'd remained silent through most of their conversations, so Ash was delighted that he'd joined. He'd almost felt guilty about not being able to have Brock integrate with the group as much as he'd have liked. Well, Ash said. At least someone enjoyed that. Brock shrugged, then chuckled. I've been enjoying it for a while now. So have I, Steven chimed. Although, I would have a better time if I knew when you guys were joking and when you were serious. Do you really think I'd ever joke around with Ash? Gary laughed uncontrollably, jerking his head left and right. Gary seemed back to his old self and Ash couldn't be happier about it. The group separated after another few minutes of jokes and the occasional serious conversation, but decided to meet again for dinner. Steven uncharacteristically suggested having a movie night before they eventually parted the next day, so that was their plan after dinner. Ash didn't take Steven as someone who'd be too into visual entertainment, but it was a good idea. Not that Ash was particularly excited about it, he wasn't a huge fan of the medium either. He watched a few movies and shows from time to time, but hardly found any to be more enthralling than watching Pokemon battles, even as a child. Ash sat opposite Brock in the room that they shared. Brock had told him he wanted to talk to him about something important. He'd appeared somewhat hesitant, which was unlike the former gym leader. For what little Ash knew about him, anyway. Ash, Brock began, keenly staring at Ash. I told you that I'd be traveling with you for a while. Ash hummed, but he felt a terrible unease eat away at his glee. Yeah. I'm sorry, Ash, Brock's head dipped, his chin almost touching his chest. I won't be able to travel with you right now, Ash's stomach sank, even though he'd concluded it would be something along those lines a few moments ago. There's a Pokemon Doctor's Workshop by Dr. Gianna Joy here in Vermilion that's starting soon. She's one of the best Pokemon doctors around, and I wouldn't want to miss this opportunity. It'll last for about a month and I don't want to slow you down. I'm extremely sorry. Ash let his mind wash off the disappointment, though wisps of it still lingered. No need to apologize, Brock, he forced a weak smile, his shoulders, which had reflexively drooped, hitched up again. This is important to you. We all have different goals, and we need to do our best to reach them. I'd feel guilty if you missed this chance because of me. He stood up and gently placed a comforting hand on Brock's shoulder. He remembered the older boy doing the same for him on multiple occasions. Don't feel upset just because of me. He watched Brock sigh before his lips curled slightly upwards. Thanks, Ash. No, thank you, Ash smiled, stressing the words of gratitude. You've been such a big help with everything. I can't say I won't miss you, though, especially your cooking. I'll make something for you that you can carry, Brock said as his smile turned jovial. Ash chinned up. That'd be great. He was genuinely excited about it, however, he felt a piercing thorn in his heart when he realized that he'd never done a thing for Brock. But, I feel bad that you do so much for me, and I haven't done a thing in return. Ash's gaze drifted downwards. Don't think of it that way, Brock assured him as he playfully ruffled a few strands of Ash's messy, raven hair. Ash shook his hand off with a snicker. Just the feeling is enough. Friends don't do things expecting anything in return. Friends. Yes, Brock had been a loyal friend to him, even if their relationship had been brief until now. What started as a battle for the Boulder Badge had already become an irreplaceable bond. Maybe, one day, he'd be able to help Brock or do something for him. Ash gazed at Brock with warm, growing respect. Alright, friend. Last night had gone by too soon. Ash stood outside the Pokemon Center as he adjusted his hat, and his friend's heartfelt stares nearly brimmed tears in his eyes. He sighed repeatedly, each longer and more weary than the last. It was time to part, and although a part of him remained enthusiastic about being on a journey again, he thoroughly enjoyed traveling. He got to spend a lot more time with his Pokémon while doing so, but he failed to shake off the feeling of sorrow that ached his heart. This is goodbye then, huh? Steven's stare was vacant as it turned from Ash to Gary to Brock and then focused back at Ash. I didn't think you'd be too upset about it, Gary spoke after moments of silence. His shaky smile twitched and twisted every second. Let's not get all emotional and act like girls. Ash found it difficult to conceal his lack of spirit, but his tone hid it well. He glanced at Brock and laughed. Brock might get the wrong impression about us. We don't want that happening now, do we? Steven's expression brightened, his voice finding its vigor. It was great meeting you, Brock. I think I learned a lot from you in the short time we spent together. Brock waved a hand. You think too much about it, but glad to be of help. Steven's eyes twinkled with remarkable ardor. I'd love to meet your dad someday. Ash failed to contain a snicker. He should have figured Steven's enthusiasm would be about something regarding stones. If what little he'd heard about Brock's dad from Surge was true, Steven would come to adore the man. Certainly, Brock nodded. He'd be just as happy to meet someone as enthusiastic about it as you. He doesn't always come across people with as much passion as him too often. Ones who appreciate the magnificence of stones are rare. Steven momentarily shot a cold glare Ash's way, making his chest tighten. So it's always a pleasure to meet them, his expression turned warm again. He glanced at his watch and pursed his lips, but forced a smile right after. I've got to leave now. My car will be here soon. Yeah, Ash raised a fist. Best of luck in the Hoenn League. Steven bumped Ash's fist all too quickly. Thanks. I'll do my best. Of course, you will, Ash grinned. That made him feel a bit better. Steven and Gary did the same. I'll be stronger the next time we fight, so don't slack off. Gary sneered at the silver-haired trainer. Steven chuckled. I won't. And I can't wait to fight you again. Steven turned to Brock and offered him a handshake. See you later, Brock. Brock smiled evenly as he grasped Steven's hand. Yeah, see ya, and have a safe trip. Thanks. With that last word, Steven gazed at Ash and Gary keenly before turning around and walking, his suitcase trailing behind him. And a few moments later, he disappeared in the hustle and bustle of the busy streets of Vermilion. I guess I should be on my way too, Ash said as his smile quivered, his hands scratching his ears then settling in his pockets. He wasn't keen on saying goodbye. Yeah, me too, Gary nodded and tapped his foot on the ground, his stare firmly locked on the floor. Gary had called Professor Oak in the morning, and Ash had joined the call a while later. He was happy to talk to Professor Oak after a while. The researcher didn't spare him a scolding about the lack of contact, with him as well as Delia, and the scene had amused Gary more than he'd have liked. Ash had apologized a lot in the last day or so, not something that he minded considering his own faults, but also not something that he wanted to make a habit of. Ash had thought about asking Professor Oak about the glowing feather, but held it back. Not that he didn't trust Gary regarding it, but he felt it'd be best to talk to Professor Oak about it privately, better yet in person. He couldn't be sure, but that thing seemed far too mysterious, far too important. The sporadic glowing that happened every so often, more so in recent weeks than before, had his stomach flutter with anxiety. There was no way to tell whether that was the feather having a mind of its own, or him feeling uneasy about the mystery surrounding the thing. The odd feeling that the feather had been trying to talk to him continued to grow. He couldn't make sense of whether it was beneficial or foul, but he couldn't shake the feeling that the feather was alive. The professor had also told Gary to visit Bill, and he hadn't denied it this time. So, that was where he was headed. So, you're gonna go to Lavender Town, then head to Celadon? Gary asked aloofly, but Ash sensed the slightest hint of interest in his voice. "Yeah," Ash affirmed, waving the fleeting thought of teasing Gary off. He'd been looking forward to a visit to the town, which was home to the largest resting place in the whole of Kanto. "It'll probably take a while to get there though. It's pretty far away. After that, I'll probably take a train to Celadon from there." Gary hummed as he tightly clenched his bag's belt. "See you guys later, then." Ash gnawed on his lip, struggling to find the words to say to his closest rival. But Gary had him covered. His head turned slightly as he looked at Ash over his shoulder. "Take care, Ash." Ash felt a tingling in his stomach at those words. He grinned, unconsciously stepping forwards. "You too, Gary," he exclaimed, and watched Gary wave over his back before his figure became smaller and finally vanished. Ash sighed and shook his head at the thought of him actually missing Gary traversed his head. He turned to look at Brock. "It's time I get going too," his shoulders slumped as his lips curled up. "Take care of yourself on your journey." Brock smiled warmly. "I'll try to catch up to you in Celadon, but can't be sure if that'll be possible." "Don't worry about that, Brock," Ash assured him. Brock apparently still wasn't over the fact that he'd not been able to accompany Ash. "You just concentrate on your medical training. I'm sure we'll be able to travel together again sooner or later." "You're right," Brock said as he placed both his hands on Ash's shoulders. "Goodbye, Ash." "Goodbye, Brock," Ash mumbled. A tender handshake followed, and then, Ash strode. The thought of isolation stung after spending about a week with some of his closest friends, but he forced the thought away, knowing he had his Pokémon with him. They'd never let him be alone, and his friendship with them was just as close, if not closer. Ash weighed his options. He needed to head to the northeast exit of the city, located farthest away from the Pokémon Center he was at. Walking through the city would take too long and be a waste of time he'd rather use for training, so he took a bus to the northeast exit before making his way onto route. The week that followed went by in a blur from walking through small villages and the wilderness. Of course, training with his Pokémon was a given, and Ash took care to give them enough time to rest and enjoy themselves. He found himself overseeing his training Pokémon in a small clearing surrounded by trees, a perfect spot. He'd rested a day in a small town on his way, but apart from that, it had been a non-stop trek since he left Vermilion. The feelings of loneliness that had swamped him while leaving the port city had barely lasted a few hours. He'd loved having some of the crepes that Brock had baked for him, and Kaiser hadn't let himself be left out. Ash had shared them with all of his Pokémon. Needless to say, they had loved it. Spending some time with his Pokémon, he'd felt refreshed. Some trainer battles on the outskirts of Vermilion brought a rush of adrenaline with each victory. Flurries of scorching flames shot from Ignis' maw, the sweltering heat of the move flaring the air into a heat wave and singeing the grass beneath it. Ash grinned at the sight of the darkened earth as the fire faded into the air, but not before it had turned a few small vegetations around into ashes and undying, scattered embers. Ignis had perfected Flamethrower. As Ash had expected, the move was but an extension of Ember. Once Ignis mustered more flames from within himself, Flamethrower became as natural as breathing for the fire type. Ash had still shown him some clips demonstrating the move, which may have helped in the quick mastery. Ignis roared a victorious cry and pumped his bulging arms. His training for the last couple of days had been about consistently using Flamethrower without sacrificing power. And he'd been successful in doing so. "Well done, Ignis," Ash cheered as he strode towards the Charmeleon. He gently petted Ignis, earning himself an affectionate shriek. The searing heat that Ash felt at first touch faded a moment later. Ignis might have become a bit more aloof after his evolution, but he hadn't lost his adoration for his trainer. "We can start working on something else now." Just then, Ash heard an all-too-familiar roar. He turned at the source of it and found Kaiser spitting a stream of flames, hardly comparable in intensity or power to Ignis, towards a tree. Kaiser panted heavily, his chest thumping up and down as the flames vanished. The Dratini had made impressive progress in his own training of flamethrower. He'd only been at it for a week and the results were spectacular, for Ash, at least. Kaiser didn't look too pleased. His tail slammed on the ground, puffing up dust and debris and etching a mark on the surface. Such was Kaiser's rage as he glared at Ignis. Ash almost shuddered at the intensity of it as Kaiser snarled again, but then looked away. Ignis glared furiously right back and sent a mocking growl at Kaiser. He basked in the petty victory of having a better handle on flamethrower over Kaiser. "Hey, you two!" Ash bellowed, stepping between his two Pokémon. Their relationship had worsened since Ignis' evolution, and he'd been unable to alter its path as it veered towards unhealthy levels. He wouldn't mind if they simply competed, but their rivalry was becoming far too violent and begrudging for his comfort. "Stop fighting all the time," Ash almost ordered, shooting glares at both of them. His voice was bereft of any tenderness that he usually spoke with. He'd hoped that Ignis would help Kaiser in mastering flamethrower, but his attempts to get him to do that had been futile. That was mostly down to Kaiser's defiance of not wanting Ignis' help. A roar from Kaiser ignored Ash's words, and Ignis wasn't one to shy away from rebutting back. Ash shook his head and sighed deep and long. For the first time since he'd begun his journey with the unruly Kaiser, he was having trouble controlling his Pokémon. He was thankful to Ava, who chirped a resounding shriek and settled herself between Ignis and Kaiser, trying to solve their differences like she always did. He would have been driven mad had it not been for her timely interventions and the occasional ones from Tia, which was a sure but welcome surprise. Tia's quaint nature meant that she disliked conflict, so it wasn't shocking to see her try to resolve their tension. It was more surprising that Ignis and Kaiser listened to her at times. Of course, she wasn't as successful at it as Ava, but her attempts helped nonetheless. A few whizzing slashes of wind that threatened to pierce into Ash's skin caught his attention. Sharp leaves enveloped in pink psychic energy sliced a few branches of a nearby tree paper thin, the ones that missed their mark floated down like feathers a few meters in the distance. A few days back, out of nowhere, Tia had begun to use Magical Leaf. Pokémon learned some moves naturally as they grew, so it wasn't totally surprising. She had still needed practice on accuracy, but her progress in the matter was astounding. She was probably ready to use the move in battles already. "You're doing great, Tia." Ash called out from a distance and walked towards her. "I can't believe how quickly you've got Magical Leaf down." Tia reveled in the praise as her tiny hands clasped together and a faint hue of pink covered her white cheeks. Then, it suddenly happened. A magnificent lustrous glow of energy enveloped Tia and her features grew. Ash gasped and the Pokémon beside him cooed as their attention got enamored by the evolution of their friend. Ash watched Tia's hair grow longer and her red horns shift from the center to either side of her head with breathless zest. Her lower body, which was nearly invisible beneath the white covering of almost coat-like fur, expanded into slender legs as her entire being doubled in size. When the dazzling light died down, Tia emerged with a coo, her innocent, scarlet eyes now visible on either side of the emerald hair that covered her face. The newly evolved Kirlia spread her arms wide and then brought them together, dancing with her green legs as a graceful swirl followed. Ash could barely control his features from grinning as he excitedly hopped over to Tia. "You've evolved." Tia cooed zealously as she skipped towards her trainer and vaulted into him, her arms embracing Ash as she cooed again a few times. Ash stroked Tia's hair gently and enjoyed the psychic type snuggling into him and nudging her head around. He lifted Tia up, earning a squeal before he put her back on the ground. Trooper bolted beside her and squealed. The Kirlia blushed at whatever the Mankey had said to her and her head lowered even further when Ava landed and chirped, then moved to slide her head with her fluffy wings. Ignis and Kaiser followed soon after, apparently forgetting their rage as they roared what Ash thought were words of praise to Tia. Helio remained the only one not to join the group, the Kabuto whom Ash had told to practice dig with Trooper, and Helio had no qualms about it, opting to watch the scene from a distance. The gathering widened Ash's gleeful smile even more. His team was becoming more and more like a family, each one cherishing the success and growth of another, although Kaiser and Ignis had been having problems lately. As difficult as it may be for him to get those two to work together again, he was sure they'd come around. He just hoped that it would be sooner rather than later. Ash let his Pokemon chatter for a while, which lasted a lot longer than he'd thought. He didn't particularly mind that, however. They deserved the fun that they'd been having and more. The hard work that they'd been putting in, for months now, was paying dividends as they grew, evolved, learned new moves and strengthened the ones they already knew. Yet, they had much, much more room to grow. This was only the beginning. "Let's take a break for lunch, guys," Ash called out to his Pokemon once their excitement subsided to silent chirps and growls as the group separated and returned to training, spitting flamethrowers, shooting blade-like leaves, and punching or swatting the air. It had been hours since they'd started training in the morning. The Pokemon sprawled out across the ground and gazed up at the sky, closing their eyes and huffing their chests up and down. "Thanks for working so hard." The group livened up again at the mention of lunch. His Pokemon surrounded him in little more than a few moments as he removed the packet of Pokemon food from his bag. He'd be running out of it soon. Luckily, there was a town nearby where he could restock. The fruits in the forests that he'd come across had aided in preserving the Pokemon food longer. That was a massive help because if not for that, he wouldn't have been able to carry enough for it to last much. These were the times when he missed Brock most. Regardless, there were always tiny villages between larger towns. Not all of them offered the kind of variety that the towns and cities provided, but he could hardly complain. It was better than not having anything at all. As it had been the case ever since his capture, Helio refused to show too much movement outside of battle. He'd been sitting on that same spot with no care for food or anything else. Usually, Ash had to either carry him to the group, or one of Trooper, Tia or Ava would call him and he'd listen. But Ash decided to go and grab the shellfish Pokemon himself, not wanting to have his tired Pokemon do the work. He wasn't that far away, anyway. "Time for lunch, Helio," Ash said and stopped in front of the Kabuto. As usual, Helio's response was an empty glare, devoid of sound. Not again. It wasn't unexpected, but Ash felt disappointment fill his heart each time Helio ignored him. Ash shook his head in defeat, then lethargically bent down and lifted Helio up. He wasn't very aggressive, so Ash didn't feel hesitant about approaching him. He'd barely walked halfway to the group when he silently cursed and thought it would have been better to ask one of his Pokemon to call him over. Helio's firm, rocky body probably weighed around 25 pounds, but Ash felt he'd been lifting a boulder at least double the size. When Ash reached the others, he remained careful of putting Helio down gently. His hands dipped to his knees as he panted profusely, sharp and deep breaths that made him collapse on the ground. He shook his head amusedly at the sight of Helio finally moving on his own and crawling towards his bowl. Ash couldn't wait to have him open up more. Thick, foggy mist obscured even the ground and nearby trees, however, Ash could feel where he wanted to go. The path that he needed to take reeled him forward like he had been bound in a tight lure. His heart pumped every time he tried to look away. Something called to him. It ran through every fiber of his being. The sensation strengthened with each stride he took through the fog. Soon, Ash gave in. Fear that chilled his bones perished amid the desire to move forward. His mind told him to stay away, but his heart led him into the deep haze. He couldn't make sense of it. His mind had gone blank, his body numb, yet, somehow, he still surged ahead. What was this? Why was this happening? He wiped the drops of sweat that pooled along his forehead. What was it that called to him? One moment he felt afraid, another he felt as if this was where he belonged. Eventually, the mist withered. He could see what looked like a castle come into his sight. It seemed as if it was far, far away. However, a few more steps and Ash had reached it. Almost the entire fog had cleared and what appeared before Ash was a huge, old mansion. No, it wasn't a mansion. It was more like a training facility. What is this? Ash muttered in awe of the sight. Vines and moss coiled the cobblestone walls that surrounded whatever this place was. Deep cracks within the surface struck out like popping veins, however, the walls stood firmly in place, unwilling to give into the passage of time. Towers soared on both sides of the dark abandoned mansion. As decrepit as they were, their might still oozed at a single glance, threatening to slay anyone who dared to infiltrate. Strangely enough, however, Ash found comfort looking at them. Though the earthy, moist scent of moss and musk burdened his breathing, he was far too dazzled by the grandeur of the rest of this place to care. Some ancient ruins. Ash had left a nearby lodge where he spent the night. It felt amazing sleeping inside after a few days in the wilderness, a few hours ago. Then, he'd had the terrible luck to run into a squabble between a group of Fiero and a pack of Primeape. The two sides had been fighting over the ownership of a few trees, or at least, that was what it seemed like to Ash for the few minutes that he'd observed them. A few of them had noticed Ash when he tried sneaking away, and getting away from them hadn't been fun. Good thing Ash didn't stupidly think of running for too long once the single Primeape and two Fiero chased after him. Kaiser, Ignis and Ava had fought them off after a few coordinated attacks and saved Ash's skin. In the process, Ash made a mental note to never go near a fight between such Pokémon. Then, his nerves tingled all the way down from his hands to toes. The sensation of being dragged to his destination subsided once it had led him to where he now was. After what seemed like an eternity, although it had probably only been a few minutes, the numbness in his body eased. He clenched and unclenched his fists. He didn't take another step for a minute. But he felt it again. Something calling to him that made his hesitation vanish as if it had never existed. He entered through the already open, ancient-looking, rusted gate and glanced around the humongous area that crawled with weeds, grass and a few wild plants here and there. For a moment, visions flickered in and out. He blinked, and before he opened his eyes, the castle boomed with people, many young, some old. Most held orbs in their hands, some sticks. Others just watched them pour bluish energy, that felt so familiar yet alien to Ash, into their orbs. When he opened his eyes, the place was in ruins again. He grimaced. Pain radiated in waves across his forehead. Rubbing his temples, he breathed and attempted to quell the intrusive images. He thought that he saw the past of this place in that moment. What was that? He thought, gripping his head again. A courtyard appeared as he made his way deeper into the ruins. Broken glass and tiles scattered about, filling the area. A chilly wind that whistled through made Ash shiver, and his eyes widened when he sensed something. Not just one, but many. Pokémon, maybe. He glanced around frantically but found nothing. In fact, he felt the presence vanish a moment later. Even if there were Pokémon here, why could he feel their presence? Was he hallucinating? You. A voice called out to him. Ash turned to his left as his heartbeat hastened. Were you guided here too? Ash narrowed his eyes, which were met with the sight of a young man in a blue coat approaching. Who are you? It was almost an instinctive question. The young man, who appeared like he was in his early 20s, smiled as he stopped in front of Ash. Excuse me for my rudeness, he said, which actually made Ash realize that he'd been the one who was rude. I'm Riley. His steely blue eyes keenly met Ash's gaze. For a moment, Ash thought Riley's pupils flickered with some kind of bluish energy. Yes, Ash finally answered. I don't know what it was. He paused, clutching his face at the thought of the thing that had led him here. But I had this feeling that something was calling me. He looked back at Riley, grimacing. It felt like I couldn't control my own body. I was similarly led here, Riley said, then chuckled. But the difference is that I was actually looking for this place, and it doesn't seem like you were. You know what this place is? Ash's tone pretty much demanded as he propped forward. Though he stepped back apologetically once he'd realized his mistake. Riley didn't seem to mind that, however. I believe so. He glanced around the crumbled castle, then touched a nearby, surprisingly intact, wall. He wiped off some of the dust to reveal a plate with foreign engravings on it. Ash squinted his eyes to get a better view, but the writing was barely legible under the rust and dust. I think this is one of the ancient training grounds for Aura Guardians. Ash frowned. Aura Guardians? Riley appeared to have noticed Ash's confusion. His eyes widened for a fleeting moment. You've never heard of Aura Guardians? No, I haven't, Ash said plainly. He leaned back against the wall and sunk his hands into his pockets. Riley whiffed, and his mouth curved into a feeble smile. And yet here you are, in a place that many have searched for yet few have been ever able to enter. The next few moments passed by in absolute silence. Ash had no idea what Riley had just said about Aura Guardians and him being led there, and Riley appeared to be lost in thought, staring at the floor, his left hand stroking his chin. Ash didn't mind keeping quiet until Riley spoke again. I'll explain to you in a moment, Riley mused, then smiled, showing off his delicate, white teeth. May I know your name? Heat impeded Ash's cheeks. He'd been extremely rude, asking questions without even having the courtesy to introduce himself. His head dipped slightly. I'm sorry for not introducing myself, he said politely. I'm Ash Ketchum. Riley chuckled at his words and Ash let out a light groan unconsciously. Ash, it might take a while to explain it thoroughly, Riley said. I've been here for 2 days now, so I've found a good place. Let's talk there. Once Ash nodded, Riley led him through the hallway and they passed by several corridors and training fields, although all of those were in no better condition than the entrance. Eventually, Riley stopped when they reached a room, one much smaller than the halls on the way. Wild plants and moss still canvassed over the flagstone floor, webbings and dust coated the gray walls, though they didn't span over the entire room. Let me begin by asking you. Riley took a seat on one of the white stone benches and motioned for Ash to sit across from him. Ash hadn't paid too much attention to it until now because of other, more pressing things that had been on his mind, but he couldn't help but admire the beautiful architecture of this place. Stone benches and tables, carvings on the walls whose contour was barely discernible through the corrosion and dredge, still maintained the splendor of years gone by. Riley's fingers laced together as he leaned forward on the stone table. What do you know about Aura? Ash stopped to appreciate the architecture for a few more moments before his gaze drifted to the ceiling as he tried to recall the times he'd heard of the word. I don't know much, he admitted Riley. I only know that some Pokemon have the ability to use attacks that use Aura. And these attacks have unparalleled accuracy. Noticing how seriously Riley stared at him, almost to the point that Ash felt Riley's blue eyes stab into him, Ash scratched the side of his cheeks. That's all. I see, Riley nodded and his piercing gaze eased. Aura is the essence of life. It's a form of energy that all living creatures have, whether they be humans or Pokemon. The essence of life. Ash trailed off in thought at that. He remembered bits of what he'd been taught in school, and that phrase was almost certainly in there. So, everyone has Aura. That's true, Riley said. However, the amount of Aura differs from one being to another. Not just anyone can sense Aura. Even fewer can control it. This applies to both humans and Pokemon. Even humans can control Aura. Ash gasped and watched as Riley cackled at his reaction. Very few, Riley affirmed. But yes, humans can control Aura. Riley took off the white glove from his right hand and raised it in front of his face. A faint blue glow emanated from the palm of his hand. Ash's eyes twinkled at the sight. The low glow pulsed brighter, its loose shape thickened and widened with every second until it settled into a lightly spiraling ball of azure energy. The power exuding from the orb reminded Ash of the feeling he'd had while coming to this place. Is that Aura? Ash leaned on the table and peered at the ball, curiosity getting the better of him. Indeed, Riley said, and the orb shrunk before disappearing. Traces of the energy glistened and allured Ash as if it had never truly left. That's just one of the things Aura can do. That's amazing. Ash gushed, leaning even further onto the table. It sure is. Riley beamed. He seemed to relish the fact that Ash was so intrigued. But as I said, very few people can control it. I believe you might have the ability to control aura too. Me? Ash blinked, then shook his head at the thought. I've never been able to do anything like that before. Perhaps, it could be because you were never exposed to it. Riley asked, more to himself than anyone else, as his mind seemed to have wandered off again. He tapped his fingers on the gray stone table. But you were still able to come here, and if what you said is true, it couldn't have been anything but aura that led you here. This place has been abandoned for centuries, but I've still sensed traces of aura in some places here. We can try something. Riley turned around and lifted a staff. He placed the metal stick, which had a silver stone protected by metallic rings, on the table. This doesn't always work, but it can if the aura is strong enough. He gently caressed the ragged stone on the hilt of the staff. It's a method that is sometimes used to test the abilities of an aura guardian. You mean the stone? Ash asked as he rubbed his head inside. It was proving to be quite overwhelming, but he'd gotten the gist of what Riley meant. Yes, Riley nodded. This is a special stone found in very few places. It can light up if enough aura is channeled inside. Ash eyed the stone curiously. At first glance, it seemed little more than a silver stone that had a hollow, if slightly glowing, core. He snickered momentarily at the thought of how differently Stephen might have viewed the same thing. The guy probably would have appreciated this place a lot more than he did. Place your hand on it, Riley said as he unclipped the stone from its metallic shackles and gently placed it in front of Ash. Then, try to concentrate. Try to feel the aura around you and channel it in. Riley smiled bemusedly when he saw the blank expression that Ash held. I make it sound so simple, but it's probably not. Ash shrugged, smiling Riley. I'm not sure anything will happen, but I can try. He honestly had doubts about him having the tiniest bit of ability in this power called aura. He grabbed the stone and pulled it closer, placing both his hands on it. Concentrate and feel the aura around him. Nothing but humid air and the soft inkling of sunlight surrounded him. But then, he remembered how he could feel something when he'd first entered this place. Was that aura? Ash shut his eyes, tracing the crevices of his mind for answers. He'd felt vague inklings of their beings, noticing them as if they were ghosts inhibiting his perception. His thoughts wandered to the vision that had appeared before him at the time. Were they these so-called aura guardians of the past? For a brief moment, Ash noticed something, or rather someone in that vision. Though before he could even take a glance, the images were cut off. Strangely enough, he felt a pleasing sensation that relaxed him. Ah, what a feeling. His body started to feel energized, and he had no idea why. Honestly, he didn't care. Nothing in the world mattered in that moment. He felt blissful. Before he knew it, he was in a trance, a state of nothingness yet full of pleasure. Ash. Ash. Ash's eyes suddenly snapped open. He saw Riley crouching practically on top of him, his hands fixed on Ash's shoulders as he shook them. You're finally out of it, Riley sighed, wiping his forehead of the few drops of sweat that trickled on it. Ash looked blankly at Riley. What just happened? He blinked as the older man sat down on the ground. You touched the stone, Riley began. And then, you just wouldn't respond. I tried calling out to you a few times, but you still didn't open your eyes. Wait, Ash's eyes widened. How long was I like that? Must have been over 5 minutes, at least, Riley answered immediately. Ash frowned. It had barely seemed like a few moments to him. He tried to concentrate while touching the stone, saw a few images and then came back to reality. That couldn't have lasted more than 10 seconds, let alone 5 minutes. You're not joking, are you? Ash asked glumly. Riley's solemn shake of the head, he could tell he wasn't lying, was all it took for another barrage of questions to invade Ash's thoughts. He stared blankly at the dusty, uneven floor as his fists involuntarily clenched. Today had been strange. And this place was strange. It felt comfortable but creepy at the same time. Have a look at this, Riley said, getting Ash's attention back to him. He held the silver stone from his staff, but now, its core glowed a dazzling blue. The sheen blazed like a wildfire inside the confines of the stone, the wildly spiraling energy threatening to break out. I wasn't expecting this to happen, he gazed meaningfully at the stone, then looked at Ash. But this is your aura. Ash found his gaze captivated by the aura in the stone that sizzled wildly inside. There was no doubt about it, this was what he'd felt when he'd entered. And it was also what had led him to this place. Meanwhile, Riley removed a pokeball from his pocket and tapped on it. A humanoid Pokemon which was primarily blue but had black arms and legs, lightly roared its arrival. Its gaze first met Riley, its head dipping slightly in respect, and then its steely glare fixated itself on Ash. Never before had Ash seen a Lucario in person. These canines were said to be fierce in battle but incredibly loyal to their trainers. And as Ash recalled, they were the primary users of aura-based techniques. Raise, Riley called to it, apparently by its name. Look at this, as Riley lifted the orb up and showed it to Raise, it gazed at the stone deeply and then glanced at Ash. What do you think? Raise regarded Ash with its piercing gaze, which made Ash more than a little uncomfortable, then nodded and respectfully barked out something at Riley. Riley chuckled at whatever Raise had said to him, which, Ash noted, he apparently understood. You think so, Raise? The Lucario nodded and Riley let out another laugh. But that's not the case with him, he eyed Ash again, making him straighten. He says he's never used aura before in his life. He didn't even know about it. Ray's gaze flitted from Riley and then settled on Ash again. It barked and stepped closer to him. Ash hesitated briefly, however, allowed the Pokemon to approach him. Ray's knelt down and extended its arm and the black appendages behind its head perked up, shuddering as if they were being jolted. As it touched him, Ash sensed some kind of energy surge through his body. He quickly concluded it was aura because it felt similar to what he'd felt from this place today. A few nervous moments later, Ray's finally rose again. It looked satisfied with its examination of Ash as it roared and glanced at Riley, then back at Ash. Ash, Riley finally began. Your aura. He paused, seemingly searching for words. It's incredibly dense and concentrated for someone who's not mastered the power of it before, he glanced at Raze. Raze didn't believe me when I told him that this is your first time using aura. Even most aura guardians who've spent years rinsing their skills and reached their limit can't HRNSS aura as pure as yours. This was more than a little overwhelming. Ash didn't know what to make of it. It seemed like praise, but Riley's words felt heavy. His lips parted a few times before he finally managed to speak. I don't know how to take that, he forced half a smile. Riley cleared his throat. I apologize, he smiled. Raze crouched beside him and he absent-mindedly scratched the canine's ears. It yelped delightfully at the gesture. That must be a lot to take in, his eyes sharpened markedly. But what I said is still true. About aura, Ash began, looking at Raze who still eyed him sharply and didn't seem to be fazed when Ash gazed right back into its eyes. I'd like to know more, he turned his attention to Riley. If you don't mind, of course. Riley's features visibly lit up. I'm glad you asked. Ash nodded and beamed back at the eagerly grinning Riley. If he truly had the power of aura, and no matter how much he wanted to deny it because he understood so little about it, he couldn't deny what he'd experienced today, he wanted to learn more about it. From the moment he'd been guided to this place to the most recent visions of things that eluded his comprehension, if it was aura, maybe he could get a good understanding of it. And why everything that had happened. I believe you were having a vision of the past, Riley said, getting Ash's attention back to him. I've never seen it myself, but I've heard stories about aura guardians getting such visions of the past in places rich in aura, his eyes narrowed. And this is such a place. What did you see? Ash stuttered and grabbed his head as a vicious headache that didn't last more than a millisecond seared through his head. He grimaced but then continued. I think I saw people. He paused to take a deep breath. They were training for something. And then, there was this man dressed like a knight. Was that place the same as this one? Riley leaned forward probingly. Ash slowly nodded. It was probably a vision of this place in the past then. He scratched his chin thoughtfully and took a moment to think before continuing. This place was a training institute for Aura Guardians in the past. And about 1,000 years ago, his eyes glittered excitedly. Even the great Sir Aaron is said to have learned the ways of Aura here. Sir Aaron? Ash's eyebrow quirked. You've never heard of him? Riley chuckled, the serious expression on his face melting into a warm smile. I'm afraid not, Ash said plainly. The sensations he'd been feeling after his vision had diminished. He's one of the greatest Aura Guardians in history. His control of Aura is said to have been unparalleled, and through that, he stopped a massive war that threatened to destroy the kingdom of Rhoda roughly a millennium back. He spoke about the man with great adoration and respect. Well, if he had indeed performed those deeds, then the man was a hero. By Rhoda, you mean the place that's to the north of Kanto? Ash asked. Indeed, that's the one, Riley said, then sighed as he continued. Rhoda was once a great kingdom, spanning miles upon miles of lands. It was like a sanctum for Aura Guardians, and it's said to be one of the places where Aura Guardians originated from, thousands of years ago. Now, Rhoda is but a small land in comparison, its power only in its name and legends. Democracy has taken over, but that isn't such a bad thing now, is it? The somber expression on his face turned into a soft smile when he looked at Ash. Ray's lightly barked from beside him as if to comfort its trainer. Riley smiled at his companion's actions and brought his focus back on Ash. It's still a great town. Ash's heart had begun to sink at the grave tone, but Riley's words calmed it. But it no longer produces the Aura Guardians that it used to. Ash remained silent, although he would be lying if he said he wasn't curious to know more about the history of Rhoda. Riley didn't need to be told to do so, as he added. It's not just Rhoda. Riley's expression turned grave again as he stared at the table. His hat did well to hide his eyes, and a dark shadow sprawled down his face. However, his somber expression still lingered. Ray's barked dimly and placed its right paw on Riley's shoulder. The Aura Guardian's fists clenched and Ash couldn't help but wince. Ash detested hearing about sad things. Not as much because it made his mood bitter, but more so because he remained bereft of ways to respond. Aura Guardians are not the same as they once were. We've grown weak over the years. Our numbers have dwindled. His words were bitter, almost as if talking about a memory that one would rather forget yet was unable to do so. Part of the reason is because of the wars of long ago. So much knowledge was lost in them. And with how technology for catching and befriending wild Pokémon has developed over the years, fewer and fewer people aspire to be Aura Guardians. He sighed, then his lips curved into a defeated smile as he looked at Ash. True Aura Guardians might as well go extinct in the future. Silence shrouded the room for the next few moments. Ash was at a loss for words. Riley had a burning passion about Aura, almost akin to how Ash felt about Pokémon training. Ash could relate because he shuddered at the mere thought of Pokémon trainers not being around. A gentle breeze brewing from the window finally ended the silence. Ah, never mind me. Riley's face perked up significantly as he sat up straight and stretched his hands out. Sorry for that, he smiled apologetically, but Ash was quick to wave it off and return the gesture with more enthusiasm. It was better not to get too wrapped up in sad things. I tend to get a bit carried away when talking of the past. Ash shook his head. That's understandable. Aura Guardians seem to have a rich history. They do. Riley declared merrily. Ash was beginning to realize more and more just how ardently Riley loved everything about Aura and its guardians. There are so many legends, he momentarily stopped to stress the last part. Which are more than just legends because they're true. We just don't have as many people now to learn as we used to. That's why, his eyes glimmered and Ash felt a nervous tinge in his chest. I would like to ask you if you would be interested in becoming an Aura Guardian. Ash's eyes widened for a moment at the sudden proposal. The concept of Aura had him interested to learn more, but was he willing to become an Aura Guardian? Ash stammered and took a deep breath. Riley and Ray's gaze unflinchingly fitted at him in anticipation. That surely didn't help Ash's nerves, but he found it in himself to steel them. I'm not really sure, he admitted honestly. It's a bit too much to take in right now. Riley nodded while Ray's expression didn't change. I'm focusing on training my Pokemon and I don't know if I'll be able to have the time to learn about Aura. I don't want to say yes if my heart is not into it. He found it was difficult to be frank with his feelings about it, but thought it was best to speak his mind. He disliked giving vague answers to people, especially genuine people. And he thought Riley was one. Of course, Riley said and leaned on the table again. You don't have to answer right away. But with your latent talent, I'd be lying if I said I won't be disappointed if you chose not to become an Aura Guardian in the future. You're still very young, he paused with his lips parted before speaking again. Right? The teasing tone wasn't lost on Ash. I'm still just 13, he snorted. You've got lots of time to make your decision still, Riley said with a laugh and absent-mindedly petted Ray's head beside him. The Lucario squealed in an adorable way Ash wouldn't have thought it was capable of after his initial impression of the jackal. Since you are a trainer, I think there's something you might be interested in. Ash eyed him curiously, his eyebrow lifting at the mention of something interesting. There's a festival held in the Kingdom of Rhoda in memory of Sir Aaron and all the other Aura Guardians of the past, and they have a competition of Pokemon battles to decide the new Aura Guardian. Riley shivered and shook his head amusedly, as if he wasn't particularly fond of the winner being named Aura Guardians. Ash's heart pummeled in his chest at the mention of Pokemon battles. He almost ignored the part that the winner was named an Aura Guardian. He wasn't totally ignorant about Rhoda. It was not as humble or small as Riley had described it as, even now. The town in the absolute north of Kanto was very popular for tourism and legends of sightings of Mew always attached themselves to the place. Ash thought they were just rumors of course. To be completely honest, that's usually a meaningless title if a normal trainer wins the competition, Riley added as he tapped his index finger on the table and it sounded as if they banged on a rhythm, not just mindless tapping. Was Riley into music? But if it's you, that title might not be meaningless, after all. A tournament, huh? Ash smirked without restraint. He liked the direction this was heading into. A Pokemon tournament sounded great in itself, but he could do a little tour of the famous Rhoda and its surroundings along with it. He was enticed. Yes, Riley grinned in response. It's a few months away so I'll contact you when the date has been finalized, his eyes glinted as he reclined back into his seat. Of course, that's if you're interested. It took barely a moment for Ash to reply. I definitely am interested. Riley cackled, seemingly elated at the reply he got. I do hope that you'd come then. In fact, I urge you to. I'll take you up on that offer. Ash's lips curved up into an avid grin. He couldn't wait to get to Rhoda.